Chapter 1. The Seventh Hokage is reborn. Under the luminous full moon, the pallid light illuminated the sinister visage of Mizuki. Beneath the tree, Irika drew the kunai from his thigh, positioning himself protectively behind Naruto. Naruto, under no circumstances should you hand over the sealing scroll to Mizuki. It contains dangerous forbidden techniques. Mizuki is merely using you to obtain it. Irika, catching a glimpse of Naruto's dazed expression, became increasingly concerned that Naruto might have been affected by Mizuki's earlier attack. He remained vigilant, observing Mizuki's every move while scrutinizing Naruto. The once vibrant Naruto now resembled a decrepit old man, hunched over and gazing at Irika with his dull blue eyes. Seeing Irika, who appeared to be a weary middle-aged man burdened by life's troubles and sporting a receding hairline, Naruto exclaimed, "Huh? Iruka-sensei, have you gotten a hair transplant?" Veins bulged on Irika's forehead as he pointed an accusatory finger at Mizuki, who lurked menacingly in the tree branches. "You fool! Look at that guy! Is this really the time for jokes? And my hair is quite thick. Thank you very much. I take great care of it every day." Mizuki interjected at an opportune moment. "Naruto, Irika is simply afraid that you might obtain that scroll, which is why he's saying such things." "Mizuki, what nonsense are you spouting? Let me reveal a truth to you, Naruto." As Mizuki was about to divulge the village's most forbidden secret, Irika shouted furiously, "You bastard, shut up." 12 years ago, a rule was established in the village, one that only Vortex Naruto must never know. Confused, Naruto murmured, "A rule that only I am unaware of?" Mizuki trembled with exhilaration before erupting into maniacal laughter. "Indeed, do you not understand why everyone in the village despises you? It is because you're the nine-tailed fox, the beast that killed Irika's parents and ravaged the village. Now you comprehend why those around you loathe you, and even Irika wishes for you not to acquire the scroll. Ha ha ha! Everyone refused to tell me I am the nine-tailed fox?" Naruto's eyes widened as disbelief washed over him, his face etched with shock. Isn't this common knowledge throughout the ninja world? Why does Mizuki believe this is a village rule? And when did Iruka-sensei get a hair transplant? Seeing Naruto's mental defenses crumble under the weight of this colossal secret, Mizuki thought to himself, "Now's my chance." He then removed a massive shuriken from his back and hurled it towards Naruto. At this moment, eliminating this annoying brat would render the injured Irika inconsequential, and the sealing scroll would be easily obtained, ready to be presented to Lord Orochimaru. "Run, Naruto!" Irika, witnessing Naruto's lack of movement, acted instinctively, using his back to shield Naruto from the lethal blow. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Irika sorrowfully declared, "We are the same, both without parents, neither praised nor cared for. I lack talent, and could only draw attention through mischief. Even if I excelled, no one truly cared. That feeling is agonizing, isn't it? Naruto, if I had been more dependable, you wouldn't have had to endure such memories." "I'm sorry, Naruto." Irika's heartfelt confession caused a single tear to fall on Naruto's forehead. At that moment, the spark in Naruto's eyes reignited, tears beginning to stream down his cheeks. Indeed, no matter how many times Iruka-sensei still, Mizuki, reveling in the thrill of tormenting his prey, twisted his features into a grotesque smile. "How laughable. Irika has always harbored resentment towards you for killing his parents. His words are merely a ploy to reclaim the scroll from you. Although I still don't know the specifics of what happened." Naruto interrupted Mizuki's taunts with a resolute voice. "I've encountered similar situations far too often to be fazed by them." Crouching down, he lightly tapped the area around Irika's wound with chakra, sealing several of his chakra points to staunch the bleeding. Though lacking to be a Kugen, as the son-in-law of the Hyuga clan, he possessed knowledge of certain minor techniques. "Naruto?" Irika was momentarily taken aback, his words caught in his throat. "Whatever it is, we can discuss it later, sensei. For now, we must deal with this scoundrel." Naruto lifted Irika's hand with his smaller one, and a brilliant blue sphere filled with their shared emotions gradually formed in Irika's palm. This technique, Irika was left speechless, staring in awe at the chakra sphere before him. "Years ago, the village suffered immeasurable losses due to the nine-tailed fox, and I completely understand the villagers' fear of me. One must bravely admit their mistakes, for I am a student of Iruka-sensei, who takes immense pride in me. The nine-tailed fox had not acted with malice. I'm not clever enough, no one acknowledges me. Only you, sensei, understand the pain in my heart, and only you believe steadfastly that I am not the fox, but..." Naruto's blood surged with fervor. The heart that had lain dormant for so many years now raced with intensity. He raised his thumb toward his chest, declaring firmly, I am Naruto Uzumaki of Konohagakure. As his voice resonated, Naruto lifted Iruka's hand overhead, the Rasengan radiating a blue aura that illuminated their surroundings. Mizuki sensed something amiss and took a step back, stammering to himself, "It's just two underachievers trying to bluff. I could dispose of a brat like you with a single strike. Mizuki, only you, who is perpetually filled with malice. Only you, who has harmed the comrades of this village and inflicted pain upon my beloved Iruka-sensei. Unforgivable." Turning back to Iruka, he said, "Sensei, can you feel it? This is the weight of the bond we share as teacher and student. In the future, I hope to invite you to be my father and attend my wedding." Naruto? Iruka was still processing the fact that Naruto viewed him as a father rather than a brother when he was captivated by the heavy Rasengan in his hand. "It's so heavy. Such warm chakra." Iruka felt the wounds on his back healing rapidly, unable to contain his admiration. To condense such a vast amount of chakra into this small sphere, with its seemingly chaotic yet remarkably orderly movements, required unparalleled chakra control, something he could not achieve. Is this truly the underachieving student I taught? He even contemplates matters of romance more deeply than I do. Naruto moved the Rasengan, now suspended in his palm, and charged towards Mizuki. "Mizuki, allow me to show you the bond between the so-called fox and an underachiever. Don't come any closer." As Naruto approached rapidly, Mizuki was struck with panic, hastily unfastening the remaining shuriken from his back to defend himself. Naruto leaped high into the air, raising the Rasengan from below, and upon contact with the shuriken, it dissipated into smoke. What? Shadow clone? When did that happen? Mizuki's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a fierce gust of wind approaching from behind. Moreover, the nine-tailed fox is not someone you can slander at will, you fool. The zipper of his coat had been torn open by the force generated by the Rasengan, causing it to flutter in the wind. The Rasengan struck Mizuki squarely in the back, and he felt an overwhelming force akin to a mountain crashing down upon him. Damn it! How could I be defeated by a nine-tailed brat? As Mizuki's desperate cries echoed, his body spun and flew backward. The azure Rasengan created a powerful gust, propelling Mizuki through the ground and carving a deep trench, the tremendous impact causing him to crash through several hundred trees, raising a massive cloud of dust within the forest. Boom! The winds howled violently, mingling with branches and debris raining down from above, startling the birds dwelling in the forest into flight. Numerous towering trees collapsed along the path, and as the dust settled, Mizuki lay in the ruins, barely clinging to life. Orochimaru truly lives up to his reputation as one of the legendary Sannin, possessing an extraordinarily robust vitality in his cursed form. Naruto realized that Mizuki's survival in this cursed state was merely a testament to his resilience, but ultimately, he had yet to fully adapt to this childhood body. Furthermore, the nine-tailed fox was incessantly seeping its chakra into the seal, disrupting Naruto's chakra balance, which hindered his ability to form the desired jutsu. "Naruto," Iruka uttered in disbelief, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating Naruto's figure appeared so reliable. The wind tousled his coat, and the silhouette of the fourth Hokage merged with Naruto's small frame. This boy perhaps truly can. Iruka wiped away the moisture from his eyes, realizing that the underachiever who had been doodling on Hokage Rock just yesterday had finally blossomed into a towering tree. He removed the forehead protector from his head and staggered forward, placing it into Naruto's hands, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Naruto! You have graduated. From this day forth, you are a ninja capable of standing on your own." With a face full of emotion, Naruto accepted the forehead protector, replying, "Thank you, sensei." Though he remained puzzled about how he had arrived at this moment. What experiences had he not endured over the years? Confronting extraterrestrial beings alongside dear friends, traversing through the annals of time to encounter the youthful visage of his father, Minato Namikaze, embarking on missions together, and even venturing to the moon to rescue his beloved wife. All while experiencing a life of bliss alongside the enigmatic Miyamakin on an alternate timeline, ultimately leading to cleaning up after Boruto's mess. Thus, the ever-optimistic Naruto swiftly embraced this peculiar narrative. "I have returned. From that distant future, reborn. Report. Shimoku has been entrusted to the medical team for treatment, currently under the supervision of the Umbu. The nine-tailed Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, has just delivered Chunin Iruka to the hospital without delay and has now returned to his lair. Within the Hokage office, an Umbu agent knelt on one knee, briefing the third Hokage on the subsequent developments. The third inhaled deeply, the smoke swirling in his lungs before he gestured for the Umbu to withdraw. Unbeknownst to us, Naruto-kun has perfectly inherited the will of fire. A smile graced the third's face. Oomph. I believe you've truly lost your edge. Danzo rose to depart the office, casting a disappointed glance at the third before leaving. Entrusting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki with such a perilous technique as the Rasengan. Sarutobi, you have indeed softened. Your indecisiveness has rendered you unfit to be Hokage. The third stroked a crystal ball, within which lay the image of Naruto, sprawled on a bed, peacefully slumbering with his belly exposed, a look of contentment upon his face. He subsequently switched off the image, stepping to the floor-to-ceiling window, contemplating Danzo's limping silhouette as it faded from view. Naruto has already mastered the Rasengan. When did that old man come into contact with him? It seems he has not relinquished his ambitions to manipulate the Jinchuriki from shadows. Has your ambition grown to such an extent, Danzo? Chapter 2. The Prophesied Child and the Joy of the Fox. With a heart full of trepidation, Naruto returned to his childhood abode. The moment of reunion was imminent. Surely, you must be feeling quite unhappy at this moment. Placing a hand on his abdomen, even the carefree Naruto felt the profound significance of its presence not solely as the source of his power as a Jinchuriki, but as a true companion. Consciousness began to wane. Sealing space. The dim corridor was illuminated by a warm, orange glow. The walls were adorned with aged, deteriorating pipes, from which water dripped intermittently onto the floor, creating ripples that revealed the entire ground was submerged beneath water, reaching above the ankles. At a certain moment, a diminutive figure materialized, traversing the shadowy, elongated corridor. Occasionally, it pointed out the surroundings. The living conditions for the Kyuubi back then were abysmal. Such an environment is detrimental to a fox's growth. In the future, it will need a better place to avoid being overshadowed by other tailed beasts. I've heard that the Hachibi in this era already resides in a luxurious apartment. It should be here soon. Naruto paused. Before him stood a colossal iron gate constructed of crimson bars. In the center of the gate was a paper inscribed with the character for seal. From beyond the gate emerged the heavy breaths of a beast, heralding the call to hunt. The creature sensed Naruto's presence, its scarlet eyes opening wide, and a myriad of conflicting emotions seeped through the gate's crevices, enveloping Naruto. Naruto accepted this myriad of feelings with composure, allowing the sensation to surround him, leaving only his clear eyes exposed. These were the emotions accumulated by the Nine-Tails over the years within the bodies of three Jinchuriki. His sorrow, his rage, her helplessness, his loneliness, her joy, her melancholy, her desolation, and all the negative sentiments directed towards the Jinchuriki by those around. Shimoku, classmates, Danzo, Umbu surveillance personnel, the higher-ups of Konoha, ordinary villagers. His, hers, theirs, its. Humanity fears it, dreads its power, yet refuses to submit, only able to vent their cowardice through other emotions. It harbors animosity towards humanity, yet relishes witnessing the contempt directed at its captor, finding a perverse satisfaction in their shared plight. And at this moment, that little brat who binds its freedom has openly accepted the very pain it has endured. You little brat! The colossal beast roared in fury. Sharp claws emerged from the gaps of the iron cage, halting just above Naruto's brow, firmly caught and unable to advance further. The Nine-Tails continued to test its limits, causing the iron door to rattle ominously. It seethed, "You little brat, come closer. Let me kill you. Hey, long time no see, Kyuubi." Naruto's hoarse voice caused the Nine-Tails' enormous pupils to constrict sharply, its long canine jaws opening wide, ears perked up. It gripped the cage with both hands, leaning forward, its eyes reflecting Naruto's image, the aura of killing intent thickening into something tangible. "You little brat, where did you learn that name?" Naruto did not respond to the curious Nine-Tails. Instead, he extended his right hand and formed a fist before its eyes. "If you wish to know the answer, then let us exchange blows, Kyuubi." The Nine-Tails fixed its gaze upon Naruto's eyes, motionless, and the ceiling space fell into an eerie silence. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of dripping water echoed in his ears, ripples dancing upon the surface beneath his feet. This was the gravest punishment for the wicked and the gentlest reception for the virtuous, a tenderness unique to Minato. The divided yang aspect of the Nine-Tails relied on this gentle water to stabilize within a mere few years. A grin spread across Naruto's face as the negative energy bubbles surrounding him burst and dissipated, his fist moving forward with renewed determination. "Bring it on, you stinky fox." A fist covered in red fur emerged from within the cage, pausing momentarily before lunging forward again, the two fists colliding. Red and blue chakra intertwined, a surge of spiritual connection erupting in that instant. Countless tales, every thought, all images, and every word exchanged were conveyed in a spiritual manner. The Nine Tails comprehended everything. Naruto and Kyuubi, the old man and his brother, the old man and his mother, the old man and his sons, the old man's wife and relatives. As the seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki shared in all that the Nine Tails had experienced. Even Minato and Kushina spied on me for 12 years. Not quite, it should be the chakra of dad and mom. Did I really die? During that incident, the Kyuubi sacrificed itself to save everyone. As long as you all are safe. The Nine Tails gazed at the young boy before it, his expression complex, struggling to believe that the old man's prophecy had come to fruition. Have you been waiting for me to revive all those years? Naruto scratched his head. Well, I'm not sure how long it will take after using that mode. It might take a long time for the exhausted Kyuubi to come back, but I believe that you and I will eventually meet again. Oof. The Nine Tails stood upright, its nine tails swaying freely behind it, then let out a cold laugh. In the end, you still resorted to cheating. I never anticipated that I would ultimately return to the past, yet I am exceedingly delighted to encounter a healthy Kurama. The Nine Tails let out a dismissive sound, stating, "It is merely the future version of myself that acknowledges you. I do not endorse you, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto exclaimed loudly, "I will strive to earn the recognition of the current Kurama." He asserted his resolve. To speak is to act. That is my path of perseverance. The Nine Tails, dismissively retorting, "Humph, what an annoying little brat. Then do your best." Yet, it lay down, its gaze unwavering from Naruto's clear eyes. The two, a boy and a fox, exchanged glances, and laughter echoed throughout the ceiling space. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The Nine Tails mused. Indeed, one cannot deny the wisdom of the sage of six paths. Having observed human civilization for millennia, the Nine Tails found them to be more arrogant, greedy, and sinister than any other species, engaging in conflict over trivial gains. War has always been a companion to human history, and the tailed beasts, as sources of immense power, have been wielded as mere tools. It had long regarded the so-called prophecies of the Sage of Six Paths as mere fabrications to deceive a handful of children, akin to how parents mislead their children to keep them obedient at home. Yet today, this human, the very one who had slaughtered its entire family at birth, known as Uzumaki Naruto, demonstrated through his actions that he had reconciled the enmity between humans and tailed beasts. He discarded the traditional human perceptions of the beasts, forging an alliance to confront formidable foes together. Though the ultimate outcome was not particularly splendid, the sensation of mutual trust was quite pleasant. In moments of ennui, it often fantasized about various scenarios of their first meeting. Could I borrow a bit of chakra? Or I hear you possess an abundance of chakra. Or hey, it's time to pay your chakra rent. Yet, it had never anticipated the genuine joy of the encounter. This led to a slight change in its perception of humanity. Bound by the connection of Jinchuriki and tailed beast, they traversed the long years to reconstruct a bridge of mutual reliance. In my Bokuzen, a cry echoed, "Gwa! The great sage has awakened." Frogs cheered, and Fukasaku and Shima, as the second tier to the great sage, came to pay their respects. The aging Gamamaru, with wide eyes, reflected on the shadow of the boy he had glimpsed in prophetic dreams. Fukasaku queried, "Sage, your prophecies have never faltered." "It is not a mistake," Gamamaru replied, shaking his head with a smile. "The child of prophecy has surpassed all expectations." Ha ha ha. Rarely so joyful, Gamamaru's laughter was infectious, eliciting smiles from Fukasaku and Shima as well. Let young Jiraiya come. The key can be utilized sooner than originally planned. Chapter 3. The Dual Mastery of the Frog and the Monkey. The Ninja's Veil. Are you sure you don't want to retake that photo? Absolutely certain. The third Hokage held Naruto's ninja registration form, the photograph resembling a desperate attempt to bask in the glory of the fourth Hokage's legacy. In the image, Naruto donned a short, ceremonial cloak, striking a thumbs up while facing away from the camera. As a ninja, I wish to convey an air of mystery and power. But you don't even have a frontal view. The third Hokage sighed, rubbing his forehead. Go retake it. I spent hours conceptualizing that pose. Naruto pleaded. Retake it. Grandpa Hokage, please don't be like this. In truth, Naruto had engaged in such tasks for many years. The registration form served merely as archival material, accessible even to ordinary villagers at the library. The scrutiny over photographs was not stringent. Even in his previous life as Hokage, he had never reviewed his own registration form. Naruto insisted on using his back shadow technique, while the third Hokage disagreed, creating a palpable tension between them. The Chunin responsible for data entry unconsciously swallowed hard. In that case, prepare yourself, Grandpa Third, Naruto proclaimed, rising to assume a fighting stance. He understood that only by employing the long-forgotten ultimate forbidden jutsu could he persuade the third Hokage. Oh, then allow me to witness the extent of your abilities. Inheritor of the will of fire, come forth. The third Hokage lowered the brim of his hat, obscuring his expression from view. Naruto clasped his hands together and exclaimed, Seduction technique. A more enchanting version of Naruto materialized in the arena, her curves defying gravity, a resplendent figure swaying with grace. The smoke enveloping her created an ethereal haze, revealing her smooth skin and tantalizing glimpses that ignited the imagination. Suddenly, Naruto reverted to his original form, only to find the third Hokage still hunched beneath his hat, utterly unmoved and steadfast as a mountain. The third Hokage abandoned his thoughts, pondering the grim possibility of demise. Could it be that he had passed away? The esteemed third Hokage had met his end. The Chunin present gasped in astonishment, plunging the hall into a cacophony of chaos. The commotion momentarily halted the entrance of Konohamaru, who stood frozen at the door. Had his grandfather been defeated first? After a brief uproar, the third Hokage, wiping away the blood from his nose, expressed his displeasure, stating, "This is not the will of fire. How could you resort to such a lewd technique?" Naruto chuckled as he scratched his head, remarking, "Grandfather Third is truly formidable. If I wish to swiftly conclude this battle, I must resort to this technique." At that moment, Konohamaru burst through the door, brandishing a shuriken and exclaiming, "Let us duel." "Grandfather, the position of Hokage rightfully belongs to the capable. I shall claim the third S-head and the title of fifth." However, no sooner had Konohamaru uttered his bold declaration than he tripped over his own lengthy scarf, collapsing to the ground with a pained wail. "Curse it. Was this part of your plan as well? Truly, you are my grandfather, having anticipated the installation of traps here." Naruto absent-mindedly scratched his toes within his sandals. He almost forgot about this young lad. Who could have imagined that the future embodiment of wisdom, strength, and artistry, a true paragon of a shinobi, once appeared in such a guise? Even Naruto could only reminisce about the reliable Konohamaru, the one who would eventually master the duality of the toad and the monkey. Konohamaru pointed at Naruto, exclaiming, "Is it you, you rascal? I just witnessed you almost send my grandfather to the afterlife with a single move." At that moment, a ninja clad entirely in black, complete with dark sunglasses, appeared at the entrance. With an apologetic demeanor, he addressed the third Hokage, Lord Hokage. It was the young master who unleashed the Nine-Tails' wrath. Pausing in his speech, Ebisu's gaze suddenly fell upon Naruto, causing him to gasp in surprise. He then adjusted his sunglasses, his eyes betraying an unmistakable disdain. Naruto seemed oblivious to the malice emanating from Ebisu, instead offering him a smile and a nod. This scene did not escape the keen eye of the third Hokage, who could not help but let out a silent sigh. The repercussions of the Nine-Tails incident had gradually permeated the educational sphere, and due to Danzo and the Elder Council's influence, he found himself unable to intervene. Indeed, Naruto had shown remarkable growth following the incident with Mizuki. Konohamaru, still a mere child, could not fathom the true horror of that technique. The third Hokage, despite his aged body having momentarily surged with youthful vigor, defended himself with a handkerchief. Konohamaru scoffed, "Is this hedgehog-headed shorty-s technique really that formidable?" Unexpectedly struck, a dark symbol appeared on Naruto's forehead, and he clenched his fists, thinking, "This brat." Ebisu stepped forward to pull Konohamaru away, saying, "Young master, you must not associate with this individual. It is certain that entangling yourself with such a person will yield no favorable outcomes. My words as a distinguished educator hold true." However, Ebisu continued to prattle on, boasting, "Young master wishes to become the fifth Hokage, does he not? With my guidance, achieving that ambition will be as effortless as flipping a page. Learning ninjutsu from me is undoubtedly the most straightforward path to becoming Hokage." Suddenly, he realized. Where did he go? The third Hokage cleared his throat. It seems he has followed Naruto. "Young master!" Ebisu exclaimed in alarm, rushing after him. In the streets, Konohamaru trailed behind Naruto, utilizing his rudimentary hiding technique. As Naruto walked, he suddenly paused, exclaiming, "Gaining the recognition of others is not something that occurs only after becoming Hokage. It is only through the acknowledgement of the people that one can ascend to that esteemed position. Is that not so?" Konohamaru removed his disguise. Indeed, the path to becoming Hokage is far from simple. There are no shortcuts. Only those who have earned the recognition of the entire village as the most exceptional shinobi are worthy of the title of Hokage. Naruto adjusted his forehead protector and continued. "In the beginning, I too exerted tremendous effort just to gain the acknowledgement of one person, and that alone brought me immense hardship." Konohamaru felt the weight of this challenging journey, causing his youthful spirit to waver. "My goal is also to become Hokage. Tomorrow, I shall take the first step to become a shinobi before you. One day, I will challenge you for the title of Hokage. Anticipate that moment, Konohamaru." Naruto extended his thumb to his chest and declared, "Remember this, I am Uzumaki Naruto, and one day I shall become Hokage." This proclamation greatly inspired Konohamaru, solidifying his belief for the uncertain path that lay ahead. "I will never relinquish the title of Hokage. I acknowledge you as my brother, even before I have attained such strength." "Hey, brother, the teacher with glasses is coming to drag me back for a lecture," Konohamaru exclaimed, hiding behind Naruto. "Damn Naruto." Ebisu approached step by step, the reflection of his sunglasses emanating a chilling aura as he murmured, "I have trained several exceptional candidates for Hokage. I must eradicate this pest that clings to my student." "You foul fox." Konohamaru trembled. "Naruto, brother." Naruto, with a sense of resignation, urged Konohamaru to step back. Teacher Ebisu, true to his esteemed reputation as an elite instructor, garnered praise even from Kakashi, his formidable prowess not to be underestimated. Reluctant to employ destructive ninjutsu against him, he had previously bestowed upon Naruto a considerable sum. Thus, it was decided to utilize the shadow clone technique. Thousands of Narutos materialized at the deserted alleyway. All poised for action, Konohamaru gazed in awe, his eyes sparkling. They were all tangible, truly remarkable. The immense chakra emanating from Naruto momentarily startled Ebisu. Yet he disdainfully strode into the circle of clones, striking a combat stance and mockingly declared, "I am not a worthless instructor like Mizuki. Mere numbers do not equate to strength. No matter how many bugs swarm, they remain but bugs. Watch closely, Konohamaru. For this is the first ninjutsu your elder brother has taught you, now evolved and perfected through my years of refinement. Harem technique, 3D max." With a flourish, Ebisu's nostrils erupted with an impressive torrent, ascending like a rocket and illuminating the evening sky of Konoha with a brilliant hue. Ebisu relinquished all rational thought. At the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, turned off the crystal ball's display, lowering his hat's brim with a smile, stating, yet another tedious ninjutsu. Such trivial techniques are of no consequence to me." Having spoken, he peacefully reclined on the ground, leaving the Umbu guards in shock. He has passed. The third Hokage has departed this world with a contented smile. Chapter 4. The gathering of Team 7. Naruto lay despondently on the table, utterly exhausted. He had spent the entire previous day instructing Konohamaru on a certain secret technique, and even with his formidable 6 level spirit, he found himself drained and unable to recover by today. Despite employing numerous shadow clones to assist the villagers in the construction of Konoha during his tenure as Hokage, he had yet to impart the profound mysteries of human procreation to the young and aspiring Jonin. I remarked, "How is it that you find yourself here? Isn't today reserved for the graduating students' briefing?" Shikamaru, upon noticing the forehead protector atop Naruto's head, approached with curiosity and inquired, "Did you perhaps take the back door through Irika?" Naruto habitually waved his hand at his trusted mind, explaining, So much has transpired in between, my dear Hinata." Naruto's eyes brightened as he spotted Hinata seated in the corner, prompting him to greet her. Indeed, Hinata was quite adorable in her childhood, reminiscent of a sunflower. "Good morning, Naruto-kun. It's wonderful that you're graduating," Hinata replied softly, a touch flustered, her face resembling a ripe apple as she lowered her head further. Hanabi was right. A slight change could capture a boy's attention, and today, after donning his forehead protector, Naruto-kun certainly noticed her. Naruto, aware of his wife's shyness, chuckled mischievously. "You are truly adorable, Hinata." Hinata, feeling flustered, replied, "Naruto-kun, you are quite handsome too," as steam rose from her head. Observing the interaction between Naruto and Hinata, the perceptive Shikamaru discerned their unspoken feelings and discreetly withdrew, while the ever-enthusiastic Choji barked his excitement nearby. "TCH, what a hassle," he muttered. The classroom began to buzz with commotion, primarily due to the presence of the top-ranking student, Sasuke Uchiha. "How handsome, Sasuke. Wow, I wish I could be in the same class as Sasuke." The girls clamored eagerly to secure seats beside him. As Naruto observed Sasuke passing by, he couldn't help but marvel at his longtime friend. This fellow was incredibly popular during their days at the Ninja Academy, much like himself. Moreover, he was strikingly handsome, akin to Naruto as well. Sasuke consistently excelled in ninjutsu, always securing the top spot, just as Naruto did. However, his aloof demeanor and self-righteousness, coupled with a sharp tongue, stood in stark contrast to Naruto's own cheerful disposition. Naruto cautiously evaded the fierce competition among the girls vying for a seat beside Sasuke, wishing to avoid the birth of a world-renowned masterpiece. With this thought, he inadvertently cast a glance at Hinata, causing her to blush profusely as she hid behind her desk. Peeking at him shyly, Irika intervened, silencing the commotion among the girls, and proclaimed from the podium, "From this day forth, you will all become capable ninjas. Yet you remain mere novices. The true challenges of your journey are only just beginning." As Irika's words droned on, Naruto gradually succumbed to slumber upon his desk. "Hey kid, resting on a mental level is futile," the Ninetales remarked, growing increasingly impatient with Naruto's familiarity. Ever since that day, Naruto had persistently invaded the ceiling space. Regardless of the circumstances, unfazed, Naruto leaned against the iron door, eyes closed, softly murmuring, "Being next to Kurama gives me a sense of security. After all, we've only just reunited. I certainly wouldn't want Kurama to vanish without a trace again. At least I'll be here." The Ninetales fell silent at this remark, then lowered itself in accordance with the iron door. Moments later, the ceiling space was filled with Naruto's rhythmic breathing. "What an annoying brat," it thought. "Why hasn't our instructor arrived yet?" Sakura exclaimed, gazing at the empty classroom in frustration. Uncertain of the cause, the guiding Jonin of Team 7 had yet to appear. While the other teachers had already left for the day, Sasuke rested his chin in his hands, eyes closed, feigning coolness, yet internally he too began to feel agitated. "Damn it, how can I squander my time here? I still need to defeat that man." unbeknownst to them. A small hole in the classroom walls clock allowed an individual with fish-like eyes rich in DHA to observe discreetly. And how long do you intend to sleep, Naruto? Sakura raised her fist, ready to strike, but the drowsy Naruto casually lifted a hand to block her, then swiftly twisted to grasp Sakura's fist in his grip. What? Sasuke, unable to remain seated any longer, sprang up from his seat. Oh, it's just Sakura. Naruto rubbed his eyes. Was that just a coincidence? Sasuke shook his head, silently resuming his seat. Sakura, regaining her composure, felt the veins on her forehead bulge, akin to having activated the Byakugan, and angrily demanded, "Let go of me." Naruto hastily released Sakura's fist. Did you grab my hand on purpose? I didn't mean to. I thought someone was ambushing me. Who would ambush you in school, huh? Wasn't he at you who threw the first punch, Sakura? Idiot Naruto. Sakura huffed, plopping back into her seat. Hasn't he the teacher arrived yet? Naruto glanced absent-mindedly at the wall clock. His dull eyes suddenly sharpened. When he looked over, he sensed the air shifting unnaturally fast around him. Ah, caught me, did he? Quite perceptive. He really did inherit Kushina's keen instincts. A figure slowly withdrew his head from the hollow behind the clock. Not bad, kid. I'm starting to look forward to this. With quiet anticipation, Kakashi pushed open the classroom door, only for a chalkboard eraser to drop onto his head. Hey, ISNT this our elite Jonin instructor? How pathetic. Naruto jeered. Nice one, Naruto. Sakura cheered internally. Sasuke, wide-eyed in disbelief, nearly activated his Sharingan. Seriously? This is a Jonin? Such a childish prank. Honestly, pretty underwhelming, sensei. Kakashi's deadpan gaze offered no warmth to the freshly graduated genin. His voice was icy as he delivered his verdict. First impressions? I'd say, I kinda hate you guys. Naruto laughed heartily. Having not witnessed Kakashi-sensei faltering in quite some time, he suddenly recalled the time he had employed this very tactic against Kakashi and decided to replicate it. Dismissing Kakashi's prior warning, he remarked, "Oh, come now, sensei. This trap was devised through the collaboration of the three of us. We merely wished to see if a formidable Jonin like yourself could fall for it. It was a rather clumsy prank. Yet perhaps it could be considered a form of teamwork." Subsequently, he ceased questioning the trio and led them to the rooftop. Following a round of self-introductions, he gleaned valuable information about his students with just their names, gaining a basic understanding of each of them. Uzumaki Naruto cherished Ichiraku ramen and relished the company of those who shared his sentiments while indulging in it. His passion lay in training, and his dream was to surpass the Sage of Six Paths and become Hokage. Haruno Sakura had a fondness for Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke harbored aspirations of eliminating his brother. Kakashi inwardly scoffed, his lethargic gaze growing even more languid. It seemed entirely devoid of any potential for teamwork. The third Hokage had indeed posed a challenging dilemma for him. Well, in any case, there will be survival exercises tomorrow. However, should you fail my second assessment, it will be back to the Ninja Academy for all of you, he declared, forming a hand seal before adding, "We shall convene at 5 in the morning near the memorial stone in the forest. Do remember to skip breakfast." With a puff of smoke, Kakashi vanished, a faint voice echoing, "You might end up throwing up." Chapter 5, Survival Exercise, Part 1. With that, Naruto remarked, "Since that's settled, I still have training to attend to. Sasuke, Sakura, let us meet again tomorrow." With a resounding bang, he transformed into smoke and disappeared. What? Another shadow clone? Sasuke's expression shifted, realizing that he had failed to discern Naruto was not the original. When had this transpired? How infuriating, that Naruto fellow. A sense of urgency swiftly overshadowed his earlier delight at assuming the top position. Just days prior, Naruto had not even mastered the clone technique, and now he wielded the shadow clone technique with ease. Meanwhile, Sakura found Naruto's actions particularly considerate, as they afforded her an opportunity to be alone with Sasuke. Internally, she celebrated, "Well done, Naruto." Yet on the surface, her cheeks flushed crimson. She shyly suggested, "Sasuke, would you like to join me for lunch? It would be a chance for us to get to know each other better, especially since we might team up in the future." Sasuke flatly rejected Sakura's invitation, instructing her, "You should devote that time to training. Even Naruto has such awareness. My time is precious. I must grow stronger at every moment to restore the Uchiha clan. So, perhaps next time, Sakura." With that, Sasuke leaped from the rooftop, his expression grave, making his way toward Naruto's residence, determined to ascertain the truth behind this underachiever. On the rooftop, only Sakura remained, contemplating how she could assist Sasuke in revitalizing his clan. "I could help you with that," she mused in the ceiling space. Without the key, however, it was still too much of a stretch. Such a degree was already pushing her limits. Naruto gazed at the faint golden chakra emanating from his body, gritting his teeth in frustration. Relying solely on the chakra that had seeped from the nine-tail seal over the years fell significantly short of the complete form of the sage mode. With the same level of strength, he could only selectively cover a part of it, leaving him with limited space for the battles that lay ahead. The Tsutsuki clan, dependent on divine techniques, held little interest in ninjutsu, excelling instead in physical combat techniques far beyond those in the ninja world. His initial victory over Momoshiki was merely a stroke of luck, as Momoshiki had succumbed to physical prowess against both him and Sasuke, yet later techniques surpassed even that. Thus, Sasuke had fallen, and so had Naruto, only managing to keep pace with the adversary by unleashing the full chakra of the Nine Tails in his heavy particle mode. Sensing Naruto's anxiety and the urgency he suppressed within, the Nine Tails lounged on the water's surface, flicking its tail and reassuring. There's no need for such haste. Being aware of the opponent's information is already a promising start. Moreover, the chakra seeping through this iron door is merely trivial dust. Take your time. I must grow stronger quickly, at least to restore my power before Urashiki arrives, Naruto replied, dissipating his half-golden form. He scratched the vibrant fur of the Nine Tails through the gap in the iron door, saying, hang in there a little longer, Kurama. I promise to change your environment soon. No more deceiving me, you pesky little creature. Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails closed its eyes, and the sensation on its chin made it instinctively open its claws. Its tail stiffening, and its fur standing on end as it relished Naruto's scratching. When Naruto's consciousness returned to his body, it was already nearing evening. As usual, he sought out Irika, who treated him to a meal of Ichiraka ramen. At the Uchiha clan's training ground, shurikens lay scattered across the ground, embedded in wooden posts everywhere. Damn it, what do you mean there's more training to do? That guy has been sleeping all afternoon. How boring. What a waste of time. Sasuke fumed, throwing shurikens with all his might to vent his frustration, his experience points rising significantly, even causing his eyes to redden. The following day, Team 7 waited until almost noon, when Kakashi finally strolled in tardily. I apologize, everyone. I'm late. An old lady fell by the roadside. He explained with a rather flimsy excuse. In truth, he had been visiting the graves of his former teammates every morning, reminiscing about the past. Despite the passage of many years, Kakashi had yet to recover from the grief of losing his dear friend Obito Uchiha and the sorrow of having taken Rin's life. Unbeknownst to him, his friend Obito had been quietly watching over him, day after day, as Kakashi tended to his grave. What a liar. Kakashi-sensei is a big fraud. The perceptive Sakura, seasoned by an abundance of youthful angst literature, was not a naive girl easily deceived by the tricks of a single man. Kakashi produced 2 bells, announcing, those who can seize a bell from my hand before noon will be deemed successful. Those who fail to obtain a bell. He then set an alarm clock atop a wooden post along with 2 bento boxes. 2. But there are 3 of us. Sakura swiftly pointed out the flaw in his proposition. No one told you that all of you would pass, right? Those who fail to grab a bell will not only have to retake the Ninja Academy, but will also be tied to the post to watch the others enjoy their lunch. Sasuke, brimming with anger, exclaimed, so that's why we're not allowed to eat breakfast? Kakashi nonchalantly replied, let us begin. Ninjas, physical techniques. Genjutsu, feel free to attack from any angle. With that, Sasuke and Sakura dispersed to find their respective hiding spots, while Naruto transformed into a cloud of smoke right before Kakashi. Oh, was it a shadow clone from the very start? Kakashi mused, surprised, as he heard rustling from the nearby bushes. Peering sideways at the underbrush, he took out his book, pondering. Having absorbed the memories of the shadow clone, he is still just a child, unwittingly revealing his hiding spot. From the bushes emerged Naruto. That fool is of no concern. It provides me the perfect opportunity to gauge this person's strength, Sasuke observed intently. Come on, Naruto. Provide Sasuke with as much information as possible. Sakura urged fiercely. Naruto, with his fist raised, swiftly approached Kakashi from behind. He aimed a powerful punch at Kakashi's face, which Kakashi effortlessly blocked with a wave of his hand. Following this, Naruto deftly swatted aside Kakashi's defending arm with his left hand, launching his right fist towards Kakashi's visage without a moment's pause. Kakashi tilted his head to evade the strike and similarly deflected Naruto's rapidly advancing left hand. In an unexpected maneuver, Naruto executed a whip kick aimed at Kakashi's chest. Sensing the threat, Kakashi grasped Naruto's ankle. However, this kick was merely a feint. Utilizing the force from Kakashi's grip, Naruto delivered a more potent knee strike aimed at Kakashi's head. Thus, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of martial arts, trading blows for mere seconds. Kakashi, holding the Ika Paradise, felt the mounting pressure, retreating significantly to evade the knee strike. No longer overconfident, Kakashi finally put away his book, remarking, though I am unsure where you acquired this martial prowess, you still lack the means to truly harm me. Naruto's lips curled into a smirk, a skill he had acquired during his battle with Peach Style. He struck at the head, and when that failed, he aimed for the chest. The fierce and swift martial arts he had honed would prove more crucial than ninjutsu in future confrontations, particularly against the Otsutsuki clan. In recent days, he had extensively utilized shadow clones to acclimate himself to this intact body, and his muscle memory was beginning to surface. He would undoubtedly grow stronger. How would Kakashi-sensei respond to my impending assault? Naruto assumed an offensive stance once more. Yet, he was still merely a freshly graduated genin. Earth release, heart-decapitating technique. A voice emanated from beneath Naruto's feet, and a massive hand erupted from the ground, dragging him into the earth, leaving merely his head exposed. Kakashi-sensei was indeed formidable. This type of ninjutsu was executed without a trace. Thank you for the compliment. What? The ground was left with a mere pit, and Naruto's figure dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Realizing that he had just battled a clone, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, incredulously murmuring, "What on earth is this child up to?" Chapter 6, Survival Exercise, Part 2. Sensing the rush of air behind him, Kakashi performed a backflip to evade several shuriken. The shuriken collided where he had just stood, one of them ricocheting towards his current position. With a series of agile leaps, he evaded the splatter range of the shuriken. Even the prodigy of the Uchiha clan cannot resist the allure of exceptional personal abilities, Kakashi taunted, spewing off some trash talk. Damn it! Sasuke charged at Kakashi. Although his Uchiha fluid technique was unparalleled among his peers, it paled in comparison to Naruto's seasoned martial arts. It was far from the level that would force Kakashi to withdraw from the fray. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke completed the hand seals, inhaling deeply with one hand cupped before his mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing crimson flames. Kakashi, engulfed in the inferno, transformed into a wooden stump. Can a child of this age truly wield such ninjutsu? After employing the substitution technique, Kakashi concealed himself atop a tree, observing Sasuke as he sought cover once more. The Uchiha child truly astonished me. However, what shocked me further was the tree beneath me transforming into Naruto's likeness. This tree was not present at the outset, was it? As Kakashi plummeted, he pushed his forehead protector upward, revealing his Sharingan, narrowly evading Naruto's flying kick through dynamic vision. Sasuke, hidden in the shadows, was taken aback by Kakashi's Sharingan, his body stiffening as he trembled and uttered, "Someone outside the Uchiha clan possesses the Sharingan. I cannot fathom how such a master could be considered the underdog. Has the competition in the Ninja Academy become this intense?" With a chuckle, Naruto scratched his head after missing his strike. Kakashi-sensei, you were quite perceptive. You caught that, didn't you? Now, let us commence the second round. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto clapped his hands, channeling chakra. Let me witness the ninjutsu you intend to employ. Kakashi, utilizing his Sharingan, mirrored Naruto's movements and chakra manipulation. What technique is this? What is the trajectory of this chakra? Naruto clapped his hands against the ground and exclaimed, Earth style, Earth flow wall. Earth style, Earth flow wall. Surrounded by several earthen walls, some adorned with dog-headed sculptures, Naruto and Kakashi found themselves in a peculiar predicament. Is it truly possible to unleash ninjutsu without forming seals? A mere clap of hands suffices? Kakashi mimicked Naruto's actions, also relishing the benefits of this effortless technique. This particular type of ninjutsu is not my forte. I have practiced for an extended period. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Naruto confessed that during his years at Boruto school, he had acquired a few minor ninjutsu for auxiliary purposes. Yet he was far from mastering them. Unlike Kakashi-sensei, who executed a detailed Earth-style technique with dog-head carvings, Naruto could not achieve such finesse. Well then, sensei. The terrain is set. It is our battleground. Naruto declared as he sprinted forward, two shadow clones appearing behind him, simultaneously employing Boruto's signature move, Wind Release, Gale Palm. The gust generated by the shadow clones propelled Naruto towards Kakashi, whose crossed arms braced for the impact of Naruto's powerful punch. What a forceful strike. However, you now have no chance to evade. Kakashi exclaimed as he seized Naruto's body and launched him into the air. Forming the Tiger's Seal, Konoha Fluid Technique, Ultimate Secret, 1,000 Years of Pain. As Naruto plummeted from the sky, he endured the blow, dissipating into smoke. While the two remaining clones writhed in agony, clutching their backsides in defeat, Sasuke, observing the battle from a distance, was left utterly speechless by the display of strength. Incredible. That guy Naruto. Sasuke muttered through gritted teeth, having prided himself on being stronger than his peers, only to find Naruto had unexpectedly reached such heights. Naruto, over here. Naruto called softly to Sasuke, who approached to discover Sakura was also present. Naruto, wincing as he covered his behind. Address the duo. It won't be easy for me to seize the bells alone. We must collaborate as a team. We need to devise a plan before my clones fall to Kakashi-sensei. The sounds of vanishing shadow clones echoed from within the Earth-style wall. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke finally nodded in agreement. All right. Sakura glanced between Sasuke and Naruto, then nodded seriously in affirmation. The last shadow clone burst through the Earth-style barrier, flinging itself out. And a breathless Kakashi emerged from the fray, removing his forehead protector to reveal his eyes, exclaiming resignedly, what an unexpectedly formidable little brat. Naruto's reckless use of shadow clones, a technique fueled by an absurd abundance of chakra, presents a formidable challenge for him. Furthermore, engaging in combat while wielding the Sharingan would undoubtedly lead to a disastrous outcome. He began to suspect that Naruto's true intention behind employing the Earth Release Wall was not merely to manipulate the terrain, but rather to deplete the chakra reserves of others, particularly those whose energy waned with age. What, then, could the prodigious Uchiha do in response? Kakashi cast his gaze upon Sasuke, who stood resolutely before him without any pretense of concealment. Sasuke remained silent, launching a massive wind shuriken towards Kakashi. With a swift tilt of his head, Kakashi evaded the attack, only to have his focus sharpen as he discerned a hidden wind shuriken lurking in the shadow of the first. The initial shuriken was merely a feint. The true deadly strike was concealed within its shadow, a masterful technique of the shadow wind shuriken throw. Kakashi silently admired the finesse, propelling himself into the air to evade the second wind shuriken. The absence of teamwork revealed a significant drawback. He had underestimated the prowess of a jonin. Suddenly, a loud thud interrupted his thoughts. What the? Kakashi glanced downward, only to witness the wind shuriken transform into Naruto's likeness, aimed directly at his lower body. Launching a kunai at him, Naruto laughed heartily. Kikik. You can't change direction in the air, can you? If you get hit, Kakashi-sensei will spend the rest of his life on a wheelchair, bleeding out. How infuriating. Kakashi, lacking any leverage while airborne, exerted himself to swing his fist backward with surprising force, twisting his body into an odd arc, narrowly evading Naruto's lethal strike. The shuriken merely grazed his cheek. As he descended, he smugly remarked, "What a pity, such a beautiful tactic." Bang. What? Another one. Kakashi looked up to see that the shuriken thrown by Naruto had transformed into Sakura's likeness, her fist raised above him as she exclaimed, "Strong punch. This can't be good. My chakra is nearly depleted. Continuing like this will only lead to further disaster." Kakashi grimaced as he braced himself for Sakura's powerful strike. Though it was rather ungraceful, her fist landed squarely on Kakashi's silver-haired head, causing his entire body to lurch forward. Naruto and Sasuke seized the opportunity to approach from either side, each reaching out to snatch the bell from Kakashi's waist. However, the scene of their teamwork was too exquisite to ignore. Team 7. With a smile on his face, Kakashi collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. The three gathered around him, whispering amongst themselves. Did we go too far? ISNT at you, Sakura, who hit too hard. And you, Naruto, what do you have to say? I must admit, that punch of Sakura's was indeed formidable. What do we do now? Well, let's have lunch first. Sakura hesitated, but there are only 2 bento boxes. Naruto interrupted Sakura, wagging his finger. It's merely 2 bento boxes. In the future, during missions, we might find ourselves sharing a single mouse among the 3 of us. Ugh, Naruto, you are truly disgusting. Sakura retorted with disdain. However, Sasuke supported Naruto's assertion. Indeed, sharing bento among the 3 of us is far better than facing a scenario devoid of food during our missions. As Kakashi gradually awakened, he was greeted by the delightful sounds of his esteemed Team 7 engaged in animated discussion. These 2 bells, Sasuke and Sakura, you both can divide them, Naruto declared. This time, the greatest credit belongs to you. I might as well return to the Ninja Academy. At that level, graduation would be a breeze, remarked the cool Sasuke. No. I should go. You 2 performed far better than I did during this exercise. I wouldn't want to keep you waiting in the front, Sakura said, wiping away her tears. You are already quite strong, Sakura. Have you forgotten that you just knocked out a Jonin with a single punch? Idiot, Naruto. Kakashi's lips curled into a smile as he contemplated delivering a lesson to his exceptional subordinates, only to realize that he was immobilized, bound to a tree stump. While remnants of the bento they had shared lay scattered nearby, he was rendered speechless. Naruto remarked. The 2 bells set for this survival exercise were intentionally designed to instigate a division among us, newly formed as a team, leading each of us to fight independently. In a one-on-one scenario, it would be utterly impossible to defeat our esteemed Jonin, Kakashi-sensei. Without the 2 of you, this battle would not have unfolded so smoothly. Sasuke pondered within, is this the true essence of teamwork? With our recent graduation from the academy, we managed to triumph over such a formidable Jonin. It is no wonder the village orchestrated such seemingly irrational survival exercises. Indeed, Kakashi, bound to a wooden stump, called out. Capturing the attention of the trio, missions are typically executed in teams, while exceptional individual skills are undeniably vital for a ninja. Neglecting the significance of teamwork can endanger comrades and lead to catastrophic repercussions for both the team and the village. Those who defy the rules of the ninja world are deemed worthless. However, those who fail to appreciate their companions are even less than worthless. Kakashi gazed skyward. And though he uttered no tales, the bittersweet smile concealed beneath his mask spoke volumes. In any case, all of you have qualified, he exclaimed, struggling to raise his thumb amidst the sturdy ropes binding him. Chapter 7. Sasuke's growth. A hefty middle-aged woman, weighing 500 pounds, affectionately cuddled a cat named Little Tiger, leaving the mission hall with a face full of adoration after settling her payment. Surely, it would escape again. Naruto caressed his smooth cheek, a subtle ache resonating deep within his soul. Sasuke and Sakura wholeheartedly agreed, exclaiming in unison, absolutely. As Kakashi contemplated the distribution of their rewards, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire of the 3, by the way, how has your tree climbing practice been progressing? Naruto playfully rubbed his fingers beneath his nose, exclaiming, well, I've been capable of that for quite some time. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged knowing glances, smiling as they gave Kakashi a thumbs up. It seemed they were now ready to progress to the next phase of their training. And Sasuke, have you not also mastered your ocular abilities? Kakashi inquired. But Sasuke remained silent, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, unmasked. Kakashi pondered this revelation. Meanwhile, other teams came and went, either accepting or completing missions. And they chose to steer clear of Kakashi's squad. Whispers followed them. Look, that's the team that pressured their instructor on the very first day. Some recalled the incident where the Uchiha had bound their teacher to a tree while they enjoyed their lunch. That's the little demon of the nine tails. I heard he graduated by beating the proctor into the hospital. Can you believe how audacious these newcomers are? Forcing a jonin like that seems utterly bizarre. Don't underestimate those three. That Uchiha Sasuke is the top of his class, and from that clan, he possesses the ability to manipulate others. And who knows if that jonin has any peculiarities? Could it be that they are merely puppets under his command? I've even heard that the one with the spiky hair is his lackey, and the one with pink hair is his. As the passerby spoke, he raised his pinky finger in emphasis. The four of them stood in line at the mission hall, awaiting new assignments, their toes fidgeting in their sandals as they absorbed the gossip around them. Naruto wore a nonchalant expression, while Sakura's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and Sasuke's countenance grew increasingly grim. As a mere puppet, Kakashi felt a sense of helplessness. The fact that he had been bested by these individuals had stirred quite a commotion within the ranks of the elite shinobi. Naruto gently patted Sasuke's shoulder, offering quiet reassurance. It's all right, Sasuke. I think you look incredibly cool in the rumors. Sasuke retorted, how can being rumored to be the leader of a problematic organization be considered cool? If that man were to find out. At this thought, he began to fidget with his toes. In the corner, a figure clad in a straw hat took a deep swig of alcohol. Amidst the subtle glances from those around them, Team 7 finally reached their turn, and Kakashi, the puppet master, approached the third Hokage. The third nodded at Kakashi and stated, next, I have a C-rank mission for you. Escort someone to the land of waves and ensure the safety of the bridge construction. Today, Iriko was handling the paperwork. And he couldn't help but interject, Lord Hokage, isn't it a bit premature to assign Naruto and the others a C-rank mission? After all, they have only just graduated. Before the third could respond, Naruto cheerfully replied, Irika-sensei, if I shy away from even a C-rank mission, how will I ever become Hokage and protect everyone? Allowing the growing children to spread their wings is essential for their rapid development. Irika, the third remarked with a smile as he took a deep drag from his cigarette. Naruto's declaration of protecting everyone resonated deeply within him, stirring a profound sense of joy in his noble heart. As Naruto observed Irika hesitating to speak, he comforted him, saying, You must have faith in my abilities, teacher. Irika sighed helplessly, I truly have no way to deal with you. The third Hokage softly called out to the hall, Mr. Dezuna, you may come out now. What is the matter? A frail old man, resembling a drunken figure, stumbled through the door, clutching a sake bottle and attempting to unleash a torrent of insults to intimidate the crowd. However, upon recognizing the young ninjas who were to undertake his mission, his breath caught in his throat, and he sobered up considerably. Lord Hokage, I would prefer to be assigned a different team, Dezuna said with evident discomfort. Having overheard other ninjas' descriptions of Team 7 outside, which left him feeling rather insecure about their capabilities, Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Dezuna, who promptly pointed accusingly at him, exclaiming, Lord Hokage, look, this rogue ninja is plotting against me. Apprehend him at once. Veins bulged on Sasuke's forehead as he seethed with anger, retorting, You old fool. I will kill you. Naruto hastily intervened. Sasuke, just let it go. The old man is merely speaking the truth. Naruto, do you wish to be added to my list of targets as well? Over time, through their interactions, Naruto gradually became acquainted with the personalities of his subordinates. His ability to enliven the atmosphere often left the typically aloof Kakashi at a loss. One might say he truly embodies the spirit of Kushina. Ultimately, the group, with their burdens in tow, departed from the Hidden Leaf Village after receiving permission from the gatekeepers. Naruto approached the absent-minded Dezuna and diverted his attention by asking, Grandpa, what kind of place is the Land of Waves? Dezuna's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes glimmering with nostalgia as he replied, Though the Land of Waves is poor, its people have always held on to hope, striving for a better future. But ever since that wealthy man, Gado, arrived, Kakashi sensed something amiss and interjected, Excuse me, Mr. Dezuna, this Gado you mentioned, is he the head of Gado Enterprises? I've heard he's one of the wealthiest men in the world. Dezuna nodded grimly. Indeed. On the surface, he runs a shipping company, but behind the scenes, he employs ninja and thugs for unspeakable dealings. A year ago, he seized control of our maritime trade through brute force and money. As an island nation, this strangled our lifeline, leaving us at his mercy. As Dezuna spoke, Naruto suddenly noticed a small puddle of clear water by the roadside. Sakura paused and turned back. What is it, Naruto? Nothing, Naruto murmured, casually walking toward the puddle. Kakashi, too, detected something unusual, his half-lidded eyes sharpening. The scene reminded him of when Naruto had somehow sensed his hiding spot during their team assignment. Slowing his pace to walk beside Naruto, Kakashi muttered, If our enemy is truly Gado. Splash. Two bizarrely dressed ninja erupted from the puddle. What? The two missed ninja, linked by a chain, ensnared Naruto and Kakashi, tearing them apart in an instant. Two down, one of the missed ninjas said coldly, his murderous gaze shifting to Sasuke. You're next. Sakura screamed in terror as Sasuke dodged the whipping chain, pinning it to a tree with shuriken. Forced to abandon their weapon, the attackers lunged at him in close combat. Regaining her composure, Sakura gripped her kunai and shielded Dezuna. One assailant veered around Sasuke, charging at Sakura, only for Naruto to drop from above, landing squarely on his back. Uzumaki barrage. Naruto stood unwavering like a mountain, and this missed ninja found himself ensnared, unable to escape despite his desperate struggles. "Oh, Sakura!" Sakura exclaimed with delight. "Naruto. It's wonderful to see you alive." Thus, if the adversary were indeed Kato, he would undoubtedly resort to the most extreme measures, such as employing ninjas to assassinate Mr. Tazuna. Wouldn't he? Kakashi's voice emerged from behind another mist ninja, swiftly incapacitating him with precision. Observing that both of her companions were unharmed and had successfully dispatched the enemy, Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke, with a look of defiance, remarked, "I thought you had already been eliminated." Naruto generously praised, "You were truly impressive just now, Sasuke." The two mist ninjas were bound to a tree, and Kakashi's gaze shifted to Dazna, who appeared to possess a vacant expression but now bore a hint of seriousness. Dazna's countenance revealed his dilemma. He understood that the adversaries awaited his explanation and recognized that his concealment of mission details had transgressed the code of conduct among ninjas. Consequently, the mission he had issued could be unilaterally revoked by them. These two individuals were Nin from the mist, implying that a mission involving such formidable opponents would at the very least be classified as B rank. Kakashi initially intended to convey that it was beyond the capabilities of a fresh team of ninjas like theirs. Yet he could not help but acknowledge that the composition of his team appeared remarkably formidable. Naruto patted Dazna on the back and remarked, "You appear to be a rather useless old man who enjoys his drink. Let us be honest with each other." Dazna sighed and continued, "Thank you. But there is no need for embellishments. My intention is to return and construct that bridge, connecting the land of waves to the outside world. Only with the ability to trade can our nation prosper. We desperately need that bridge. It stands as a symbol of courage. It is meant to restore the bravery of those who have resigned themselves to fate, enabling them to confront reality once more. As long as we have that bridge, as long as it is built well, the town will thrive, perhaps even better than before, and everyone will return. Yet, what I dread most is Kato. Our land of waves is exceedingly impoverished. Even our lord is destitute, let alone someone like me, a commoner. I can barely afford the reward for a C-rank mission." He lamented. Dazna sighed deeply, then chuckled. "Now that you're close to the village, it's all right to head back. Perhaps I will be slain by Kato's subordinates before I can return to the land of waves. When I die, only my adorable 10-year-old grandson will weep for me. And my widowed daughter will spend her remaining days in sorrow, harboring hatred for the hidden leaf village." Haha. Sasuke and Sakura gritted their teeth. This old man is truly despicable. Thus, the kind-hearted members of Team 7 continued their task, ensnared by the moral obligation imposed by the bridge-building master and T-arts expert. Dazna. Before proceeding with the mission, Kakashi turned to the two mist ninjas and said to Naruto, "Naruto, you go first." "Oh." Without hesitation, Naruto drew a kunai and swiftly dispatched one of them. Kakashi, somewhat surprised, remarked, "Ah, quite decisive. I had intended for you to cultivate your inner strength a bit more." Naruto adjusted his forehead protector and declared, "I've long been prepared to become Hokage. I could start handling official duties right now if needed. Leaving survivors in this situation is highly unwise. It might bring us trouble later. Don't you agree?" Sasuke observed how effortlessly Naruto had drawn blood. Though he too had mentally prepared himself, he hadn't anticipated Naruto acting with such decisiveness. Gripping his kunai tightly, Sasuke responded competitively, "Leave the remaining one to me." This marked his first time as well. On this day, he came of age. Chapter 8. Momochi Zabuza. A solitary boat drifted across the sea shrouded in thick fog. The boatman cautioned, "We're approaching the bridge soon. Following that structure will lead us to the land of waves." This boatman had been arranged by Tazuna beforehand for their return journey, a trusted acquaintance and one of the few in the land of waves who still retained the courage to resist. Peering through the mist, the group could discern the imposing silhouette of a magnificent structure ahead. As it came into clearer view, they couldn't help but marvel. This was the half-completed transoceanic bridge Tazuna had been constructing before leaving his homeland. Kakashi gazed up at the massive bridge piers. "Truly magnificent," he remarked. The boatman quickly interjected, "Please keep quiet, Ninja-sama. I only dared make this trip because of the heavy fog. I'll switch off the engine and row manually now. If we're discovered by Gato, we're finished." Sakura voiced her concern. "Is Gato really that terrifying?" The boatman nodded gravely. The original boatman scheduled to transport Tazuna. 2 days ago, he was caught secretly transporting goods by Gato's men. That's why I'm here today instead. After disembarking and bidding farewell to the boatman, the rising sun gradually dispersed the fog. Tazuna turned to Kakashi. "From here on, as a jonin, you'll need to protect me properly until we reach my home." "Understood, understood." Kakashi replied, feeling the weight of responsibility. He thought to himself, the next attackers definitely won't be Chunin level, they'll be Jonin class. What a headache. His gaze then shifted to Team 7, who were still waving at the departing boatman. "I just hope I can see these kids safely back to the village." As they moved inland, the surrounding forest grew increasingly dense. Sasuke whispered to Naruto, "How long did it take you to master water walking like Kakashi mentioned?" Naruto reminisced about the moments when Ebisu and the perverted sage guided him in treading water, and he replied, "All in all, it probably adds up to a few hours. Once you have the basics of tree climbing down, everything becomes relatively straightforward." A sudden aura of menace enveloped the air as Kakashi's gaze sharpened, turning towards the bushes nearby. Sasuke, too, sensed the shift and swiftly launched a shuriken into the underbrush. Upon parting the foliage, they were surprised to discover a mere rabbit. Sasuke furrowed his brow. A rabbit? There was definitely someone here just moments ago. Kakashi explained, that is a snow hare, commonly found in colder climates. Ninjas often raise them as substitutes for substitution techniques. With this realization, he urged, everyone, get down. A massive weapon whirled through the air toward them, prompting everyone to scatter in haste. However, Naruto remained unfazed. Kakashi, doubting that Naruto would be intimidated by such an attack, instinctively shielded Tazuna by throwing himself over him. As expected, Naruto nonchalantly stated, Sasuke, just like this. He supported himself with one hand and executed a somersault, timing it perfectly to evade the incoming blade. He landed a foot on the broadside of the weapon, channeling chakra to spin it beneath him, thereby halting its advance. With a swift kick to the back of the blade, it surprisingly reversed direction, flying back from whence it came. In essence, once the basics of tree climbing are mastered, they can be applied to numerous techniques. Naruto understood how to wield this chakra manipulation, but teaching it to others would require a different approach. Particularly since this was a method Sasuke frequently employed in the future. Is that so? Sasuke pondered, ideas flooding his mind. With a resounding thud, the giant weapon embedded itself in a tree, and a towering figure emerged from behind it, standing atop the hilt and gazing down at them. The man was bare-chested, muscles rippling, with half of his face obscured by bandages, rendering his full visage unclear. However, his Mist Village forehead protector and the executioner's blade at his feet revealed his identity. Kakashi taunted, hey, isn't this Zabuza Momochi from the Mist? After all this time on the run, you've really let yourself go, taking on such dirty work. Zabuza remained unfazed by Kakashi's jibes and replied flatly, I never expected to encounter the copy ninja Kakashi. This means the bounty on your head has just diminished, so kindly hand over that old man to me. Sasuke, driven by an intense desire to challenge a formidable foe, prepared to act but was halted by Kakashi. You all form a protective formation around Mr. Tazuna. This is where teamwork matters. Kakashi understood he could not afford to be distracted when facing such a high-caliber ninja. Only when Tazuna was safe could he fight without reservations. With that, his lazy demeanor shifted to seriousness as he adjusted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan eye. Sasuke, fixated on Kakashi's eye and then on Zabuza, realized the murderous intent radiating from the elite ninja was incomparable to any survival exercise. The mist, which had nearly dissipated, began to thicken once more. Kakashi recognized this as Zabuza infusing chakra into the air to execute the hidden mist technique. This idle chatter ends here. I must eliminate the old man swiftly, but first, Kakashi, I need to deal with you. The heavy use of chakra indicated Zabuza's intention to obscure his form and employ a silent killing method. From within the dense fog, Zabuza's chilling voice echoed, 8 vital points: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, and heart. Which one shall I choose? His words, laden with malice, cut through the air like a razor's edge, paralyzing everyone with the fear that even the slightest movement could invite death. Naruto's hoarse voice echoed, offering reassurance. Do not worry. Sasuke, Sakura, I will protect my comrades with every ounce of strength I possess. Is that so? You little brat, it was you who just kicked my decapitating sword, wasn't it? Zabuza's imposing figure suddenly materialized within the formation, the massive blade poised not at the mission target, Dasna, but resting against Naruto's neck. He had always been displeased by anyone daring to touch his sword, even if that person was on the verge of death. With a sly smirk, Naruto transformed into a wooden stump, appearing behind Zabuza, hands forming the tiger seal as he proclaimed, a secret technique personally taught by Kakashi-sensei. Zabuza, morphing into a splash of water, reappeared behind Naruto, his great blade poised to strike once more. How surprising. This water clone possesses merely 1/10 of my true strength. Yet you dispatched it with such ease. Bang. What? A sharp kunai was pressed against Zabuza's throat, as Naruto's cheerful laughter echoed from behind. Uncle Zabuza, how unexpected. This shadow clone has only 1/1000th of my true power, and you took it down with a single strike. Zabuza, well aware of the perils of underestimating his opponent, transformed once again into a spray of water. This little brat truly has some skill. This is troublesome. Zabuza's true form emerged behind Kakashi, delivering a swift kick that sent him plunging into the water. Water prison technique. Kakashi found himself ensnared within a sphere of water, floating helplessly on the surface. Zabuza chuckled lightly. How careless, Kakashi. This is a specially crafted water domain. Escape from within is utterly impossible. After all, those little brats are merely genin. If I can move freely, it would be difficult for me to take action against you. We shall settle our matters later. For now, let me deal with your little brats. While maintaining the water prison with one hand, Zabuza was confident he could eliminate the troublesome spiky-haired one with ease. After forming hand seals with one hand, another figure emerged from the water, revealing none other than Zabuza himself. Kakashi shouted, run. The water clone cannot stray too far from the original. Get Mr. Tazuna to safety first. We'll devise a strategy afterward. Stop jesting. The moment you were trapped, There was no retreat left. Exposing your back to an opponent like Zabuza only invites greater danger. Sasuke readied several shuriken, his gaze fixed on Zabuza. Naruto tightened the headband on his forehead, forming the hand sign for Shadow Clone Jutsu, and displayed an exuberant smile as he boldly declared, "Let us go all out, Sasuke." Truly, he relished the spotlight. Sasuke, never one to miss an opportunity for sarcasm, turned to the man behind him, Dasna, and said, "Mr. Dasna, make sure to stay close to Sakura." "Understood, just let you boys fight to your heart's content." Chapter 9, Sharingan, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Hundreds of shadow clones materialized around, encircling Zabuza, their countless figures completely obstructing the advance of Zabuza's water clone. The sheer number of shadow clones was impressive. This little brat truly possessed remarkable talent. Zabuza's eyes sparkled with intense excitement at the thought of eliminating such a gifted child. It was exhilarating. As the water clone was momentarily restrained by the shadow clones, Sasuke seized the opportunity to launch several shuriken towards Zabuza's true form. But Zabuza nimbly evaded them with a few swift movements. However, with his Sharingan activated, Sasuke declared, "Windmill of the three great swords." Clenching fine wire between his teeth, two ominous black tomo appeared in his crimson eyes. Astonishingly, the shuriken that Zabuza had dodged curved back at the end of their parabolic trajectory. Zabuza half-crouched to evade the fate of being ensnared by the wire, slightly tilting his back to slice through it with his large sword. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified. "Those ominous eyes are remarkable, Kakashi. That little brat in your team is also quite talented. Let us see how this unfolds, Mr. Zabuza." Both Naruto and Sasuke surged towards Zabuza's true form. "You think you can force me to abandon the water prison technique with close combat? How naive." With a single punch, Zabuza sent Sasuke, who had charged in first, flying. Naruto halted his charge, reaching out to grasp Sasuke's hand, pulling him back while forcibly forming hand seals with Sasuke's fingers. "That was splendid, Naruto." Sasuke initially gasped in surprise, then his expression transformed into one of joy. His eyes, now spinning with dual tomo, filled with determination as he inhaled deeply upon landing, exclaiming, "Fire style, great dragon fire technique." Naruto continuously channels chakra through the two of them, providing Sasuke with an abundant supply to lavish on his fire techniques, as if chakra were an inexhaustible resource. A searing wave of heat, reminiscent of a raging inferno, surged forth. So close was the proximity that Zabuza momentarily sensed an overwhelming peril, compelling him to swiftly withdraw the hand that sustained the water prison and retreat beyond the reach of the fire jutsu. Naruto inserted his other hand into the water sphere, forcibly pulling Kakashi out. Sakura, wielding a kunai to protect Dasna, was equally astonished by the duo's collaboration. Well done. A towering tsunami of flames, soaring dozens of meters high, engulfed everything in its path, carbonizing the vegetation before it even made contact. The pond where Zabuza once stood had long since evaporated, while the flames roared with wild abandon, scorching a distance of several kilometers all the way to the sea, unleashing a vast cloud of steam. Kakashi crouched on the ground, gasping for breath as scalding heat waves brushed against his face, remarking, "You two might be overdoing it a bit." Sasuke exhaled a smoke ring, the first hint of satisfaction gracing his features as he derisively said, "Are you just going to stand by and watch yourself die here?" Kakashi turned to Naruto, inquiring, "Can you still hold on?" He was aware of the unique hand seals of the Uchiha clan, which could channel another's chakra to unleash their jutsu. "Absolutely fine," Kakashi lamented. "I truly envy such vibrant ninjas." Surprisingly, Zabuza, observing the area flooded with seawater, shook his head, stating, "What a waste. No matter how abundant your chakra or how powerful your techniques, if you fail to hit your target, it's utterly futile, just a squandering of chakra. After employing such a potent jutsu, how much chakra do you two have left?" In his eyes, these two talented genin resembled flickering candles in the wind. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his large blade towards Sasuke, but Kakashi raised his hand to block the incoming strike. "Let me be clear, your water prison technique cannot be used against me a second time. What will you do now?" Zabuza quickly retreated, sheathing his blade and forming seals, intending to utilize a large-scale jutsu. Unbeknownst to him, Kakashi mirrored his every action, even releasing the same water dragon technique. Impossible. Every action, even the words spoken, had been anticipated by Kakashi's Sharingan. Even with another great waterfall technique, Kakashi unleashed it faster. For the first time, Zabuza felt a profound sense of helplessness. Leaning against a tree, he panted, "Damn it, if it weren't for those brats." For a ninja, the strength of comrades is indispensable, isn't it? Kakashi savored his misfortune. Suddenly, a few shurikens sliced through the air, striking Zabuza in the throat. All present froze, glancing toward the source of the shuriken. A masked youth stood atop the treetops, his voice neutral. "Heh, he's dead beyond revival." Kakashi crouched to check Zabuza's pulse, shaking his head. "He's truly gone." The masked youth bowed to Kakashi, respectfully stating, "Thank you all so much. I've been waiting for someone capable of defeating Zabuza." Kakashi seemed to recognize the identity of the newcomer, questioning, "You are from the Umbu assassination unit of the Mist, aren't you?" The masked youth nodded. "You recognized me at a glance, impressive. Kakashi then fell silent, pulling down his forehead protector to conceal his Sharingan. Naruto spoke in a calm tone. Well then, until we meet again. It seems that a ninja cannot be without companions. His words carried an implicit meaning, causing the masked boy to pause momentarily. He then hoisted Zabuza's lifeless body and stated, "The battle between you can conclude here. I must swiftly dispose of this corpse, for it harbors too many secrets. So, I shall take my leave." With that, he cast a glance at Naruto, who wore a semblance of a smile, before vanishing from sight. Kakashi's visible eye lost its fighting spirit, transforming into a dull, lifeless gaze, as he lazily addressed the group. "All right, we have a mission to complete. Let us continue onward." Naruto intercepted Kakashi, recognizing that he was now at the brink of exhaustion. A few more steps and he might lose consciousness. With a cheerful grin, he extended his fist towards Kakashi, saying, "You must be in dire need of this, right, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi, bewildered, inquired, "What for?" Despite his confusion, he still bumped fists with Naruto. It appeared that Naruto breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, "Here is something you require." Suddenly, Kakashi felt a surge of chakra within him, which had been on the verge of depletion, revitalizing him in a way he hadn't experienced in quite some time. Clearly, Naruto had shared some of his chakra with him. The others, not comprehending the situation, assumed it was merely one of Naruto's mischievous antics, as he had indulged in such perplexing behaviors far too often. Kakashi fixed Naruto with a deadpan stare, his mind swirling with countless thoughts as he observed his teammate laughing and joking. Why is Naruto able to so effortlessly transfer his chakra to others? Is it Kushina's influence? Or perhaps the Ninetales? The sight of Sasuke and Naruto working in perfect unison just now stirred a sense of urgency within Kakashi. It seems even I, as their teacher, can no longer afford to remain stagnant. Naruto was well aware of Kakashi's deteriorating physical condition during this period. Apart from the perpetually active Sharingan that couldn't be deactivated, years of sleep deprivation from reading the Ika Ika series had taken their toll. It was only after the permanent discontinuation of Ika Ika Paradise that Kakashi gradually became more active, eventually even ascending to the position of Sixth Hokage. To prevent him from collapsing unconscious as before, Naruto generously infused Kakashi with his own chakra until satiated. As for the unique configuration of Kakashi's chakra network, Naruto had already memorized it during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Chapter 10, Water Walking. Never imagined you youngsters from the team would be this formidable. Dasna murmured with lingering trepidation, attempting to console himself. Having defeated such powerful ninjas this time, we should be able to enjoy some peace for a while, shouldn't we? Naruto nonchalantly remarked. Indeed, there should be approximately a week's worth of safety. Sasuke fell silent upon hearing this, while Sakura, puzzled, inquired, "Isn't Zabuza already dead? A ninja of that caliber has been defeated by us. It seems implausible that Kato would have a fugitive ninja of Zabuza's level under his command." Kakashi corrected her, saying, "Zabuza is likely not dead yet." Dasna's face fell in dismay. "What?" Sakura exclaimed. "Teacher, didn't you confirm this personally? Have you paid attention to the weapons used by that boy from the pursuing squad? The Senbon are a type of weapon that, unless they strike a vital point, possess almost no lethality. Moreover, they can also serve as substitutes for acupuncture needles. The pursuing squad has a profound understanding of human anatomy. It is probable that Zabuza was merely feigning death at that time." Sasuke's understanding deepened. "I see now. This was the peculiar aspect. It seems you all have noticed. First, he intentionally carried back a corpse much larger than himself. Second, he utilized the low lethality Senbon as a weapon to shoot Zabuza. From this, it can be deduced that the boy was trying to save Zabuza rather than to kill him." Dasna, perspiring profusely, expressed his uncertainty. "Are you perhaps overthinking this?" Kakashi's statement rendered Dasna speechless, emphasizing the ninja's principle of preparing adequately before events unfold upon discovering suspicious elements. Naruto encouraged him, saying, "Rest assured, the seemingly ineffectual and fond of drink elder Dasna, along with Zabuza and Kakashi-sensei, is not in optimal condition following their battle, and it will likely take about a week for a full recovery. During this period, there should be peace." Dasna drew courage from Naruto's words, replying, "Those prefixes are unnecessary. I must rely on everyone to protect this old man. For the sake of the land of waves, I absolutely cannot perish." Sakura inquired, "What preparations did the teacher mention would be necessary before the event?" Kakashi halted his steps and addressed the trio. "Training. Once we reach our destination, I will commence specialized training for you. You all performed admirably this time, especially Naruto, whose progress in cooperating with teammates has been remarkable." Sasuke and Sakura felt this deeply. Indeed, since becoming a ninja and teaming up with Naruto, he had transformed into a remarkably dependable individual, far removed from his previous image as the underperformer in school. Even Sasuke occasionally found himself comparing his abilities to Naruto's in his thoughts, since they had formed a rivalry during their practical lessons at the age of 7. Despite their mutual disdain, they had not engaged in combat, leaving them unaware of each other's true combat capabilities. The group hurried along and successfully returned Dasna home. Awaiting them was a beautiful woman with long black hair and a charming face, accompanied by a small boy wearing a fisherman's hat. "Thank you so much." The lovely woman deeply bowed to Naruto and the others. She was Dasna's daughter, Tsunami. "It is our duty, madam." Kakashi, skilled in socializing with elder women, displayed his extensive experience, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Tsunami. Grandfather. Inari leaped into Dazna's arms, acting affectionately, but Tsunami admonished, "You haven't even greeted these ninjas yet." Inari stubbornly replied, "But they'll all die anyway, so who cares?" Tsunami's forehead twitched with anger as she clenched her fists and replied sternly, "That is extremely rude, Inari. No one can contend with Kaido. Opposing him will lead to dire consequences." Naruto approached and crouched down, placing a hand upon Inari's shoulder, smiling gently as he said, "Do not worry, Inari. No matter how formidable the opponent, your brother will defeat him. For your brother is destined to become a great hero and the future Hokage." Upon hearing Naruto's words, a tender part deep within Inari stirred, reminiscent of someone who had once spoken similarly. However, Inari took a step back and turned away, declaring, "Such a person cannot possibly exist. If you wish to avoid danger, you should leave this place at once." With that, he ran off into the distance. "Inari, that child," Tsunami shouted, but seeing her son's indifference, she turned to the others and apologized. "I am terribly sorry." Tazuna sighed. "That child has lost his father and has been in a deep sorrow lately, hence his words may come across as harsh." Kakashi, with his deadpan expression, remarked, "It's quite all right, Mr. Tazuna. Your words have also been rather unkind during our journey." Tazuna laughed to ease the awkwardness. "Is that so?" "Ha." After Team 7 settled their belongings at Tazuna's home, Kakashi led them to the seaside. "You have all mastered tree climbing previously. And now we shall advance further by walking on the tumultuous surface of the water." Kakashi concentrated chakra at the soles of his feet, explaining, "For tree climbing, one merely needs to maintain a requisite amount of chakra at the necessary points, as trees are fixed objects. This training aims to cultivate a stable quantity of chakra. However, walking on water is different. You must continuously release an appropriate amount of chakra into the water from your feet to keep your body afloat." As Kakashi spoke, he stepped onto the water's surface as if it were solid ground. This control of chakra is more challenging than mere maintenance. The goal is to release a precise amount of chakra when performing jutsu, representing an advancement in your training beyond tree climbing, allowing for a more thorough mastery over your chakra. So, how about giving it a try? Sakura and Sasuke, eager and excited, began testing the shallow waters at the beach. Naruto, having previously completed the tree climbing and water walking lessons, was taken by Kakashi to a densely vegetated forest. "Naruto, to be honest, I have yet to finalize your training schedule compared to Sakura and Sasuke, as I lack a concrete grasp of your true abilities. I need to understand you better to tailor the training accordingly." As they prepared for the second half of the survival exercise, Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. With 3 tomo spinning rapidly, the third Hokage had informed him that Danzo had secretly approached Naruto at some point. Being away from the land of fire provided the opportunity Kakashi needed, as he had many inquiries and sought to uncover Naruto's true intentions. Let us accomplish this together. Chapter 11. The gentle heart Naruto seemed to have been eagerly awaiting this moment, brimming with excitement as he declared, "Well then, there's no helping it, Kakashi-sensei. Here I come." Kakashi, with the formidable perceptive prowess of his Sharingan's 3 tomo, distinctly observed Naruto's eyes. For a fleeting moment, they transformed into crimson-slitted pupils. "This time, I'll be using offensive ninjutsu. I won't hold back," Kakashi warned, drawing his kunai. That was undoubtedly the Nine-Tails chakra just now. Could the seal be weakening? Whoosh. A golden aura of chakra enveloped Naruto's body before he vanished from sight, leaving only a shimmering golden ripple in his wake. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply. So fast. In terms of sheer speed, he's already on par with Guy. Fortunately, his Sharingan could still track Naruto's movements. Its forced dynamic vision allowing him to perceive the golden flames cloaking the boy's form. Crackle. Electricity surged around Kakashi's hand as he anchored himself firmly to the ground with a surge of chakra, barely managing to block Naruto's punch. Focusing intently on Naruto now, Kakashi noted how the golden chakra had condensed around the boy's fist, gleaming brilliantly like an illusion. Yet beneath that radiant exterior lurked monstrous, overwhelming strength. So this is the ability granted by that anomalous chakra. When dispersed, it drastically enhances movement speed, but when concentrated at a single point, it amplifies attack power while reducing speed. Impressive as always, Kakashi-sensei. Even in peacetime, you can keep up with me in this state, Naruto remarked. Then tell me, Naruto, where did you obtain such power? Kakashi probed. The third Hokage had already briefed him on Naruto's capabilities, which far surpassed his performance at the academy. Even now, as an elite jonin, Kakashi suspected he might not be a match for the boy. Seizing this opportunity, he sought to gauge the limits of Naruto's newfound strength. Naruto caressed his abdomen and spoke softly, "This is the treasure left to me by my ancestors, a power to protect the village and my comrades. Is this truly the sentiment that resides within your heart? I cannot permit anyone to profess their intent to safeguard the village while secretly engaging in actions that undermine it." A faint spark of electricity danced up Kakashi's calf. The lightning chakra invigorated his bodily cells, significantly enhancing his physical prowess and the speed of his techniques. The current in Kakashi's hand seemed to possess a life of its own, wildly spreading toward Naruto. In response, Naruto enveloped himself in a golden aura, swiftly retreating as a faint golden cloak materialized behind him. At this moment, Kakashi matched Naruto's velocity, and the two, in their rapid movement, wove a tapestry of blue electricity and golden flames, colliding multiple times before halting once more. Naruto declared, "I intend to become Hokage. Merely protecting Konoha is insufficient. I shall guard the entire ninja world." Kakashi, still perplexed by Naruto's inexplicable sense of responsibility, inquired, "Why, after enduring the scorn of others since childhood?" "It is precisely because I have faced such adversity that I refuse to allow others to suffer similarly. I will earn the recognition of all and transform this reality." Naruto closed his eyes, the golden aura surrounding him dissipating, as if his very chakra had extinguished, merging seamlessly with the surrounding environment. After a brief moment, he reopened his eyes, revealing a crimson hue at the corners and his pupils transforming into those of a frog. All of this came at a price. As he had endured considerable hardships in the past, with his arms folded confidently across his chest, Naruto gazed at Kakashi with unwavering assurance. Kakashi had never witnessed such chakra before. He was unaware of what Naruto had accomplished before him. All he could perceive was an inner tranquility within Naruto, his chakra harmonizing with that of the Ninetales, resembling a serene lake undisturbed by the slightest ripple. Naruto snapped his fingers, and a gentle breeze swept over the two of them. The leaves rustled softly, and the grass on the lawn began to sway, while flower buds unfurled in a splendid display under the caress of the fresh wind. "This is the power that belongs to nature, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi's Sharingan could no longer foresee Naruto's movements in this state. Even when Naruto had previously harnessed the chakra of the Nine Tails, he could barely discern his actions. This was the first occurrence of such a phenomenon since acquiring this eye, leaving him momentarily stunned. This force, this sensation. Naruto crouched down, extending a finger to gently flick a blade of grass. In an instant, the grass transformed into a sapling, which rapidly sprouted branches and soared higher and higher. Thus, before Kakashi's eyes, a humble blade of grass metamorphosed into a lush, towering tree. Would release? No, it was not would release. Naruto rose to his feet and, passing by the sturdy trunk, exclaimed, "This is the power of nature." With a crack, the trunk fractured and fell with a thunderous crash. Kakashi furrowed his brow, for he had not witnessed Naruto's interaction with the tree. It seemed as though an invisible force had traversed through the very heart of the tree. Naruto approached Kakashi, gazing up at his Sharingan, the crimson hue contrasting with the frog-like pupils, intensifying the pressure on Kakashi. This was the chakra of Sage Mode. Even the ocular techniques could not penetrate it, not even the Sharingan. So this is what the legendary Sage technique is like. The three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. Yet it still failed to discern the Sage chakra within Naruto's mouth. Indeed, it was imperceptible. With a swift motion, Kakashi hurled a kunai, which lodged itself at Naruto's fingertip. Following that, a series of precise thrusts and slashes ensued, all effortlessly deflected by Naruto's singular finger. No matter how forcefully Kakashi pressed, he could not breach that barrier. At such close proximity, Naruto was able to repel his attacks with just one finger. The kunai could not even pierce the skin, truly a testament to the prowess of Sage Mode. Kakashi stepped back, lowering his forehead protector to obscure his Sharingan. Alone, he found himself utterly incapable of contending with Naruto's formidable state. As the crimson eyeshadow at the corners of Naruto's eyes dissipated, his pupils returned to their original state. He raised his fist towards Kakashi, earnestly declaring, "Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei, I hold both Konoha and my comrades in high regard. The concerns you have will not come to pass. For I am Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf." Kakashi gazed into Naruto's clear eyes and asked, "For my final inquiry, how do you perceive Sasuke and Sakura? Now that you have grown so powerful?" Naruto raised one hand in a fist while the other shyly scratched the back of his head, saying, "Sakura, I used to have quite the fondness for you. You were so adorable. Please don't look at me with those eyes, sensei. However, after coming to understand Hinata's feelings for me due to various circumstances, I realized that Sakura is not my soulmate, but rather a trusted companion." Naruto seemed to have opened a floodgate of emotions, chattering incessantly about personal feelings. Are children today truly so precocious? Kakashi patiently listened to Naruto's opinions on Sakura, but noticed that he had yet to mention Sasuke. Thus, he took the initiative to inquire, "And what about Sasuke?" "Sasuke is like a brother to me," Naruto replied, "though he can be rather arrogant and conceited, even though we have only recently formed our team. I have already completely affirmed, for various reasons, that both he and Sakura are my companions, the esteemed Uzumaki Naruto's allies. And let's not forget about you, Kakashi-sensei. You are indispensable as well." Naruto's resolute gaze momentarily startled Kakashi, who finally set aside his wariness towards him. The various suspicions surrounding Naruto may stem from the Nine Tails within him or perhaps from the darkness of Konoha. Upon returning to the village, a report to the third Hokage would be necessary. With a smile, he raised his fist, colliding it gently yet firmly with Naruto's small but determined hand. Accepting the chakra that Naruto conveyed, that familiar yet foreign sensation deepened the joy in his eyes. This child possessed a chakra that was reminiscent of his predecessors. A truly heartwarming presence. Chapter 12, The Past Oh My. This is such a delight. It has been ages since I've dined with so many people. Dazna exclaimed after raising his cup in a toast. Tsunami, pouring more sake for Dazna and Kakashi, couldn't help but chuckle. It has indeed been a while since it was this lively. The sociable Kakashi lifted his glass and remarked, Miss Tsunami, with such beauty. I imagine your company is always vibrant. Tsunami's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully retorted, You jest, dear ninja. Sakura, noticing the partially torn family photo hanging on the restaurant wall, inquired curiously, why would one display a damaged picture here? Inari had been staring at it throughout the meal. Ignoring Dazna's ominous aura, Kakashi gazed at the frame and commented, It seems as though someone intentionally tore away the individuals in the photograph. At this remark, Dazna, Tsunami, and Inari fell silent, and the atmosphere in the restaurant grew heavy. After a moment, Dazna spoke softly. He was Tsunami's husband, once hailed as a hero. Inari shouted, He is no hero, and bolted out of the room. Father, didn't we agree not to mention that man in front of Inari? Tsunami admonished Dazna sternly before chasing after him. Naruto set down his bowl and chopsticks, rising to declare, I shall step out for a moment. Kakashi regarded Naruto's retreating figure with a contemplative gaze, akin to that of a fish, before turning his attention to the quietly brooding Dazna, who continued to drink in silence. Sakura could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, What has happened to Inari? Inari had a non-biological stepfather with whom he shared an exceptionally close bond, resembling that of a biological father and son. Dazna recounted the tale of the man hailed as a hero in the land of waves, as well as the story of how the entire nation had lost its courage. The notion of aspiring to be the king of the sea was revealed to be a mere deception. Inari appeared ensnared in sorrowful memories, curled up beneath the eaves. Choking back tears, his fisherman-esque hat cast aside in despair. With his remarkable perceptive abilities, Naruto discerned the presence of Inari concealed nearby. Approaching him from behind, he greeted. Ah, so you are here, Inari. Inari lamented, Why must you all behave this way? No matter how formidable you may be, it is impossible to defeat Kaido. No matter how impressive your demeanor, in the presence of truly powerful beings, the weak are destined only to suffer. As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks. Revealing his deep sorrow, Naruto gave Inari a thumbs up and said, A true man must choose a life of no regrets. It is of utmost importance to oneself. Regardless of the circumstances, one must strive until the end, even if it means sacrificing one's precious life. You must protect what is dear to you with your own hands. I believe your father was an extraordinary hero. Unable to bear Naruto's preaching, invoking his deceased father's catchphrase, Inari screamed in hysteria, Shut up. Just seeing you makes me furious. You have no understanding of the land of waves. I am not like you, someone who has never experienced pain and always wears a smile. Is crying like this going to help? Naruto picked up Inari's hat, dusted it off, and sat beside him, placing the hat back on his head. He continued, Indeed. I am different from you. I grew up without parents, and the villagers despised me. I have faced countless adversities throughout my life. Just recently, even the teachers at school wanted to take action against me, but none of that matters. I must become strong. I will earn everyone's recognition. I will surely become Hokage. Inari was taken aback by Naruto's past, realizing that his suffering was surpassed by Naruto's. Go back, Inari. That great bridge will surely bring light to the land of waves. Whether they are few or many, I will defeat them all. The resolute tone in Naruto's voice made Inari, with tear-filled eyes, envision a man resembling his father. He wiped away his tears, unsure if he felt excitement or indignation. This guy, just like Dad. In the restaurant, everyone saw Naruto bringing Inari back. And Kakashi couldn't help but praise. It seems the big brother has found the lost little brother. What a busybody. Sasuke muttered as he pushed his rice around in his bowl. Sasuke, you've already eaten a lot. Sakura expressed her concern. I must become stronger quickly. I need to eat more, he retorted. Kakashi, with a hint of exasperation, said, If you throw up, that would be quite rude. The construction of the cross-sea bridge commenced energetically. Dazna's charisma was undeniable, serving as a backbone among the workers, who were eager to assist him in building the bridge that symbolized hope. The construction site was bustling with activity, while Sakura and Sasuke stood firmly atop the water below the bridge. Kakashi offered his praise. You are progressing swiftly, truly a genius. Sasuke clenched his fists, thinking to himself, I can feel it. I've indeed grown much stronger. I am getting closer to Itachi. Just as Sasuke reveled in his achievement, Kakashi doused his spirits with cold water. You may have learned to control your chakra, but lacking powerful ninjutsu still leaves you at a disadvantage. Naruto appeared to have an epiphany and spoke up, Kakashi-sensei. I have conceived a ninjutsu that would be perfect for both Sasuke and me. Kakashi's interest was piqued. Oh, do share. Sasuke and Sakura tilted their heads in curiosity as Naruto splashed through the water, exclaiming, You witnessed the fire-release ninjutsu that Sasuke and I performed before, didn't you? It was truly magnificent. At that time, I merely supplied the chakra. Imagine the possibilities if we were to incorporate additional ninjutsu afterward. Naruto wished to continue speaking, yet he found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was still a Genin when he ascended to the position of Hokage, and his knowledge of ninjutsu was rather limited. Moreover, he often delegated troublesome matters to the ever-reluctant Shikamaru. What you mean to convey is the collective ninjutsu, isn't it? The astute Sakura discerned Naruto's thoughts and articulated the answer. Naruto's eyes brightened with realization. Yes, that's it. If I had input wind attribute chakra back then, wouldn't I have been able to hit Zabuza in an instant? Kakashi, taken aback by Naruto's suggestion, momentarily displayed surprise in his usually dull eyes. Have they already grasped the specificity of chakra attributes? Indeed, wind chakra can enhance the speed and power of fire-style ninjutsu. But it requires a profound bond of mutual understanding, does it not? Naruto confidently waved his finger. Sasuke and I are both comrades of Team 7, with dedicated training. Anything is possible, right, Sasuke? Sasuke, with a serious expression, turned to Kakashi and inquired, how strong can this training make us? If it's a combined ninjutsu, I might not be able to withstand it. Kakashi responded candidly. Indeed, such ninjutsu are rarely seen in public view, yet they resonate profoundly among skilled practitioners. While an individual's ninjutsu can be formidable, a group of ninjas unleashing the same technique can significantly amplify its power. However, it remains rather singular. Even 10 ninjas using fire style would merely produce 10 instances of fire. In contrast, with combined ninjutsu, 2 individuals can unleash greater power than 10. There was once a renowned figure in the village whose signature move was to perform a combined ninjutsu with his summoning beast. Kakashi paused, glancing at Sakura before gathering his thoughts. So, Sakura will begin her study of medical ninjutsu, while Sasuke and Naruto will train in combined ninjutsu. I will personally instruct you. Chapter 13, The Oncoming Mist Crack. A muscular hand crushed an apple, letting the juice drip down its palm. That's excellent, Mr. Zabuza. A handsome young boy beamed with delight. His smile radiant like that of a maiden, almost fully recovered. Truly the finest technician of Konoha, both in awareness and strength, and those under his command. I had no idea this mission would be so challenging. Haku, next time you should join me. You can handle those youngsters in Kakashi's team. The boy, referred to as Haku, blushed and nodded. Yes, Mr. Zabuza? It was said that personally taking charge would ensure success. In the end, he merely escaped with his life. Tail between his legs. Kato burst through the door with a cane, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards, exuding arrogance. Though this mission had failed, it did not grant him the right to insult the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Haku appeared beside Kato, gripping his neck with an icy tone that seemed to seep through the air. Choked and gasping, Kato could only emit low growls, while his bodyguards unsheathed their swords. Humph. Last time was merely luck for that old man. He won't have such fortune again. Zabuza gestured, and Haku released Kato, who now lay on the floor, gasping for breath without any semblance of dignity. As Zabuza exited the room, Haku followed closely. One of the sword-wielding bodyguards hurriedly helped Kato to his feet, indignantly saying, if it weren't for their slight strength, I would have disposed of them both to avenge you, Lord Kato. The others echoed in agreement. While Kato's already unpleasant expression grew increasingly grim, gritting his teeth, how infuriating. What are the 7 ninja swordsmen to fear? They too cannot fulfill their commissions. As time passed, Team 7, under Kakashi's guidance, completed their training, and the construction of the bridge neared its conclusion. The magnificent sea-crossing bridge brought rare smiles to the faces of the residents of the Land of Waves. Some regained their courage and joined the workforce to combat Kato, significantly hastening the progress of the project. A small boat glided beneath the bridge. Zabuza, standing at the bow, opened his eyes and spoke coldly. Are you ready, Haku? The charming boy donned his Mist Village mask and replied, yes, I too wish to witness those children praised by Zabuza. We must not be careless. Last time, I underestimated them. Zabuza leaped onto a bridge pier, walking vertically up the structure. In a few days, the bridge would be completed, and if I were Zabuza, this would be the opportune moment to strike. For days, Kakashi had taken Naruto and the others on patrol. After witnessing Naruto's vast chakra reserves, he had Naruto create numerous shadow clones for patrolling, allowing Sakura and Sasuke ample time for training. Even after they completed their training, Kakashi had no intention of dispersing Naruto's shadow clones, ensuring vigilance near the home of Tazuna to prevent any potential home invasion. Naruto appeared somewhat dispirited, for he had not encountered Haku gathering herbs in the forest. Perhaps the previous skirmish had made Haku wary, preventing him from venturing near to collect medicinal plants. What a nuisance, Naruto thought. This must be what Shikamaru once called the butterfly effect. Tazuna was inspecting the construction site when Naruto suddenly exclaimed, Old man Tazuna, someone's broken into your house. What? Tsunami and Inari, is it Gato? Tazuna paled, about to rush home, but Kakashi stopped him. Kakashi gestured toward the collapsed workers strewn across the bridge. Mr. Tazuna, Naruto's shadow clones are guarding your home. Tsunami and Inari will be safe. Right now, you are the one in danger. Before Tazuna could protest, a familiar thick mist rolled across the bridge. Even as a civilian, he understood. This was an ambush aimed at him. This fog. So he's still alive, and already here. Kakashi shifted into a defensive stance as Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto formed a protective formation around Tazuna. Kept you waiting, Kakashi, Zabuza's voice echoed through the mist, as if countless versions of him surrounded them. Still dragging these brats around. Pathetic, a jonin relying on children. I see them. Sasuke's sharp eyes detected dozens of Zabuza's water clones advancing. Go, Sasuke. Kakashi ordered. With a sharp twang, wire-guided shuriken pierced through the clones, reducing them to splashes. Sasuke reeled in the wires, smirking. Trying to flank me like last time? The same trick won't work twice. Zabuza's true form emerged from the mist, accompanied by the masked boy, to destroy my clones so swiftly. This one's improved, Zabuza remarked. A rival has appeared for you, Haku. Haku nodded solemnly. Indeed. These children are formidable. Kakashi taunted, how pitiful, a member of the Seven Swordsmen needing a child to save his life. And this masked brat. I despise deceitful little liars. He absently touched his own mask. Tazuna scoffed. The Hidden Mists assassination squad? What a joke. They're standing right together. Sakura added, even worse than Kakashi-sensei. Zabuza's veins bulged. Insult me all you want, but leave Haku out of this. I'll make you regret. That one's mine, Sasuke cut in. Playing mysterious games. I hate pretentious freaks. Naruto, Sakura, stay out of this. Sakura swooned. So cool, Sasuke. Naruto held a divergent perspective, stating, however, I believe Sasuke is far more inclined towards the art of deception. Do you wish to be slain by me, Naruto? At such a time, refrain from being overly sentimental. Kakashi sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Zabuza issued a directive to Haku. Since your opponent has been chosen, do not disappoint those who have faith in you. Understood. With that, the masked boy unleashed a technique, a whirlwind that obliterated the parking lot, his graceful form spiraling toward Sasuke like a tempest. Zabuza drew his sword, executing a powerful slash aimed at Kakashi, who effortlessly countered with shuriken. Reflecting on Naruto's monstrous fists, Kakashi deemed Zabuza to be the more fitting adversary for himself. Do you truly intend to thwart our mission? Zabuza retorted, transforming his slash into a chop, again thwarted by Kakashi. You are the one obstructing my task. I have not forgotten how you mocked me with your prophecies that day, Kakashi. Chapter 14, Wanchai Wharf, Happy National Day. Ding. Sasuke raised his hand to deflect Haku's swift assault, the sound of kunai scraping against shuriken echoing painfully in the air. Young man, you are indeed impressive. As Zabuza-san has noted, yet, you are still lacking somewhat. Truthfully, I do not wish to kill you, but you have no intention of withdrawing from this battle, do you? Sasuke, with a hint of a smile, affirmed his stance, not a chance. I anticipated as much, but you will struggle to keep pace with my next attack. I possess two advantages, the water clones dispersed by Zabuza-sensei, and the fact that I am using but one hand. With that, Haku swiftly formed hand seals with his remaining hand. Secret technique, 1,000 killing water shuriken. Nearby puddles reacted to Haku's technique, swirling into the air and coalescing into numerous water shuriken, encircling both Sasuke and Haku. What? This spectacle caused Sasuke's pupils to constrict. It was his first encounter with such one-handed hand seals. Indeed, ninjas must venture forth into the world to surpass that man. Remaining cooped up in the village would not suffice. This mission had unveiled the disparities between himself and others, Kakashi, Zabuza, and even Naruto, all of whom were formidable in their own right. One by one, he vowed to restore the glory of the Uchiha clan. He could not allow himself to be defeated by one who dared not reveal their true visage. With his eyes now a vivid crimson, the unique aura of his Sharingan imbued Sasuke's already handsome face with an eerie charm. At the moment when the water shuriken surged toward him with lethal intent, Sasuke swiftly seized Haku's hand, forcibly completing the hand seals. Kakashi again blocked Zabuza's strike, his peripheral vision fixated on the unfolding duel between Sasuke and Haku. Witnessing Sasuke commandeer Haku's hand seals, he recalled the first time Naruto had mirrored Zabuza's technique. A smile creeping upon his lips, so that was when he had learned the method. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. A series of fireballs erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward the surrounding water shuriken, which disintegrated under the intense heat. Haku, however, leaped out of the range of the Phoenix fire, only for Sasuke to raise an eyebrow. From the extinguished flames emerged a volley of shuriken, all aimed at Haku. Phoenix fire shuriken. In an instant, the densely clustered shuriken fell like rain. And though Haku attempted to fend them off with his shuriken, his agility was insufficient to evade many of them, resulting in several strikes, even shattering his mask. Well done, Sasuke, Kakashi exclaimed, elated by the turn of events. Yet, Zabuza swiftly retaliated with a horizontal slash toward Kakashi's abdomen. Kakashi evaded, but not without sustaining a gruesome wound on his thigh. TSK, 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 how dare you lose focus in my presence? Underestimating me will lead to regret. Zabuza pressed the attack, engaging Kakashi fiercely. Haku, if you do not take this seriously, it will be your demise. I understand, Zabuza-sensei. Haku resolved, hands flying to form seals. Sasuke attempted to peer through Haku's hand seals with his Sharingan, only to discover it was a technique beyond replication. Something I cannot copy. Sasuke was taken aback. Secret technique. Ice crystal mirror. The temperature plummeted as moisture in the fog rapidly crystallized into myriad ice flowers, coalescing into dozens of rectangular ice mirrors that surrounded Sasuke from all angles. Haku raised his hand, and, upon contact with the ice mirror, his entire form seemed to transition from 3 dimensions to 2, vanishing and leaving only the mirrors composed of ice. The mirrors projected a volley of shuriken toward Sasuke, piercing his arm. What is this? Sasuke exclaimed in shock, narrowly evading the subsequent shuriken. However, the mirror that had shot the shuriken now housed Haku's image behind him. Another round of projectiles ensued, this time piercing Sasuke's calf. This is my true speed. There are other ninja with bloodline limits besides you. I see. Sasuke inhaled deeply, regaining his composure from the earlier chaos, and began to evade Haku's attacks, regardless of their angle. The image of Haku in the mirror fell silent, murmuring softly. How could this be? The crimson of his double Tomo Sharingan seemed to possess a certain magic, rendering every movement of Haku transparent to him. Even as Haku darted through the mirrors, he could not escape Sasuke's watchful gaze, following his every action. This is troublesome. At that moment, Zabuza leaped into action, the heavy blade of his sword slicing through the air with a thunderous sound. Clang! Kakashi intercepted with a kunai, realizing that Zabuza's sword felt even heavier than before. As Zabuza shifted from a chop to a slice, Kakashi retreated several meters. Logically, this wound should bleed profusely. Your blade must be one that absorbs blood. Oh, you discern that so quickly? Zabuza boasted, planting his sword into the ground. Each of the 7 swords of the ninja sword 7 possesses unique characteristics, and mine can absorb the blood of my opponents to repair itself. Thus, as long as your wounds persist, it will grow sharper while you weaken. Sakura, defending Tazuna, cried out, "This is unfair. Aren't you a renowned and powerful ninja? Why resort to such weapons? Unfair?" Zabuza's smile faded as he replied, "Young girl, where's the fairness in the world of ninjas? I was born in the land of water, a place starkly different from your so-called peaceful villages. It is a realm rife with deceit, betrayal, and slaughter, where I had to constantly guard against treachery from my comrades. Unlike Kakashi, who leisurely wanders with you children. If fairness existed, I would not be who I am today." Naruto, prompting the frightened Sakura to protect Tazuna, advanced step by step and remarked, "Although you, Zabuza, repeatedly claim to be deceived by your comrades, it is evident that you place considerable trust in the truth." Zabuza then drew his massive blade and retorted, "It is you. Little brat, I thought you were too scared to show yourself." Naruto walked slowly past Zabuza and remarked, "For Uncle Zabuza, White is undoubtedly a trustworthy companion." Zabuza paused momentarily, his expression shifting to one of indignation as he retorted, "Companion? That fellow is merely a convenient tool." Hearing this, White, who had been fiercely battling Sasuke, felt a shadow of despair wash over him, yet soon his spirit ignited with fervor. "Indeed, I am the most capable tool of Mr. Zabuza, and I will do whatever it takes to clear his path of any obstacles, even if it means annihilating all of you. You two must stop deceiving yourselves. The notion of being a tool is utterly fallacious. In Uncle Zabuza's heart, White is, without a doubt, the most treasured entity, despite the interdependence of your relationship. Why not be honest with one another?" Bang! Naruto evaded the slash of the great sword, its blade embedding deeply into the surface of the bridge. "If you dare speak again, I shall show no mercy." His words resonated with Haku, prompting him to halt his assault on Sasuke, staring blankly in the direction of Zabuza. Although the dense fog obscured his view, he was acutely aware that Zabuza was somewhere within his line of sight. This moment allowed Sasuke a brief respite. Despite dodging the attack, he felt the strain on his stamina significantly. It was evident to any discerning observer that Haku harbored deep feelings for Zabuza. Why then? Did Zabuza remain oblivious to it? Furthermore, even if Kato were immensely wealthy, it was unlikely that Zabuza was motivated solely by monetary gain. There were countless ways to evade the pursuit of the Kirigakure forces. At that moment, they all ceased their actions. Zabuza bellowed, "Silence, you little brat." The bridge was overrun with Narutos, resembling a calamity of clones, densely packed together. Zabuza stood dumbfounded, softly murmuring, "Such a multitude. If the old man claims Haku is merely a tool, then would it truly matter if I were to eliminate him?" Countless Narutos surged into the confines of the ice mirror, and a murderous intent radiated from Zabuza as he prepared to strike down Naruto. Summoning technique. At that instant, several ninja hounds were summoned by Kakashi, effectively restraining Zabuza and rendering him immobile. "Oh dear, you've left quite a sin on you," Kakashi remarked as he emerged from behind Zabuza, patting his shoulder. Zabuza's eyes burned with fury as he roared, "Kakashi, what is that brat intending to do? Didn't he say that boy is merely a tool? If he is eliminated, can't you just acquire another one?" Chapter 15. Haku and Zabuza Vortex. Naruto unleashed a barrage of 5,000 shadow clones. The sheer number of clones launched an overwhelming assault on the ice mirror, which cracked and splintered with a cacophony of sounds, scattering shards of ice into the air. Haku, hidden within the mirror, was forcibly dragged out by the relentless shadow clones. Naruto positioned his kunai against Haku's neck and called out to Zabuza, "Your tool is now in my hands. Abandon your mission, Uncle Zabuza." In a moment of intense rage, Zabuza suddenly regained his composure and coldly replied, "I have already stated that he is merely a somewhat useful tool." Beneath Zabuza's seemingly heartless exterior, a fervent passion surely flowed. The sharp kunai pierced Haku's fair skin, leaving a vivid crimson mark. Zabuza, shedding his fade, struggled violently under the control of the ninja hounds, shouting, "Stop! Let go of me!" Haku, witnessing Zabuza's expression for the first time, felt an inexplicable mix of shock and emotion. At that moment, Naruto burst into raucous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! You truly are a useful tool. Even the infamous Zabuza cannot bear to lose you." Haku gritted his teeth and shouted at Zabuza, "My dream is to be Mr. Zabuza's tool, to die protecting him." Now, not only can I not protect you, but I have become a tool to threaten you. In an instant, Zabuza grasped Haku's intent, his rage erupting as he bellowed, "Stop." No. How fortunate it was to encounter Zabuza. Haku understood from Zabuza's enraged voice that his feelings had been conveyed. He pressed Naruto's kunai hand closer to his neck, crystalline tears falling onto the bridge's surface as the boy lay silently on the ground. Zabuza unleashed his chakra, breaking free from the restraints of the ninja hounds. As they tore at his flesh. Yet, before the blood flowed, his tears gushed forth. "How dare you? How dare you?" Losing his sanity, Zabuza charged into the encirclement of shadow clones. Even though he could no longer lift his executioner's blade, he still swung it with the weight of his sorrow. One shadow clone easily blocked the blade, speaking with a hint of amusement. "What is he to you? Merely a tool, isn't he?" Zabuza replied. "I told him that ninjas are tools. I only desired his abilities. I hold no attachment to him. I merely wish to complete my task of killing you and that old man." Another shadow clone struck Zabuza in the abdomen, saying, "But that cold body on the ground truly cared for you. Even I can sense his affection for you. He sacrificed his life for you. Are you truly indifferent?" Zabuza remained silent, allowing the shadow clones to beat him. The executioner's blade slipped from his grasp as a shadow clone pulled his hair, dragging him to Haku's side. "Isn't it too painful to die as a tool?" The battered Zabuza finally spoke. "Do not say any more, Haku. He fought not only for me but for you all." He was too gentle. Ninjas are also human. It is impossible to become an emotionless tool. I have lost. The former demon who had once slaughtered his peers collapsed in tears upon Haku's cold body. "Wow, you look absolutely battered. I am quite disappointed, Zabuza." An untimely voice broke through, and everyone turned to see Kato leading a group of subordinates at the bridge's edge. Kato glanced at the lifeless Haku, clicking his tongue in disdain. "So this kid is dead, huh? By the way, he still owes me a debt for daring to choke me." A cloaked figure roughly pushed past Kato's men, cheerfully declaring, "Excellent. Let me host a splendid funeral for you and Haku." Zabuza was momentarily taken aback, looking up to ask, "Why are you here?" Kato smirked, as if victory was assured, "Because I made a slight adjustment to the plan. If one member of the 7 ninja swordsmen fails, another will take their place. I intend for you to die here. You are merely a clown to amuse us." Kakashi crouched down, observing the cloaked figure, noting with concern the 2 lightning-shaped weapons in his hands. With a grave expression, he inquired, "Zabuza, who is that man?" Through gritted teeth, Zabuza replied, "He's from the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kurozai Raiga." Afterward, Kurozai turned to the others, especially the shadow clone of Naruto that had not yet dissipated, revealing a broad grin as he flung off his cloak, displaying his muscular physique. "And you leaf ninjas are also deserving of a funeral. Lightning release, lightning strike." He swung his bizarre weapon at Naruto, and a massive lightning serpent inexplicably emerged from the air, darting toward Tazuna behind Sakura. Zing! Kakashi's Raikiri flickered with electricity as he cleaved the bolt in 2, causing it to dissipate in midair. His Sharingan spun rapidly as he stated firmly, "You cannot harm Mr. Tazuna without my permission." Kurozai, eyes filled with madness, proclaimed, "Then allow me to host your funeral first. It seems I have come to the right place. With so many worthy of a grand funeral, let us see how formidable you truly are." Both were skilled in lightning release techniques. A clash of titans was imminent. Kurozai plunged his lightning blade into the ground, shouting, "Lightning burial, feast of lightning." Chakra coalesced into lightning, defying physical laws, spreading across the concrete bridge like branches. The blue lightning surged rapidly towards the group. Kakashi created a shadow clone, transferring his Raikiri to it, forming a chain of lightning between them. Lightning release, lightning transfer. This chain ensnared all the branches of lightning unleashed by Kurozai. Naruto approached Sasuke and whispered, "Sasuke, it is time to test the fruits of our training." Sasuke gritted his teeth and replied softly, "Is this the kind of battle in which I can truly participate? Oh, is the genius of the Uchiha clan afraid of combat?" Sasuke's gaze hardened. "You certainly relish the spotlight. Very well, let us proceed." With a subtle smile gracing Naruto's lips, he gathered an immense amount of wind-natured chakra in his palm before delivering a powerful strike to Sasuke's back. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A thick, spiraling serpent of flame erupted from Sasuke's mouth, searing the earth with its intense heat. The fiery serpent rampaged and roared, its plasma-like crimson hue illuminating the entire bridge. Racing towards the Black Hoe Thunder Fong, who was still entangled in battle with Kakashi. Damn it, how frustrating. How could this be? The Black Hoe Thunder Fong was engulfed by the spiraling flames, yet the serpent's ferocity remained unabated, continuing its relentless advance towards Kato and his henchmen. The affluent Kato uttered his final words, consumed by the inferno. Kakashi glanced back at Naruto and Sasuke, feeling a sense of satisfaction at their collaborative ninjutsu. It appeared that the duo had harmonized splendidly. However, Kakashi's gaze shifted to Zabuza, who was now cradling Haku in his arms, his eyes filled with remorse. As Naruto observed that the battle had reached a temporary pause, he resolved to disclose the truth to Zabuza. "That Uncle Zabuza, in truth, I no longer need to elaborate. I have relinquished the mission and will not interfere with your endeavors." Henceforth, I shall water the ninja world with the ashes of Bai. Which is what this child has longed for. A fleeting expression of sorrow crossed Sakura's face. Had they shared their innermost feelings earlier, such unfortunate events might have been averted. Naruto, perceiving that Zabuza had no intention of lingering, stepped forward to obstruct his path. Zabuza sensed the determination in his opponent and, with a somewhat relaxed tone, remarked, "Let us commence." With that, he closed his eyes. "Haku, I have come to be with you." A hand, cold yet imbued with warmth, gently caressed his cheek, causing Zabuza to suddenly open his eyes. To his astonishment, Haku was blushing as she tenderly wiped away his tears. "Mr. Zabuza, such a strong person, has shed tears for me." Zabuza's sorrow intensified. Damn those Leaf Village brats. Naruto scratched his head, appearing as a completely different person from moments ago when he had threatened Zabuza with white. If he did not act this way, Zabuza would likely never reveal his true feelings, he thought with a chuckle. The wretched Leaf Village. The detestable little brat. Oh, how wonderful it is that white is unharmed. Zabuza found himself at the mercy of Naruto's whims. "Naruto, will you not face consequences for playing with people's hearts?" Kakashi remarked, pulling his forehead protector down to conceal his Sharingan. With Naruto having drawn out Zabuza's inner thoughts, the need for further conflict seemed unnecessary, suggesting that their mission would proceed smoothly. Drive them all away. Those brutish thugs. A throng of Wave Country residents wielding an assortment of kitchen knives and farming tools appeared at the bridge, outnumbering Kato's henchmen from earlier. The dense crowd sent shivers down one's spine. Are there still enemies? Sasuke, upon witnessing the scene, prepared to unleash a jutsu, only to be halted by Kakashi. "Sasuke, those people are not foes." From the crowd emerged a small boy wearing a hat, none other than Inari. Clutching a water ladle, he eyed Zabuza warily, his gaze brimming with courage. "Naruto brother, we have come to help you defeat Kato's minions." The collective belief of the Wave Country residents converged at that moment, rekindling a spirit known as courage. With the strength of so many ordinary individuals gathered, they finally dared to stand up against the once invincible Kato. Chapter 16. Mission accomplished. In a bid to evade the assassination squad of the Hidden Mist, Zabuza had seized Kato's secret lair and treasury. Ever since Zabuza had bared his soul that day, a sweet smile had graced White's face continuously. Having inherited Kato's legacy, Zabuza too wore a smile. Sasuke sensed something amiss between Zabuza and White, and discreetly pulled Naruto aside, saying, "Naruto, White is a male, correct?" Naruto nodded, observing Zabuza and Haku assisting at the construction site. Whenever their gazes met, they exchanged sweet smiles, prompting him to lament, despite being cuter than Sakura. "He is indeed a boy." Sakura leaned in, whispering, "Isn't it a bit strange for two boys to behave like this?" Sasuke appeared to agree, yet secretly cast a glance at Naruto, internally dissenting. The bond between men can be profound. After all, I have endured much in my pursuit of mastering the group ninjutsu, and I can't help but admire his charming features. "You three ought not to be idle. It is quite impolite to gossip behind others' backs," the sagacious Kakashi remarked, having discerned their thoughts. "Hey." The trio responded in unison, straightening up and returning to their respective tasks. Sasuke continued to steal glances at Naruto, contemplating the disparity between them, and resolved, "Humph. Once we return to the village, I shall train harder. I will inevitably catch up to you." As Naruto and Sasuke occasionally nearly locked eyes, the latter swiftly diverted his gaze using his formidable dynamic vision. Sakura, who was constantly attentive to Sasuke, captured these moments. She glanced between Sasuke and Naruto, then shifted her gaze to Zabuza and Haku, feeling an inexplicable unease. Kakashi approached Naruto and casually remarked, "Naruto, how did you manage that incident when Haku took his own life?" Unseen by Zabuza, Kakashi, with his Sharingan, observed the subtle crimson chakra that flickered at Haku's neck just as he lunged towards the kunai. After the kunai pierced his body, he began to rapidly heal his injuries. "Well, initially, I sought the help of the Nine Tails, asking it to protect Haku," Naruto replied. Kakashi was taken aback. "You asked the Nine Tails for help? Does that mean you can communicate with such a creature now?" He recalled the deep scars left upon the village from the Kyuubi's rampage on that fateful night, pondering when that ferocious beast had become so amiable. While it may not be easy to converse with, I understand its nature. It's a bit cantankerous yet ultimately obliging," Naruto explained, demonstrating the fox's head emerging from his palm with the chakra of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails within him perked up, exclaiming, "Hey, who are you calling cantankerous?" Kakashi, astonished, realized they had reached a level of mutual communication. Such intelligence had circulated from the hidden cloud. This was indeed surprising. When had this transformation occurred? Naruto, feeling somewhat awkward, sensed the implications in Kakashi's words. He pondered whether to reveal the truth about his past life, unsure if Kakashi would believe it. "Perhaps during one of my dreams, when I faced incredibly formidable foes and defeated a princess dwelling on the moon, along with her relentless family. After experiencing all that, I finally opened my heart to it," he mused. Kakashi, amused, remarked, "The thoughts of children at this age truly are boundless." Yet, upon uttering those words, he hesitated briefly. Dreams? Could it be a genjutsu? Days later, the magnificent cross-sea bridge was finally completed, bringing tears to the eyes of Dasna and the construction workers. Dasna exclaimed, "Thanks to all of you, the bridge is finished. I now feel incredibly lonely, so take care." Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, lazily replied, "Thank you for your care." Naruto smiled and said, "All right, it seems that our seemingly useless and fond of drinking Uncle Dasna, I will come to play again." Inari, with tears streaming down his face, trembled and replied, "I will, just like my father, become the king of the sea." Really? That description at the beginning could have been omitted. Dasna ruffled Inari's hair and adjusted his cap. "Kakashi, don't die on the way back. I will challenge you in Konoha someday. The outcome of our match remains undecided. I believe I have already triumphed." Zabuza tossed a package hanging from his giant sword to Sasuke, who opened it to find the Raijin blade. He looked up at Zabuza in astonishment. "Your chakra affinity resembles Kakashi's. You might need such a weapon in the future. Naruto has surpassed you by leaps and bounds. It's time for you to grow." After finishing, he turned away, waving his hand to the group. Sakura and Haku held hands and whispered, "Sakura, you must express your feelings to the one you like without delay." "Oh, is that so? Isn't it too early?" Haku replied earnestly, "I have been with Zabuza since childhood. If it weren't for Naruto's help, he might never have spoken." Just as she was speaking, Zabuza, who had already walked far away, turned back and shouted, "Haku." "Yes, Zabuza-sensei." Haku responded, bowing repeatedly to the others. Zabuza-sensei has recently acquired wealth that rivals nations. He seems a bit carried away. In any case, I wish you all a safe journey and abundant success. Haku, like a fledgling swan, joyfully ran towards Zabuza, who appeared somewhat impatient, grumbling yet with an unmistakable softness in his gaze. Unlike the murderous intent he had shown the first time he met Naruto and his companions. It was a heartwarming scene. Kakashi refrained from commenting on the peculiar relationship between the two, and then waved goodbye to the people of the Land of Waves. The three members of Team 7 followed closely, gradually disappearing from the view of the crowd as they walked across the newly constructed bridge. Watching them depart, Dasna felt a surge of emotion, reflecting, "That boy has changed Inari's heart. And Inari has transformed the hearts of the entire village. That boy has built a bridge of courage towards hope in all our hearts. Even the former villain who followed Kado has been influenced by him, now becoming a pervert who harms young boys. And now, this bridge has finally received a fitting name, Naruto Bridge. What do you think?" Tsunami covered her mouth and chuckled. "What a lovely name." Dasna recalled the times he had deceived and morally coerced them, laughing heartily. Zabuza and Haku stood on the shore, watching Team 7 leave. The laughter of the residents of the Land of Waves floated in the sea breeze. Zabuza-sensei should smile more. It's quite charming. Mind your own business. Go back and count your money. Chapter 17. Kakashi Hitaki in the Hokage office in Konoha Village. Kakashi, with his silver hair, knelt and reported to the third Hokage about the events that transpired during their mission to the Land of Waves. "I see," the third Hokage responded, his sharp eyes shining brightly amidst the swirling smoke of his office. "2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen and a boy with a bloodline. Thank you for your efforts, Kakashi." "Not at all. It is the duty of a Konoha ninja, and the members of Team 7 played a crucial role. Naruto has already hinted that it is highly likely that Danzo used some form of genjutsu to interfere. Even Naruto is unsure of what exactly transpired." Upon hearing Danzo's name, the third Hokage's expression darkened, as the irrevocable fall of his once close friend weighed heavily on him, disappointment evident in his tone. "I understand. No need to elaborate. I will handle the matter concerning Danzo." The third Hokage shook his head, and then inquired, "What do you think of Naruto's attitude towards the village? Is it genuine?" Upon hearing this, a smile broke across Kakashi's serious face. Despite his mask covering half, the joy radiated from him. "Indeed, he has beautifully inherited the will of our predecessors. Even while growing up in a tainted environment, he exudes a radiance akin to the sun, bringing warmth to all. Truly unexpected. Wonderful, Naruto." The third Hokage smiled at the sentiment, gazing down at the crystal ball, his thoughts drifting to the past as he reminisced. The fourth Hokage sealed the 9 tails within this child to ensure he would become a hero in the eyes of the villagers, capable of standing on his own as a true great. Yet due to the constraints of the Elder Council, I failed to care for this child properly, feeling remorse towards the fourth Hokage and his wife. But Naruto has grown into a ninja as radiant as the sun in such an environment. The third Hokage appeared to release a heavy burden, feeling an inexplicable surge of energy as he picked up a pen to change the mission rank from C to S. Kakashi, noticing this, cautioned, "Third Hokage, isn't that against the regulations?" The third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe, letting out a sigh as smoke wafted from his lips. "In the end, I'm still a ninja. Sometimes one must break the norm and forge ahead. Anyone who disagrees is welcome to confront me." Meanwhile, Naruto and the others were still waiting in the forest near the memorial stone for Kakashi. Sasuke, shouldering the Raijin blade, occasionally cast furtive glances at Naruto. When caught, he quickly looked away. The perceptive Sakura felt superfluous and internally complained, "Here we go again. Ever since returning from the Land of Waves, these two seem off, and the atmosphere is so awkward. Kakashi-sensei is late again. What on earth is going on?" As they waited in this strange ambience, nearing noon, Kakashi finally appeared atop the treetops, cheerfully greeting the trio. Good morning, everyone. I just encountered a lost black cat. The astute Sakura immediately called out the deception of the middle-aged man attempting to charm children. Liar. Don't say that. Sakura, an overly sharp girl can frighten men. That's still better than being less popular than someone who is always late. Kakashi quickly produced the mission scroll and stated, today's task is. After enduring tasks such as weeding, litter picking, and dog walking, the trio finally welcomed some personal time. Sasuke eagerly approached Kakashi, unslinging the Raijin blade from his back and holding it in hand. Kakashi, can we train now? Kakashi, observing Sasuke's spirited demeanor, glanced at Naruto and Sakura before responding. Next. I will guide Sasuke in his training. You two should take a good rest. Any objections? Naruto's eyes lit up as he stepped forward and inquired. Is Kakashi-sensei going to teach Sasuke that technique? Kakashi, gazing intently at the ninja sword in Sasuke's hand, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that technique is quite suitable for Sasuke. And with the assistance of Raikiri, I believe his strength will soar to new heights. So, how do you feel about the prospect of being surpassed by your teammate? Naruto extended his thumb towards Sasuke, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, I believe you can become incredibly powerful, so strive to catch up with me, Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's determination surged, his eyes gleaming with ambition, though he was reluctant to acknowledge Naruto's current strength, retorting, TCH, how mundane. This is merely a trivial level. Sakura, offering her encouragement to Sasuke, chimed in, come on, Sasuke. Once you complete your new technique, let's go on a date. No, Sasuke replied resolutely. In order to revive my clan, I must surpass Naruto and Kakashi. There is still much training ahead, so perhaps next time, Sakura. Kakashi then led Sasuke away, leaving behind a dejected Sakura. Naruto, patting her on the back, encouraged, don't lose hope, Sakura. Sasuke may appear cold, but he has a warm heart. He might just agree next time. Suddenly, a sharply edged rectangular rock came crashing towards them. Naruto turned to see who was approaching. Boom. The rock exploded, and 3 small figures emerged from the smoke, coughing. Cough, cough. We used too much gunpowder, didn't we? Naruto stepped forward and affectionately ruffled Konohamaru's hair. Indeed, it is you. Konohamaru. Konohamaru, along with his friends Moegi and Udon, had formed the Konohamaru Corps, with the 3 of them adorning the goggles once worn by Naruto himself, thus becoming Naruto's earliest admirers. As Konohamaru noticed Naruto's hand resting on Sakura's shoulder, his eyes sparkled with mischief, and he teasingly remarked, Brother, are you perhaps in a romantic entanglement with this sister? Naruto, in a moment of playful mischief, transformed into the likeness of the third Hokage. A pipe clenched between his teeth, wearied expression upon his face. Ah, that was the youth I once cherished, Konohamaru. When you mature, you shall comprehend the burdens of popularity. He remarked wistfully. Blushing vividly, Konohamaru gazed at him with starry eyes. Brother, are you still a heartthrob? How impressive. However, upon encountering Sakura's fiercely murderous glances, both Naruto and the trio of Konohamaru's companions were taken aback, retreating hastily in a frenzy. Forgive us for our arrogance. Sakura, resembling a roaring little tiger, pursued them with a vengeful spirit. The frightened Moegi burst into tears, while Udon, bubbles emerging from his nose, shouted, This has nothing to do with me. As they turned a corner, Naruto and Konohamaru dispersed, yet Sakura closely followed Naruto, cornering him. Wait, let's talk this through. I was merely boasting, remember? We even shared a meal together. Sakura, gripping Naruto's collar and poised to strike, was interrupted by the commotion that reached their ears. Konohamaru's pained cries echoed. Let go of me. Let go. Sakura and Naruto hurried to assess the situation, discovering a man clad in a black jumpsuit, one hand gripping Konohamaru, his face adorned with purple camouflage, exuding annoyance. That hurts, you little brat. Upon noticing the forehead protector upon the man's brow, Sakura cast aside her earlier frustrations with Naruto and coldly inquired, What is a Sand Village ninja doing in the leaf? Upon encountering the man clad in black, Naruto's heart stirred with realization. Ah, it is Kankuro, which means the Chunin exams are nearly upon us. Kankuro curled his lip in disdain, remarking, TCH, just 2 lowly genin from Konoha. Ignoring Sakura's inquiries, he leaned closer to Konohamaru, stating, Before that overly talkative fellow arrives, let me entertain you for a bit. Temari. Wary of stirring trouble, cautioned Kankuro, don't instigate anything. Sasuke leaned against the entrance of the mission hall, bearing the thunder blade. While Kakashi was busy submitting the day's completed mission report, Irika took the report, his mind elsewhere, and remarked, Very well, I shall accept this report. How is Naruto getting along with his companions? Kakashi glanced in Sasuke's direction, noting that he seemed to have suddenly departed, and replied, It's going quite well. Irika scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I've been so busy lately that I haven't had the chance to check on him. I do worry a bit. As he spoke, his cheeks flushed. Kakashi replied calmly, Irika-sensei, you know Naruto's optimistic nature, and with Sasuke around, some commotion is inevitable. But his dedication to protecting his companions has been well instilled by you, and in terms of strength, he has surpassed even you, whom he respects greatly. Irika smiled with relief. Is that so? That is wonderful, huh? A hawk soared over Konoha, circling above, while on the streets below. Kankuro and Temari faced off against Naruto and Sakura. As the hawk flew by, Naruto noticed it. A smile creeping across his face as he stepped protectively in front of Sakura, declaring, "You are Kankuro from Sunagakure, right? I kindly ask that you release the third Hokage's grandson. Otherwise, regardless of your intentions, you may find yourself in a predicament." "What? This little brat is the Hokage's grandson?" Kankuro momentarily forgot to scoff at Naruto's error, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he sensed the heat radiating from the boy, feeling as if numerous eyes were watching him from the shadows, ready to pounce at the slightest misstep. Chapter 18. Shikaku. Meanwhile, all the Jounin leading teams in Konoha felt a strange summons. Regardless of their activities, they all looked up at the sky, where the hawk circled ominously, emitting a series of cries that conveyed a certain message, while figures from the Umbu moved subtly through the streets. Temari perceived the boy with the spiky hair before her as quite troublesome, even without overt actions. His words had escalated the situation to one concerning the diplomatic relations between villages. "Perhaps it would be best to let it go, Kankuro, otherwise, we might face reprimand." Kankuro, feeling a sense of retreat, muttered, "I truly detest short brats, especially these little pests." Suddenly, a stone struck Kankuro's hand, causing him pain and prompting him to release Konohamaru. Temari and Shikamaru quickly stepped forward to guide Konohamaru to Naruto and Sakura's side, where he would be safest among the village's ninjas, especially with the reliable Naruto around. Sasuke, perched elegantly atop a tree, casually tossed a stone in his hand and remarked, "You little brat, how dare you act out in someone else's village?" Sakura exclaimed, "Sasuke, you're back. TCH, another annoying brat has arrived. Compared to the short one, I find you even more irritating with your arrogance and showboating." Kankuro snapped, shaking off the crows that had been bound to him, ready to show these Konoha genin a lesson. "Kankuro, cease this at once." A cold voice rang out, startling everyone present. Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine as a red-haired boy with spiky hair hung upside down behind him. The forehead of the red-haired youth bore the kanji for love, and his dark circles hinted at his formidable strength, his tone icy as he stated, "You will bring disgrace upon our village. Do you think we came to Konoha from your games?" Kankuro, who had been so arrogant moments before, now wore a fawning expression. "Please, let me explain, Gaara. They provoked me first." Gaara narrowed his eyes menacingly, uttering, "Silence, or I shall end you." Kankuro stumbled back, trembling, and stammered apologies. "I understand. It's all my fault. I'm truly sorry, everyone. I meant no offense." Gaara's words lacked sincerity, his demeanor cold and unyielding. Sasuke felt the weight of Gaara's gaze, as if a terrifying beast had set its sights on him, and he fought the instinct to flee from danger, gritting his teeth and thinking, "That guy's gaze is truly unsettling." Gaara's form transformed into sand, sliding down from the tree to stand beside Kankuro and Temari, declaring, "It's time to leave. We are not here to play ninja games." As they prepared to depart, Sasuke leaped down from the tree and inquired, "What is your name?" Gaara paused, turning to respond, "I am Gaara of the Sand." "And I am Uchiha Sasuke." The two locked eyes, and suddenly, Naruto appeared behind Gaara, draping an arm around his shoulder with a cheerful grin. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Let us be friends, Gaara." "What? When did he get there?" Kankuro and Temari were taken aback, unsure how this Konoha ninja had infiltrated their midst. It was not only Gaara who was surprised. Even the sand shield was nearly in disbelief. As Naruto and Gaara made contact, their spiritual depths unfurled along the seals within them. In the vast aquatic expanse, a tremendous creature opened its golden, coin-shaped eyes. "Yeah, what the?" After millennia, Shikaku had nearly forgotten about the unique, deep space of tailed beasts. A realm where nothing could be perceived from the outside, and even Jinchuriki could not enter without permission. A fiery red arm wrapped around Shikaku's neck, pulling it close with a playful grin. "Long time no see, you smelly raccoon." "Yee, you stinky fox." Shikaku, startled like a frightened cat, leaped back, its limbs gripping the water's surface as its back arched, and its tail shot up high, hissing at the nine tails. The nine tails crouched upon the water's surface, flicking its tail and scratching its chin. "Honestly, after all this time, your first reaction is to act like that, you stinky raccoon." Seeing the nine tails remain passive, Shikaku tentatively lowered its guard, glancing around in realization of what had occurred, feeling nostalgic. "I never thought our Jinchuriki would meet. It's been so long. What has transpired? You wouldn't have pulled me here without reason." The nine tails spoke gravely. "Time is short. You must share your chakra with me." Shikaku chuckled. "I knew you wouldn't just come to chat, but I must refuse." The nine tails replied sternly, "Do not forget the old man's prophecy." Shikaku gasped, murmuring, "So you." The nine tails smirked, gazing up at the murky expanse of deep space. "Indeed, the old man's prophecy is true, and it is nearing fulfillment." Shikaku bellowed, bouncing in place. "Impossible. That was merely a trick to deceive us, and not the first time. But it was indeed real. Come now, Naruto." As the nine tails spoke, Naruto's figure emerged beneath it. "Ah, it's been a while, Shikaku." One tail grumbled, "You know my name? Did that wretched fox tell you? This guy just can't keep his mouth shut about anything." Nevertheless, it extended its fist towards Naruto, adding, "Since that foul fox has acknowledged you so much." Naruto grinned widely. "You will understand." After exchanging a few blows, the one-tail was taken aback, rising from the water on its hind legs. "What the?" Instantly absorbing the tails of the old and new generations of Hokage left the one-tail in a state of shock for an entire year. Kurama approached and gently tapped Shikaku's feline head. "You haven't forgotten the old man's prophecy, have you?" After a considerable pause, the one-tail's heart finally calmed, and it slowly returned to the water's surface, extending its fist towards Kurama. "Then I entrust the next matters to you both, Naruto and Kurama." Indeed, Kurama's tail, adorned with the character for one, swirled elegantly behind him. Naruto leaped up, embracing Kurama's belly. "That's wonderful, Kurama." The latter nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, you should occasionally show a little more care for your Jinchuriki. Look at Gaara. That guy is nearly driven to madness by your antics. Mind your own business." The one-tail scoffed, though deep down, it began to yearn for the bond shared between Naruto and Kurama. "Shouldn't I also concern myself with Gaara?" Chapter 19. The Diligent One. Hey Gaara. The one-tail resolved to communicate more earnestly with its Jinchuriki. Suddenly, in the real world, Gaara squatted down, cradling his head in his hands, murmuring, "Hee, mama, don't worry, it will be soon, hee." The one-tail sighed. "Forget it. Let us just allow you to have a good rest." Turning to Naruto, it declared, "Remember, Naruto, my name is Shikaku. Until we meet again." With that, the one-tail retreated from the deep space, while Naruto and Kurama returned to their ceiling space. Kurama, with his tail inscribed with one, remarked, "Well, that counts as a significant step forward, but Shikaku's Jinchuriki is rather peculiar." Naruto raised his thumb and remarked, "As for Gaara, he merely possesses a somewhat reclusive personality at present. Given the opportunity, I shall engage in earnest communication with him. I believe we will eventually become good friends." The Ninetales closed its eyes and tilted its head, replying, "Humph, do as you wish." Kanjiro and Shuri, under the impression that Naruto had done something to Gaara, perceived the situation as if Gaara had transformed into this state immediately following Naruto's introduction. They quickly assisted Gaara to his feet and retreated several steps, with Kanjiro on high alert, questioning, "What exactly have you done?" Naruto was the only one present who knew the truth, so he had no choice but to grudgingly accept the situation. As the two helped Gaara leave, Gaara whispered softly, "Uchiha Sasuke, huh? I'll remember you." And Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura stuck her tongue out at their retreating figures. "What a bunch of weirdos. Sasuke, you came back specifically because you sensed I was in trouble, didn't you?" Sasuke shook his head at Sakura, denying her assumption. "That guy was nearly as fast as Kakashi. I only came to tell you too that the Chunin exams are about to begin. Seems unnecessary now, those sand ninja must be here for the exams too." As dusk approached, the gates of Konoha stood unusually wide open, welcoming shinobi from various villages. The joint Chunin exams, hosted by Konoha and Sunagakure, were unprecedented in scale, the first in 5 years to be co-organized by the 5 great nations. The prestige of such an event drew even smaller villages to participate. Disguised as a grass ninja with a straw hat, Orochimaru slipped into the village amidst the crowd. "It's been so long since I've walked openly through the village. Feels oddly nostalgic, though it would be better without those aburame bugs." His serpentine eyes flickered as his forked tongue tasted the air, deliberately allowing a surveillance insect to settle on his collar. Konoha's method of monitoring outsiders. Passing by Ichiraku Ramen, he paused briefly. "That aroma, ramen? No, I think I'll have dumplings tonight. I despise insects." Meanwhile, Konoha's genin received their notifications. Even the 9 fresh graduates had signed up, igniting a competitive spirit among those who had never taken the exams before. In one of the training grounds, Rock Lee, clad in his signature green jumpsuit with his bowl-cut hair and thick eyebrows, leaned against a target post. "Did you hear? There are new faces in this year's Chunin exams, first time in 5 years." Tenten, twirling a kunai idly between her fingers, sighed. "It's all up to the Jonin's whims anyway." Lee shook his head earnestly. "No, I heard 3 of them were trained by Kakashi, and they even defeated him in a previous exercise. We'll face them sooner or later." Tenten flung the kunai, striking the bullseye dead center. Beneath the target sat a pale-eyed boy. Neji's voice was muffled but firm. "Interesting. Their fate will be miserable." Days later, at the Chunin exam registration hall, get lost. Lee was sent flying by a schoolyard bully blocking the entrance. Tenten stepped forward, pleading, "Please, just let us through." The transformed Konoha gatekeeper sneered. "You think you're ready for the Chunin exams? Give it up, you're still wet behind the ears." With that, he punched Tenten to the ground. A bystander muttered angrily, "That's going too far." "Listen up," the bully barked. "We're doing you a favor. The Chunin exams are brutal, some quit being ninja altogether. Others end up crippled. Countless examples. Since you'll fail anyway, what's wrong with stopping you here?" "Nice speech, but we're still going in." Sasuke cut off their theatrics. "Who the hell?" "Oh, it's him. That Uchiha kid who's been making waves lately. Shoo, don't let him hear you. Rumor has it he holds grudges. Just the other day, some sand ninja crossed him. The loudest one had to be carried out by his teammates." The crowd parted, allowing Team 7 to step forward. "Drop the pathetic genjutsu. It's just the second floor." Sakura smirked. Your illusion was so weak, I saw through it instantly. Kotetsu's eyebrow twitched in amusement. Not bad, spotting it. But that's not enough. He lunged, driving his knee towards Sasuke, only for Lee to intercept mid-air, effortlessly halting both attacks. His injuries are gone, and he blocked my strike so easily. Was he holding back earlier? Sasuke eyed Lee's bandaged hands warily. Hey, we agreed not to draw attention, less suspicion that way. Did you forget? Neji chided in his usual muffled tone, but blushing furiously, Lee turned to Sakura. I'm Rock Lee. You're Sakura, right? Please go out with me. I'll protect you with my life. His gleaming white teeth, framed by those thick brows and bowl cut, radiated an indescribable brilliance. Sakura recoiled. Absolutely not. Your eyebrows are way too bushy. Lee's spirit shattered. So, harsh. Naruto laughed from the sidelines, exclaiming, ha ha ha, it's as if I am witnessing my former self. Neji gazed at Sasuke, their eyes clashing in the air, while Naruto, keenly attuned to the malice and goodwill of their fighting spirit, scratched his head. Sensing that from this moment onward, Sasuke began to brandish his fiercely aggressive gaze, creating enemies all around. Fortunately, I remained relatively composed, he thought. Sakura pulled Naruto and Sasuke upstairs, while hidden in the shadows, the guardians of Konoha, Gongzi Tetsu, and Kamizuki Izumo reverted to their original forms. So this is what Kakashi and Guy refer to as the children of the hidden, they mused. In any case, they had successfully passed the submission of their application forms. And it appeared that this year's candidates possessed commendable qualities, which was splendid and enough to pique the anticipation of us proctors. This Chunin exam was filled with formidable individuals, Lee Rock, Hyuga Neji, Gaara of the Sand, and Sasuke, who cast a glance at Naruto walking ahead, brimming with fighting spirit. And this guy, I shall defeat you all. As the group traversed a spacious hall, Lee's unique, spirited voice echoed. You there, with the fierce glare, please wait. The trio turned to see Lee standing above them, his expression grave. What do you want? Do you wish to settle this here in a duel? Lee leaped down and assumed a combat stance, declaring, I want to test my skills against the descendant of the so-called genius ninja clan. And, Miss Sakura, love. Sakura recoiled in shock, exclaiming, no, this guy is even more slick than Naruto and Kakashi-sensei. Naruto held a differing opinion. Hey, what do you mean by greasy, Sakura? The last time I saw you, you were discussing that novel with Kakashi-sensei. Just as Naruto was about to defend himself, Sasuke coldly interjected. Do you even understand what that surname represents, you thick-browed fool? What a nuisance. Seeing that Sasuke appeared to have struck a nerve, Lee felt a surge of excitement within. I am truly fortunate to have the opportunity to spar with the strongest newcomer so soon. I shall prove my worth, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto understood Lee's relentless pursuit to surpass genius through sheer effort. While such a feat was indeed possible, even by the time of his rebirth, Lee remained tirelessly striving to catch up to Sasuke's pace. Chapter 20. This time, I will definitely pass. Sasuke glanced at the clock on the auditorium wall. Less than half an hour remained before registration closed. His eyes then flickered toward the unassuming Lee, confidence swelling within him. With a self-assured smirk, Sasuke declared, this battle will be over in 5 minutes. No sooner had the words left his lips than he dashed toward Lee. Yet, just as his fist was about to connect, Lee vanished from sight. Impossible speed. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. He frantically searched for Lee's figure, only for a gust of wind to whistle above him. Instinctively, he crouched, narrowly evading Lee's Konoha whirlwind. The moment Lee landed, he seamlessly transitioned into a sweeping kick, capitalizing on the momentum of his spin. Sasuke, still recovering from his evasive crouch, gritted his teeth. No time to dodge. I have to block. But before his guard could fully form, Lee's foot slipped through the gap, striking his chin with brutal precision. The impact sent Sasuke hurtling backward. Sakura cried out in alarm. Sasuke. Naruto intercepted her, gesturing for her not to disturb Sasuke's battle. This opponent was markedly different from those encountered before, especially this fellow, Lee. Sasuke, having clambered up from the ground in a disheveled state, revealed his blood-red eyes, his Sharingan tightly fixated on Lee. Upon witnessing the legendary eyes, Lee's fighting spirit intensified, declaring, my techniques are neither ninjutsu nor jinjutsu. They are purely taijutsu. With astonishing speed, he rushed to Sasuke's side, launching a flurry of fierce and rapid taijutsu strikes that left Sasuke struggling to defend himself. The relentless barrage of blows rained down upon him, shattering his once proud self-esteem. I had previously heard that the Sharingan possesses the extraordinary ability to see through illusions, taijutsu, and ninjutsu alike. Indeed, one can perceive techniques that require sustained practice and adherence to principles, allowing for timely responses. However, taijutsu presents a slight divergence. Even if one can discern my movements with the Sharingan, one's body may lack the capacity to cope with the swiftness of my taijutsu. Even if the eyes keep pace, the body may falter, resulting only in receiving blows. Sasuke observed Lee's earnest explanation without a hint of arrogance or disdain, recognizing him as a person of simple intentions. The true drawback of the Sharingan, Lee mused, appearing before Sasuke, his limbs on the ground. Before delivering another kick to Sasuke's chin that sent him soaring into the air, Lee's figure then materialized behind Sasuke. His bandages unraveling as he proclaimed, whether to the onlookers or to himself, teacher guy, I did it. Hard work can indeed surpass genius. For an ordinary individual, being struck by this series of leaf hurricane techniques would leave them utterly defenseless. Yet, Sasuke bizarrely turned his head, his Sharingan fixated intently on Lee's expressive brows. Lotus Blossom. Boom. Sasuke was unceremoniously planted into the ground. Naruto, furious and wielding his signature technique, charged in. How dare you treat Sasuke this way, you scoundrel? Lee leaped into the air, executing a scissor kick that rendered Naruto unconscious, striking a pose and coolly stating, "You are all too weak." Sakura, her eyes filled with adoration, rushed over to embrace Lee, exclaiming, Lee, you are so handsome." Lee, with all seriousness, rejected Sakura's attempt for a kiss. "Miss Sakura, we should start with a proper date." Embarrassed, Sakura leaned against Lee, sighing, "Lee, you are truly so charming," the rough-browed fellow. On the battlefield, Sakura watched Lee's theatrical performance, shivering with goosebumps. Sasuke, adjusting his neck with a frown, muttered, "This guy hits way too hard." Naruto remarked, "Well done, Sasuke. You have become quite adept at utilizing the Sharingan, but do tread carefully." What? Sasuke looked down to find that the bandages in Lee's hands had somehow coiled around his ankle like a serpent. Had Lee not been ensnared in an illusion, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim to Lee's technique by now. Let us put an end to this. A shuriken pinned the bandages to the wall, causing the bindings around Sasuke's ankle to loosen. Lee awoke from the Jinjutsu, kneeling on the ground, faced with an enormous red ninja turtle. "You saw that all, didn't you, Lee? That technique was forbidden, wasn't it?" "I'm sorry, but..." The ninja turtle stomped its foot, irate. "Do you think you can deceive me with such a clumsy lie?" Lee bowed deeply. "I apologize." The ninja turtle nodded in satisfaction as a grown-up version of Lee appeared, reminiscent of a comedic manga character. After a brief introduction, he showcased a glimpse of his speed to Sasuke. This speed was nearly akin to teleportation for Sasuke, illuminating the inadequacies he currently faced. Guy flashed a thumbs up at Sasuke, revealing a radiant smile. "It seems Lee has caused you some trouble, given my charming visage. Could you kindly forgive him?" Sasuke remained silent, his gaze downcast. Guy understood the dejected young man's thoughts and cheerfully greeted Naruto and Sakura. "Well then, the registration is about to close. Farewell." The ninja turtle vanished in a puff of smoke alongside him. As Lee tidied his bandages, he said to Sasuke, "Uchiha Sasuke, to be honest, I entered this exam to prove my worth, aiming to defeat the strongest genin in Konoha from my team. And you are one of my targets as well. Be prepared during the exam." With that, he executed a backflip, leaping from the third floor, prompting gasps from those below. "I must defeat him next time." Sasuke clenched his teeth, feeling that this victory would not be one of honor. Naruto rested his hands behind his head, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "It's nothing. Teacher Eyebrow and that eyebrow kid, their physical techniques are unlike those of ordinary individuals." Sakura, intrigued, inquired, "Do you know them?" He replied, "Well, to put it simply, they undergo rigorous training every day. They push themselves to the brink, practicing relentlessly, perhaps even honing their skills in their sleep. Unlike us, the eyebrow kid possesses only a talent for physical techniques. He is lacking in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Yet he exerts more effort in physical training than anyone I have ever encountered." "I see," Sasuke remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. "How fascinating. It appears that this Chunin exam is becoming increasingly intriguing. With so many formidable opponents arriving, if we encounter anyone we cannot defeat in one-on-one combat, we shall rely on you too, just as we did during the survival exercise and in the Land of Waves." Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Harano. Naruto had long understood Sasuke's intentions and matched his pace, exclaiming, "Oh, let's go together." Sakura, observing the diminishing figures of the two, finally resolved to follow suit. Her expression hardened with determination as she hurried after them, grumbling, "Honestly, you two, wait for me." At the entrance of classroom 301, Kakashi leaned against the window, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing the trio from Team 7 ascending the staircase together. If any one of them were to withdraw from the exam, the entire team would be considered disqualified. This meant that if one member of the trio was eliminated, the other two would also face the same fate. Not to mention, during the registration process, if even a single individual was absent, the remaining members would equally lose their eligibility. So even Sakura has come. I specifically refrained from reminding you of the prerequisites for participating in the exam, so it seems this is all by your own choice," Kakashi stated with unusual seriousness, his tone grave. "Sakura, Naruto, Sasuke, I welcome you. You are my most esteemed subordinates. Give it your all." The three exchanged glances, each reflecting the fervor of their shared resolve. Sasuke declared, "I must face stronger opponents and defeat them all." Naruto, "This time, I will surely perform well and become a nin." Sakura, "I will no longer watch them advance from behind." "Excellent, that's the spirit." Kakashi opened the door to classroom 301, allowing the three members of Team 7 to enter in succession. Chapter 21, Kabuto Yakushi. In his previous life, although Naruto ascended to the position of Hokage, he did so directly from the rank of Genin, having participated in numerous nin exams after the Ninja War, only to be disqualified for various reasons. At that time, Naruto had already gained immense fame in the ninja world, and the CH exams were tailored with restrictions specifically to hinder him. Any violation of these rules would result in his elimination. Naruto encouraged himself, reflecting that this time there were no limitations imposed by Shikamaru, no prohibitions against utilizing certain abilities. Moreover, his adversaries were undoubtedly formidable. He was certain this was the moment he was closest to becoming a chunin in his life. The classroom 301 was already brimming with students, and as Team 7 entered, they were met with countless piercing gazes. At that moment, the carefree Ino Yamanaka spotted her long-awaited Sasuke Uchiha and, resembling an exuberant monkey, leaped onto his neck. She exclaimed, "Sasuke, you're so slow. I must tell you, just the thought of seeing you again after such a long time fills me with excitement and anticipation. I miss you so much, Sasuke." Observing Sasuke being embraced from behind and affectionately nuzzled by Ino, Sakura Haruno, who had long considered Sasuke a possession, felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy and clenched her fist in indignation, shouting, "Ino, let go of Sasuke this instant." Ino, with a playful glint in her eye, replied, "Oh, look who it is. Sakura, it's been a while and your forehead is as shiny as ever. Such a broad forehead." Shikamaru strolled over to Naruto. Accompanied by the exuberant Choji, and with an even lazier tone than Kakashi, he remarked, "Seriously? You guys are participating in this exasperating exam too?" Naruto waved his hand in annoyance, exclaiming, "If you're afraid of trouble, then don't come." He distinctly remembered that Shikamaru was the only one who passed the exam, making him a formidable rival in this endeavor. Sensing the inexplicable hint of hostility emanating from Naruto, Shikamaru felt somewhat exasperated, muttering to himself, "Honestly, that brat." Just then, Inuzuka Kiba, balancing Akamaru on his head, approached with Hinata and Shino, expressing his thoughts with a sense of wonder. What a rare occasion. Everyone has gathered. Naruto's eyes brightened as he bypassed Shikamaru and approached Hinata, greeting her with enthusiasm. "Hey, Hinata." Akamaru barked twice at Shikamaru, who, despite his typically aloof demeanor, sensed a hint of irritation. Watching Naruto and Hinata engage in cheerful conversation, he clenched his teeth in annoyance, thinking, "What a bother." "Say, Hinata, how about we go shopping after this exam?" Hinata gasped, her face turning as red as an apple. And Naruto-kun, as the 9 of them were fresh graduates and classmates, it was only natural that they would have much to discuss after such a long separation. Their lively chatter stood out conspicuously in the classroom filled with over 100 people, drawing glances laced with hostility from many. The sound ninja Tosu, capable of effortlessly shattering stone, was fixated on Sasuke with bloodshot eyes, musing, "So that is Uchiha Sasuke, as Lord Orochimaru mentioned." "Hey, you lot," he warned. "I advise you to keep it down. You must be the 9 newcomers who just left school, right? With your innocent faces and all the ruckus. What are you trying to do? This is not a picnic. My name is Kabuto Yakushi. You should take a look around." Only then did they realize that they had inadvertently attracted the attention of nearly everyone in the examination hall. Kabuto gestured subtly towards Naruto's back, indicating, "Those individuals standing behind you are from the Hidden Rain Village. They seem rather impatient. With the exam approaching, everyone is on edge, so be cautious." Unbeknownst to Naruto, several ninjas clad in raincoats had stealthily approached from behind. Upon noticing that Kabuto had disrupted their plans, they shot him warning glances before returning to their seats. The Hidden Rain Village. Naruto stroked his chin thoughtfully. According to the intelligence from years past, the Rain Village would dispatch numerous ninjas to participate in the CH exams each year, all orchestrated by his senior brothers to obscure the truth regarding the death of Hanzo the Salamander. Kabuto's introduction evoked some unpleasant memories for him. Observing Naruto speechless from his small display of skill, Kabuto couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, remarking that it was understandable given that they were all inexperienced newcomers, which reminded him of his own past. Kabuto proceeded to share various pieces of intelligence he had gathered. Naruto, aware of Kabuto's ulterior motives, paid little heed to his words, as his mind was preoccupied with other plans. "Hey, Naruto, you're too excited." The temperature within the ceiling space began to rise, causing the tranquil water's surface to boil. Although the Nine-Tails was unconcerned about this slight increase in temperature, it could feel Naruto's emotional agitation, sensing the tumultuous feelings within him. At that moment, the Nine-Tails mused about how excited Naruto must be regarding that fellow Jiraiya, knowing what Naruto truly anticipated. It offered a few sarcastic remarks before lying lazily on the boiling water's surface, bored and utilizing Naruto's senses to perceive the outside world. Ever since Naruto began communicating with it, this newfound ability had transformed the ceiling space from a dull, dark void. The sound ninjas, sharp of ear, were incensed upon hearing Kabuto refer to their village as a third-rate one from a weak nation, as veins bulged on their foreheads. They prepared to confront Kabuto when Naruto spotted Gaara and his companions. "Hey, you guys are here too." As Naruto amiably patted Gaara on the shoulder, Temari and Kankuro instinctively took a step back, with Kankuro incredulously murmuring, "No way. The shield of sand isn't reacting. It can't possibly be broken, right?" Gaara had been resting well these past few days. Ever since his last encounter with Naruto, the monster within him seemed to have fallen asleep, no longer encroaching on his consciousness, leading to a significant improvement in his mental state. He spoke gently. You must be Naruto Uzumaki, right? Hello. Kankuro pointed at Gaara and exclaimed, that can't be real. You're not real. Ugh. Temari swiftly covered Kankuro's mouth, realizing that the tattoo of love on Gaara's forehead was about to morph into one of anger. Go on, continue. Hee. Gaara sighed as he watched Kankuro being pulled away, saying, it's all right, sister, it doesn't matter. Taking advantage of Temari's momentary distraction, Kankuro broke free. See, it's not real, right? Temari struck him on the head, whispering, Gaara has changed since he came into contact with this guy. Don't mess this up. Threatened. Kankuro nodded submissively. Despite this minor interruption, the sound ninjas were less inclined to escalate the situation, with TS shaking his head, forget it. We'll deal with that guy named Kabuto later. Unbeknownst to them, Kabuto was, in fact, an undercover agent sent by their village. Chapter 22, The Literary Dr. Kaibai. Let us all give it our best, Gaara. Naruto did not linger for long. Upon returning to the circle of newcomers in Konoha, Gaara finally spoke. All right. Temari observed everything quietly, contemplating. Although it is merely a brief exchange, it seems that only this little brat from Konoha is capable of it. Shikamaru glanced at the trio of sand shinobi, who appeared rather formidable, and remarked to Naruto, have you already made friends? Your personality is truly troublesome. In a calm tone, Ino's voice resonated in his ear. Can you even critique others' personalities? If we are to discuss troublesome traits, yours is by far the most vexing. Shikamaru refrained from retorting to Ino, instead watching the small insects flitting around him, silently acknowledging, Ino is quite troublesome as well. Silence. A cloud of smoke enveloped the stage, and a burly proctor, resembling a delinquent gang leader, emerged alongside a cadre of examiners. With a stern expression, he declared, I apologize for the wait. I am Marino Ibiki, the chief examiner of the first round of the Chunin selection. Ibiki's gaze settled ominously on the positions of the rain and sound shinobi, issuing a warning before explaining the rules. During the first exam, unless granted permission, disputes are strictly prohibited. Failure to comply will result in disqualification. Many discerned the underlying implications in his words. Sasuke whispered. He only mentioned disputes for the first round. The examiners then distributed the test papers, revealing that the first round was evidently a written examination. Oh no, a written test. The realization struck Sasuke and Sakura simultaneously, both turning to Naruto. Despite his unparalleled combat abilities displayed since graduation, Naruto raised his hands in a gesture of confidence, assuring his companions, rest easy, I am taking this selection exam very seriously. Sasuke clenched his teeth, muttering, I hope this fool's performance at the Ninja Academy is merely a fade. Their seats were scattered throughout the examination hall, making it impossible for anyone to assist Naruto in cheating. The watchful eyes of numerous proctors scrutinized the entire venue, rendering conventional methods of deceit mere fantasies in their minds. Hinata, seated beside Naruto, summoned her courage and, with a flushed face, whispered, go for it, Naruto. Me too, hee. She added. The proctor, observing the two engaged in conversation, was interrupted by the barking of Akamaru atop Kiba's head. He snapped, no mushy talk during the exam. If it happens again, consider it cheating. Hinata hastily lowered her gaze, her hard-won courage shattered by the stern admonition of the Chunin. Meanwhile, Naruto pouted and leaned over his desk, reaching out to converse with the Ninetales within him. I recall that Kurama has acquired knowledge of human affairs. Are you able to tackle these questions? Naruto manifested the exam questions, and the Ninetales lowered its body, conjuring a pair of spectacles from chakra to scrutinize them closely. My handwriting is rather unsightly, lest I harbor a disdain for human knowledge. Let me take a look. The first question tasked him with deciphering a code and summarizing its content. The second question was simpler, presenting a classic projectile motion model, providing a horizontal distance of 50 meters and a vertical distance of 7 meters. Ignoring air resistance, one could deduce the initial velocity of the shuriken through the principles of uniform horizontal motion and uniformly accelerated vertical motion. Oh, the third question is in English, a subject with which I am quite familiar. What time is it when the big hand is on the 12 and the little hand is on the 5? These questions were beyond Naruto's comprehension, prompting him to exclaim, are you truly this formidable Kaibai? The Ninetales adjusted its glasses, its elongated snout lifted in pride as it remarked. It is merely a trivial piece of knowledge. In the vast expanse of my existence, it holds little significance. In Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration, he exclaimed, incredible, a mere trifle. Outside, the majority of students within the examination hall began to realize that these exceedingly challenging questions were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary genin. If one could answer them all correctly, what need would there be for a ninja? Sasuke set down his pen, deducing from the hints provided by Ibiki that the true objective was likely to assess the candidate's ability to gather intelligence. Among the examinees, there were indeed several skilled individuals showcasing their unique talents. Some severed the connections of their retinal nerves to connect to an external fake eye for clandestine observation. Others employed canines to eavesdrop through a form of canine communication. Some utilized the Byakugan for X-ray vision. Others practiced soul transfer. Some manipulated the reflections of their weapons. and still others mimicked the actions of their peers, even going so far as to impersonate the examiners themselves. Naruto leaned on the answers provided by the Nine Tails, fervently scribbling away as the heavy tip of his pen struck the desk, producing a resounding clatter. Naruto's pen danced across the paper like a warrior wielding a weapon in fierce combat, the resounding strokes invigorating several perplexed candidates, although uncertain of their answers. They mimicked his fervor, responding with equally forceful writing. In an instant, the examination room resonated with the rhythmic sound of pen striking paper. Meanwhile, the three sound ninjas, who had been straining to discern answers from the ambient noise, found their auditory focus shattered by the powerful strokes of Naruto's pen. By the time they regained their composure, the elusive answers had evaded them, leaving only the clamor of writing in their ears. Tosa glared at them with a single fierce eye, muttering, "Curse leaf ninjas." Ibiki surveyed the examination room and felt a surge of joy at the sight of Naruto's rapid answering. He thought to himself, "I recall this little fellow is from Kakashi's team. It takes me back to Kakashi's school days. It seems that even questions of this caliber pose little challenge for them." Hinata, initially doubting Naruto's ability to answer, felt a thrill of admiration upon hearing his confident writing. Naruto-kun is amazing. He answers these difficult questions so swiftly, as if he doesn't even need to think. Time's up. Now, I will announce the 10th question. Of course, you may choose whether or not to answer this one, Ibiki declared, slapping his palm against the blackboard, drawing the attention of the entire examination room. This question, if answered correctly, would allow candidates to advance to the next round, regardless of their performance on previous questions. Conversely, an incorrect answer would result in disqualification, even if all prior answers had been correct. Additionally, should a candidate choose to answer and fail, they would lose their eligibility to participate in the Chunin selection forever. And their teammates would face elimination as well. As the weight of hostile gazes bore down upon him, Ibiki stoked the flames of tension, exclaiming, "Hee. Your misfortune is that this year's exam rules are dictated by me." He continued, "However, I have granted you an option. Those lacking confidence may forego this question and reattempt it next year without consequence." As the interrogator and master of scrutiny from the Leaf Village, the newly minted rookie ninjas found themselves unable to withstand the immense pressure exuded by Ibiki, which felt as imposing as a mountain. What kind of situation was this? If one among the trio opted out, all would be disqualified. If they chose to answer and erred, that individual would remain a genin for life. The pressure was unbearable, far beyond what ordinary people could endure. "I forfeit." "Me too." "I also." As the pressure mounted, many succumbed and exited the examination room, their teammates accepting the outcome with resignation. In their minds, quitting midway offered a glimmer of hope for next year's tryout. The relentless pursuit of perfection seemed irrational to them. Naruto, fully aware of the implications of the 10th question, dismissed Ibiki's psychological game from his mind. Sasuke and Sakura trusted their reliable teammate and did not choose to withdraw. Unlike in his previous life, Naruto's presence fostered additional teams to advance through the exam. As Ibiki noted the time, he proclaimed, "So, all who have chosen to answer the question, congratulations. You have all passed the first round. In truth, the 10th question never existed. The choice you just made was the real test." Ibiki rarely displayed a smile as he revealed the true purpose of the first round to the bewildered genin. The primary focus of this examination was to observe whether candidates could withstand the pressure of their teammates being affected by their decisions. The level of difficulty was not something ordinary genin could overcome, and the final question served to reinforce this impression. Ibiki elucidated. The 10th question involved the choice to take or not take the exam. Those who opted out immediately lost their qualifications, while those who chose to answer and could not respond correctly would forfeit their chance to participate in future examinations. This simulates the experience of undertaking missions with insufficient intelligence. Can one decline a mission simply to protect their life and avoid placing their teammates in jeopardy? The answer is no. Sometimes, even in perilous situations, one cannot refuse a mission. In such moments, courage and the ability to overcome adversity are the qualities required of a chunin. In critical moments, those who dare not wager their lives and place their hopes in uncertain futures, whose confidence wavers, ultimately choose to abandon their opportunities. I believe such weak-willed individuals lack the qualifications to become chunins. To emphasize his point, Ibiki removed his hat, revealing his fierce demeanor as a testament to his resolute spirit. "Therefore, you have all passed my examination. Now, go forth and strive diligently." Many suddenly understood, so that was it. Just then, a glass panel shattered, and a striking figure burst forth, brandishing a banner that obscured Ibiki. "I am Akane Yatsubaki, the chief examiner for the second round. Let the next examination commence. Follow me." A hush fell over the room as the previously charged atmosphere shifted to one of tension once more, leaving the genin who had been stirred by Ibiki feeling uneasy again. Ibiki, blushing, peeked out from behind the banner. "Please get your facts straight." Akane, unbothered by any embarrassment, turned with displeasure. "There are still so many of you left, Ibiki. This exam was rather too simple, wasn't it?" "That's because this cohort of candidates is exceptionally talented," he replied with a smile. "Well then, during my round, I will be dismissing more than half of you," Akane declared with eagerness. "I will provide further details on the day of the examination. Inquire with your supervising jonin about the testing location. That will be all. Disperse." All the genin collectively exhaled in relief, and Naruto expressed his gratitude to Kurama. Truly, Kurama. You are remarkable. I completed all those questions in a flash. Kurama raised his head humbly. These are merely the accumulated cultural insights I have garnered over a millennium. If the third Hokage's ninjutsu legacy is likened to a doctorate in ninjutsu, then my cultural heritage could be regarded as a doctorate in literature. In the fading light of the setting sun, Ibiki sat alone, collecting the examination papers, a rare hobby of his. He relished the opportunity to peruse various answers, even those from Jinin that bore no substance. Upon reviewing Naruto's extensive submission, he found none of the answers correct. As if the boy had scribbled a plethora of irrelevant responses. Ibiki's mouth twitched slightly. Uzumaki Naruto, what an intriguing fellow. Chapter 23. The emergence of the strong-willed girl. This place feels eerily ominous. Sakura feigned fragility, attempting to evoke Sasuke's protective instincts, but her efforts were clearly in vain. They had arrived at the second examination venue, the 44th training ground, colloquially known as the Forest of Death. The primordial ecosystem of the Leaf Village's Forest of Death welcomed a new wave of visitors, as numerous genin who had succeeded in the first round congregated there. You will soon understand why this place is dubbed the Forest of Death, Akane announced, producing a stack of documents from her pocket. Before the second round commences, everyone needs to sign this. This document serves as a consent form. Those wishing to partake in this examination must affix their signatures upon it. Given the potential peril that may ensue, it is imperative to first seek your agreement, lest I be held accountable. For my salary could scarcely cover the compensation for so many lives lost, huh? With a wicked sense of humor, Hondo relentlessly escalated the tension for the novice ninjas. Once the candidates had dutifully signed this ominous waiver of liability, Hondo finally adopted a serious demeanor and began to elucidate the examination's particulars. The rules for the second assessment are rather straightforward. I shall be testing your ultimate survival skills. This forest is circular, featuring 44 entrances, with rivers and woodlands within. At the center lies a towering structure, approximately 10 kilometers from the entrances. You are to engage in a survival battle within this circle, where the objective is to seize the scrolls from your adversaries by any means necessary. A total of 22 teams passed the first evaluation, with each team receiving one of the scrolls from the Book of Heaven or the Book of Earth. Your task is to compete for the two scrolls. If you can gather both and reach the central tower within 5 days, you shall be deemed successful. This implies that the 11 teams who lose their scrolls will be eliminated, effectively meaning that more than half will be ousted. Quite formidable, wouldn't you agree? Hondo erupted into boisterous laughter, her proud figure undulating with mirth. This forest is a primordial treasure trove, replete with sufficient resources for self-sustenance. However, it is likely that some may meet their demise in this harsh environment. All participants awaited in orderly fashion at the various entrances to the Forest of Death. As the examiner opened the gates, the ninjas darted inside like startled rabbits. Some individuals eagerly scouted for advantageous positions, while others, utilizing unique abilities, began tracking something. It was Hinata. The 3 members of Team 7 found a concealed vantage point. Sakura and Sasuke stood guard while Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground. His eyes closed as he articulated the movements of all personnel. Sasuke observed the shadows flickering at the corners of Naruto's eyes. Feeling a twinge of introspection, Naruto has somehow acquired this perceptive ninjutsu from who knows where. While it is convenient, if I master Kakashi's technique, I should surpass him. Oh, why is there such a potent desire for battle beside me? Sasuke, please refrain from disturbing me. What a nuisance. Naruto muttered with a grimace. Sasuke tightened his grip on his Raikuya, barely suppressing his rising ire. You insufferable fool. Naruto opened his eyes, dispelling his sage mode, and pointed in a direction, declaring, found it. That malicious chakra has separated from its teammates and is approaching us alone. However, before that, an entire squad of 3 will arrive at this location first. Sasuke lowered his voice warily and asked, is this the one you mentioned, who's even stronger than the third Hokage? Naruto nodded, acknowledging, indeed. Although the third Hokage is an exceptional powerhouse, he appears somewhat diminished in the presence of this individual. The current defensive forces of Konoha would likely require the full mobilization of all Jonin to have even a semblance of a chance against him. Sasuke, gazing at the 3 figures perched atop the treetops, felt a surge of apprehension as he mused. Only with full mobilization do we stand a chance. The rain-drenched ninja from Amigakure, towering above, regarded Team 7 with a chilling demeanor, remarking, it seems you have discovered my presence. Alas, there's no helping it. I strongly advise you to relinquish the scroll without further ado, and I might spare your lives. Sakura brandished her kunai, positioning it defensively before her, retorting, I believe you are overestimating your position. Naruto drew out his kunai and remarked, indeed, even if I exert all my strength, I cannot confidently assert that I could defeat him. His understanding of ninjutsu is exceptionally profound, and he possesses a penchant for peculiar and bizarre research. Sasuke, aware of Naruto's regard for that individual, began to feel increasingly uneasy as he listened. He swiftly swung his Raijin blade to deflect an attempted ambush from a hidden range shinobi, interrupting, is this also something you sensed? I have heard rumors about that person before. Naruto hastily redirected the conversation, blocking a shuriken with his kunai, and turned to Sasuke, saying, however, "That individual is currently quite fascinated by your Sharingan. It seems he was once defeated by the Uchiha Sharingan, so you must remain vigilant." Upon hearing this, Sasuke unleashed a bolt of lightning from his Raijin blade, sending the rain shinobi before him flying, a proud glimmer in his eyes. Humph. Since he has been defeated by a member of the Uchiha clan, he does not appear to be as formidable as you claim. Naruto swiftly materialized behind the rain ninja who had spoken first, the very same one who had hurled shurikens at him. With a powerful kick, Naruto sent him crashing against a tree. "Not quite," he declared. "The Sharingan that defeated him is of the Manjiki caliber, which means even Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan would have little effect on him." Manjiki? Indeed. Sakura was engaged in a fierce exchange with the remaining rain ninja. Witnessing her two teammates dispatch their adversary so swiftly, a wave of frustration washed over her, causing her grip to tighten unconsciously. The rain ninja, struggling to hold his ground, was consumed by indignation. "How can this be? How can you defeat us while merely chatting? You've left me no choice." He unleashed his prized technique, the water clone. A combination of genjutsu and shadow clone techniques. Hundreds of illusory clones emerged from the trunks, shadows, grass, and soil, advancing slowly towards the trio. Sakura, feeling the weight of the situation intensify, snapped at her teammates, "Enough of this. Come up with a plan, quickly." Naruto retrieved the ropes and bound the two unconscious rain ninjas. "Sasuke, I'll leave the matters with Sakura to you." Fire style, great fireball technique. After a period of relentless study in advanced ninjutsu, Sasuke's control over chakra had reached an extraordinary level. The flames he unleashed scorched all the shadow clones released by the rain ninja, the intense heat instantly dispelling their illusions. How infuriating. Why have these fools not even glanced at me since the beginning? Because you were vastly outmatched by those two. Sakura's voice resonated above the head of the rain ninja named Taki, as he felt the fierce gust of wind from an approaching fist. Taki was gripped by overwhelming fear. This girl was also a monster. A powerful punch landed squarely on his temple, driving him deep into the earth. Boom. The sound of Sakura's enraged strike echoed through the entire forest. Kakashi, lounging against a tree and casually perusing a magazine, suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet. Was it merely an illusion? The thought of an unpleasant memory flashed through his mind, causing a dull ache at the back of his head. And he immediately shook it off. Chapter 24. Sasuke, it's possible. Debris and grass flew in all directions. The force of the punch left Naruto in awe. Sakura's monstrous strength is simply terrifying. She hasn't even undergone systematic training in Tsunade's medical ninjutsu or sealing techniques. And yet she is already this formidable. Sasuke was slightly taken aback. Although Sakura often demonstrated exceptional abilities, she had primarily occupied a support role within the team. As Kakashi seemed to intentionally assign her such tasks, he had not anticipated her practical combat capabilities to be so remarkable. Thus, he offered a rare compliment. "Well done, Sakura. I won't always be trailing behind you too. This time, I want you to chase after me." Sakura's gaze hardened, a reflection of her growth after abandoning certain childish notions. A ninja must possess strength to secure a future. Naruto discovered a scroll on one of the individuals. Excellent. These fellows possess the Book of Earth. How splendid. Our next endeavors will be significantly easier. Before Sakura could finish her sentence, Sasuke hurled a shuriken towards a certain direction behind her. Thud. Hiss. A plump serpent was pinned to a tree trunk, its tail thrashing in a desperate struggle. Sasuke furrowed his brow. Is this merely a snake? Just moments ago, there was an overwhelming aura of menace in that vicinity. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce gust of wind materialized from thin air, nearly sweeping the trio away. Naruto had anticipated this, bracing himself with his hands on the ground and shouting, "Earth release, earth flow wall." He recognized that this wind jutsu was unleashed by that formidable opponent. Thus, he did not underestimate it, channeling extra chakra into a 10-meter-high rocky barrier that erupted from the ground, effectively shielding them from the fierce wind. As Naruto executed the jutsu to obscure their vision, Sasuke exchanged a glance with Sakura, retrieving their weapons in preparation for confrontation. Upon witnessing Naruto's significant jutsu, they understood that the fearsome individual had arrived. Swiftly readying their defensive techniques, even after a recent victory, they showed no signs of complacency or fatigue. It appeared that they were even more capable than he had anticipated. A tall figure with long black hair stood atop the earth flow wall. She removed her conical hat, extending an exaggeratedly long tongue to lick her face, as if washing it. Her voice was hoarse, yet magnetic. "It seems you have gathered the necessary scrolls. Would you care to play with me? Defeating me might lead to the elimination of more competitors." Sakura instinctively felt a shiver run down her spine and whispered, "This lady seems exceedingly repulsive." On the outskirts of Konoha, a patrol team crouched down to assess the situation. This is the essential route from the grass village to Konoha. An ambush here would indeed be an excellent strategy. During the Chunin exams, all security matters must be reported to the chief examiner, who would then decide the seriousness of the situation and whether to suspend the exam. Thus, the patrol team had summoned Anko to investigate. Anko gazed into the pit swarming with flies, where 3 corpses lay in a harrowing state. To her shock, the faces of the 3 bodies had been flayed away, igniting a dreadful thought within her. Investigate the backgrounds of these three individuals. I believe I have seen their attire in the examination, she instructed her assistant. The assistant quickly retrieved the candidate's information, and as Anko perused the details of the deceased, her pupils constricted and her mood darkened. The art of facial erasure. Could it be? Orochimaru elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her eyes brimming with lethal intent. Let us commence. You must fight with all your might against me. Her murderous aura was palpable, and being gazed upon felt akin to lying on an operating table, vulnerable to dissection. With every organ trembling in fear, devoid of the courage to even contemplate escape. Just moments ago, Sakura had been filled with bravado in her heart. Yet now she found herself utterly immobilized in the face of such overwhelming power, though somewhat reassured by the presence of her two dependable teammates. Sakura felt a wave of despair. Sasuke's eyes turned crimson, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. This alone will not suffice. I must restore the glory of the Uchiha. The power of the Sharingan radiated outward, significantly alleviating Sakura's pressure, allowing her to collapse to the ground. Naruto hurriedly approached, placing a hand on Sakura's forehead, channeling a surge of crimson chakra into her. Gurgle, gurgle. A thin layer of crimson bubbles emerged around Sakura, only to dissipate almost instantaneously. Without engaging in a chakra tug-of-war, the chakra of the Nine Tails was insufficient to freely manifest a protective cloak for his allies. He could only achieve this much, yet it was adequate for the moment. What a warm chakra! Is this Naruto's power? Sakura marveled as she regained movement in her hands, the deep-seated fear within her evaporating entirely. Sasuke, please be cautious. Naruto stood beside Sasuke, his expression grave as he gazed at Orochimaru. Without needing to be told, he had already discerned the truth. This adversary surpassed both Zabuza and Kakashi by a considerable margin. Orochimaru, looking down at Sasuke and Naruto's response, felt an increasing sense of delight. Splendid, simply splendid. Let me witness your true capabilities. A colossal serpent, as thick as a barrel, emerged, its gaping maw lunging towards the group, a putrid stench wafting through the air. Sakura leaped high, delivering a powerful kick to the serpent's head. Enough of this. The serpent's head burst apart instantaneously, blood and flesh scattering, while the massive body, deprived of its head, writhed violently on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Naruto cautioned Sakura to maintain her distance, asserting that the adversary's attack methods were far from simplistic. Sasuke leaped high into the air, crossing his Raikiri blades over his chest. A dazzling display of electricity crackling around him. Lightning release. Lightning Fong. He unleashed a torrent of dense and rapid lightning towards Orochimaru. Unfortunately, it proved rather ineffective against me. A sinister voice echoed from behind Sasuke. Startled by the speed, Sasuke swiftly evaded, casting several shuriken that struck Orochimaru's vital points, transforming him into a mound of earth. The serpentine figure nearby finally ceased its writhing, yet a bulge formed at a certain spot, and Orochimaru, slick with slime, emerged from the flesh mound. You must not allow yourselves a moment's distraction. Prey typically scurries nervously before their predator. What a delightfully wicked creature you are. A hand glimmering with a hint of golden light seized her slippery hair, dragging her out of the serpentine form, hurling her towards a sturdy tree. The tree crashed to the ground, and before the smoke could clear, Naruto, in his half-golden state, charged in once more, gripping her hair and racing towards another tree, colliding with each one in succession. Kurama, prepare for a grand assault. Oh. Sasuke raised his Raikiri with a shout. Lightning release. Lightning strike. Communicating through chakra and the ninja blade, lightning fell from the sky, and each time Orochimaru was slammed against a tree by Naruto, he was struck by the lightning as well. This rapid combination of fierce attacks and electric support temporarily subdued Orochimaru. Sasuke felt a surge of joy. We can do it. We can defeat this fiend. Chapter 25. Orochimaru, have yet to be defeated. A striking figure leaped swiftly towards the forest of death. Karui was on her way. A snake coiling around her neck, constantly flicking its tongue to capture the pheromones lingering in the air. It must be over there. I can sense it. Waves of determination surged in her eyes as she prepared herself for a confrontation, even if it meant perishing alongside the enemy. Those three grass ninjas indeed fell to that person's jutsu. Regardless of their motives for participating in the Chunin selection, I have already informed Lord Hokage. The third should grasp my resolve. Even the cursed seal upon her body began to throb painfully. Since that individual had placed this seal upon her, no amount of gluttony could increase her weight. They had stripped her of the joy of growth. You will regret this, Orochimaru. In a certain part of the forest of death, dust swirled, and the terrain had been distorted by the collaboration of Naruto and Sasuke. Following a violent collision, Sasuke unleashed a jutsu he had long prepared. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A blazing dragon of fire erupted from Sasuke's core, roaring as it surged towards Orochimaru. The area engulfed in flames billowed with smoke, and Sakura's heart soared with joy. It's done. No matter how powerful, after enduring the terrifying onslaught from Naruto and Sasuke, there should be no escape. As the smoke cleared, a charred corpse knelt on the ground, grotesquely opening its mouth, from which the slimy Orochimaru emerged, completely unscathed. Orochimaru met Naruto's half-golden gaze, the golden serpent eyes locking onto the crimson fox slits, attempting to cast an illusion upon Naruto. Instead, he was drawn into the mental realm. facing a colossal cage, behind which awaited the long-anticipated Ninetales. The Ninetales opened its mouth wide, unleashing a roar that reverberated through the air, sending Orochimaru's spiritual form reeling. As awareness returned to his true self, Orochimaru struggled to contain his excitement. Due to the unique chakra properties of the Jinchuriki, ordinary illusions were utterly ineffective against him. It was as if he felt no pain at all. He pulled his eyelids down, exposing bloodshot eyes. This gaze, this power, unmistakably, you are the Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. Jinchuriki? Sasuke glanced at Naruto, noting his silence and denial, confirming the truth of Orochimaru's words. Is Naruto's strength truly a result of being a Jinchuriki? Then what is a Jinchuriki? Never mind, I'll ask Naruto after the battle. The immediate priority is to defeat this demon. How intriguing. What will your next move be? With a fierce exhalation, Orochimaru unleashed an unfathomable number of small brown snakes that poured forth, each one bearing sharp fangs, resembling a swarm of spiny wasps. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged no words. With a gust of wind, Naruto concentrated his wind chakra in his palms and struck Sasuke's back, exclaiming, "Fire style, great dragon fire technique." A torrent of flames surged forth, obscuring the sky and burning stones into molten rock. The inferno spread towards Orochimaru, swiftly annihilating the serpentine horde. The forest echoed with violent explosions. Even the examiners stationed at a distance sensed the turmoil, let alone the genin within the forest. Shikamaru, feeling despondent, remarked, "This is ridiculous. There are monsters everywhere. It's just genin taking an exam. What a hassle." The Ino Shikacho trio, closest to the explosions, sought refuge in a pit, as fierce winds and dust swirled around them, occasionally showering them with fragments of serpent carcasses, causing them to shiver in fear. Meanwhile, several elite jonin from Konoha had gathered at the forest's entrance, already aware of the fierce battle unfolding within. Asuma, incredulous, remarked, "The remnants of the battle must have originated from this entrance." How exaggerated. Kurenai perused the documents, stating, "This entrance is where Kakashi's Team 7 entered. Given the timeline, the battle must have erupted shortly after their entrance." The jonin present suddenly wore grim expressions, a wave of foreboding washing over them. The exaggerated flames and heat rushed toward them, a familiar sensation making Kakashi feel resigned, as expected of Kakashi's subordinates. They are incredibly spirited and passionate. It's no wonder he is my rival. Guy opened the sixth gate, steam billowing from his chakra, and with a powerful punch, unleashed a roaring daytime tiger that halted the advance of the blazing inferno, extinguishing the searing flames. Afterward, he relentlessly patted Kakashi's back, causing a rhythmic thudding in his chest. Don't those guys understand the importance of subtlety? Kakashi thought, weary from his colleagues' gazes. Finally, Hinata arrived at the entrance, relieved to find the village's elite jonin present. "It's good to see you all here. Let's find out what transpired." Orochimaru deftly evaded Naruto's punch, transforming his arm into several serpent heads to counterattack. Sasuke, wielding his razor-sharp Raikiri, severed the serpent heads and transmitted lightning along the severed limbs towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru swiftly sliced through the snake on his shoulder to avoid being paralyzed by the electricity and retaliated with a kick aimed at Sasuke from his severed arm. More venomous snakes lunged at him. Sasuke blocked the kick with his sword, while Naruto leaped in front, using his foot to propel himself off Raikiri, allowing Sasuke to evade the incoming snakes. Naruto conjured a brilliant blue Rasengan, striking Orochimaru fiercely in the abdomen. "What? This technique? Rasengan?" Orochimaru exclaimed, caught off guard as the Rasengan hit him, sending him spiraling back. His lower body morphed into a soft form, ensnaring Naruto, resulting in his body being bisected at the waist. How impressive to mitigate the Rasengan's residual damage at the cost of half my body, Naruto mused, feeling the tight grip of Orochimaru's lower half. Regaining stability after toppling several trees, Orochimaru emerged with a new body from his mouth, licking the slime off his face with a grin. What a remarkable junior. Throughout the ages, witnessing various geniuses has been the most fascinating experience. I shall claim both the Jinchuriki and the Sharingan. Sasuke, adhering to the branches with chakra, activated his Sharingan, the tomo spinning rapidly. He employed a technique from the land of waves, forming hand seals with one hand, producing a cacophony of bird cries. Chidori, one-handed seals? And of such caliber? Orochimaru mused, then tilted his head back, unleashing a straight serpent from his mouth, from which a katana emerged, grasped in his hand. Sasuke intended to cleave Orochimaru's sword with his Raikiri, but the blade passed right through it. The Kusanagi sword is impervious to such attacks. In a flash, Sasuke quickly crouched, bracing himself with one hand while launching upward with his right foot, attempting to alter his strategy and evade the katana, executing Lee's shadow leaf dance. Recognizing that trading blows would be unwise, he swiftly dodged and devised a counter-strategy, displaying cleverness, yet still lacking maturity. Orochimaru relaxed his grip on the Kusanagi, using his elbow to block Sasuke's kick. Before the sword could hit the ground, Orochimaru propelled it upward with his knee. Sasuke barely managed to evade the blade but felt a sharp sting as it grazed his cheek, drawing blood. As the sword spun in the air, Orochimaru delivered a spinning kick, sending it soaring again, and then brought his heel crashing down towards Sasuke, who endured the blow, coughing up blood. The katana descended from the air, wielded by Orochimaru, as he aimed to cleave downwards at Sasuke. Shadow clone technique. Naruto, bound by Orochimaru's lower half, stomped his feet, employing Jiraiya's signature technique to create a multitude of clones. The vast army of Narutos surrounded Orochimaru like a locust swarm. Rasengan barrage? With relentless waves of impact. Orochimaru struggled against the overwhelming force of 5,000 Narutos, who swiftly extracted Sasuke from close combat. As previously reported, Orochimaru's swordsmanship in close quarters is formidable, Naruto noted, instructing several clones to find safety and absorb natural energy for future needs. Unlike past battles without the Nine Tails with its presence, Naruto's absorption of natural energy was slightly slower and less enduring, requiring the assistance of shadow clones to store it. Hundreds of Narutos fearlessly clung to Orochimaru, who could not evade their collective assault. As more Narutos joined the fray, they coalesced into a massive sphere resembling a tailed beast. Summoning technique. The colossal form of the great serpent emerged from the Naruto sphere, its tail sweeping across, sweeping away clones and uprooting the earth, sending clouds of smoke billowing from the defeated clones. Sasuke, filled with trepidation, took a step back, acknowledging a massive summoning beast. What a powerful adversary. Naruto has not yet entered into any summoning contract. Observing the colossal form of the giant snake, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy is incredibly powerful." I recall that this is the Jinchuriki from Kakashi's team, the one often regarded as the weakest link. The elite shinobi approaching this scene halted in their tracks upon witnessing Naruto's audacious confrontation with the massive serpent, resembling a swarm of bees attacking a giant. They turned their gaze towards Kakashi, who appeared unfazed yet contemplative. There were whispers of his previous active participation in survival exercises and the recent mission in the Land of Waves. Kakashi stammered, "Indeed, Naruto's chakra seems to have increased somewhat." Asuma wiped the cold sweat from his brow, pondering the implications of such an immense chakra being unleashed in combat. The recent trio of Ino Shikacho shared similar sentiments. Realizing the exaggerated rumors about Naruto's prowess were indeed true. When did the exams for lower-ranking ninjas evolve into such fierce encounters? If I were to return home, I can only imagine the scolding I'd receive from my mother. This situation is troublesome. Their battle has escalated to a critical point. We should find a way to retreat. Inside their hideout, Shikamaru decided to steer clear of the conflict involving Team 7 and the enemy to avoid being caught in their tumultuous clash. Chapter 26. The Curse of Destiny. The giant snake flicked its tongue and unleashed a cloud of venomous mist upon the swarm of Narutos clinging to its body, grumbling, "Orochimaru, to summon me for such trivial pests, I demand 100 sacrifices." Orochimaru perched atop the serpent's head, his predatory gaze fixed on the evasive trio of Team 7 below. "I can wait," he said nonchalantly. "What I require most at this moment is to test the Uchiha's potential." The serpent's tail thrashed on the ground, shaking off the Narutos attached to it with careless ease. "They are merely children," he continued dismissively. Orochimaru brushed his hair back, stating, "If they were merely ordinary children, I wouldn't have summoned you. This test subject exceeds my expectations. It has been a while since I encountered such a sight. The last time was against that insufferable brat named Jiraiya. Kaibai, can you spare more chakra? I am trying my utmost. Your father's seal is too robust, preventing me from freely using my chakra." Within the confines of the seal, the Nine Tails formed hand seals, striving to permeate the barrier with its chakra. Despite its remarkable density, only a trickle had managed to seep out over the years. Put in more effort. That colossal snake depends on you. A swirling vortex of crimson chakra erupted within the iron door, relentlessly battering against the confines of the seal until a pure strand of chakra finally escaped through a crevice. Success. Go for it, Naruto. All right. Leaning against the iron door, Naruto harnessed the chakra and exited the sealed space, addressing Sasuke and Sakura. "I will unleash my full power to defeat that monstrous serpent. You two keep an eye on that guy above." "Understood." Sasuke, influenced by Naruto's earnestness, managed to shake off the fear that had momentarily gripped him, pondering, can Naruto truly overcome such a formidable beast? The giant serpent lashed its tail towards one of Naruto's shadow clones, only to be met with a firm resistance as the clone held its ground. As it attempted to retract its tail, it found itself immobile, astonished. What is happening? A golden aura ignited around the shadow clone, while the original Naruto performed a hand seal, causing the remaining clones to radiate gold as they transformed into the half-gold mode. The morale of the clones surged. Yes, the original has succeeded. Let's all attack together. Each clone conjured a colossal Rasengan, leaping towards the giant snake in unison. Super Ultra Multi-Rasengan Barrage. The massive form of the serpent was bombarded by hundreds of missile-like assaults, driving it backward. After a brief yet intense barrage, the serpent lay on the ground, utterly incapacitated, its scales marred and lifeless. What a familiar sensation, this kid Naruto. The Nine Tails mused, reflecting on the memories of their previous chakra tug-of-war. This boy possesses an extraordinary ability that elicits admiration. The gargantuan snake's head drooped in defeat, emitting a furious growl. "Cursed Orochimaru, summoning me for such menial tasks." Boom. The serpent's body lay sprawled on the ground, devoid of vitality. It seems the outcome has been determined. Gaara, holding an umbrella, methodically crushed the limbs of those ensnared by sand and discarded them like discarded ragdolls, showing restraint in not delivering a fatal blow. Whether the incapacitated foes would survive in the wilderness was of no concern to him. Kankuro observed the massive serpent's corpse, stretching across half the examination area, shivering slightly. This is absurd. That golden-haired kid is from Konoha, right? How can he be this strong? Temari retrieved a scroll, declaring, "Excellent. Their scrolls are just what we need. We can head directly to the central tower." Sakura beamed. "Well done, Naruto." That Naruto. Sasuke clenched his teeth. Having initially believed that mastering Chidori and Raijin would put him on equal footing with Naruto, only to discover that Naruto's true strength was far beyond his expectations. Naruto exited the half-gold body mode, panting heavily, having nearly exhausted the chakra that the Nine-Tails had painstakingly gathered. He was utterly fatigued. "Humph, don't forget that I'm still here." A long sword erupted from the ground, piercing Naruto's chest. The sword, several hundred meters in length, emerged from the earth, while Orochimaru's neck extended like a noodle, holding a serpent's head in its mouth. The exaggerated sword pushed Naruto along the ground, driving him to the edge of the entrance. The elite Jonin, who were en route, watched in shock as Naruto was forced outward, the sword pressing against his chest. Kakashi gasped, "Naruto." Meanwhile, candidates scattered throughout the forest sensed the battle with various abilities, witnessing the colossal serpent clash with the shimmering figures, which evoked a profound sense of helplessness within them. Those perched at higher vantage points could only glean the overall situation, while those with heightened perception were utterly astounded. At the forest's edge, Naruto, bracing himself against the ground, finally stood upright, the sword embedded in his chest. Orochimaru, frowning from above, attempted to push forward but could not pierce his skin. Gazing into Naruto's eyes, she recalled a former friend. That look. Fortunately, I had prepared for sage mode in advance. Naruto grinned, seizing the sword and pushing it aside. With tremendous force, the sword swept swiftly to the side, its sharp blade slicing through the nearby trees, causing Orochimaru's head to twist, compelling her to utilize the Great Snake technique to emerge with a new body from her mouth. While the old shell collapsed lightly to the ground, Orochimaru lay weakly, gazing at Sasuke, who held the Chidori in his hand, and weakly remarked, "I should have prepared more before coming." Sasuke sneered, "Save such talk for another world, Orochimaru." The Chidori in Sasuke's hand emitted a fierce cry, crackling with electricity as it charged toward Orochimaru. "I meant you, Sasuke. You should have prepared more before coming." Orochimaru's head emerged from the ground, her long neck connecting to the body lying not far away, now biting Sasuke's neck and placing the curse mark upon him. Sasuke screamed in agony. The Chidori extinguished as his chakra spiraled into chaos. "You monster!" Sakura cried, tears brimming in her eyes, delivering a powerful blow to Orochimaru's face, causing her cheek to indent. The force of the strike uprooted Orochimaru's long neck from the ground, sending her flying backward. The elite Jonin finally arrived, stunned at the sight before them. Orochimaru. While keeping a wary eye on the fallen Orochimaru, Sakura crouched to check on Sasuke's condition, tears cascading down her face. "If only I were stronger. If only I were stronger." "You are already remarkable, Sakura," a hand weakly lifted to caress her cheek. Observing this, Sakura clutched Sasuke's hand tightly, employing her limited medical knowledge for emergency measures. Orochimaru rose, her neck retracting to its original form, weakly squatting on the ground as the elite Jonin approached her, revealing a mocking smile. "Ah, you all are a bit late. Farewell." Her form transformed into a soft substance, vanishing into the crevices of the earth. Asuma frowned. "It seems she has escaped." Kurenai murmured in disbelief. These kids actually managed to fend her off. Red-faced, she struck the ground where Orochimaru had disappeared, exclaiming, "What a joke." She was aware of Orochimaru's prowess. If the latter had truly wished to flee, no one in the shinobi world could have captured her, missing the opportunity for mutual destruction. Kurenai's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Kakashi looked at Sakura with concern. "Sakura, do you all intend to continue participating?" Sakura felt a pang of guilt from the recent battle. She believed her contributions to the team were trivial. Every action, regardless of size, matters, as long as it stems from a passionate heart. "Miss Sakura." Guy placed a reassuring hand on Sakura's shoulder, which trembled from her sobs, giving her a thumbs up. "Kakashi-sensei, you all are here." Naruto appeared from their direction, interrupting Kakashi's suggestion for Sakura to withdraw from the second round. "That's wonderful, Naruto." Sakura cried tears of joy upon seeing Naruto unharmed. Initially fearing that both her teammates had met a tragic fate, thankfully, only Sasuke lay unconscious. Naruto crouched beside Sasuke, gazing at the cursed mark on his neck. He scratched his head and remarked, "This is quite troublesome. The antidote for the cursed seal has yet to be developed." He then turned his attention to Sakura, who was weeping inconsolably, and offered her some comfort. "It's all right, Sakura. Sasuke is merely experiencing chakra disruption due to the cursed seal. A good sleep will remedy it." Hinata, having regained her composure, noticed the identical cursed mark on Sasuke's neck and furrowed her brow. Nevertheless, she cheerfully added, "Do not worry. I have one of these as well." This time, I'll make an exception. You have the option to withdraw at any point. However, should you choose to continue the examination, we will not offer our assistance. Sakura wiped the tears from her cheeks and resolutely declared, we choose to press on. Then, we shall meet at the tower. With that, the group of Jonin vanished from sight, as they needed to report to the Hokage about Orochimaru infiltrating Konoha to prevent any further schemes against the village. Sakura and Naruto carefully lifted Sasuke and placed him in a tree hollow, ensuring he was settled comfortably, awaiting his awakening before they set forth. Raijin's blade lay beside Sasuke, ready for when he would rise. Naruto sat on the ground, resting against the trunk of a tree. Sakura noticed the dirt smeared across her teammates' faces and took out some water to clean them up and tend to their wounds. The third Hokage turned off the crystal ball, relieved to see that the trio had finally settled down after recuperating. The elite shinobi of Konoha recognized that the members of Team 7 had managed to escape unscathed from an encounter with the legendary Sannin, and they knew that these three would undoubtedly grow into formidable ninjas in the future. Fortunately, all three had made significant progress. Otherwise, Orochimaru might have continued his nefarious plans. Chapter 27. Sakura's silhouette. Kakashi frowned, his expression shifting between concern and contemplation. While he took pride in his subordinates for their resilience against the legendary Sannin, his primary worry was why Orochimaru had set his sights on Team 7. Was it for Naruto or Sasuke? The third Hokage took a deep drag from his cigarette, his thoughts racing. Even he, with his exceptional abilities, could not fathom Orochimaru's true intentions. However, since the latter had already made a move against the Jinchuriki, the situation was beyond redemption. He ordered the Umbu to maintain vigilance throughout the village, ensuring the utmost safety for the arrival of the Kazekage. The assembled elite shinobi responded in unison. Inside the Forest of Death, it was now deep into the night. Beneath a certain tree, Neji, Lee, and Tenten gathered the information they had collected earlier in the day. Following the battle that had erupted on the opposite side of the forest, nearly all teams had ceased their movements. They had spent half the day ensuring an ample supply of food and water, and now was the perfect moment to execute their plan. The three split up to carry out reconnaissance, but regardless of whether they encountered any teams, they would ultimately reconvene at this spot. Neji felt a strong sense of confidence in the strength of his team. As long as they did not run into any particularly unusual individuals, they could handle encounters with three-man squads and emerge unscathed. Such was the confidence of a prodigy. In the coming days, we will gradually approach that area, hoping to uncover intelligence regarding this conflict, he stated, activating his Byakugan. Veins bulged on his forehead, and through his black and white vision, he spotted a massive summoning beast lying beyond the maximum range of his vision, its body untouched and strikingly lifelike. That is the great Serpent Lord. The three sound ninjas gasped at the sight of the enormous serpent corpse. A girl named Kin, adorned with cow-like accessories and possessing long black hair, approached for a closer inspection. From its size and skin details, it is indeed the great Serpent Lord, Orochimaru's most powerful summon. I never expected it to die here. Did those three brats do this? Regardless, our mission is to eliminate the last scion of the Uchiha clan. Let us observe from a distance for now. As the leader of the trio, a bandaged man named Tosu approached the lifeless serpent, his heart heavy at the sight of its unblinking eyes. Despite the extraordinary circumstances, encountering Orochimaru was indeed unfortunate, and they likely suffered grievous losses. The arrogant sack, lost in thought, imagined the scene of their defeat at the hands of the invincible Orochimaru. Well then, let me locate those three insects, Tosa proclaimed, persuaded by Sack. He closed his singular eye and raised his arm, which was embedded with strange instruments. The sound waves reverberated, causing all objects within a 500-meter radius to reflect back. This sonar-like detection was a specialty of the sound ninjas, not as expansive as Naruto's sensory abilities in Sage Mode, but quite practical within the confines of this training ground. A virtual map began to form in his mind, continuously refining until it was complete. Tosu opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. Found them. Not far away. Inside a tree hollow, Sakura tended to her resting teammates. Suddenly, she heard rustling from a nearby bush. Seeing Naruto still meditating, she contemplated asking him to investigate but recalled that he had just endured an extraordinary battle and must be drained of chakra. Gritting her teeth, she decided to venture out alone. Meanwhile, Naruto found himself in a sealed space, shouting at the Ninetales, "It's because you are so lazy that you never accumulate chakra. In future battles, we can't afford to run out of chakra all at once." The Ninetales protested, "You little brat. If it weren't for the chakra I gathered at a crucial moment, you wouldn't have easily defeated that snake." Indeed, the Ninetales proved reliable at critical moments. But he must not slack off anymore. After obtaining the key, future battles would heavily rely on him. The Ninetales lowered his head, ears drooping in a semblance of regret, as Naruto comforted him by saying, "We need to store more chakra than ever before. Even if it seems excessive, it is necessary, isn't it?" The Ninetales' ears twitched, aware of Naruto's lingering sorrow from that era when he had deceived himself into solitude, a remnant of the fear of lacking firepower. The chakra they had expended in the recent battle brought those memories flooding back. After a brief silence, the Ninetales finally said, "Rest assured, I will strive to accumulate chakra. I will be even more reliable than before." "Ah, then I shall entrust this to you, Ninetales." Just then, from Sakura's vigilant gaze, a cute squirrel emerged from the bushes. Clutching a pine cone, to prevent the squirrel from triggering the traps they had set, she threw a kunai to scare it away. Just as she exhaled in relief, 3 figures emerged from the same bush, the Sound Trio, having located their target. Sakura brandished her kunai, warning them, "Don't come any closer. Are you planning to watch over your comrades all night? There's no need for that. Hurry and wake Sasuke, for I wish to challenge him." Tosu advanced, stopping at the spot where Sakura had scared away the squirrel. Furious, Sakura exclaimed, "What are your intentions? I know Orochimaru is pulling the strings behind you. That strange wound on Sasuke's neck, did you do this to him just to challenge him? Well, we are not privy to Orochimaru's plans. Since you brought it up, it seems you must be dealt with as well." Kin glanced disdainfully at the sleeping Naruto and Sasuke in the hollow, saying, "Only a cute little girl remains. That well-maintained hair is infuriating. Instead of wasting time here, you should focus on training." As Kin prepared to advance, Tosu raised a hand to stop her, saying, "Wait." With Kin and Sak looking on curiously, Tosu pointed to the ground. "Through sound waves, I discovered that what lies beneath is hollow. Upon closer inspection, this type of grass shouldn't be growing here, should it?" The Ino Shikacho trio was still searching for a safe location. Their entrance was too close to Team 7. And even the residual energy from the earlier battle had left them shaken. Ino, unconcerned with any notions of beauty, squatted down, grumbling, "There's no place weaker than us around here." Shikamaru replied, "Honestly, we are probably the weakest team in the vicinity. If you want to find weaker opponents, we might as well head to the other side of the forest. Why is my luck so terrible? I have to team up with a lazy slug and a useless Sakura, while Sasuke is with the super genius. It's utterly infuriating." Shikamaru smirked and muttered under his breath, "Perhaps the genius isn't as formidable in actual combat as Naruto, trained in the high intelligence passed down through the Nara family." Shikamaru had been exposed to concepts such as tailed beasts and Jinchuriki from a young age, thanks to his father, Nara Shikaku. He had also engaged in profound discussions with Shikaku about Naruto, fully aware of the immense potential of Jinchuriki and their strategic significance to Konoha and the Land of Fire. Ino's ears twitched, her voice full of ire. "What are you saying?" "All right, I misspoke." Although Shikamaru outwardly supported Ino's assertion, he internally lamented, "What a troublesome person. The moment I criticize Sasuke, she immediately pounces on me." Suddenly, Choji, who had been showing off his chips atop the treetops, exclaimed, "Huh." Shikamaru looked up and inquired, "What's wrong, Choji?" "I see genius Sasuke and battle-hardened Naruto lying on the ground, while useless Sakura is struggling against 3 enemies. What did you say?" "Ino." The head of the Sasuke fan club immediately expressed her disbelief and jumped up to the treetop. A trap is meaningless if it is detected in advance. With a grand gesture, Tisu unleashed a piercing sound wave that triggered all of Sakura's nearby traps. The ground caved in, and sharp steel spikes glimmered ominously. The tree stumps that were originally meant to ambush others came crashing down, rendering the traps entirely ineffective. All of them have been discovered? Sweat dripped down Sakura's forehead. How embarrassing. It turns out the kunai earlier was to prevent a squirrel from falling into the traps. "Let's attack together," Sakura, mocking her, declared. The 3 sound ninja leaped high, launching an assault on Sakura. Observing from the shadows, Shikamaru whispered to Ino, "What should we do, Ino?" Sakura is facing 3 enemies. Ino remained silent, her bangs obscuring her eyes, betraying no hint of her emotions. Shikamaru could only shake his head and continue to watch. Sakura displayed no fear in her eyes. She defended against Kin Shuriken with her kunai and declared, "I have always watched Sasuke and Naruto walk away, each time fighting in front while I cowered behind. I refuse to be left behind. I'm a ninja too." Kin felt the force of the shuriken and paled. "This pig is surprisingly strong." Casting a glance at the 2 in the tree hollow, Sakura executed a spinning kick that sent Kin flying. "They always fight hard to protect me. I have learned so much from them. I want to be as brave as they are. This time, it's my turn. Just watch my back as I protect those I care about." Sakura raised his hands, coldly stating, "Such basic ninjutsu is useless. Air pressure 100, sonic wave 0/wave." A powerful wave of air shot from his hand, and Sakura, seeing this, plunged her hands into the ground, uprooting a large chunk of earth to shield herself from the oncoming shockwave while hurling the remaining dirt at her opponent, quickly forming hand seals. Is this a basic shadow clone technique? As 3 clones rushed toward him, Tisu swung his arm, releasing 3 shuriken that pierced each of Sakura's clones. All fakes? Above. Hearing the sound of something cutting through the air from above, Tisu looked up to see Sakura descending with a punch. He immediately unleashed a sonic boom punch that collided with Sakura as she fell, smugly exclaiming, "Such bravery, relying on only these basic ninjutsu to challenge me?" Struck at a critical point, Sakura split into 2 wooden stumps that fell beside him. From the softened ground he had created by destroying the traps, a slender hand emerged, grasping his ankle. It was then he realized why Kin had been sent flying. This seemingly frail girl had mastered her physical techniques to such a degree that her grip felt like a steel rod, firmly immobilizing him. A powerful force surged, dragging him to the ground. Earth-style, heart decapitation technique. Chapter 28, Sasuke, the Ultimate Ninja. Sakura leaped high to evade the falling debris, glaring down at Tisu, who was now exposed with only his head visible. Anger surged within Sakura as he felt humiliated. He did not regard Sakura as formidable but was instead furious that the three of them had been toyed with by her basic techniques. Can emerge from the rubble, brushing leaves off his long black hair, seething with rage. You will regret this. This is bad, unlike Sasuke and Naruto. Sakura lacks advanced ninjutsu and only possesses basic physical techniques learned in ninja school, which places a tremendous burden on her muscle cells. This is akin to a technique that sacrifices one's body, rendering her incapable of standing against these three. Ino seemed to grasp the critical point. Breaking free from her complex emotions, basic physical techniques? Did we ever learn this? Even if we didn't study it, we should at least have skimmed the textbook. It would surely sadden Irika-sensei. Shikamaru grumbled inwardly, yet explained, the average human muscle can only exert about 20 of its potential strength. And if one attempts to use nearly 100 strength, the muscles will sustain damage. Typically, the brain regulates this power. However, Sakura's basic ninjutsu forcibly overrides the brain's control, allowing her muscles to repeatedly unleash powerful techniques. Ino finally understood that Sakura was pushing herself beyond her limits. Disregarding muscle damage, and began to worryingly murmur, Sakura, this is troublesome. If we're concerned for her, we should help. Shikamaru sighed in resignation. Having sighed countless times since the Chunin selection exam, perhaps the melting glaciers in the land of snow were somehow related to him. Sakura also recognized that a prolonged battle would be too taxing on her, preparing to take down one enemy with a powerful punch aimed at Tisu. With a resounding crash, Tisu, struck squarely, seemed to sink into a massive sponge, the soft ground absorbing the impact. Sakura paused momentarily, noticing two strange bulges in the ground that extended towards Sakura. It was then she realized he had used sound waves to disrupt the ground around Tisu. Oh dear. That punch truly hurt, miss. Tisu sprang up from the ground. Sakura gritted her teeth, rapidly forming hand seals and using her clones to rush toward the three enemies. Intent on continuing her pursuit. They had merely underestimated her. How foolish. Ken retrieved a shuriken attached to bells, throwing it toward the ground between them. The bells jingled, causing Sakura's body to stumble and her clones to disappear. Sakura found herself immobilized, bewildered, her thoughts racing. What just happened? Her attack shouldn't have reached me. Isn't it strange? Though your basics are indeed solid, our differences are insurmountable. Being a ninja is not a game. Tisu crouched before Sakura, glaring at her with a singular eye. Tisu swung his fist towards Sakura, stopping just beside her left ear. Our techniques move at the speed of sound. My attack contains a little trick. Even if it doesn't hit, it's still effective. Blood trickled from Sakura's left ear as she struggled to cover it. I wasn't even hit. Yet I'm injured? Even if my shuriken doesn't strike your body at this close range, you cannot escape the attack of sound. Jin seized Sakura's long hair, lifting her entirely from the ground. Sokka, withdrawing his hand from the earth, smirked and declared, once the sound intensity exceeds 150 decibels, the eardrum shatters, impacting the semicircular canals deep within the ear, causing the body to lose balance. It seems your body is no longer able to move freely. However, you are quite impressive. Indeed, let us unleash our ninjutsu. I can manipulate ultrasonic waves and air pressure, a force capable of shattering even stone. Jin mockingly tugged at Sakura's hair, taunting. Although I was taken aback, you can no longer execute those monstrous techniques. TOS suddenly seemed to realize something, his eyes widening as he swiftly retreated, shouting, Jin, step back. What? Sakura's lips curled into a smirk as her palm wielded a blue chakra blade, instantly severing Jin's flowing hair. Jin lost his balance and fell backward. In a flash, Sakura turned, her chakra-infused palm striking Jin's arm and thigh, causing him to slump like a noodle. After executing this maneuver, Sakura also lost her balance, collapsing atop Jin, devoid of any strength to retaliate. Is the chakra surgical knife still a medical ninja? TOS exclaimed in astonishment, cautiously observing and confirming that the opponent truly lacked the power to resist, which allowed him to approach with ease. Jin's once handsome features twisted in fury as he bellowed. That damn Sao. You ambushed me. Hurry and help me get her away. TOS approached the two girls, kicking Sakura aside, who skidded several meters across the ground, before helping Jin to his feet. You were far too careless, daring to approach without understanding the enemy's capabilities. TOS examined Jin's hands and feet, noting, you still cannot move. It seems the muscle fibers in your limbs have been severed. TOS then kicked Sakura's immobile body, cursing, you little brat. Sao, look at the mess you've made. Amidst the relentless beating, Sakura seized the opportunity to bite into this leg, clinging tightly as she murmured, I will not allow you to harm my teammates. That hurts. You little brat. Sakura's defiance only fueled his fury, causing him to strike her even harder, blood streaming from her head as she stubbornly refused to release her grip. After TOS gathered strength for a kick, Sakura was sent flying, raising her palm to deliver a final blow to the vile brat. Suddenly, three figures appeared before TOS, causing the Sound Ninja trio to alter their expressions. Sakura, I told you I would never lose to you, right? Ino did not glance back at her former friend but remained vigilant against the Sound Ninja trio. Ino, you're here. Sakura weakly greeted. TOS, propping up Jin, assessed the newcomers and, seeing their lack of remarkable prowess, chuckled, it appears that some foolish little insects from Konoha have ventured in unafraid of death. CHG, held by his scarf by Shikamaru, trembled and stammered, what are you doing? They're far too dangerous. I don't want to die. TOS laughed at this, ha ha ha. If you don't want to die, then hurry and get lost, you fat pig. Shikamaru and Ino froze momentarily, while CHG's ears twitched and he suddenly calmed. His tone turning icy. What did that person just say? I didn't hear clearly. That line was CHG's taboo. Before Shikamaru could intervene, TOS blurted. I said if you don't want to die, then hurry and get lost, you fat pig. CHG's anger surged. His immense chakra erupting from his nostrils. I'm not fat, just a bit plump. I see, this has escalated to a war between Konoha ninjas and the sound. Multiplying technique. CHG transformed into a large round ball, retracting his head and limbs, rolling towards TOS. Meatball tank. That line should be mine. And what sort of ninjutsu is this? It's merely a fat guy rolling around. Air cutter. TOS raised his palm, unleashing an air cannon to counter the rapidly rolling meatball tank, momentarily halting CHG's advance. This is becoming problematic. TOS discarded the now useless gene to the ground, revealing an instrument in his hand and rushing towards TOS, only to find himself unexpectedly immobilized, adopting a bizarre pose. TOS evaded CHG's meatball tank, turning to see TOS contorted in several strange postures, and fumed. TOS, what are you doing? TOS struggled to turn around, noticing Shikamaru in a similar odd stance. Shikamaru chuckled, I want to let you succeed. You're the most troublesome one. Shadow imitation technique. Successful. Ino had stealthily approached Jean, drawing a kunai to her throat, threatening. Stop this immediately, or this girl will lose her life. Drop the scroll on the ground and leave with her. Air cutter. Ino, watch out. A powerful shockwave sent Jean and Ino tumbling across the ground, blood pooling around them. TOS coldly mocked, you were far too careless. Our objective is not some trivial scroll. Nor do we need to adhere to regulations for this exam. It's for Sasuke. At that moment, the shadow beneath TOS retracted. 5 minutes had elapsed, exceeding the time limit of Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique. Realizing he could move freely, TOS sneered. It seems your binding technique can only last 5 minutes. CHG, having collided around, finally came to a halt, lying dazed on the ground. You even turn on your comrades? This is unacceptable. Ino coughed up blood. TOS revealed the sound flute in his hand. Such a pity. You were so close to success, yet your ideals were too naive. Konoha whirlwind. A powerful kick sent TOS flying, a green figure appearing on the scene. The shining beast of Konoha, Rock Lee, arrived to rescue the beautiful Princess Sakura. Honestly, these little insects from Konoha seem to think we sound ninja are insignificant. TOS was about to teach this oblivious green watermelon a lesson, when an unprecedented wave of intense malice erupted from the tree hollow behind Sakura. What? A chaotic swirl of purple chakra enveloped Sasuke. The cursed seal's black markings spreading chaotically across his handsome face as he stepped out of the tree hollow, exuding an aura of foreboding, malice, evil intent, and hatred. Pausing beside Sakura, he halted, her expression filled with concern. Sasuke, you look. Sasuke's Sharingan unveiled a third tomo, as if perceiving the very essence of the world. He had also acquired some peculiar strength from Orochimaru's curse, raising a finger to his temple and spinning it, grinning wickedly. You needn't worry. I'm feeling absolutely ecstatic. With that, he approached TOS with a sinister smile, stating, you were the one who hurt Sakura, weren't you? Shikamaru sensed something was amiss with Sasuke's demeanor and urged Ino and CHG to retreat into the tree hollow. Green shirt, hurry and bring Sakura away. We'll be caught up in this. Little Lee, albeit worried about Sasuke facing 2 opponents, still helped lift Sakura as they swiftly retreated. He has completely filled with the curse mark. Thus, everything has become clear. The strange wound that the individual named Sakura mentioned, left by Orochimaru, refers to this. To endure such a level of cursed seal, could it be that this individual is a pawn prepared by Lord Orochimaru? Upon realizing this, Toss cried out in terror, Sack. Be cautious. Quickly, leave this place. Chapter 29. Hyuga Neji had just alleviated his dizziness, yet merely gazing at Sasuke's current state filled him with dread. Shikamaru. What will happen next? He asked. How should I know? This is quite troublesome. I never expected such a formidable presence from a genius in actual combat. Meanwhile, Lee was utterly bewildered. Just yesterday morning, prior to the first test, he had fought Sasuke, and the pressure he exerted then was nowhere near as exaggerated. A sudden realization struck him, startling both Inuzuka and the fatigued Sakura. I understand now. It seems he has undergone some dreadful transformation that has made him even stronger. Everyone was left in astonishment. Shikamaru internally lamented, it's obvious at a glance, this guy is all brawn. No brains, how troublesome. At this moment, Sasuke stood before Sack, who was inscribed with the character for death. Toss had already discerned the secret behind Sasuke's power and began to retreat step by step, his voice trembling. No matter how formidable he is, his chakra is overwhelmingly strong. That chilling aura can only belong to that esteemed individual. Sack clasped his hands together, gathering strength, and disdainfully remarked, Toss, a near-death individual is not to be feared. We won't be scurrying away like frightened mice. I intend to use this technique to eliminate all these pesky insects in one go. Having completed his formidable charge, he wore a confident smile, forming his hands into a triangular shape, through which he could clearly see Sasuke and the few individuals hidden in the tree hollow behind him. Void slash. A powerful gust of wind, shaped like a prism, surged toward the targeted direction, erupting in a dazzling brilliance that rendered everyone momentarily blind, engulfing them in a world of blinding white. A crackling sound pierced through the whiteness, and an arm soared high into the air. Sasuke's right hand crackled with electricity, and Sack stared wide-eyed at the severed limb that fell at his feet in disbelief. How is this possible? The wound, severed at the elbow, had only a minimal blood loss, akin to a medical electric burn after being cut by Chidori. My hand. Aya. A wave of intense pain surged through him as Sack clutched the stump, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. With great difficulty, he raised his other hand towards Sasuke, attempting to resist. In an instant, Sasuke appeared behind Sack, astounding Lee with his incredible speed. So fast. He moves even quicker than I do without my weights. Sasuke stepped on Sack's back, lifting the other arm, a devilish smile playing on his lips. It seems you have quite the confidence in your hands. Don't. Please, no. Realizing Sasuke's intention, Sack attempted to plead for mercy, but a sharp crack echoed as his hollow bone broke, his body collapsing like a rag doll, twitching on the ground. Having lost both hands, he was now unworthy to serve as Orochimaru's pawn, with no future in sight. Now, it seems only you remain. The three-tomo Sharingan began to spin, and Toss found himself ensnared in Sasuke's crimson gaze, filled only with fear and devoid of any will to resist. You must play with me a little longer. Sasuke advanced towards Toss, an indescribable psychological pressure cascading over him like a waterfall. Trembling, Toss pleaded, "We were wrong. We'll give you all the scrolls. Please spare us." Sasuke maintained his sinister grin, showing no sign of stopping as he continued his slow approach. The ominous aura surrounding him was akin to a serpent fixated on its prey, stripping Toss of any courage to flee. Stop. Sasuke halted, turning to see Lee, who was helping a limping Sakura emerge from the tree hollow, his expression filled with trepidation. This version of Sasuke, this menacing presence, was nothing like the Sasuke I once knew. Tears fell to the ground as Sakura's pleading gaze pierced through Sasuke's heart, shrouded in negative emotions, filling him with warmth that washed away the cursed seal. The black markings swiftly retracted, burrowing back into the seal on his neck. The cursed seal begins to recede. It seems we are finally saved, Toss thought, his emotions tangled as he produced the Book of Earth from his pocket, placing it on the ground. You are impressive, Sasuke. We stand no chance against you as you are now. Consider this our compensation. Please grant us a chance at life. He hoisted his incapacitated teammates onto his shoulders and added, I may have been overly fearful for my life, but I need to ascertain something first. I promise you. The next time we encounter, I will neither flee nor hide. It was he who sent us to assassinate you, yet he acted first. And not only did he fail to kill you, but he also left behind this cursed seal. I cannot comprehend his motives. As Toss departed, his figure gradually fading from sight, Sasuke knelt, clutching the cursed seal, gasping for breath. Sakura quickly knelt beside him, disregarding her injuries to check on him. Ino, take care of Sakura and see how she is. The trio of Inuzuka, Shikamaru, and Shoji, seeing that the danger had passed and with the presence of Lee from the second team, hurriedly emerged from their hiding spot. At that moment, a malevolent aura entirely different from Sasuke's surged from within each individual, as if they were being hunted by some colossal beast, causing goosebumps to erupt across their skin. Such overwhelming malice. How abhorrent. What on earth is happening? Before he could escape the tree hollow, Shikamaru glanced at Naruto, realizing that this fearsome and tumultuous emotion emanated from him. He even witnessed crimson chakra manifesting as bubbles around Naruto. Sealed space. Oh no, I messed up. The Nine Tails interrupted the chakra gathering process, seeming as if it had never properly condensed chakra since its birth. A momentary lapse had infused its emotions into the mix, producing a chaotic chakra filled with negative energy. Ugh, I'm so angry. Kurama, you've caused me great trouble. Naruto fumed, his eyes transforming into those of a fox. 3 tails of chakra swishing behind him. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his composure. Otherwise, the 9 tails chakra would have led him to lose control. Now, in Konoha, aside from the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, no one could withstand the power of 4 tails. Without the 1st Hokage's necklace, even Captain Otagai would be powerless. You nearly destroyed Konoha again. Aren't you supposed to become Hokage? How could you not even bear this much power and lose your sanity? The 9 tails retorted, though its attention was drawn to Sasuke outside. Indeed, Uchiha Sasuke has influenced my emotions just now. This little brat is no simple matter. By the way, was it really appropriate to sit idly by? Your comrades risked their lives to protect you. Naruto closed his eyes to calm his emotions, yet spoke with pride. Compared to my safety, Kurama is far more important. And do not underestimate Sakura. She is quite formidable in her own right. The 9 tails smirked, saying, this is what trust looks like. You should go and tidy up the aftermath. In the outside world, 3 crimson chakra bubbles formed a tail that shot skyward, completely tearing apart the tree hollow that had sheltered them. The tailed beast's cloak enveloped Naruto's body, and without Naruto's conscious control, the beast instinctively roared in fury. Naruto. Sasuke attempted to rise, but the curse mark on his neck burned intensely, causing pain to radiate through his entire body. Gritting his teeth and clutching his neck, he struggled to adapt to the physical transformation brought on by the seal. In the central region of the Death Forest, Gaara, who had been resting in the tall tower, suddenly awakened, gasping for breath as if sensing something. That feeling. It's the stinky fox, Gaara. Hearing Shikaku's sharp voice, Gaara tumbled off his bed, rolling on the ground while clutching his forehead tattoo, muttering, Mom, don't worry, you'll be able to drink blood soon. Sighing, Kinkaro, who had been startled awake by Gaara's commotion, retreated to the wall, drenched in cold sweat. You must be joking. Haven't you been sleeping soundly lately? Why are you acting up again? Where is that hedgehog-haired brat from Konoha? Only he can calm Gaara down. Fortunately, with Naruto absent, Gaara quickly regained his composure. Though his aura returned to its usual coldness, his eyes filled with a murderous intent, making it a night destined for Kankuro to be restless. Is Naruto transforming too? Choji ran swiftly, while Ino hid behind Sasuke, and Lee took a stance to protect Sakura, beaming brightly. Even if it's dangerous, I will protect you, Miss Sakura? Shikamaru frowned at the raging Naruto before him, having noticed the tailed beast's cloak covering Naruto's abdomen, the seal exhibiting a peculiar operation, continuously channeling chakra into the beast's outer layer. Strange, could the seal be loosening? Just as he attempted to use his shadow imitation technique to control Naruto. The overwhelming malice dissipated, and the chakra cloak rapidly retreated, absorbed back into Naruto's body. Huh? Shikamaru exclaimed in astonishment, having prepared for the worst. As Naruto stood before him, scratching his head apologetically, Sorry, Shikamaru. Shikamaru wished to voice his thoughts but halted, a frown forming on his lips. What a bothersome guy. He can freely manipulate the fox's chakra. It seems he has truly become a genuine Jinchuriki. Choji, keeping his distance, called out, Shikamaru, are you all right? Honestly, if you were that worried about me, why run so far away? Shikamaru retorted, stepping forward with an irritated expression. Naruto followed behind him, spotting Lee and greeting. Oh, you're here too, Lee. Lee relaxed his stance. Oh, it's just Naruto. I thought there was a wild beast. Lee, so you're here. Two figures emerged from the nearby woods, searching for Lee, Tintin, and Neji. Tintin scolded Lee relentlessly. Do you know how long Neji and I waited for you? Do you have any idea how worried we were? What were you thinking running off so far? But I noticed Miss Sakura was in danger, Lee bravely countered. Glancing back to throw a flirtatious wink at Sakura, Miss Sakura, L0V. A heart-shaped symbol flew from his eyes, which startled Sakura, making her dodge in panic, prompting an exasperated sigh from Tintin. Neji surveyed the surroundings, glancing at the book of earth on the ground, then at Sasuke, who was kneeling. He spoke, Uchiha Sasuke. It seems you have just endured a fierce battle. Sakura positioned herself protectively in front of Sasuke, alertly asking, What do you want? The disdainful gaze of this Hyuga Neji made her uncomfortable, as if his white eyes could see through her innermost thoughts. Neji coldly chuckled, turning away, saying slowly, I have no interest in taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Uchiha Sasuke, I will only fight you when you are in a better condition. I have no desire to defeat you in your current state. After speaking, he departed with Lee and Tintin. Naruto held a favorable impression of Neji. He was genuinely dependable, having risked his life to save him in a previous life. Yet, he couldn't help but think that Neji really is full of himself at this moment. Chapter 30. The power to control. As the morning sun illuminated the death forest, the poisonous insects and ferocious beasts began their search for sustenance for the new day. A massive centipede, the size of an adult, lay on a tree, awaiting the approach of 3 humans, hoping to capture one for a meal. Suddenly, a shuriken sliced through its tough exterior, green ichor spilling onto the ground as the creature writhed and struggled. The Sound Ninja's Book of Earth had been given as thanks to the Inoshikacho trio. After parting ways, they had spent several days embroiled in various incidents, despite not needing to worry about the passage tasks. Naruto, that girl with red hair is your relative, right? Sakura casually inquired, recalling the way that girl had looked at Sasuke, making her feel wary. It seemed she was a rival not to be underestimated, but thankfully, they had ultimately parted ways with the girl named Uzumaki Karen. Naruto rested his hands behind his head, pondering for a moment before replying. Probably so, I'm not entirely certain. But she can wield various sealing techniques, just like my mother. Even their hair color is identical. Suddenly recalling Xiangling's sealing arts, Naruto exclaimed loudly. I completely forgot to ask her to place a seal on Sasuke's cursed mark. Sasuke halted his steps, unconsciously touching the still warm, cursed mark on his neck. Sealing techniques? What do you mean by that? Naruto scratched his head and expressed in his own understanding. Orochimaru is far too impatient. He has crammed an excessive amount of power into the curse mark, making it impossible for you to swiftly grasp this strength. Sakura murmured, contemplating the bizarre scene involving Sasuke from before, and exclaimed with a grave tone, No, regardless of how formidable this power may be, it ultimately stems from the sinister machinations of that man, Orochimaru, who can ascertain if there are any adverse effects. Naruto shook his head and said, True strength does not lie in power itself, but in the one who wields it. Uncontrolled power, no matter how formidable, does not belong to oneself. Sasuke recalled the overwhelming sensation he experienced while utilizing the curse seal, feeling so confident that he could defeat even the formidable Itachi Uchiha if he stood before him. He inquired earnestly, So, after applying the seal, will I be able to wield this power safely? Naruto rolled up his coat, an inner garment, channeling his chakra as a seal manifested upon his abdomen. He spoke, "Within me lies a being of immense power. Even a mere fraction of its strength escaping from the seal could rival the chakra of 100 Kakashi-senseis." He lowered his garments, the shimmering golden exterior enveloping him in a radiant glow. Indeed, this ability of mine stems from that entity within. It has committed numerous misdeeds fueled by its terrifying power. Yet, its might is so overwhelming that one misstep can lead to an obsession with this force, ultimately resulting in a complete transformation into a true monster. Naruto dispelled his half-gold form, and a crimson aura enveloped him, the tailed beast's cloak wrapping around his being. The warmth of the golden mode, akin to the gentle embrace of the sun, abruptly transformed into an icy, bone-chilling hell. His nails, hair, and fangs began to elongate, while his lips turned to a shade of black. Sakura instinctively took a step back, even though this individual was a close comrade. The overwhelming aura evoked a primal urge to flee within her. This instinct was a remnant of ancestral genes, a deep-seated fear inherited from ancient forebears who had trembled at the mere presence of tailed beast chakra. Naruto snapped his fingers, and a tail sprouted from behind him, reaching towards the ground. It swiftly penetrated the surface, veering underground, and emerged beneath Sasuke. What? Sasuke was taken aback and leaped backward. But the chakra-formed tail relentlessly pursued his movements. Sharp chakra claws extended from the tail, moving with greater agility than the tail itself. They hovered before Sasuke, playfully tapping against his forehead protector before retracting. Naruto transformed back into his half-gold form. Sakura exclaimed in anger, "Naruto, what are you doing? My current state is one of complete mastery over the power released by that guy. Although the previous state was formidable, its strength was dispersed compared to my current form. It may seem powerful, but it merely attacked instinctively. However, mastering this power allows for complete control and the ability to wield it at will, correct?" Sasuke understood Naruto's intent and approached him. "So, you thought of utilizing the sealing technique, just like me, to gradually familiarize yourself with the power released from the seal." Naruto chuckled. "Exactly." Sakura's eyes lit up. "Kakashi-sensei should be proficient in sealing techniques, right? I recall he holds the title of the strongest technician in Konoha." Naruto sighed, acknowledging. "Indeed, while Xiangling's sealing technique is superior, we must now rely solely on Kakashi-sensei." After speaking, he gazed towards the towering structure not far away, stating, "Once we meet Kakashi-sensei, we shall explain the situation." Unbeknownst to Naruto, within Sasuke's cursed seal resided the consciousness of Orochimaru, who had been privy to their recent conversation. In a shadowy corner, Orochimaru was recuperating, sensing memories reminiscent of shadow clones, and with a smile, he extended his long tongue to cleanse his face. "Ah, Uzumaki Naruto. You wish to harness my power as nourishment for Sasuke's growth. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is indeed an intriguing little rascal." From the shadows emerged a bespectacled man. Adjusting his glasses as he inquired, "I have implanted the virus into the preliminary round's computer as per your instructions. But may I ask why you have chosen to do so?" Orochimaru glanced sideways at Kabuto, his long tongue flicking out to pry open Kabuto's concealed hand, revealing the kunai he had been gripping. "Many matters lack rationale, or perhaps they are not suited for the present discourse. Do not attempt to outsmart me under my very nose. I merely did not anticipate Naruto's remarkable advancement in strength." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kabuto's forehead as he adjusted his glasses and retreated into the shadows, murmuring, "I understand." Sasuke had wholly embraced Naruto's ideology, akin to a sponge eager to absorb greater power. If mastering this force would grant him the ability to vanquish that man, he was willing to pay any dreadful price to obtain it. Sakura entwined her arms with those of Sasuke and Naruto, standing between them with a smile, exclaiming, "Then let us set forth. We shall reach our destination in one breath." "All right." "Oh." In the Central Tower's lounge, the third Hokage sat at his desk, scrutinizing the monitors alongside a group of examiners. The screens displayed footage from 4 days prior, shortly after the commencement of the second examination. The image featured a team from Sunagakure, led by Gaara, who seemed to sense the camera's presence and turned to gaze directly into them, causing all present to feel as though his eyes were peering through time at them. "No way. This was only 97 minutes into the exam," Hondo murmured. An examiner gasped. "Such a phenomenon has never occurred before. This is truly extraordinary. These individuals are certainly not of the genin rank, having shattered the previous record of 4 hours." Hondo stood and paced, stating, "This is not all. The distance from the entrance to here spans a daunting 10 kilometers of untamed forest, fraught with ferocious beasts, venomous insects, and treacherous paths. Yet this Gaara appears utterly unscathed." An Umbu member fixated on the paused image of Gaara, observing the murderous intent radiating from his eyes, and remarked, "Though he possesses great strength, his gaze is rather unsettling." The third Hokage, arms crossed, pondered another matter. "Hondo, when you arrive, Orochimaru will have already fled, correct?" Hondo quickly knelt, replying respectfully, "Yes." The third Hokage did not pose further inquiries, turning his attention to another live feed, where the members of Team 7, tattered and worn, arrived at the tower. He chuckled as he took a puff from his pipe. It seems that had they not encountered Orochimaru, Team 7 might have set an even swifter record. However, These are trifles. To arrive safely at the designated location despite Orochimaru's interference, has my beloved disciple held back? How fares your curse seal? Hondo touched the seal on his neck, responding, thanks to you, it has improved significantly. An Umbu member remarked, by the way, Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, right? He is a fugitive ninja listed on the S-rank wanted list, someone even the entire Umbu could not restrain. Why would he appear in the village, masquerading as an exam participant? The third Hokage, observing Sasuke on the monitor, concluded, it is likely for Sasuke's sake. In any case, let the examination proceed, but remain vigilant regarding Orochimaru's movements. Yes. Finally, Team 7 entered the central tower as per regulations. Sasuke, feeling increasingly uncomfortable as Sakura supported him, withdrew his hand, inquiring, is there no one here? Sakura feigned a cheerful demeanor while inwardly expressing frustration. What a shame. The wall displayed instructions on utilizing the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Naruto was already familiar with the summoning technique inscribed on the scrolls, which could only be activated at specific locations to summon the beings contained within, akin to a summoning jutsu. However, activating the scroll outside the tower would result in a hypnotic spell, and with luck, one might sleep through the second examination in the perilous wilderness. He placed the two scrolls on the ground, and they emitted a thick smoke, revealing a familiar figure amidst the haze. Hello, long time no see. Indeed. It has been a while, Iruka-sensei. Naruto cheerfully responded to the flamboyant Iruka. After their brief exchange, Iruka produced a pocket watch and announced, I congratulate you all on passing the second examination. I had intended to treat you to Ichiraku ramen to celebrate. But the final round of the preliminary exam is about to commence, so we shall save that for later. Upon hearing that the new round of exams was imminent, Sakura's spirits plummeted, and even Sasuke felt a twinge of fatigue. Please do not push yourselves too hard in the final examination, especially you, Naruto. You are my greatest concern. Iruka expressed his favoritism without reservation, having always regarded Naruto as a younger brother. With a smile illuminating his face, Naruto pointed at his forehead protector and said, Iruka-sensei, have you forgotten our promise? Ever since you bestowed this forehead protector upon me, I have been a ninja. I even plan to invite you as my father to my wedding in the future. Indeed, that is truly remarkable, Naruto. Iruka exclaimed, placing his hand on Naruto's head and ruffling his hair, a glimmer of tears welling in his eyes. However, rather than a fatherly figure, I would prefer to assume the role of an elder brother. He observed the trio, their faces smeared with dirt, while recalling Kakashi's words from that day. Iruka-sensei, you are aware that due to Naruto's optimistic and spirited nature, as well as his relationship with Sasuke, a certain level of ruckus within the team is inevitable. Nevertheless, Naruto's unwavering commitment to protecting his comrades has been instilled in him by you, Iruka-sensei, and in terms of strength, he has already surpassed the one he respects, yourself. It appears that Kakashi-sensei possesses the most profound understanding of their capabilities. Chapter 31. A competition influenced by technology under Iruka's guidance, the three arrived at an arena, the venue for the preliminary rounds of the third exam. At that moment, all the examiners and the leading jonin of the passing teams were present. A testament to the significance of this examination, even drawing the busy third Hokage to attend in person. Gaara, carrying a large gourd, was the first to spot Naruto. Even before Hinata did, immediately directing his gaze towards him. Naruto also noticed Gaara's gaze and offered him a nod and a smile as a form of greeting. Unaccustomed to such treatment, Gaara fumbled in response, repeatedly nodding back at him. Kankuro stepped closer to Temari and whispered for assistance, Sister, Gaara has been acting rather strangely lately. Sure, do not disturb him. It was not only Kankuro who was fixated on Gaara. Kiba from Team 8 was likewise observing this formidable individual that instilled fear in him. As Naruto entered the scene, a familiar face approached to greet him. To his surprise, it was none other than the formidable Rain Ninja who had effortlessly defeated the previously intimidating Akamaru. With a robust and composed demeanor, Kiba flashed a grin and remarked, I never expected you to pass the second exam as well. The opponent you vanquished must have been rather lackluster. Upon hearing her teammate's comment about Naruto, the usually indecisive Hinata responded earnestly, Kiba, please don't say that. Naruto-kun is truly strong. Naruto habitually ruffled Hinata's hair, expressing joy as he said, You've had a tough time living in the wild these past few days. He also buried his head in her collar. Shikamaru, witnessing this scene, glanced at Asuma and Kurenai, who were chatting and laughing on the platform, and remarked, Those two have been acting strangely lately. Is this something everyone goes through at a certain age? It's quite troublesome. You shouldn't overthink things at your age. You don't even have a decent friendship with the opposite sex. Kiba's Akamaru barked in his arms. Suddenly, Shino startled Shikamaru by speaking up. When did you arrive? The future bearer of the title Unbeaten Legend, Shino, with his sunglasses reflecting a cold glint, replied, You were quite rude. I have been standing beside you from the very beginning. Orochimaru, disguised as a sound ninja and leading jonin, stood behind the third Hokage, his senses tingling with the familiar scent of tobacco from afar. He felt immense joy at the thought of the impending Konoha collapse plan. Old man, I told you I would make you regret this. Your age has rendered you completely oblivious to my presence. Your ideals and your strength are but remnants of the past. After a brief intermission, Akamichi Chuji noted that the participants had gathered sufficiently. As the chief examiner for the second round, he stood on the high platform and announced, "First, congratulations to all of you for passing the second exam. Next, the Hokage will say a few words. Let us give him a round of applause." In the vast coliseum, the third Hokage stood on the platform, surveying the vibrant new generation of ninjas with delight. "Since you have granted me the opportunity to speak, I shall share a few thoughts," he began. Half an hour later, he continued, "We must confront the rather awkward reality of what constitutes a key issue. The fundamental question is how to define a problem is crucial. With this in mind, let us reevaluate the core issues at hand. I believe that the key issues are those we all must face. Hence, when confronted with such dilemmas, how should we ascertain the essence of these key problems?" The third Hokage continued to elaborate, while the lower-ranked ninjas grew drowsy, and Naruto found himself struggling to stay awake. Unlike the previous two exams, the third round would test individual strength, and due to the overwhelming number of participants, a preliminary round would eliminate some. Coughing loudly, Moonlight Guy knelt before the third Hokage, interrupting his speech, drawing everyone's attention. "Forgive my rudeness, Hokage-sama. I will handle the forthcoming details as the referee." The third Hokage glanced at his watch, feeling somewhat unfulfilled, and replied, "Then I shall leave it to you, young man. Do take care of your health." Moonlight Guy bore dark circles under his eyes, akin to Garas, and his gaunt cheeks were a testament to the toll taken by his beautiful girlfriend. Rising, he addressed the gathered lower ninjas, saying, "Firstly, it is a pleasure to meet you all. Before you commence the third exam, we must first execute a preliminary round." Sakura whispered, "This teacher looks quite unwell." Sasuke nodded in agreement, quietly adding, "It seems like he could collapse at any moment." Those feeling unwell or wishing to withdraw after the previous explanations were invited to do so now. Even the kind-hearted Hinata displayed concern, thinking, "Isn't the teacher the one who is truly unwell?" A bespectacled boy raised his hand, declaring, "Teacher, I wish to withdraw from the exam." Moonlight Guy glanced at him and nodded. "You must be the herbalist Kabuto from Konoha. You may leave." The third Hokage furrowed his brow, whispering to Akamichi Chuji, "I seem to recall this individual. He withdrew from the last Chunin exam as well." Chuji, perusing the documents handed to him, noted, "He has participated in 6 exams, all of which he withdrew from at this stage." The third Hokage, sensing something amiss, inquired, "What is his background?" He was an inconspicuous student in the Ninja Academy, with average grades, barely passing the graduation exam after 3 attempts. Post-graduation, his missions were unremarkable, lacking any noteworthy achievements. However, prior to entering the academy, he had been rescued on the battlefield by a medical squad, a young enemy. The third Hokage nodded, watching Kabuto depart. At that moment, another hand was raised, belonging to one of the Sound Trio, T.S. He glared at Orochimaru, who was feigning leadership as a jonin. T.S. thought of the torment he had endured in the past few days. To pass, he had to care for 2 injured comrades unable to move while collecting the scrolls on his own. All of this was due to the scheming of the seemingly honorable man. Clenching his teeth, he stated, "2 of my teammates are too injured to continue. They both require medical treatment." Moonlight Guy waved his hand. "I commend your dedication. If you're unwell, seek treatment promptly." He then agreed to let the Sound Ninjas, Sakan and Yukon, withdraw. The medical team rushed in anxiously with stretchers to carry them away, realizing that injuries had arisen before the fighting had even begun. They suspected the ominous words of a jinx had invoked the wrath of a night shift deity. Seeing that no one else chose to withdraw, Moonlight Guy announced, "Then let the competition commence." Suddenly, the large electronic screen displayed 2 names, Hyuga Neji versus Tenten. Kakashi, standing behind the Jonin, began to frown. As he caught Sasuke glancing at the screen, his eyes inadvertently landed on the cursed mark faintly visible on Sasuke's collar, then shifted to the cursed mark on Akamichi Chuji's neck. Regardless, this is far too dangerous. Whatever that man left behind is undoubtedly problematic, posing a significant safety risk. Lost in thought, Kakashi was abruptly seized by a pair of large hands around his neck. Guy's eyes were flooded with tears. "Oh no. Kakashi. My beloved subordinates are fighting amongst themselves. Former friends turn foes. This is too cruel for our spirited youth." Kakashi turned to Guy, momentarily bewildered, and replied, "Are you addressing me? Oh my, you are quite impressive. Your distinctive traits exude a fashionable aura. Truly, you are my rival. You infuriate me," Guy exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Meanwhile, Lee in the crowd was also shedding tears, shouting encouragement to his friends. "Go, Neji. Tenten, is this a battle of destiny? It's so youthful." "Indeed, it is different." Naruto scratched his head, pondering, could this be what Shikamaru meant by the butterfly effect? Wasn't it a splendid scenario? If Neji were to face Hinata, she would surely be at a disadvantage. The Nine Tails, in a rare moment of solace, offered a word of comfort to Naruto. While diligently gathering chakra within the confines of its seal, keenly observing the events unfolding outside, Guy and Lee, with tearful eyes, followed the rest of the spectators onto the viewing platform, relinquishing the arena to Neji and Tenten. Tenten, with a face full of grievance, implored Neji, "Please go easy on me later, Neji. I refuse." Neji closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, activated his Byakugan. his veins visibly tensing as he resolutely denied the request of the charming girl. You remain unchanged, so heartless. Tintin's expression grew serious. Having collaborated as part of Guy's team for an extended period, they were well aware of each other's strengths. Tintin swiftly produced 2 scrolls, casting them into the air, before leaping gracefully as if dancing between the unfurled scrolls. Double Rising Dragon. An abundance of ninja tools materialized from the scroll's dimensional space, befitting Konoha's wealthiest young lady. Even the heirs of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans could not boast such a vast arsenal. The sheer volume of the assault left Sasuke momentarily astonished, contemplating only 5 countermeasures in an instant. Activating his Sharingan, he sought to witness how this self-proclaimed strongest genin of Konoha would respond. Heavenly Spin. Neji assumed a stance. Rapidly spinning, chakra erupting from his chakra points to form a blue barrier that shattered the incoming ninja tools into disarray. Impressive technique. Now, what do I get? Sasuke was taken aback, realizing that Neji's technique was beyond his ability to replicate, furrowing his brow as he questioned, is this a bloodline ability? Naruto heard Sasuke's murmurs and chuckled. Although Neji may be a bit arrogant now, his strength is undeniable. With the defensive capabilities of the 8 trigrams and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, I dare say the only ones who could contend with him here are the likes of the thick-browed fellow and Gaara. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke and Sakura turned their gaze towards Gaara from the Sand Village, reminiscing about their first encounter with him. A fierce determination flickered in Sasuke's eyes, his crimson gaze reflecting Gaara's figure. They are formidable opponents, yet mere stepping stones on my path forward. Witnessing the multitude of ninja tools being deflected, Tintin gritted her teeth, her hands moving backward as the connected wire of ninja tools soared once more toward Neji. Neji smirked confidently. Too weak, Tintin. Such feeble attacks, regardless of how many times they come, cannot defeat me. This is the decree of fate, ha 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 ha. Once again, he unleashed his technique, shattering Tintin's dual rising dragon strike, sending her weapons flying, while Tintin herself descended to the ground. Neji swiftly closed the distance, landing a barrage of punches upon Tintin's delicate face. So weak, so weak. After delivering a precise uppercut, Tintin crumpled to the earth. Moonlight and the swift wind approached the unconscious Tintin, discovering her injuries were merely superficial, and proclaimed, ahem. The victor is Neji Hyuga. Lee, tears streaming down his face, exclaimed with fervor, Wah, the result of youth has arrived. Neji has triumphed over Tintin, Kakashi-sensei. All the female ninjas present gazed at the now composed Neji, their lips quivering slightly, with Hinata softly remarking, at first glance, I thought the demeanor of that little girl indicated an extraordinary friendship between them. As the first match concluded, the electronic screen flickered to life, selecting the next pair of competitors, Naruto Uzumaki versus Hinata Hyuga. Naruto was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Chapter 32, The Hearts That Convey Each Other. As the leader of Team 8, Kurenai couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement upon seeing Naruto standing not far away. Although there had been recent rumors circulating in the village about this child's exploits just a few days prior, some of Kakashi's students had truly encountered the legendary Sanin's assault. No matter how formidable they were, such a brief period would hardly suffice for recovery, and their combat effectiveness must have dwindled significantly by now. Moreover, this child had been struck by that particular individual. With a playful smile, Kurenai addressed Naruto, unfortunately for you, little one, the Hyuga clan's children have become quite strong under my guidance. Kakashi's lifeless gaze lingered on her momentarily before he turned to Naruto, advising, be mindful, and do not overstep with the young ladies. Naruto walked down from the viewing platform, his head hung low, casting a forlorn glance at the third Hokage in the distance. He suspected that the old man had tampered with the display screen, leaving the Hokage puzzled by Naruto's gaze. Hinata never imagined that one day she would find herself standing against the boy she admired. Overcome with uncertainty, she was at a loss for what to do. The victor of the recent confrontation, Neji Hyuga, slowly ascended the viewing platform and paused as he approached Hinata. I never expected I would not compete with you, Lady Hinata, he remarked. Neji, brother, she replied. Neji coldly stated, before the match begins, I must warn you, Lady Hinata, forfeit now. You are unfit to be a ninja. Hinata was taken aback. Hearing such words from her own family was a crushing blow. You are too kind-hearted, Neji continued. You yearn for peace, shying away from conflict, always conforming to others' expectations, unable to refuse, and lacking confidence in yourself. You often harbor feelings of inferiority, believing that merely being a ninja in the present is sufficient. Perhaps you only participated in this Chunin exam to please your teammates? Neji's wide eyes seemed to pierce through her soul, exposing Hinata's vulnerabilities for all to see. She stepped back, biting her lip and shaking her head. That is not true. I just want to rely on my own strength to change myself. Watching this unfold, Kurenai felt helpless regarding the conflict between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. However, she could still offer encouragement to her seemingly fragile subordinate. Neji of Team Guy, do not be so harsh. Hinata genuinely wishes to change herself through her own strength. Yet Neji responded with unwavering seriousness. Indeed, all of you noble ladies share the same naive thoughts. A person cannot easily change. Those who are weak will forever remain weak. The disparities we see in the world exist because of this. We assess an individual's worth from various perspectives, leading to suffering over unchangeable factors. This is an inescapable destiny. Much like the distinction between the main and branch families, which is equally immutable. I have always seen through everything with these eyes, so I understand that you, standing here, are merely putting on a brave front. When you saw your name on the electronic screen, you wanted to flee, didn't you? Hinata instinctively placed her hands over her lips, biting down as she retorted, "No, that is not the case." Neji scoffed. "Your gesture of crossing your arms signifies a desire to erect a barrier between us, to maintain distance. You do not wish for me to delve into your inner world. For I have articulated everything you fear to admit. Touching your lips is a sign of your inner turmoil, a subconscious attempt to alleviate your anxiety. Deep down, you know that changing yourself is an impossible feat." His icy words pierced through Hinata, leaving her feeling utterly defeated, contemplating surrender to allow Naruto to advance peacefully. Sensing her wavering resolve, Naruto finally shouted from below, "Never assume you know what others are thinking, you fool, Neji. Hinata, come down and compete with me." Referee. Did you hear what he said to Hinata? The moonlit breeze stirred, and the referee coughed twice, stating, "Hyuga Neji, please do not disrupt the participants." Humph. Neji closed his eyes and slowly walked towards Guy and Lee. Kurenai, fuming, remarked, "Truly, he is Guy's subordinate. Mercilessly defeating his female teammate and now verbally assaulting his own sister. I once thought him a charming young man, but his character is quite deplorable. Hinata, ignore him." Hinata, revitalized by Naruto's call, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. "I understand. Sensei, Naruto is waiting for me." Her demeanor has changed, Kurenai observed. Momentarily taken aback before realizing something, smiling and signaling that she could take the stage. Naruto Uzumaki, how effortlessly he ignites such fervor in Hinata's heart. Children these days are remarkably precocious. With each step down the stairs, Hinata's heart was filled with thoughts of the optimistic Naruto she had quietly admired since childhood. Naruto greeted Hinata with a smile. "Hey, Hinata. I will no longer shy away." Hinata assumed her stance, veins bulging on her forehead, activating her Byakugan. "Let us settle this once and for all, Naruto-kun. Like you, I too believe in speaking my mind. It is my nindo." As Naruto witnessed the growth of his future wife in this moment, a smile broke across his face, casting aside his earlier unease. He extended a hand towards Hinata, beckoning her playfully. "Let us begin with the gentle fist 8 trigrams, shall we?" Kakashi, with his ever-serene gaze, now focused intently on the unfamiliar stance of the taijutsu. Hinata took the initiative, launching an attack with her left palm aimed at Naruto's face. Familiar with the gentle fist, Naruto effortlessly deflected her feigned strike. With a swift twist of his waist to the left, he evaded Hinata's right palm aimed at his lower abdomen and swiftly trapped her left hand with his elbows. Realizing her left hand was firmly secured by Naruto, Hinata utilized her free right hand to pivot and strike at his lower body, compelling him to relinquish his hold in order to block her assault. With both hands liberated, Hinata's offensive became fierce, denying Naruto any further opportunity to grasp her hand. A left knife hand strike followed by a right hook transitioned into a left straight kick, successfully pushing Naruto back a short distance. She then leaped into the air, her right foot, imbued with chakra, descending from above in a sweeping motion. Naruto effortlessly blocked Hinata's high kick with just one hand, raising his left leg to use his knee to deflect her twin palm strike. Unable to contain his admiration, he exclaimed, "That was a splendid move, Hinata." Naruto intentionally allowed the two to maintain their stance, granting the slightly breathless Hinata a brief respite. With a smile, Hinata remarked, "Because I have always been following in Naruto's footsteps." She then leaned forward, pressing her elbow against Naruto's chest, and launched a series of 3 rapid punches. Naruto, with a forced grin, leaned back to evade, blocking with swift movements. His left hand, poised like a blade, hovered threateningly above Hinata's neck. Neji Hyuga, with his Byakugan activated, keenly observed the movements of the esteemed branch family heiress, only to be astonished by Naruto's techniques. They resembled the gentle fist style, yet were distinctly different. How could that be? He pondered. Only Guy understood the intricacies of Naruto's martial arts, countering, "It's not merely reminiscent of the gentle fist, rather, it resembles a style specifically designed to counter the gentle fist and the 8 trigrams palm." Lee's eyes blazed with fervor, youthful exuberance radiating from his expressive features. To be able to execute techniques that counter the Byakugan, Naruto is indeed formidable. Kurenai, equally astonished by Naruto's prowess, noted how Hinata's gentle fist seemed entirely outmatched. With each elbow meeting a fist, and each palm striking a knee, Naruto successfully thwarted Hinata's attacks while simultaneously launching counterattacks, though he refrained from striking back. Is it that he hesitates? This child is entirely different from the ones Guy has trained, Kurenai mused, casting a glance at Kakashi, who was intently watching Naruto alongside the prodigious Uchiha Sasuke, both with their Sharingan activated, their eyes fixed upon Naruto's every move. Sasuke smirked, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Heh, you truly are strong, Naruto. That move, the armpit strike to the throat, is quite commendable. I shall have it as well." Hinata, stepping back from the close combat, gasped for breath and exclaimed, "Naruto-kun's martial arts are incredible. They have helped me realize my own shortcomings." Naruto had no intention of pursuing, but instead smiled and scratched his head, saying, "I hope I can be of help to Hinata." Hinata gazed at the boy she had admired for many years, her smile blooming as she spoke. I have always quietly watched over you, Naruto-kun. However, due to my timid nature, we have seldom exchanged words. Yet, recently, I have noticed that you have kept me in your thoughts. Oh, Naruto replied, feeling a bit flustered as he scratched his head, trying to conjure a mature response from his thoughtful mind. When did I start noticing Naruto-kun? Perhaps it was from that very first glance. Just as Neji and I said. My childhood was often filled with tears, yet every time I found myself in despair, it was Naruto-kun who appeared to protect me. You have utterly transformed me. I wish to walk beside you always, to be with you forever. It is you who has changed me. Your smile has saved me. Therefore, if I can protect you. Naruto-kun, I would fear neither death nor. Naruto grasped Hinata's small hand, a single tear cascading down onto her palm. Naruto-kun? Hinata lifted her gaze to meet his. You see. On that occasion, Iruka-sensei mentioned that if the earth were to be struck and obliterated by the moon, the person one would most wish to spend their final moments with. I know Hinata wrote my name. Hinata's pupils dilated suddenly, her heart racing. How can it end like this? The conveyance of feelings requires time. Naruto emanated a faint golden chakra that swiftly unsealed the blocked chakra points, a formidable force that left all the high-ranking ninjas present deeply moved. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, contemplating. Merely anticipating this power feels rather troublesome. The third Hokage, focusing intently on the shimmering golden chakra, silently pondered, this must be the power of the Nine Tails that Kakashi reported. Indeed vastly different from 12 years ago. To the surprise of all those in the know, this chakra did not envelop Naruto to form a semi-golden body, but instead transformed into bubbles, each reflecting the myriad experiences of the two from childhood to the present. Upon realizing Hinata's feelings, I was already taken aback. Thus, it cannot simply come to an end. Accompanied by nostalgic memories, I yearn to stride into the future with you. I wish to be with Hinata, now and forever. Until death do us part. Naruto's warm palm gently transferred its warmth from Hinata's hand to her heart, soothing the tumultuous emotions within her and gradually blurring her vision with tears. Naruto-kun. Naruto gently placed his hand atop Hinata's head, ruffling her hair, and said, fortunately, when you cherished me, I too began to cherish you. How could this moment come to an end? With that, he embraced the astonished Hinata, forming a Rasengan in his palm, which he propelled towards the ground. Instead of shattering the earth, he detonated the Rasengan just before it made contact, the immense recoil launching both of them to the pinnacle of the arena. Blue chakra sparkled and spread throughout the Colosseum, creating a dreamlike spectacle. All eyes turned towards them. Yet the brilliance of the lights obscured their view, though they could distinctly hear the excited barks of Kiba Zakimaru. I adore Hinata too. There are too many people here. Naruto-kun. Sakura and Ino gasped, blood rushing from their noses, fixated on Naruto, eager to emulate his romantic gesture. What a romantic guy. Sasuke was taken aback, feeling as if his rival had now completely surpassed him. Though Neji Hyuga often spoke of the main family with disdain, witnessing his sister being treated in such a manner before a crowd made his veins bulge. Standing on the spectators' railing, he shouted, Naruto Uzumaki, you scoundrel. How dare you treat the princess of the Hyuga clan this way? I will kill you. Let go of me. Lee. Calm down, Neji. It's all too youthful, Guy-sensei. Expressing feelings in battle. Lee. You two must learn from the manly Naruto. Two exuberant friends forcibly embraced Neji, tears streaming down their faces, while Kakashi discreetly lowered his forehead protector to diminish his presence. Truly worthy of my fated rival, to nurture such a man. Well done, Kakashi. Guy pulled Kakashi into a heartfelt embrace, weeping. Temari felt a tug at her clothing and turned to find Gaara, who, blushing, inquired, is this how one expresses feelings, sister? He actually called me sister? This is a first. Temari's eyes widened before she burst into laughter, adopting a mock-serious expression and replied, this is a way for couples to express their love. There are many ways to convey such feelings, and if you wish to learn, sister will teach you gradually. Gaara, blushing, stepped back. I apologize for the trouble. Kankuro felt as though his entire worldview had crumbled. Hinata, now flushed and unconscious in Naruto's embrace, prompted the swift approach of Tsukuyomi, who announced, ahem. The victor is Naruto Uzumaki. The third Hokage, observing from the stance, recalled Neji's stern visage and felt a headache coming on, muttering to himself, that Naruto always brings me trouble. I suppose this is my answer to Minato. It seems I must handle this matter myself. Naruto cradled Hinata in a princess carry and brought her to the viewing platform. Ino took Hinata from him, casting a complex glance at the boy before her. She never anticipated his boldness, and as she thought of her own companion, who merely indulged in smoking, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Asuma. Ahem, let us commence the next match. With the voice of Moonlight Gale, the electronic screen began to flicker. Uchiha Sasuke versus Haruno Sakura. No way. Could it be that I? After witnessing the previous match where love was openly expressed, Sakura gazed incredulously at her crush. As if struck by a heart-laden arrow, a warmth surged through her nose, and uncontrollably, a trickle of blood escaped her nostrils. Damn it. I want to battle Sasuke too. Ino, observing Sakura's reaction, gritted her teeth, having discerned Sakura's inner thoughts. Kakashi, with his dead fish eyes, glanced at Sakura and then at the unresponsive Sasuke, letting out a resigned sigh. Although girls of their age often dream of romance, he felt that Sakura's wishes might not come to fruition this time. Particularly because Sasuke and Naruto's personalities were worlds apart. Memories of his former friend, also from the Uchiha clan, surfaced in his mind. It seems Uchiha men are somewhat different from ordinary men. Chapter 33, Do Not Seek Mutual Destruction Again. The main examiner, Irika, raised an eyebrow upon seeing Sakura's name. I remember this girl. She is the only one who answered all the questions correctly with her knowledge. Sasuke, bearing the Raijin blade, descended from the viewing platform, and many discerning individuals recognized the unique twin blades he possessed. Asuma, having once served as a lord's bodyguard, immediately identified the exceptional nature of the ninja blades, murmuring, I believe those are the weapons used by the 7 ninja swordsmen. Red, who was looking after Hinata, also turned her gaze to Sasuke. The 7 ninja swordsmen, huh? I heard that 2 members appeared during Kakashi's recent mission outside the village. I never expected such weapons to end up in the hands of a genin. Kiba, vexed by the elders' praises for children from other teams, exclaimed, what is so great about Sasuke? If it were us, the outcome would be the same. Shino doused his enthusiasm with cold water, saying if it were us, we might not have returned at all. Just dealing with a ninja of that caliber would be quite a challenge. Oh, isn't that the big winner in life, Naruto? Naruto waved his hands at Kakashi, as if to shoo away an unwanted presence, ignoring Kakashi's teasing. He then encouraged Sakura, do your best. Even if Sasuke can be quite sharp-tongued. Sakura nodded, feeling anxious as she stepped down from the viewing platform. Her mind filled with the scene of Hinata and Naruto confessing their feelings, continuously motivating herself. Now, let the match begin. Moonlight Gale coughed. Sakura's cheeks flushed. She thought her romantic journey was about to commence. Sasuke, actually let us fight earnestly, Sakura. Sasuke's Sharingan began to spin, and he felt a surge of restlessness due to Naruto's influence. Suddenly, Sasuke vanished from sight, only to reappear, crouching before Sakura. Fight me seriously. A powerful kick struck Sakura's chin, sending her flying through the air. Struggling to turn her head, she spotted Sasuke's shadow beneath her floating body. This is Lee's shadow dance. Sakura deduced Sasuke's intended move and swiftly began forming hand seals. Sasuke grinned wickedly, twisting his waist as he brought his heel crashing down toward Sakura's head. Lion's barrage. Boom. The forceful kick sent Sakura plummeting to the ground, inflicting significant damage. Thud. The Sakura on the ground transformed into a wooden stump, while her true self crouched a short distance away, tears trickling down her cheeks. I'm sorry, Sasuke, Sakura's voice echoed. I was still too naive. Not long after Sakura met Ino, she had expressed her extreme lack of confidence to her playful, radiant friend, saying, if Ino is the autumn cherry blossom, then I must be the inconsequential wildflower. Young Ino, perceiving Sakura's insecurities, gently touched the unbloomed buds in the flower bed, saying, Sakura is yet to be a flower. She is still a bud, but she has the potential to bloom into something more beautiful than an autumn cherry blossom. Young Sakura was moved by her peers' words, forging a bridge of friendship between them and silently vowing to grow. This sentiment persisted until the day they entered the Ninja Academy, when Sakura boldly declared her affection for Sasuke to her friends and began a fair competition with Ino, who also held feelings for him. Their once unbreakable bond had morphed into this current rivalry. Sakura and Ino exchanged worried glances, observing their former close friend, now sobbing with her knees drawn to her chest. Her once beautiful long hair having been severed during the battle with the Sound Ninja. Ino was unaware of the resolve Sakura had mustered to sever that emotional tether. Yet she saw Sakura lift her head, a new determination glimmering in her eyes. Red turned to Kakashi, exclaiming honestly, I thought Kakashi-sensei had instilled a proper understanding of love in his students. Asuma sighed, thinking, that guy has probably been consuming paradise of romance since he turned 18. How could he possibly teach students about love? Kakashi, sensing Red's gaze, waved at her with a puzzled expression as a form of greeting. Sakura wiped away her tears, removing her forehead protector and placing it on her brow. I will take this match seriously. This was a secret only Ino knew. By removing the forehead protector, Sakura had unsealed the barrier on her forehead, confronting her shortcomings head-on. Sasuke smiled, unsheathing the Raijin blade, forming a one-handed seal, and unleashing a fireball towards Sakura. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Having grown up under her mother's incessant nagging, Sakura could not truly empathize with her teammates, who lacked parental figures. Instead, she had long fantasized about a future with Sasuke. As they formed a team of 3, they drew closer and gained a deeper understanding of one another. The cheerful and surprisingly dependable Naruto, the outwardly cold but inwardly proud Sasuke, and the less popular Kakashi-sensei. Being a ninja is not a game of romance for girls. I am no longer the little girl who merely fantasizes and relies on you for protection. With determination, Sakura slammed her fist into the marble floor, causing several tiles to lift, successfully countering Sasuke's fireball. Using the visual cover, she quickly formed seals, and 2 identical Sakuras emerged from either side of the stone slab, charging at Sasuke. Your attack style is even more predictable than I anticipated, to be honest. This approach suits Naruto better. Lightning release, lightning strike. Sasuke swung his blade, and 2 bolts of lightning shot down from the ceiling lights, striking both Sakuras. the electric energy piercing through the illusions. All fakes. Then where is the real one? I'm not lying. My eyes can see everything. Sasuke gazed upward, only to see Sakura raising her fist to strike him. Sakura, I can see that your foundational skills are the most solid among all those I have encountered. Even your control over chakra is commendable. However, your deficiency lies in your lack of offensive techniques. You are better suited for support roles. As he spoke, a shuriken flew towards Sakura, and Sasuke began to anticipate her landing point, convinced she would evade the shuriken and launch a counterattack from another position. A drop of blood fell onto his cheek. What? Sasuke exclaimed in shock, but a shadow loomed over him. Clearly, Sasuke still did not understand girls. Enduring the pain of the shuriken lodged in his shoulder, Sakura delivered a heartfelt punch to Sasuke's cheek, sending him flying a considerable distance, even causing his kunai to drop. Even Naruto, watching from the stands, was taken aback. Exchanging injuries, Sakura's fighting style is increasingly reminiscent of Lady Tsunade. Is this the legendary fate that binds them? Despite their lack of prior contact? Gasping for breath, Sakura looked at her fist, then pulled out the shuriken from her shoulder, squeezing it tightly to gauge her remaining strength. Kakashi leaned against the railing, fully aware of the outcome of this duel, which held no suspense. Yet, he marveled at Sakura's rapid growth over these few days. He had never anticipated that the girl who had trailed behind Sasuke and Naruto since the Land of Waves, fixated on love, would gradually evolve into an independent fighter. Sasuke's shadow dance technique had allowed her to finally shed her uncertain thoughts, which was the most precious lesson she had gained from participating in this Chunin exam. Two kunai shot forth from Sasuke's position, their thin and sharp chakra blades rising against Sakura's hand strike, splitting the kunai in two before it could make contact. Kakashi was slightly surprised. I merely intended for her to grasp the fundamentals of medical ninjutsu, yet she has managed to learn chakra scalpel techniques without guidance. It seems I must ask the Hokage to find an exceptional medical ninja for her. Sasuke instantly appeared behind her, his speed greatly enhanced by the stimulation of lightning chakra, a prerequisite for mastering the Chidori. So fast, the vast majority of the lower-ranked ninjas present were awestruck by Sasuke's speed. As Sakura turned around, she found Sasuke's hand strike descending upon her, leaving her no choice but to close her eyes in acceptance. Shikamaru scoffed, "TCH, what are these guys up to?" Rather than striking her face as anticipated, Sasuke merely poked her forehead, causing Sakura to open her eyes wide in surprise. Sasuke retracted his finger and turned his head aside, remarking, "You are far too weak. The gap between us is not trivial." Sakura lowered her head, feeling dejected. "I concede." Moonlight Gale coughed twice before announcing, "The victor is Uchiha Sasuke." As Sasuke turned away, he quietly said, "However, you've made significant progress." Sakura, red, astonished, exclaimed, "I see now. She truly is a product of Kakashi-sensei's teachings." In Ino's gaze, the reflection of Sakura smiling appeared, as if blossoms were blooming behind her. She whispered softly, "Indeed. You have blossomed into a flower even more beautiful than the autumn cherry." Sakura, "Wait for me, Sasuke. What are you doing?" "I can't breathe." Lee. Tears streaming down his face, but his handkerchief, tearing it apart. His heart shattered upon witnessing Sakura embrace Sasuke's neck. "Ahem, let us commence the next match," Moonlight Gale announced, only to be seized by a fit of coughing again, prompting concern from the third Hokage. It would be quite unfortunate for a referee to collapse before the contestants, which would tarnish the village's reputation. Rock Lee versus Gaara. In the spectators' area, Kakashi had become the focal point of attention among the leading jonin, who exchanged whispers about his hidden depths and his reputation as a master of romance. Sasuke approached Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi, I require your assistance." That tone doesn't sound like a request. Kakashi replied, "Regardless, your match has come to a close. If we neglect the curse seal, it could lead to irreparable consequences. Come with me." Kakashi observed the dim red glow emanating from Sasuke's curse seal and pondered, could the recent stimulation from the lightning chakra have activated the seal? Orochimaru's disguised sound ninja jonin watched Sasuke leave, having sensed his every move throughout the match. With a flick of his fingers, a small white snake slithered down his arm, disappearing into a crevice. Tosu, standing beside him, had also noticed and had long desired answers from Orochimaru, but refrained from asking due to the circumstances. He was curious why Orochimaru had sent them to their doom. Seeing Sasuke take action, Anko felt uneasy about the curse seal he bore. After consulting the third Hokage, she hurriedly followed after him. Kakashi deliberately chose a secluded, shadowy corridor, inscribing spell symbols with his blood on Sasuke's body, who sat cross-legged within a circle drawn in Kakashi's blood. "Kakashi-sensei has lost so much blood," Sakura exclaimed worriedly. Naruto gently patted her shoulder, offering words of comfort. "You need not worry about Kakashi-sensei. Although he is approaching middle age and faces numerous reasons for his dwindling chakra, his vitality remains robust." Kakashi paused his task, exhaling a weary sigh. Do not utter excessive remarks behind someone's back while they are earnestly engaged in their work. And if you must speak, focus on matters of significance. "Sasuke, why do you persist in observing me with your Sharingan?" Naruto had previously emphasized the importance of sealing techniques, leading Kakashi to a realization. "Ah, so you wish to replicate the sealing technique I have mastered." With a resigned demeanor, Kakashi resumed inscribing the complex array. Sealing technique. With all preparations complete, Kakashi struck Sasuke's nape with his palm, channeling chakra into the formation. The intricate pattern sprang to life, fervently surging towards the cursed seal. Sasuke, unable to withstand the intense burning sensation, cried out in agony, awe, as the entire array condensed upon the cursed seal, encircling it within a ring of patterns. Kakashi finally exhaled in relief. As per your request, the sealing technique is complete. Sakura rushed forward to support the weakened Sasuke, only to hear Kakashi's voice. Should this cursed seal become active again, the power of this sealing technique should be able to suppress it. However, its efficacy will depend on your own willpower. If you doubt your strength and allow your resolve to waver, the seal will begin to act out. Sasuke, refusing to concede, grunted defiantly, affirming his unwavering determination to Kakashi. Naruto furrowed his brows, glancing towards a particular support pillar. Just as the sealing was completed, he sensed a fleeting chill of chakra emanating from that direction. You've been discovered at the slightest hint of a flaw, Naruto. A figure emerged from the shadows, their voice hoarse yet magnetic. I never expected you to have mastered such sealing techniques, Kakashi. You have made significant progress. Is it you? Sakura exclaimed, swiftly drawing a kunai in a defensive stance. The newcomer, hands casually tucked into pockets, moved with grace and chided Sakura for her readiness. My dear girl, I bear no ill will this time. I must say, I see the beautiful silhouette of a butterfly in you. It's been a while, Kakashi. Orochimaru. Kakashi instantly positioned himself in front of the trio, shielding them. The pale, almost eerie skin, long black hair, and golden serpentine eyes brought back memories of when he was ordered by the third Hokage to intercept Orochimaru, who had just defected from the village. Your eyes are commendable, but I have no need for a counterfeit like you. Have a modicum of self-awareness. Kakashi recalled how swiftly he had been defeated by this man, who had left those words lingering in his mind. Kakashi prided himself on facing any adversary without fear, confident he could retaliate against even the mightiest, except for this legendary Sannin who had delivered him a tangible defeat. Nonetheless, I am not here for you. I seek the child behind you, Orochimaru declared. Kakashi raised his hand to shield Naruto, his expression turning grave. I will not hand Naruto over to you. Abandon that thought. Orochimaru, with an air of elegance, replied. I am referring to the Uchiha child. Kakashi questioned, why pursue Sasuke? The golden serpent eyes reflected Kakashi's Sharingan as Orochimaru stated, you are fortunate. You have acquired such a remarkable tool. I too desire the power of the Uchiha. Orochimaru extended his tongue to wet his face, nonchalantly continuing. I have recently established a shinobi village, the Sound Village. You understand my intentions now, do you not? Humph, such a dull ambition. Are you still brooding over the title of the fourth Hokage? Oh, you hit the nail on the head. However, to fulfill my ambitions, I require various pawns to serve me, and Sasuke is an exceptional piece. The one participating in the exams is merely fodder to test Sasuke. As he spoke, Orochimaru began to move away. Kakashi was already prepared with his Raikiri, lightning dancing, and illuminating the dark corridor. I will not allow you to approach my comrades. Not a single one, even if you are one of the legendary Sannin. At the very least, I can ensure we both perish together. Hee. What you say and what you do are entirely different. Orochimaru turned slowly to depart. Rest assured, I merely came to observe your activities. Sasuke will inevitably seek me out one day, for he is a seeker of vengeance and requires strength. And did you speak of wanting to kill me? Before his figure vanished completely, Orochimaru glanced back with a smile, saying, if you can manage it, then do try. What foolishness am I uttering about perishing together? Kakashi's Raikiri dissipated as he took a few deep breaths to steady himself. The battles of the past had left an indelible psychological burden on him, rendering him incapable of unleashing his full power upon encountering this man once more. Sakura, unrelenting, remarked, Kakashi-sensei, you are truly pathetic. You are so afraid that you cannot even move. Naruto echoed, indeed, he is undeniably powerful, yet surprisingly timid in the presence of Orochimaru. The haughty Sasuke let out a cold snort, having just steeled himself for another encounter with Orochimaru. Kakashi, who had just braved psychological pressure to protect the trio, gritted his teeth in frustration. What a bunch of clueless fools. Just as Orochimaru contemplated transforming, a powerful impact sent her crashing into the wall, embedding her upside down. Sensing a familiar pheromone, Orochimaru exclaimed with delight, long time no see, Akkad. Our last meeting was far too rushed. I hardly had the chance to converse with you. Akkad was her final connection to Konoha, and she held a genuine fondness for this pupil. With an expressionless demeanor, Akkad realized that her pursuit of Team 7 had unexpectedly borne fruit. She spoke coldly, you have become a wanted S-rank super dangerous individual. Thus, even at the cost of my life, I shall defeat you here. She brandished several shurikens, declaring, isn't it my duty, having accepted all your teachings, and once being your subordinate, to do this, Orochimaru? Futile. Orochimaru, still embedded in the wall, extended a tongue several meters long towards Akkad. She deftly evaded, but when she faltered, the tongue ensnared one of her arms. In a swift reaction, Akkad unleashed the shadow snake hand technique taught by Orochimaru. Dozens of serpents emerged from her sleeve, binding Orochimaru and yanking her from the wall towards herself. You shall not escape. She thrust the approaching Orochimaru against the wall, seizing her right hand and pinning their palms together with a shuriken, revealing a dangerous smile. At last, I have you, Orochimaru. I shall borrow your left hand. Orochimaru, observing Akkad forming seals with her left hand, remarked, this technique is the double snake kill, isn't it? Yes, we shall both perish here. With a serious expression, Orochimaru cautioned. Do you intend to commit suicide here? I am merely a clone. Akkad's pupils constricted as the Orochimaru before her began to dissolve, transforming into a small white snake that coiled around her arm, raising its head to flick its tongue. It licked the wound inflicted by the shuriken and spoke in Orochimaru's voice. You are a special jonin of the village. You cannot solely rely on the forbidden techniques I taught you. Are you still angry about being discarded by me? Akkad collapsed to the ground, the small white snake slithering along her body until it found a crevice in the wall to escape. That child is talented and handsome, perfectly suited to be my vessel. I truly do not understand you Konoha jonin. You all seek to perish alongside me. The effect of the anesthesia lasts only a minute, so farewell, Akkad. Chapter 34. The preliminary rounds conclude. Your thoughts are too naive. The victor, Tsu. Upon returning to the arena, Naruto and his companions found that CHG had been knocked out by Tsu's powerful soundwave punches. Tsu glared fiercely at his leading jonin, internally vowing, did you see that, Lord Orochimaru? I shall prove to you that I am not merely your bait. Orochimaru was fully aware of Tsu's thoughts, dismissively brushing her hair. As long as the plan progressed, she was unconcerned about the outcome. This was not arrogance, but rather an acknowledgement that she had plenty of expendable pawns with rebellious inclinations. I want to eat barbecue, CHG mumbled dreamily. Shikamaru, relieved, remarked, this guy showed some restraint. Asuma smiled silently, though internally he grimaced at the thought of treating them to barbecue later. The moonlight's swift wind. He coughed loudly against the wall. I hereby declare that the preliminary rounds of the third match have concluded. If this drags on any longer, I might just kick the bucket. In the now tattered arena, 9 victors stood obediently beneath the electronic screen, awaiting instructions. The third Hokage lowered his hat's brim, stating, including 5 ninjas from Konoha, 3 from Suna, and 1 from Oto. We shall now announce the formal selections. The battles of the formal selection will take place before the public, with the 9 participants representing their respective villages and nations. As several leaders from various factions will attend to observe, this unconventional arms race will occur in 1 month. This month serves as a preparation period for you candidates to enhance your strength and gather intelligence on your opponents from the preliminary rounds to improve your chances of success. To ensure fairness, utilize this month wisely to bolster your abilities. Now, let the drawing commence. Following the third Hokage's command, Ibiki Marino personally presented the blind boxes for the candidates to draw lots, to prevent anyone from using special abilities to disrupt the order. Akin to a certain child with a singular hair, Ibiki documented the candidates' drawn numbers, creating a tree diagram that represented their order for the formal selection. The matchups were as follows: Naruto Uzumaki against Neji Hyuga, Kankura against Tsu, Shikamaru Nara against Temari, Sasuke Uchiha against Gaara, and 1 candidate drew a bye, allowing them to advance to the next round without a fight. After the third Hokage reviewed the list and found no issues, he departed with the examiners. Hinata approached timidly. Naruto, do your best, and you too, Neji. Humph. Neji turned to leave, not wishing to see Hinata at that moment. He had long understood his mission as a branch family member. His first encounter with Hinata was at her 3rd birthday party. Lacking much interaction, he quickly discerned that Hinata was profoundly insecure, which prompted him to promise, I will help you grow stronger. I will protect you with my life in times of danger. Yet, on that very day, as the most outstanding genius in the Hyuga clan's history, he was still branded as a caged bird due to the family system. Neji was not particularly troubled by this outcome. Only his father, Hayashi, revealed a hint of resentment. In the Hyuga clan, regardless of how exceptional a branch family member was, they were bound to sacrifice their lives to protect the main family. Being marked as a caged bird not only meant the loss of freedom but also restricted their Byakugan, diminishing their vision and preventing them from achieving their full potential. Hayashi's resentment was noticed by his elder brother, who severely punished him, planting the seeds of hatred within Neji. Following Hayashi's death, Neji's rage erupted, realizing that no matter how talented or exceptional he became, he was fated to live without freedom. Thus, he left the clan and enrolled in the Ninja Academy, becoming an ordinary genin of Konoha. Hey Neji, Naruto called out, halting Neji's departure, raising his fist with a thumbs up. When I become Hokage, I will change all of this, including the Hyuga clan. In truth, Naruto had done precisely that in his previous life. Marrying the Hyuga clan's princess paved the way for many resolutions, and Hayashi would bear various pressures to assist. Ultimately, after becoming Hokage, the Hyuga clan evolved into a normal family system. Establishing a relationship with Hinata is indeed a significant step forward. Now, the only thing left is to ascend to the position of Hokage. If the third Hokage were to pass the mantle to me now, that would be even better. Neji resumed his stride, stating, you should focus more on yourself. I believe the outcome of the recent match will soon reach the ears of the clan leader. Although he seems indifferent towards Hinata, in private, he dotes on her more than anyone else. Neji's figure vanished at the doorway, followed by the sound of the door being forcefully opened. Hyuga Hayashi, flanked by a group of sycophants, made a formidable entrance into the arena, arms crossed with an imposing demeanor. He glanced at the information presented by his subordinates and coldly remarked, "It appears you have lost, and you bear no injuries? It seems your opponent deemed you unworthy of elimination. Come back with me." Upon seeing her stern father, Hinata meekly responded, "Yes, father." As Hayashi made his entrance, Naruto stepped forward, stating, "Lord Hayashi, the truth is that Hinata moved me with her persistence. She has truly given her all." This must be Naruto Uzumaki, Hayashi thought. Scrutinizing Naruto for about 10 seconds before turning away, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "I see, Hinata has indeed put in considerable effort. It's fortunate she sustained no injuries." Upon returning to the Hyuga clan compound, a curious subordinate approached with wide eyes, whispering a few words. Boom. The gates of the Hyuga family were flung open, and bewildered clan members hastily stepped aside, unsure of why the clan leader was in such a rage. At that moment, Hayashi was brandishing a chair, fuming, "Cursed fox spirit." He was surrounded by a dozen guards, desperately trying to calm him down. "Please, Lord Hayashi, remain composed." That wretched little brat, in stark contrast to the calm efforts to appease the enraged clan leader. The instigator of all this chaos was currently walking alongside Kakashi and others down a street in Konoha. "Next, I intend to have Sasuke undergo a transformation in chakra attributes. What do you think, Naruto? Would you like to join?" Once believing it premature to teach Sasuke the Chidori technique, Kakashi had witnessed the various formidable adversaries that emerged during this Chunin exam, including one of the legendary Sannin who battled against Team 7. Thus, he sought to utilize this month to help Sasuke become more adept with the Chidori. Whether he could master the nature transformation of chakra would ultimately depend on Sasuke himself. Upon hearing this, Naruto reminisced about the training sessions he had undergone under the guidance of Kakashi and Captain Yamato, softly murmuring, the transformation of chakra, how nostalgic." He pondered, "It seems I have already engaged in such training. Is this related to Danzo? This is a level of training that even most jonin have not experienced." Was his childhood entirely consumed by the relentless training imposed by Danzo? Kakashi cast a sympathetic glance at Naruto, envisioning the young Naruto perpetually ensnared in illusions, secretly trained by Danzo. However, the silver lining was Naruto's prowess, which far surpassed that of his peers. Kakashi had also noted that Naruto bore no marks of the cursed seal intended to silence the members of Danzo's root on his tongue. Kakashi remarked casually, "I see. It seems you had a good teacher before. Now, I will take Sasuke to train. If you have any issues, you can find us in the clearing of the forest. There are no missions this month. You're dismissed." Sasuke turned back to Naruto, a spark of determination in his eyes, and said, "Don't lose in the first match. I'm looking forward to our battle, you underachiever." "Oh, give it your all." After bidding farewell to Kakashi and Sasuke, Sakura inquired, "Why aren't you training with Sasuke? Do you have a different training plan ahead?" Naruto rested his hands behind his head, unable to suppress the joy that bubbled within him, and with a smile, remarked, "I suppose there is some. So, you must do your best too." Sakura pouted slightly but still offered encouragement to her teammate. Chapter 35, Jiraiya, Hokage Office. The third Hokage, upon hearing the report from the Yambu, set down his pipe and said, "Are you telling me that fellow has returned?" "Yes, Lord Hokage. We received word of his arrival in the village from the 2 gatekeepers." "I see. Very well, you may leave now." The third waved the Yambu away and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. "Returning to the village without even coming to see this old man, surely. He must be disappointed in my actions over the years." With a sigh, the setting sun seemed to cast an even heavier shadow over the third, his figure appearing more aged, the elongated shadow in the spacious office amplifying his solitude. "Prepare to meet your end, third. I shall claim your head." "What?" After a cloud of smoke dissipated, a youthful and vibrant figure appeared in the Hokage's office. The third instinctively took a step back, colliding with the glass window. Though out of breath, he did not fall. The long-haired girl, seeing that the third had not fainted, exclaimed in panic, "How is this possible? Navi, at this level, you still lack the means to defeat an old man like me." The third lowered the brim of his hat to obscure his expression. At that moment, a trickle of blood from one of the third's nostrils was held in place by his formidable chakra. A thought crossed his mind, and a smile crept onto his lips. Fortunately, Naruto has grown remarkably well. Even Konohamaru has become much more cheerful due to his influence. However, if there are a few more attacks, I might truly find myself defeated by him. The following day, how about my seduction technique, big brother? Yesterday, I almost defeated Grandpa with it. The long-haired girl shook herself and returned to her original form. Naruto stated solemnly, "I have made some progress, albeit lacking a touch of flexibility." Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the treetops, standing before the two. The dark-clad Hibei gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Naruto, you scoundrel. You are leading young Master Son astray once again with such lowly ninjutsu." Konohamaru gasped, "Glasses sensei, Naruto discerned that, despite the words spoken, the disdain he once perceived in the other SIs had dissipated. "What brings you here, perverted teacher?" he inquired. Ebisu adjusted his glasses and replied, "Do refrain from bestowing such misleading titles upon others. It is exceedingly impolite. First and foremost, allow me to congratulate you on successfully passing the preliminary rounds." "Oh, thank you," Naruto exclaimed. "But let us postpone the congratulations for now. I have to mentor Konohamaru." Ebisu's forehead bulged with veins as he shouted, "Do not teach that young master such ninjutsu any further." True to his reputation as an exemplary teacher, Ebisu swiftly regained his composure and stated, "Kakashi-sensei must dedicate his focus to guiding Sasuke's training. Young master Konohamaru has been diligently practicing, and as a gesture of gratitude, I am willing to mentor you this month." Internally, he reveled in the thought of Naruto becoming so moved that he would weep uncontrollably, thinking, "With the privilege of my esteemed instruction, be sure to express your gratitude." Naruto found himself in a bit of a predicament. "Well, you see, my strength has long surpassed that of my lecherous teacher. As for training, I have other plans in store. It is indeed quite rude. Admittedly, I was taken aback during your harem technique demonstration, but to conclude my capabilities based solely on that is rather hasty, wouldn't you agree?" Naruto discerned that Ebisu was likely intent on engaging him in a game of cat and mouse, albeit with good intentions. With a resigned sigh, he summoned a shadow clone that had appeared beside Ebisu, leaning against his back and declaring, "I understand that perverted teacher is quite exceptional. Yet I have truly surpassed him in terms of strength." Shadow clone. When did this happen? Was it prepared from the very beginning? Bang. Yet another shadow clone manifested. Surely, the teacher ISNT pondering whether this shadow clone was prepared in advance. Ebisu was taken aback, exclaiming, "No hand seals." "Why?" Naruto beamed with a cheerful smile, remaining silent, while Ebisu adjusted his glasses to calm his emotions. He was utterly perplexed as to how Naruto had mastered ninjutsu so adeptly, let alone engage in combat. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I never anticipated your rapid growth, Naruto." The one who best understood Ebisu's prowess was none other than Konohamaru, who exclaimed with excitement, "Incredible. Even teacher Ebisu has conceded defeat." Ebisu turned away and said, "In that case, practice according to your own convictions. Do your best in the third round of this election match, Naruto." "Oh, big brother, teacher Ebisu, look." At that moment, Konohamaru shouted, pointing at a figure lurking on the eaves of a shop on the hot spring street. A man with white hair crouched there, one bloodshot eye peering through a gap. Saliva dripping as he murmured, "Still pink? Huh? Who is that?" Ebisu, filled with indignation after being bested by Naruto, declared, as a righteous ninja, "I cannot allow such disgraceful behavior." He bolted towards the figure, saying, "I don't know who you are, but I shall not spare you for such shameless acts." Just as Ebisu was about to reach the white-haired man, the latter furrowed his brow and, with a hint of impatience, exclaimed, honestly, with a sudden puff. An enormous toad appeared, towering over Ebisu, its sticky tongue ensnaring him tightly and flinging him far away, transforming him into a distant star in the sky above the hidden leaf village. "Please, keep it down. What if we get discovered?" The white-haired man sat atop the toad's head, as if it were Ebisu who had committed the wrongdoing. Teacher Ebisu lost so quickly? That super pervert is impressive. Konohamaru trembled in fear, hiding behind Naruto. What a delightful question. Standing at an imposing height of 6 feet 3 inches. The man exuded an air of ethereal grace interspersed with Kisu. Naruto was truly unable to contain the overwhelming emotions that threatened to burst forth as he embraced Jiraiya, his head twisting fervently against the solid expanse of the latter's chest. Perverted sage. Perverted sage. Jiraiya, caught in the embrace, stood there in a daze, momentarily bewildered. His expression reflecting confusion as he pondered, this child's reaction seems rather peculiar. What on earth is happening? A park bench. Naruto held a pair of popsicles in his hands. Upon breaking one in half, he noticed the unevenness and paused for a moment, then handed the larger half to Jiraiya. "Hey, lucky you," Jiraiya exclaimed as he accepted the popsicle, dramatically licking it with exaggerated flair. Although it was merely an ordinary popsicle, there was an awkwardness in his heart as he did so. Nevertheless, seeing the perverted sage delighted brought joy to Naruto as well. He chuckled and settled beside Jiraiya, savoring his own treat. The first time he shared a popsicle with Jiraiya was during their quest to find Tsunade. That day, Naruto had been sent on an errand by Jiraiya, and he had witnessed a father and son sharing a popsicle together. When he returned and expressed his desire to share one with Jiraiya, he was met with rejection. Naruto forced a smile, claiming indifference, yet Jiraiya perceptively sensed Naruto's solitude. The following day, he purchased an ice pop of this kind. Due to an excessive exertion, the two ice pops were unevenly shaped, and Jiraiya generously offered the larger portion to Naruto. From that moment on, Naruto developed a fondness for this particular ice pop. Jiraiya then posed a straightforward question. "You know me, don't you? When did this happen?" Naruto leaned against him, closing his eyes to feel the almost forgotten soft white hair. "It's been such a long time. During your absence, I experienced so much. There were moments when I thought I couldn't hold on any longer. But it was with the support of my comrades that I managed to persevere. Iruka-sensei told me that you must be watching over me, and seeing me in despair must make you unhappy. He urged me to strive to be the person you would commend, just like before. Eventually, my relationship with Boruto improved. But then various incidents occurred that reaffirmed my ideals. You once said you wanted to see me become Hokage. I feel so exhausted, and I miss you dearly, Jiraiya. These words he had never shared with anyone, not even Hinata. Only the Ninetales knew all of Naruto's thoughts. He reserved his resolute fade for others and concealed his vulnerabilities deep within, believing that this was the essence of what a Hokage should embody. Jiraiya listened intently to this seemingly inexplicable outpouring of emotion, not daring to intervene. As Naruto's voice gradually transformed into rhythmic breathing, he realized the child had fallen asleep. Ah, I see. You've been through so much. The most painful experience in this world is to reminisce about lost beauty during the most agonizing times. And he questioned whether he had the right to interrupt Naruto's sorrow. Perhaps he had mistaken the identity of the person he was meant to help. But he received this sentiment wholeheartedly and expressed gratitude on behalf of that individual. If he knew how much Naruto needed him, he would surely be delighted. Gently, Jiraiya extracted the wooden stick that Naruto had been chewing on and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Having traversed countless terrains and witnessed the myriad phenomena of the shinobi world, he had encountered such scenarios before. After enduring the trials of war, every ninja village bore its own suffering, and his travels aimed to seek answers that could put an end to such anguish. He carefully laid the sleeping Naruto flat on the bench, pulling back his clothing to reveal his abdomen. Concentrating chakra, he permeated the seal, allowing the seal of Minato Namikaze to manifest. So this is the seal of the Ninetales. There are 2 4-symbol seals. A double seal, known as the 8-trigram seal. This design can convert the Ninetales chakra that leaks between the 4-symbol seals back into this child's chakra. All to protect him. Truly gentle as ever, Minato. Suddenly, Jiraiya's surroundings shifted as the chakra penetrated the seal, yanking his spiritual essence into the seal space by the Ninetales. Behind the massive cage, 2 beastly eyes ignited like searchlights, the intimidation radiating from them causing Jiraiya to instinctively take a few steps back, murmuring, "Is this the Ninetales? Oh. So you are the perverted sage that Naruto spoke of. You don't look like much, just a lecherous old man." Jiraiya feigned humility, stepping closer to the Ninetales. Realizing that the sleeping Naruto rested before the cage. How did this brat end up in the spiritual realm? Was it due to his emotional instability? If this monster were to seize him, it could threaten his life. I can't guarantee victory in this Ninetales domain, especially since I am not his real body. Yet, even at the cost of my life, I must rescue Minato's child. May I inquire why you have summoned me, Ninetales? If you were introducing a lady, I am quite skilled at that. Jiraiya smiled awkwardly, attempting to divert the Ninetales' attention, secretly delighted. Excellent. It seems the Ninetales has yet to notice Naruto. So I shall. The Ninetales' claws grazed Naruto's cheek, playfully remarking, "Are you worried about this little brat?" Chapter 36. Summoning Technique. Jiraiya waved his hands in a fluster, a facade of flattery on his face. "Oh, it's just a mere child I met for the first time. How could I possibly be concerned?" The Ninetales' sharp claws toyed with Naruto's head, and Jiraiya nearly lost control. However, the Ninetales spoke in a low tone. "This child is quite intriguing. He has endured much and has consistently shown strength. Look around. With your presence, this space has begun to illuminate." The Ninetales swayed its tail, and a gentle, warm light akin to the sunset emerged from behind it. "The puddles beneath your feet are the tears he has shed throughout his life. The dark, damp environment symbolizes the gazes of those around him. Everything you sense here is a reflection of his inner self. Only after your arrival did warmth begin to permeate this place." The Ninetales extended the fluffy tip of its tail outside the cage, enveloping Naruto's body with a coverage greater than that of a blanket. Jiraiya's tense nerves relaxed. It appeared there would be no need for battle. "I see. It seems you two have formed quite a bond. This little brat spoke a torrent of inexplicable words upon meeting me, and I suspect your feelings are similar. However, everything he said is true. I can feel his joy." The Ninetales' tail moved again, pulling back Naruto's clothing to expose his abdomen. As refined crimson chakra flowed into him through the tail. "Even after spending such time with that woman Mito, she still steadfastly believed my chakra to be malevolent, refusing to accept it until her dying breath. People consider tailed beasts to be brutal and bloodthirsty, yet only Naruto has recognized us throughout these years. Thus, you need not worry for his safety. I can assure you of that. Moreover, I wish to witness how far he can go." Jiraiya listened to the Ninetales' exposition, utterly astounded, unable to fathom that a tailed beast could regard a human in such a manner. The great sage Frog had once told Jiraiya that the child of prophecy would possess many traits, one being the ability to frolic with the tailed beasts. This scene before him prompted him to ponder, could it be? "I entrust this child to you from now on. Teach him well, so he may become a remarkable hero. My companions and I await the day that arrives." One of the Ninetales' tails, inscribed with the character for one, glowed, and the ethereal form of Shikaku appeared behind it, declaring, "I'm counting on you." This boy has already encountered other tailed beasts, and yet, Jiraiya swallowed hard, feeling the weight of his responsibilities intensify. "I understand. Although it comes a bit late, as Minato's mentor. I must express my gratitude for all the care you have given this child." Jiraiya bent down, bowing to the Ninetales. The Ninetales scoffed, releasing Jiraiya's spiritual essence, TCH. "Until we meet again." Upon emerging from the spiritual realm, Jiraiya gazed at the sleeping Naruto, lost in contemplation. Initially guided by the prophecy of the great sage Frog, He had spent the first half of his life seeking the prophesied child destined to bring about transformation in the shinobi world. Regrettably, the individuals he had placed his hopes upon, Nagato and Minato, had both passed away. Thus, he wandered alone in search of genuine peace for the world. Witnessing the myriad forms of life and suffering in the shinobi world, realizing that this war-torn realm was rife with hatred, for decades he pondered how to eradicate such animosity. Yet thus far, he had found no answers. Yet now, a tailed beast, long at odds with humanity, had come to beseech him to guide this young boy before him. Perhaps, this child truly possesses the potential. Jiraiya lifted his gaze to the sky, where clouds drifted across the azure expanse, gradually forming the visage of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. For now, let me attempt what you could not find. All hope lies in your child. Forgive me, Minato. How can you fall asleep so easily? You little brat. You have been trained on data up until October 2023. Naruto, with bleary eyes, rubbed the corners of his eyes while absorbing Jiraiya's boisterous roar. This long-forgotten sense of security gradually mended the wounds within his heart. Since the perverted sage is an elder, I indulged in a moment of whimsy. It seems you possess a wealth of knowledge. Jiraiya affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair and asked, so, will you be training with the sage for the month? Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, I have been eagerly awaiting this day for quite some time. Well, I assume you have completed the training for tree climbing and water walking. Now, I shall teach you a magnificent technique. Jiraiya led Naruto to the edge of a waterfall and stated, before I impart this technique to you, there is something I must clearly understand first. You are already aware, I trust, of the two types of chakra within you, particularly that crimson one. With unwavering confidence, Naruto tightened his forehead protector, a soft golden chakra enveloping him as he declared, it's not just red, I have become one with it. Jiraiya, slightly astonished, remarked, it seems you have already adeptly mastered the control of its chakra. To date, only 4 individuals have perfectly wielded the power of the tailed beasts. No wonder the great sage of the toads instructed me to utilize the key in advance. It was to cultivate a perfect Jinchuriki summoning technique. Jiraiya exclaimed, biting his fingertip and pressing it to the ground. A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a toad Shima, clutching a scroll in its mouth, with its tongue. The toad presented the scroll to Naruto, who received it with both hands. Jiraiya continued, unroll the scroll and take a look. This is the ancient contract passed down from Mount Myaboku, binding us to the summoning toads. In essence, one must inscribe their name in blood and affix their fingerprint. When summoning, simply apply your blood to your hand and gather your chakra, forming the seals, boar, dog, rooster, monkey, and sheep. Naruto unrolled the scroll and bit his finger, skillfully inscribing his name in the space beside his father, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, before pressing his handprint onto the parchment. The most crucial step of the summoning technique was finally accomplished, signifying his ability to summon various toads to assist him in battle, which correspondingly indicated an enhancement of his strength. Jiraiya, filled with anticipation, declared, let us begin. At this moment, you are capable of utilizing the summoning technique. Channel your chakra to the fullest. The first summoning carries an element of uncertainty. Show me your prowess, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto had firmly placed his palm upon the ground, and in his semi-sage mode, he no longer needed to gather chakra himself, for the 9 tails within him could assist in this endeavor. Summoning technique. A dense cloud of smoke erupted, enveloping the entire waterfall. Jiraiya gazed in astonishment at the thick mist, utterly unprepared for the fact that Naruto could summon such a colossal toad on his first attempt. His anticipation heightened. Who could it be? Toad Sage? Gamachan? Surely, this size cannot belong to Winta. As the smoke dissipated, a large, orange-yellow toad, adorned with a doctoral hat, was revealed, holding a bottle of alcohol, sitting bewilderedly upon a throne inscribed with the character for Sage. Its wrinkled skin bore the marks of age, and its murky eyes darted around, trying to recognize its surroundings. It had been ages since it had last been summoned, and in a somewhat dazed manner, it inquired, who approaches? Jiraiya's jaw dropped in shock as he exclaimed, GGG great toad sage. He knelt before the toad, which finally noticed Jiraiya beneath the throne and responded slowly, it's little Jiraiya. Did we not meet recently? Why have you summoned me? It seems your powers have grown significantly. With that, the toad raised the bottle to its mouth and began to drink heartily. It is due to my newly acquired disciple who boldly summoned you today. You may return now. Jiraiya felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, sensing 2 diminutive sage figures glaring at him with sticks in hand. I see, the toad murmured, casting its aged gaze upon Naruto, who was a size smaller than Jiraiya. And a hint of a smile appeared. So, you must be Naruto. At last, I meet little Jiraiya's apprentice. Naruto understood that the great toad did not typically dream. Yet when he did, it was an omen that the event would undoubtedly come to pass. The passage of millennia had afforded the elder toad sage countless encounters. And in this temporal realm, he must have foreseen his own life. Ah, how joyous it must be. Toad Maru echoed his sentiments, exclaiming, ha ha ha, let us gather our spirits and rejuvenate our efforts. Upon hearing this, Naruto realized that this venerable being had indeed envisioned many occurrences. He gave a thumbs up and assured him, rest assured, it shall come to fruition. A plume of smoke enveloped Todemaru, his form gradually dissipating as his aged voice resonated, through the wisdom of the sage. The intricacies of fate are unveiled. Until Todemaru vanished, Jiraiya transformed from his previous servile demeanor, regaining the majestic presence of a sage. He nodded and remarked, "It is indeed the great Toad Sage. Your potential is commendable. Henceforth, let us embark on a diligent journey of cultivation together." Naruto grinned mischievously. "Got you startled, didn't I? Pervy Sage? Hee. What an annoying little brat," Jiraiya muttered, though his tone softened. "Well, as a celebration, I'll treat you to dinner." "Really? I want Ichiraku ramen. And can I invite my girlfriend too?" Jiraiya smirked, curling his pinky finger suggestively. "Who would have thought? You don't look like much, but you're unexpectedly popular. Go ahead and call her over. Let this master of yours size her up properly." And so, with a swift whoosh, the lecherous teacher was sent flying by the pervy sage. Emerging from Ichiraku ramen, Naruto and Hinata were thoroughly satisfied. Naruto's belly was round and full, while Hinata daintily dabbed her lips with a handkerchief, listening intently to Naruto's animated storytelling. Jiraiya's eye twitched violently as he paid the bill. He never imagined two 12-year-olds could devour dozens of ramen bowls between them. "It's truly wonderful, Naruto-kun, that you found such an amazing teacher," Hinata said softly. "You must do your best from now on. Even Neji and Iisan trains until very late these days, with impeccable manners." Hinata bowed deeply to Jiraiya. "Thank you very much for your hospitality today. This girl is the complete opposite of Kushina in temperament, though the maturity is uncannily similar." Scratching the back of his head sheepishly, Jiraiya chuckled. "Oh, don't mention it. Honestly, I was shocked to learn this brat's girlfriend is the High-Ga clan's young lady." At the word girlfriend, Hinata's face flushed crimson, memories of the preliminary exams flooding back. Bowing once more, she murmured, "I should take my leave now." "Jiraiya-sensei," Naruto-kun. Eyebrow quirking, Jiraiya slung an arm around Naruto's neck with a sly grin. "Don't tell me you're already that?" Naruto understood that Jiraiya was subtly probing into his past life. He pouted and remarked, "We only established our relationship yesterday. And besides, Hinata is still just a child." Suddenly, Jiraiya's expression sharpened as he glanced toward a particular corner. Immediately, he grasped Naruto's arm and led him toward the hot spring district, saying, "After we've had our fill, let us indulge in a soak at the hot springs. There are some matters I need to discuss with you, secrets among men, you see." Naruto indeed halted his steps and called out loudly towards the corner. "Is it the perverted teacher? It's Ebisu. I sincerely apologize for having taken the student you wish to teach." Jiraiya recognized that the figure emerging from the shadows was none other than Ebisu, whom he had sent flying that morning. Adjusting his glasses, Ebisu spoke with profound respect. "Not at all. The Hokage has instructed us to track your whereabouts, but we have been unable to ascertain your location. I never anticipated that you would engage with Naruto in the village. The Hokage would surely be delighted to hear this." Jiraiya glanced at Ebisu and replied nonchalantly, "I returned to the village merely to observe how the hero's orphan is faring. It is quite regrettable that I am not inclined to meet him at this moment." Ebisu, casting a glance at Naruto, said somewhat apologetically, "This matter only came to my attention after my recent interactions with Naruto. It seems that certain truths have been deliberately concealed from the villagers. You may have truly misunderstood the Hokage's intentions. Some past events, even if one did not participate, should have been prevented. Let us not dwell on that matter. Is there anything else? Orochimaru has appeared in the village. To confront one of the legendary Sannin, we must enlist your power, as you are also one of the Sannin. This situation is exceedingly troublesome. Orochimaru is an astute individual. He is unlikely to be unaware of your countermeasures. Even if I were to intervene, I believe I would be hindered by other circumstances." Jiraiya interrupted Ebisu's plea, continuing to lead Naruto towards the hot spring district. Sensing that Jiraiya remained in a foul mood, Ebisu refrained from further objections, but still respectfully stated, "Lord Jiraiya, I have faith that you will assist us." Naruto seemed to have an epiphany, turning to Ebisu and exclaiming, "Perverted teacher, tonight we must keep up with the ailing teacher." Chapter 37. Tug of war. Whether it be the barren lands of Sunagakure or the thriving Hidden Leaf Village, the moon in the night sky remained an unwelcome sight. Gaara sat alone atop a rooftop. Ever since his arrival in Konoha, the presence within him had inexplicably ceased its incessant agitation, allowing him to savor the rare tranquility of the night. With palpable hostility, T.S. leapt onto the rooftop, a smirk gracing his lips. "You finally come. I heard you hardly sleep at night. What brings you here? I plan to deal with you first." Allowing Sasuke to step into the arena sooner, "I discerned your sand attacks during the preliminaries. My soundwave techniques are swifter than that brute Lee's taijutsu." T.S. proudly displayed his sonic flute. Gaara gazed at the full moon, reflecting, "Unbeknownst to me, the moon has reached its zenith. That entity has sensed your murderous intent and stirred my blood into a boiling frenzy." Rising to his feet, he fixed a steady gaze upon T.S., whose form was now ensnared within the shadow that loomed larger by the moment. Faced with the creature before him, which could no longer be regarded as human, T.S. felt a wave of unease and fear wash over him. "What are you?" With a thunderous roar, the monster charged at incomprehensible speed, leaving T.S. defenseless. Unable to comprehend the assault before he collapsed into a pool of blood, Gaara reverted to his original state, resuming his perch atop the rooftop to admire the moon. As though nothing had transpired, he curled up, resting his head on his knees, whispering, "Mother, will he truly find happiness from this?" Within him, Shikaku poked its head out of a teapot, wearily sighing. Gaara's upbringing had been profoundly detrimental. In the distance, Kabuto and the Sunagakure Jainin Maki were stealthily critiquing the battle. Maki, with an impassive expression, ventured, "Is this truly wise? That fellow belongs to your village. Does he not? It matters not. He has long outlived his usefulness and is now contemplating rebellion against Lord Orochimaru. Should your plans falter, we shall withdraw immediately. After all, this was originally the Sound Ninja Village's scheme. We, Sand, must remain in the shadows, as per Lord Kazekage's directive." Kabuto produced a scroll and handed it to Maki, stating, "Such matters are inconsequential. This is the strategic plan devised by the Sound Ninja Village. You ought to report this to them soon." "I am aware," Maki replied. Both men exchanged glances toward a nearby corner. Although nothing was visible to the naked eye, they could indeed sense an observer lurking there. "I never anticipated that Kabuto had allied with the Sand Ninja. This warrants a report to the Hokage." The translucent moonlight swiftly turned to depart when Kabuto's voice echoed behind. "Leave the cleanup to me." Maki shook his head, to reassure our ally. "Allow me to contribute as well. Besides, there is but one rat, easily dealt with. Have we been discovered?" The moonlight gale swiftly retreated, with Maki in close pursuit. His Jainin prowess making him feel as though he were a fly trailing a foul odor, relentlessly clinging to his target. Clang! In a brief clash, metal met metal, and the two figures rapidly withdrew. "What a coincidence, esteemed Proctor. What is your solitary purpose here?" Maki approached the coughing moonlight gale. Cough, cough. It seems action is inevitable. Cough, cough. Now that he had been recognized, Moonlight Gale could finally cough freely, drawing his blade and holding it before him. Konoha style, Dance of the Crescent Moon. A combination of shadow clone technique and illusionary swordplay dazzled Maki as three figures lunged toward him, unavoidable, striking his shoulder. Maki gripped the blade firmly and nonchalantly remarked, "To wield such swordsmanship at a tender age signifies that this village harbors numerous young prodigies. Your technique is exquisite. However, physical blades are easily countered, while wind blades are insurmountable." With the sword firmly in Maki's grasp, Moonlight Gale's instinct was to strike back, yet the moment's hesitation cost him his chance to flee. Maki's fingers twitched, and a powerful gust of wind propelled Moonlight Gale into the air, accompanied by dozens of transparent wind blades that assailed him. Each wind blade pierced Moonlight Gale's body, leaving gaping wounds and splattering blood. Just in the nick of time, a dark figure shot through the wind pressure like lightning, seizing the battered Moonlight Gale and leaping away from the rooftop. Maki gasped, "So swift." Kabuto hastened over, unable to suppress a sneer. "It appears the rat has survived. I am beginning to doubt your sincerity." Maki frowned. "This is an unforeseen development." Kabuto waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave. "Let us not dwell on the rat. Even if the Hokage becomes aware, it will be too late. The lords from each nation are en route. Remember your promise, if we are to surpass Konoha in military might. This is our singular opportunity. Kasumi, is there no other way to introduce it into my body?" Naruto crouched in the grass by a waterfall, conversing with Jiraiya. Jiraiya, peering through the foliage with growing impatience, replied, "Just swallow it whole. With a few attempts, you'll surely acclimate. Do you truly wish to enter from behind? Honestly, do not disturb me." Upon hearing the latter suggestion, the Toad T-Ad shook his head fervently, asserting, "Absolutely not. Even if Naruto prefers that, I shall only enter through the mouth." "Jiraiya-sensei, please help me." The graceful Naruto leaned against Jiraiya's arm, who turned to look at him, his eyes transforming into crescents. Saliva pooling as he exclaimed, "Splendid. In every aspect, perfect." Naruto returned to his original form, exclaiming in annoyance, "At last, you are willing to acknowledge me, you lecherous sage." Jiraiya, taken aback, stepped back in disbelief. "Are you mocking me, you wretched little brat? But truly, Minato has raised a remarkable son. What exactly is going through your mind? How could I possibly consume a toad at this moment? Honestly, think of a solution." Jiraiya scratched his head in frustration. "This is quite perplexing. Open your mouth. I shall assist you in a rather unconventional manner." Upon hearing the extraordinary method, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that Jiraiya possesses a technique akin to Orochimaru's ability to expand the esophagus? Jiraiya joined his hands together, channeling chakra, and at a pivotal moment, bit his finger and slammed it onto the ground, exclaiming, "Summoning technique." A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a toad perched on each of Jiraiya's shoulders. Simultaneously, a sage-like visage emerged on his face, and due to the harmonization of energies, the transformation of the toads was notably pronounced. Naruto exclaimed with excitement, "The sage mode in the two-sided technique is so cool." This was a state he had never experienced in his previous life until his reincarnation. And it was also the ultimate form of sage mode that Jiraiya had once mentioned. The sage, Shinsaku, remarked with mild disdain, "Little Jiraiya, you should be able to enter sage mode on your own by now." Jiraiya explained to the sage perched on his shoulder, "Once we enter the storage, Naruto will begin the tug of war. So we must be fully prepared from the very start, just in case. Understanding that they were planning to engage in a tug-of-war without delay, Shinsaku cast an encouraging glance at Naruto and said, "Go for it, Naruto." Jiraiya shouted, "Now is the time. Open your mouth." Naruto obediently opened his mouth wide, only to witness Jiraiya swiftly brandishing the toad, hurling it into Naruto's mouth with astonishing speed. Gagging, Naruto collapsed onto the ground, expelling a rainbow of colors. In this peculiar manner of retching, the abilities of the Sage Mode in the state of the two sides technique reached an extraordinary peak, leaving even the Ninetales within Naruto momentarily taken aback. With a hint of pride, Jiraiya remarked, "The element of surprise is the essence of a ninja's training." He then quickly shifted from his playful demeanor to a serious tone, stating, "Now that we've initiated the process, let us commence." Naruto settled down cross-legged, saying, "I entrust the matters outside to you, perverse sage. In case anything goes awry, rest assured." Jiraiya produced a note inscribed with a seal, his expression grave, while the two sages, Fukasaku and Shima, prepared themselves with utmost seriousness. Within the sealed space, the Ninetales opened its crimson eyes, pounding against the confines, and exclaimed, "Hasten, hasten. I have grown weary of this confinement for far too long." Naruto's body soared into the air as he reached out towards the talisman. With a sharp rip, the seal was torn open, and ink flowed from the sealing position on his abdomen, cascading down to the water below, staining the entire area. "Stop, Naruto." A large hand grasped his arm, which held the seal. A handsome man appeared between Naruto and the Ninetales, possessing golden hair and striking azure eyes, reminiscent of Naruto himself. Naruto smiled and said, "Dad, it's been a long time." The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Huh? You know me?" Meanwhile, the Ninetales, filled with fury, interjected, "Fourth Hokage, there's plenty of time for reminiscing later. Hurry and free me." Ignoring the clamoring of the Ninetales, Minato chuckled lightly and suggested, "Well, this fellow behind me is rather noisy. Let us find a more suitable place." Naruto interjected, "Father, we shall discuss this later. I must first release the Ninetales." "The Ninetales?" Minato Namikaze exclaimed, turning to glance at the beast, murmuring, "Is that its name? Has it revealed its name to Naruto?" Ultimately, it was merely a remnant of Minato's chakra left behind before his demise, an insurance policy designed to prevent Naruto from inadvertently unsealing the Ninetales too soon. It could only monitor the chakra of the beast, lacking the power to delve into the external world. "Ah, I see now," Minato acknowledged, releasing his grip to allow Naruto space. When he beheld the key pattern manifesting on Naruto's arm, he finally felt a sense of relief. It has only been 12 years. Yet my teacher has allowed the Toad Sage into the fold. It appears this child's development surpasses my expectations. Naruto pressed the surgical seal against his abdomen and began to rotate it. The final mechanism of the iron gate emitted a series of clicking sounds, and the Ninetales burst forth from its cage with a thunderous roar. How liberating! As the Ninetales broke free, Naruto leaped in front of it, from which a translucent shadow emerged, consisting of only half its body. The Ninetales allowed the shadow to make contact, encouraging Naruto, "Come on, Naruto. Take as much chakra as you can from my will. It's all yours. I won't hold back. Just keep your emotions in check, and you can have your way." Kushina, with her vibrant red hair, emerged from Naruto's body, grasping chains that sprouted from behind her, binding the weakened Ninetales. "We commenced our tug-of-war, so behave yourself, Ninetales." The Ninetales, frail and furious, shouted back, "Kushina, you madwoman." Meanwhile, the third Hokage solemnly addressed the assembled shinobi in the Hokage office. "Everyone is present. We can now discuss the matter at hand." Ebisu stood and reported, "Last night near Kikyo City, we discovered that Moonlight Shippuden engaged in a fierce battle, nearly succumbing to an enemy technique. Fortunately, I intervened. The medical team is currently attending to him. He is out of danger but still unconscious." "What? Was it Orochimaru?" a member exclaimed. Kakashi remarked, "We mustn't jump to conclusions. Shippuden was tracking a target known as Yukushi Kabuto. However, Orochimaru is indeed plotting something nefarious." The third Hokage continued, "The opponent was the Sand Village's Jonin, Maki. The reasons for the conflict will become clear once Shippuden awakens." In the ceiling space, Minato and Kushina sat on the water surface, apologizing to the irate Ninetales. "We are sorry." The Ninetales crossed its arms, turning away with a scoff. "Humph. You're all a bunch of fools." Naruto chuckled softly, attempting to mediate the situation. "Kurama, please do not be angry. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Mom and Dad are just overly concerned for me." The Ninetales dismissed Naruto's words, glaring fiercely at Minato and Kushina. "You two never seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. It was like this 12 years ago, and it remains the same. I could easily obliterate both of you." Kushina, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, timidly responded, "But you've already ended our lives, haven't you, Kurama?" "Do not dare address me by that name," Kurama roared. For in its heart, it acknowledged only the Sage of Six Paths and Naruto Uzumaki, permitting no one else to utter its name. Minato, noticing Kushina's imminent outburst, quickly interjected, all right, Kurama, it's time for you to calm down." As the family of three had just reunited and scarcely exchanged a few words, Naruto observed a radiant glow emanating from Minato and Kushina. This illuminated sign indicated that the couple's remaining chakra was dwindling, about to dissipate. Minato gazed at his glowing hands and said, "Kushina, I cannot hold on much longer. If you have anything to say to Naruto, now is the time." In a panic, Kushina enveloped Naruto in a tight embrace, as though holding him would encapsulate the entirety of her world. Trembling, she urged, "Naruto, please do not be picky with your food. Eat well to grow tall and strong. Make sure to bathe daily, and do not catch a chill while doing so. Also, strive to sleep early and avoid staying up late. Remember to make friends. Quality matters more than quantity. A few trustworthy friends will suffice. Although I am not particularly adept in this area, you must diligently study and learn ninjutsu. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Do not be disheartened by difficulties in your studies. Always show respect to your teachers, seniors, and mentors." Tears streamed down Kushina's cheeks as she continued. "There is something crucial regarding the 3 forbidden areas for ninjas. Be exceedingly cautious with financial matters. Remember to save. You must not drink alcohol until you turn 20. And moderation is key, for excessive drinking harms the body. Moreover, the gravest issue among the 3 is women. As your mother, I confess that I do not fully understand this aspect either. Nevertheless, you will naturally develop an interest in women. Seek a partner akin to your mother. Speaking of the 3 prohibitions, to be wary of Jiraiya-sensei." As her chakra waned, Kushina began to breathe heavily. Minato placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. And Kushina turned to him, her gaze filled with affection. "In the future, you will encounter many painful and challenging experiences. But it is essential to maintain your composure and nurture your dreams, coupled with the confidence to realize them. There are so many more things I wish to remind you about. I wish we could spend more time together. I love you dearly." Burying her head in Naruto's shoulder, she cried out, "I'm so sorry, my little son. It's all my fault." Minato gently caressed Naruto's head, forcing a smile as he faced his son. "Naruto, what I want to say is probably similar to what your nagging mother has expressed. I am sorry for making you the vessel of the 9 tails and for burdening you with our heavy legacy. We cannot accompany you as you grow, nor can we shower you with love during your journey." Naruto's eyes glistened with emotion as he took a deep breath and spoke to his parents, saying, "There is no need for you to apologize. Due to my role as a Jinchuriki, I have indeed endured considerable suffering. However, I do not harbor any resentment towards you, my dear father and mother. To be honest, I previously struggled to comprehend the essence of parental love, having been devoid of it for so long, relying solely on my imagination. It was only after Boruto and Himawari's birth that I truly grasped the sacrifice of life that my parents made out of love for me. I understand that even before I became the vessel for Kurama, my body was already filled with your love. Therefore, I consider myself incredibly fortunate. I am profoundly grateful to be your child." Minato, filled with solace, replied, "You have grown into an exceptional young man. Naruto, your mother and I can no longer remain in this world. It is time for us to depart." Naruto wiped away the tears streaming down Kushina's face with his sleeve, striving to present an exuberant demeanor as he declared, "I have always maintained a good diet, so there is no need for concern. I have never been picky and have consumed everything, from ribs to miso and soy sauce. In my childhood, I didn't shy away from wilted vegetables or expired milk. I didn't solely survive on instant noodles. I bathed regularly and occasionally indulged in the hot springs of Konohagakure. Just yesterday, the lecherous sage teased me about my fleeting visits, laughing heartily. Moreover, I have made many friends, all of whom are wonderful individuals. Although my academic performance has consistently hovered at the bottom, I firmly believe that I will never lose heart. My confidence is unparalleled. Of course, I heed the words of my esteemed grandfather, the 3rd Hokage, as well as my mentors Kakashi and Irika. They are all in Konoha, and you can consult them anytime. As for the 3 forbidden techniques, I learned quite a bit while training under the lecherous sage. Admittedly, I have struggled in this area, but I am determined to exercise restraint now. Among the legendary Sannin, one is exceptionally handsome, and he is my utmost respect. I have yet to experience the taste of alcohol in my lifetime, but my mother has urged me to find a good woman, someone like you. Just a couple of days ago, I solidified my relationship with her, and I know she will undoubtedly be a great mother in the future. In any case, I will strive to fulfill my mother's wishes to the best of my abilities. I also have dreams of becoming an even more distinguished Hokage than my father. Though I have faced failures, I am resolute that I will achieve it." Naruto was overwhelmed with grief, unable to bear the sight of Kushina and Minato gradually fading into transparency. No matter how remarkable his past achievements were, he felt reduced to a mere child weeping before his parents. "Do not worry about me. I will live happily and well," he exclaimed. "Thank you, Naruto, for allowing me to be a mother, and for Minato to be a father." Kushina's voice grew increasingly distant as the ethereal form constructed from chakra began to ascend, becoming ever more translucent. "I haven't thanked the old man yet," boomed the 9 tails as its tail, inscribed with the character 1, began to sway. Crimson chakra entwined with sand-colored chakra formed a gust of energy, creating 2 cable-like tendrils that connected to the abdomens of Kushina and Minato. The 2 fading figures gradually solidified, descending back onto the surface of the water. Naruto and Kushina exclaimed in surprise. The 9 tails emaciated form appeared even more desiccated, its fur devoid of luster. You two are, after all, the Jinchuriki of this old man. It is rather embarrassing to vanish due to depleted chakra. Since you have sealed me within your son's body, you two shall remain here to accompany me henceforth. Chapter 39, The Perfect Jinchuriki. It turns out even fools can display such expressions. The Ninetales had initially no intention of intervening. Yet witnessing Naruto's feigned nonchalance as he bid farewell to his parents stirred an immense turmoil within it. Unbidden. The image of Sage of Six Paths' helpless smile during the conclusion of the fourth great ninja war surfaced in its mind. At that moment, the sage was unaware of the events that would unfold in the future, believing that Naruto had resolved the conflicts of the ninja world. Indeed, having experienced the profound sorrows of parting and loss, Naruto had matured significantly. Yet now, a reckless scheme had begun to take shape within the Ninetales' consciousness. Naruto cast aside his recent sorrow with a hint of astonishment, exclaiming, "Huh? Is it truly possible for the Ninetales to accomplish such a feat? Although I possess limited knowledge of sealing techniques, merely bestowing chakra upon another is relatively simple, especially for a former Jinchuriki, even if reduced to a mere chakra construct." As a mother, Kushina was overwhelmed with tears of gratitude, embracing Naruto while fervently expressing, "Thank you, Ninetales, thank you." Minato approached the Ninetales, bowing deeply and sincerely stating, "As a father, I am eternally grateful to you, Ninetales. After sealing me away, I still grant you my chakra to sustain your lives, humans. Live on here, burdened by your shame." The Ninetales retorted. Minato observed the four-symbol sealing pattern that had emerged on Kushina's abdomen, as the chakra from both beasts continuously maintained their forms. "I shall name this technique Magnetic Release, Crimson Will Dance Transmission, second form. Truly remarkable. Do refrain from arbitrarily naming techniques under normal circumstances. I would undoubtedly find it amusing enough to leave me in fits of laughter." The Ninetales scoffed, turning to Naruto and declaring, "The tug of war is complete. It's time for everyone to witness our power, Naruto." "Oh, Ninetales." Naruto radiated a dazzling golden light, distinct from the golden aura of the half-gold form, at this moment. He was entirely enveloped in the chakra of the tailed beast, having become the perfect Jinchuriki. In the realm of reality, the outcome was revealed. Under the enhancement of the twin life technique, the sage Jiraiya suddenly sensed an immense chakra emanating from Naruto, surpassing that of anyone he had ever encountered. The expressions of the trinity of sages grew exceedingly grave, as Jiraiya held aloft two gargantuan Rasengan, each with a diameter of several dozen meters. The rotund form of Fukasaku was poised, ready to invoke the magical sage technique, the summoning of the enchanted toad. Naruto sat with a golden chakra igniting around his body, instantly perceiving the movements of the three sages in his complete sage mode. He waved his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, "You guys are being a bit excessive, aren't you?" Shima halted the summoning of the toad, her eyes glimmering with delight as she remarked, "Wonderful, little brat. It seems young Naruto has succeeded." Inside a Chiraka ramen, the uncle who was preparing the broth suddenly narrowed his eyes, glancing at the bubbling soup, and muttered, "I think I added too much salt." The moment the golden form emerged, the entire Konoha barrier team sensed it, and the perception department was on high alert. The sun? It was a conglomeration of chakra, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. A man clad in a ninja vest, with golden hair styled into an upright ponytail, removed his box-shaped helmet and shouted at the guards by the entrance, "Quickly notify Lord Hokage." Originally, the third Hokage had planned to relax with the crystal ball after the meeting, but just as he settled down, he was pulled into the barrier team's perception department by Narashikaku. Yamashiro Aoi trembled slightly, his face filled with horror as he reported, "A massive chakra conglomerate, resembling the sun, has appeared at the waterfall to the west." "I saw it." The third's brow furrowed as he inquired, "Calm down, what did you see?" The Ninetales Jinchuriki. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly manifested an extraordinarily high level of chakra. His seal had been broken. What? He's also accompanied by one of the legendary Sannin. The third Hokage lifted his ceremonial robe to reveal his battle attire. "Gather the sealing team, all Umbu mobilize and follow me. The rest? Evacuate the villagers to safety and try to move the Ninetales away from densely populated areas, immediately." Narashikaku sensed something amiss and requested a stack of data from the perception department for review. The third paused briefly and instructed a nearby Umbu, "Go find someone from the Umbu to accompany us. Their code name is Tenzu." "Understood. Have the three guards of the fourth Hokage wait for me at the village entrance." And the rest head to where Aoi sensed the chakra. All personnel began to act swiftly, determined to prevent a recurrence of the tragedy from 12 years ago, implementing numerous precautionary measures within the village. As the third advanced towards the village entrance, his mind was flooded with memories of Naruto growing up. "Had I known, I should have given you more attention despite the pressure from Danzo and the Elder Council. Hang in there, Naruto. Even if it costs me my life, I will bring you back." At that moment, the third was filled with regret and guilt, fearing that this cheerful young lad might leave this world before him. Did it work? "Well done, Naruto." Jiraiya reflected sincerely, addressing Fukasaku and Shima, "You two sages have worked hard. I thought we were in for a fierce battle. I underestimated little Naruto. Well, I need to go home and prepare dinner for the kids. Would you like to join us?" As Jiraiya reminisced about the delicious food of Mount Myaboku with Naruto, he couldn't help but shake his head in refusal. With the departure of the two sages, Jiraiya's sage mode was also dispelled, reverting him to his usual demeanor. He chuckled, draping an arm around Naruto's shoulder. As a reward, why not transform into Naruto and celebrate properly? Naruto pushed away Jiraiya's close face with a golden arm extending from his shoulder, showing clear disdain. What kind of criminal declaration is this? He exclaimed. He sensed a multitude of ninjas rapidly approaching his direction, accompanied by the appearance of spatial movement marks. Whoosh! For figures materialized not far away. The Flying Thunder God technique, executed by Narashikaku, Inuzuka Kiba, and Iwasaki, transported the third Hokage to this location, aiming to reach the battlefield swiftly to mitigate the damage caused by the Ninetales. Jiraiya clicked his tongue. It's the old man. Is this his human form? It seems the Ninetales hasn't fully emerged yet. Naruto, Asuma, Konohamaru, I'm sorry, but you must fend for yourselves from now on. The third Hokage, enduring the painful side effects of the Flying Thunder God technique, raised the transformed Rui Jingu Bang towards the golden Naruto. The Rui Bang elongated. The stick, which was as thick as a bowl, transformed into a pillar as wide as a barrel, extending straight and pressing against Naruto's belly. Naruto, who intended to greet him, was momentarily taken aback by the pillar pressing against his abdomen. The infinitely extending golden staff thus pushed Naruto, growing to an incredible length of several dozen kilometers, all the way out of the village. Jiraiya was bewildered by the third Hokage's sudden action. By the time he reacted, Naruto had already been forcibly expelled from the village. What the hell are you doing, old man? Everyone can pause. The Ninetales isn't rampaging. Just as Narashikaku was about to speak, the voice of Inuzuka Kiba echoed in his mind. This is urgent. Please refrain from any sarcasm. First of all, the person beside Naruto is none other than the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Inuzuka Kiba replied, sorry, but I must express my disbelief. The appearance of the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Naruto, Uzumaki, was that of a perfect Jinchuriki. The seal had not been broken. Misunderstanding, perhaps? Inuzuka Kiba and Narashikaku exchanged glances, biting down on their senbon, their toes digging into their sandals. Damn, old man. Jiraiya, with a displeased expression, stood behind the third Hokage. The Rui Jingu Bang in the third Hokage's hand opened a large eye, sensing that the situation seemed amiss, and with a loud bang, it transformed into smoke and vanished. That intelligence from the reconnaissance department seems to have been erroneous. Long time no see, Jiraiya. Haha. The third Hokage's face flushed slightly. Quickly go find Naruto and apologize properly, you rascal. Hey. Yamashiro Aoi grimaced as he retracted his hand from Narashikaku's head. His friend's reproachful gaze made him feel ashamed. What a hassle. Even at his age, the Hokage is still so impassioned. The thought of facing Danzo's reprimand made Shikaku feel utterly exhausted. Naruto succeeded, sensei. Kakashi, who was still training Sasuke, was called back for a meeting and was deeply moved by the significant news presented by Jiraiya. Based on the known performances of the two perfect Jinchuriki, as long as they reached this stage, there was no need to worry about the seal loosening and releasing the tailed beasts. All the Jonin under the third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. They believed in the will of fire espoused by generations of Hokage, as long as Naruto Uzumaki remained a companion in the village. There was no need to fear the Jinchuriki going berserk within its confines, for his bonds were here. Jiraiya spoke solemnly, then, regarding Naruto Uzumaki becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. Let this matter be concluded. Everyone must keep silent. No one is to leak this information, not even to the Elder Council. All the Jonin turned to the third Hokage, only to find him smiling while smoking, not obstructing Jiraiya's directive, indicating that the third Hokage was indeed displeased with the Elder Council. Understood. The third Hokage stood up, declaring, then the meeting is adjourned. The Jonin left with a sense of trepidation, and Guy felt particularly troubled as soon his beloved student would face Naruto, which made him feel sympathetic towards Neji. He took out a brand new green jumpsuit, initially intended as a consolation gift for Lee, but it seemed it would now be given to Neji. After Neji loses, I'll give him this outfit. Once Lee recovers, I'll take them to the strength training club to sweat out their youth. I'm sure they will both bounce back. Kakashi, I'm truly grateful for your guidance with Naruto during this time. Jiraiya leaned against the exit of the Hokage office, facing Kakashi, who was hurrying to prepare a special training session for Sasuke. Kakashi was taken aback. Aside from being one of the Sannin, Jiraiya was also his teacher's teacher. He respectfully replied, not at all. It's merely my duty. If I must give credit for guidance, it should go to Iruka-sensei, as Naruto has always regarded him as a father figure. I've already learned about that child's upbringing over the past 12 years from the old man. Without your group, who knows what could have happened? In any case, I appreciate your efforts. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively and walked toward Naruto, who was waving at him from a distance. Chapter 40. The prelude atop a telephone pole. Jiraiya gazed at Hokage Rock and seriously addressed Naruto. Today, I shall teach you a special ninjutsu, one created by the fourth Hokage. Dad's technique? Jiraiya smiled, raising his hand in front of Naruto's eyes. Watch closely. Don't be frightened. A massive sphere of chakra swirled, generating powerful winds that tousled their hair. What do you think? This is a ninjutsu that Minato spent 3 whole years developing, an A-rank super advanced ninjutsu. Isn't it impressive? Naruto exclaimed, impressive. Truly worthy of the perverse sage. Ha ha ha, indeed. But I have already mastered it. Jiraiya, seemingly taken aback, remarked, what? You have already learned the Rasengan? Look, perverse sage. Naruto's lips curled into a grin as he raised his hand before Jiraiya's astonished visage. Whoosh. An identical Rasengan materialized before Jiraiya's eyes, and Naruto's cerulean gaze sparkled with a fervent desire for encouragement, reminiscent of a child seeking validation from a parent. This moment transported Jiraiya back to a distant memory. Look, Jiraiya-sensei. He recalled Minato boasting about a jutsu he had painstakingly developed over 3 years. Not long after. On the day Ichiraka Ramen opened its doors, he sought out Minato. Look, Minato. Isn't it amazing? Truly worthy of Jiraiya-sensei. After receiving praise, Minato dashed away. Is it really that difficult to show off a Rasengan? Jiraiya mused internally, his brow furrowing slightly as he inquired of Naruto. From whom did you learn that Rasengan? Naruto, scratching his chin, hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge the truth to Jiraiya. In his previous life, Sasuke had informed him that he and Boruto had inadvertently traversed this timeline, ultimately having their identities unveiled by Jiraiya's remarkable analytical prowess. With a simple remark, after all, the most captivating part of a novel is its conclusion. Sasuke had assisted him in erasing those memories. Considering Jiraiya's character, revealing his reincarnation might yield unintended consequences. Sensing Naruto's discomfort, Jiraiya, perceptive as ever, donned a cheerful facade and suggested, well, you can share when you're ready. How about we celebrate your victory in the tug-of-war with a meal? Oh, can I invite Hinata to join us? The thought of the Hyuga heiress consuming 60 bowls of Ichiraka ramen the previous night made even Jiraiya, with his seemingly endless savings, feel a twinge of pressure, for those funds were meant to settle debts for the butterfly. Huh? What's that? As Naruto gazed in the direction pointed out by Jiraiya, he turned back to find that Jiraiya had transformed into a white-haired toad. How despicable. Upon discovering Naruto's self-preservation abilities, Jiraiya sought a secluded spot to hide, simultaneously gathering materials from the surroundings. His intention to foster Naruto's independence was aimed at nurturing him to surpass even Minato. And it appeared that Naruto was already approaching that level. The reason for not hastily departing from Konoha was his curiosity regarding Orochimaru's true intentions. Speaking of which, the girls in this village have grown increasingly charming. Jiraiya's eyes were drawn to the young ladies passing by. Time flew by, and on the eve of the selection tournament, Naruto received news of Choji's hospitalization, prompting him to bring a fruit basket to the hospital. What a hassle. Tomorrow is the selection tournament. Yet I must accompany this troublesome fellow to visit Choji. After exiting the ward, Shikamaru wore a disgruntled expression, clearly showing his disdain for Naruto. Despite his hurtful words, Naruto understood Shikamaru's nature. He and Choji were among the few companions from Naruto's childhood. For Choji, only Shikamaru and Naruto could share his last potato chip. Naruto spoke eloquently, setting aside the facts. Isn't it true that CHG ended up with an upset stomach from the barbecue you treated him to as a reward for accompanying you during your intensive training? Shikamaru was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's illogical reasoning, struggling to catch his breath. He sighed, had I known this, I would have refrained from advancing to the official matches. Even if I were to win against that girl, I would still have to contend with you foolish monsters. Naruto expressed his surprise, remarking on the remarkable ability of others to perceive the situation. Inside the hospital room, Lee lay in a steadfast slumber after consuming Guy's secret concoction. Sakura was arranging a bouquet of fresh flowers by the window when she noticed Naruto and Shikamaru passing by the doorway. You're here too? Come to visit Lee? Shikamaru quickly deduced her intentions. He recalled seeing the resilient Lee during his previous visits to the hospital. Lee was truly an individual of immense determination, persisting in his training even after the doctors declared he could no longer be a ninja. I hope he continues. There must be hope. The sentiment was noble. Yet the shadow imitation technique was at play. Shikamaru's shadow morphed and stretched, crawling along the walls of the room up to the ceiling. At that moment, Gaara was suspended above Sakura, immobilized by Shikamaru's technique. Despite his attempts, he found himself unable to move, his tone icy as he commanded, "Get lost, or I will eradicate all of you." No sooner had he spoken than a massive gourd behind him expelled its stopper, and a steady stream of sand surged forth, forming a giant hand. I thought I had him under control. Why can he still move? This was a first for Shikamaru. A trivial trick. It's merely a matter of immobility. Gaara shifted his gaze to Naruto, his tone slightly softening. Do not impede me, Naruto. I intend to kill him. Since they were merely visiting the hospital, Sakura had not brought any ninja tools, so she stood protectively in front of Lee, exclaiming, "Is it truly necessary? You already defeated him in the competition, right? Do you have a personal grudge against Lee?" With Naruto's presence, Gaara's demeanor remained more composed. Yet his tone was still frigid. "I hold no grievances with him. I simply wish to take his life." "You are exceedingly self-centered." Shikamaru thought rapidly. "If you dare to obstruct me, I will eliminate you all, including you, Naruto." Shikamaru gestured between Naruto and himself, attempting to appear formidable. "I recognized your prowess during the competition, but I must warn you, we are not to be trifled with. We haven't even revealed our unique techniques yet. and now it is 3 against 1, putting you at a significant disadvantage. If you are willing to heed my words, I will spare you." Naruto was taken aback and whispered, "What? You noticed this, Shikamaru?" Shikamaru paused for a moment and replied in a hushed tone, "I was merely trying to scare him." "You really have a new trick up your sleeve." "Hey, Gaara, there's no need to clash with Naruto." The Shikaku within Gaara, sensing the impending conflict between the two, could not help but interject. Suddenly, the real Gaara broke free from Shikamaru's control, struggling to raise his hand to cover the love tattoo on his forehead. His face contorted with anguish. "Mom, don't worry. I'll make sure you drink this guy's blood soon." The one-tail, Shikaku, thought to itself, from a certain perspective, "This kid is indeed quite the genius." Observing Gaara's bizarre demeanor, Shikamaru instinctively took a step back. This guy is really strange. Gaara's heart was in turmoil. The tension he had carried for over a decade had instinctively made him respond to Shikaku's voice, perceiving it as a call from his mother. Naruto comprehended Gaara's emotional turmoil during this period and declared, "Lee is my friend. Friend? Don't kid around." Observing Gaara's escalating rage, Shikamaru discreetly nudged Naruto with his elbow and whispered, "Why are you provoking him? I knew from our first meeting that you and I are cut from the same cloth. How could beings like us ever have friends? I caused my mother's death the moment I was born, to forge me into the strongest. My father, the fourth Kazekage, went so far as to bind the embodiment of sand to me with forbidden jutsu, rendering me a monster from the very day I drew breath. You are the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure." Shikamaru gasped in horror, realizing the peculiar behavior of the individual before him. He discreetly shielded Naruto, fully aware of the formidable power of a Jinchuriki. As a friend, he felt compelled to protect Naruto even at the cost of his own life. It is precisely this kind of gaze that I have endured from everyone around me since childhood, even from my father. From the age of 6 until now, he has repeatedly sought opportunities to assassinate me, even going so far as to plant assassins disguised as friends in my midst. Friends are merely flesh bound together by hatred and murderous intent. Gaara raised his hand, pressing his thumb against his index finger, producing a sickening crack that unsettled Sakura. The harsh reality of his existence had morphed into a terrifying presence. Born through jutsu, his psyche was frail and unstable. He had finally acknowledged his emotional issues. To his father, the Kazekage, he was nothing more than the village's ultimate weapon, a perilous and horrifying entity to be contained and monitored. After turning 6, he had become merely a dangerous tool, washed with trepidation to prevent an outburst. He gradually lost his sense of living, ultimately concluding that his existence was solely to eliminate all but himself. Only through slaughter could he experience joy. Only through carnage could he find solace. As long as he eradicated everyone, he could lead a peaceful life. Gaara's emotions began to unravel, and a colossal hand of sand surged towards Naruto and his companions. "This ends now. We shall battle in the arena." A stern voice interrupted as Kankuro entered, the aura of a seasoned jonin crashing upon Gaara, causing him to drop from the ceiling to the ground. "The selection trials are tomorrow. If you wish to spend the night in the hospital, feel free to continue," Kankuro admonished, standing resolutely before Gaara. Realizing the distance between himself and Kankuro, Gaara retracted the sandy hand back into his gourd. Rising, he exited Lee's hospital room, glancing back at Naruto as he approached the doorframe. "Your companions still regard you as a friend because they are oblivious to the truth. When you, like me, can no longer restrain your murderous intent, you will become just like me. Just wait, Naruto. There will be plenty of time ahead." As night fell, in a certain training ground, Tintin gasped, "That should be enough, right, Neji? I'm completely out of breath." Neji Hyuga found himself in a deep pit surrounded by a plethora of discarded ninja tools, devoid of any foothold. "That guy is incredibly strong. I appreciate your efforts, Tintin. Isn't that Naruto the last in this year's ranking? Even if he practiced the counter techniques to Gentle Fist, he should." Neji closed his Byakugan, kneeling wearily, uttering, "No. I can see he is quite powerful." In another part of the forest, 2 elderly men were gathered around an iron pot, preparing a hot pot. The broth bubbled vigorously, with the impurities filtered out by Marisuke Koji in advance. The remaining clear broth, combined with mountain delicacies and lobster, created an unparalleled feast that prompted the third Hokage to exclaim with delight. "Even though it is night, the village is still bustling in preparation for tomorrow's events," Koji remarked, gazing at the lively village below the cliff. The third Hokage savored the last of the broth, praising, "Delicious, Koji. Ha ha ha, cooking the soup is my sole specialty. It seems I returned just in time for the Chunin exam finals tomorrow, Hokage-sama." The third Hokage chuckled, "You are being modest. The only joy from missions is the meal afterward. Truth be told, many captains have specifically requested you to join their teams." Upon hearing this, Koji responded earnestly, "No matter how dangerous the mission, I will give it my all." The third Hokage placed his utensils down, his tone slightly reproachful. "Oh, do not regard your life as so insignificant. Thank you for the meal. Your soup is truly exceptional. By the way, Koji, may I ask you to assist me with a matter?" As the night deepened, the dense forest swayed gently in the breeze. The third Hokage looked up at the moonlit sky, thoughtfully remarking, "The Chunin exam serves as a means to gauge the balance of power among the villages. However, I currently feel a sense of unrest. I hope I am merely overthinking. Although Koji had just returned from a mission, the month had been turbulent. The third Hokage, no longer in his prime, pondered the potential calamities that could befall the village the following day, leaving him somewhat at a loss. The third Hokage seemed to read the thoughts of the elder known as the Universal Genin, standing up and turning away as he said, "Tomorrow morning, inform Kakashi, Irika, and Shikamaru. It is not yet the season for the leaves to flutter. They will understand." Is that a special code for the Sarutobi clan and those three families? Koji speculated, incredulously. Could it be? The third Hokage ambled away, waving his hand. "The future of the village rests with you young ones. You should rest early, Koji. I am too old to be awake with you youngsters at this hour." The aging Koji fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 41. You are a genius. As the sun began to rise, Naruto spotted Hinata waiting patiently at the door. Clad in her usual attire, she smiled warmly. "Naruto, do your best today?" With unwavering confidence, Naruto declared, with Hinata's encouraging words, "I can effortlessly defeat any opponent, even Neji." Neji? Orochimaru gasped in astonishment as he turned around. The four-sound ninja knelt respectfully on the ground, while Dosu raised the blue and white ceremonial robe above his head, proclaiming, "Lord Orochimaru, everything is ready. It is time to depart." Each ninja village has designated special arenas for training or combat, and Konoha's Kikyo Castle stands out among the many coliseums. Enclosed by towering walls, reaching heights of 20 to 30 meters, the arena features observation platforms within, allowing spectators to witness the fierce contests among the ninjas clearly. As the competition time approached, only 7 participants had arrived. Naruto had anticipated Sasuke's potential tardiness, muttering, "So slow. Sasuke takes forever to learn and loves to show off." Shikamaru reminded him, "And that Toshi hasn't shown up either. Naruto, if you're going to concede, now's the time." Neji, with a furrowed brow, impatiently issued a challenge to Naruto, having noticed that Naruto had arrived at Kikyo Castle alongside Hinata. Naruto was perplexed by Neji's evident irritation early in the morning and skeptically remarked, "Neji, could it be that you're still a Siscon?" "Siscon." Neji's expression stiffened, veins bulging as he gritted his teeth. "You bastard, I will kill you." As the referee of the match, the enigmatic Hinata Genin turned around, still holding 1,000 hands in his mouth. He glanced at Naruto and then at Neji, mumbling, "Save the killing for after the match starts. I believe you two are the first bout, so your turn is coming up soon." At the highest viewing platform of the Kaiki Castle, the third Hokage sat regally on a sofa, inquiring of the shadowy figure behind him. Has Sasuke still not been found? Several teams from the Umbu have been dispatched to search, yet there remains no news. The figure, Danzo, whispered into the third's ear. Adu is still going around claiming that Sasuke may have fallen into Orochimaru's hands. "I see." The third's lips twitched, suddenly sensing something. He donned a cheerful expression and called towards the staircase. "Oh dear, why have you taken so long to visit this old man in Konoha, Lord Kazekage?" Descending from the staircase was none other than the fourth Kazekage, Raza, a man of formidable presence who had single-handedly elevated the status of the Baron Sunagakure among the major ninja villages, second only to Konoha and Kumobikure. And he was quite wealthy as well. His mouth and nose were concealed by white bandages, complemented by the shade of his wind ninja hat, revealing only a pair of eyes brimming with hostility. The third rose to invite the Kazekage to join him on the sofa to witness the unfolding events, while the 2 sand village guards trailing behind Raza were not afforded such privilege, standing like statues beside Danzo. "This journey has been arduous," the Kazekage remarked coldly. "It is fortunate the venue is set in Konoha. Although you are still young, if you had to travel far, I fear the Hokage might struggle. In my view, it would be prudent for you to decide upon the 5th Hokage soon," he added with a veiled jab. The third, unfazed by the provocation due to the Kazekage's wealth, burst into hearty laughter. "Do not regard me as an old man. I still feel capable of enduring for several more years. Since you're already here, to prevent you from waiting too long, it is nearly time to commence." He then stood and announced loudly, "Esteemed guests, I sincerely thank you for attending this Nin selection tournament jointly hosted by Konoha and Sunagakure. We shall now begin the official selection matches for the 8 who have passed the preliminaries." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, invigorating even those standing in the arena. Orochimaru observed the absence of Sasuke from the arena, furrowing his brow. "It seems we are missing someone." Hinata Genin produced a slip of paper, unfolding it to present before the 7 candidates, stating, "I must inform you all that there has been a slight adjustment to the match order. Please confirm once more that the rules of the competition remain unchanged from the preliminaries. There are no rules until one side concedes or loses their fighting capability. Therefore, in the first round, we have Uzumaki Naruto against Hyuga Neji remaining, while the others are to await in the preparation area." "Hey, Neji." Naruto raised his fist and gave a thumbs up, proclaiming, "I have stated it before. Once I become Hokage, I shall transform everything, including the Hyuga clan. I will undoubtedly prevail." "Humph." Neji activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes prominent, and thought to himself, this unwavering gaze of confidence does not betray any pretense. Such immense chakra indicates that this individual is truly formidable. Only then is it worthwhile to engage in battle with you. I am eager to witness the expression of utter despair and lack of focus in your eyes when you come to comprehend true power. Naruto let out a sigh before bellowing. Enough of these peculiar words, let us commence. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Dozens of shadow clones materialized in the arena, creating quite a stir. However, the spectators from the Hyuga clan remained eerily silent, all their Byakugan eyes fixated on Neji Hyuga. Beside Hinata's father, Hayashi, sat the young Hanabi, whose talent vastly surpassed that of her older sister. He deemed her the next clan leader. Observe well, Hanabi. No one has ever inherited the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan as completely as he has, let alone your sister. Perhaps even you may not measure up. Hanabi, feeling a twinge of concern for her sister's admired opponent, cast her gaze toward the arena, pondering the implications of facing the clan's prodigy. As dozens of shadow clones surged toward Neji, he seized the moment, breaking free from their encirclement and swiftly advancing toward Naruto, who was concealed at the back. Employing the gentle fist technique, he launched a direct attack at Naruto's lower body. What a despicable move! Naruto exclaimed as he raised his hand to block Neji's elbow strike. A surge of chakra erupted from Neji's palm, demonstrating that had he not defended himself, he would have surely been struck. The gentle fist technique places a strong emphasis on stability in the lower body. Only with a solid foundation can its offensive strikes be formidable. Missing his initial attack, Neji pivoted and swiftly unleashed a left leg kick. Naruto sidestepped, embracing Neji's knee, and was poised to strike a punch at the wide-open area of Neji's groin. Upon reflection, he deemed it inappropriate, so he adjusted his grip and delivered a solid blow to Neji's abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. Hyuga Hizashi stood up in astonishment, exclaiming, "What is happening?" He activated his Byakugan, intent on closely scrutinizing the match between the two genin. Naruto did not wait for Neji to reach the ground. He vanished from his position and pursued Neji's descending form, intending to deliver a powerful straight punch to Neji's face to conclude the battle. However, Neji, even in a state of weightlessness, managed to intercept with a deft maneuver, while simultaneously aiming a strike directly at Naruto's heart. Upon landing, Neji stood tall and approached Naruto, who was half kneeling on the ground. In a cold tone, he remarked, "Indeed, my Byakugan cannot discern the shadow clones that evenly distribute chakra, but surely the one hiding at the back must be the real body." Naruto's breath grew increasingly labored. Yet Neji opened his mouth to speak. "You claim you wish to become Hokage, but only a select few possess the talent to be chosen. From the moment of their birth, they are destined to become Hokage. It is not merely a matter of desire. Do you believe that ordinary individuals can attain this through sheer effort? Birth and innate talent are paramount. This is fate, and it is unyielding and beyond choice." Bang! Before him, Naruto dissipated into smoke. "What?" exclaimed a multitude of Narutos, either crouching or standing. One among them stepped forward calmly and declared, "It is my turn now. Even if you are a genius, with sufficient effort, I too can cultivate beyond your imagination. If defeating a single opponent consumes so much of your energy, how will you manage against so many?" On the observation platform, Tintin smirked. After this month's training, she was acutely aware of how terrifying Neji's already formidable abilities would become if further honed. It's futile, even with a numerical advantage. It is ineffective against Neji's impenetrable defense. The shadow clones surged toward Neji, who assumed a stance and proclaimed, "Thus, talent is innate. No amount of effort can alter that. Whether it be you, Lee, or Hinata, the gentle fist is beyond your grasp." Neji's body began to spin at an astonishing speed, releasing a torrent of chakra from his chakra points, forming a blue hemisphere that uprooted the ground beneath it. All the shadow clones that approached were annihilated upon contact with this blue shield, echoing with resounding bangs. "Father!" Hanabi gasped in shock at Neji's display of the gentle fist. Even Hayashi Hyuga frowned deeply, explaining, "In the instant of an attack, the chakra points within release a vast amount of chakra to withstand the enemy's onslaught, propelling the body away like a spinning top. This is the gentle fist, a technique many in the main family fail to master due to lack of talent. I never imagined that as a branch family member, he has already grasped it." Only a handful of Narutos remained beside Neji, unable to rush forward. He slowly remarked, "Didn't you just boast? Now, after I have defeated all but these few, it is evident that while each individual has a distinct fate, there is but one shared destiny, death. Though you are a genius, you underestimate me." Naruto retorted defiantly, "Even in death, I shall not surrender." Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke erupted. As it cleared, the stones on the ground transformed into the likeness of Naruto, and hundreds of figures surrounded Neji. Naruto was well versed in dealing with these individuals possessing unique ocular abilities. His transformation jutsu could even elude the keen eyes of pain. The song of humanity is a hymn of courage. Fate, you foolish one, is meant to be challenged with bravery and effort. All shadow clones hurled shurikens at Neji. His Byakugan revealed a critical blind spot, making it impossible to defend against such a multitude of attacks. Shuriken Barrage, Naruto, Uzumaki. Chapter 42, But I am a wall like Lee. Even though he had not fought with full strength previously, he ultimately succumbed to the Sand Village, suffering shattering fractures. Lacking ninjutsu and genjutsu, yet aspiring to become a great ninja, he would likely find himself unable to achieve even that, for no amount of effort can alter fate. Neji prepared himself and unleashed the pinnacle of the 8 trigrams. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Rapid soft fist strikes knocked down the incoming shurikens, evading the attack. However, Naruto deliberately threw several shurikens into Neji's Byakugan blind spot, leaving several cuts on Neji's back, though not enough to incapacitate him. Feeling the pain surging from his back, Neji gritted his teeth and declared, "It seems you've discovered the limitations of the caged bird. Then, I shall resort to the 8 trigrams, 128 palms." With doubled attack speed, Naruto's shurikens failed to strike him again. Hayashi Hyuga finally revealed a look of astonishment. What a terrifying individual. He has reached such heights. The blood of the Hyuga genius flows through the veins of a branch family member, surpassing the main family. Having dealt with the shurikens, Neji remained vigilant. For the multitude of Naruto still loomed. He removed his forehead protector, revealing this mark on his brow. Fate was determined the moment of birth. Individuals like you can never comprehend the torment of bearing an indelible mark throughout one's life. Allow me to share the loathsome fate of the Hyuga clan. This curse seal is branded upon the neural pathways of the brain. Should a member of the main family cast even the slightest technique, it brings excruciating pain. An indelible burden until death. Then, before the eyes of all, Neji recounted the origins of the division within the Hyuga clan, as well as his father's sacrifice for his brother, laying bare his grievances against the main family and the clan leader who condemned his father to be a scapegoat. Naruto listened patiently to Neji's story and calmly replied, "I understand." Neji's anger intensified as he engaged in combat with Naruto, who was speaking to him. "You know nothing," Neji exclaimed. "No matter how great my talent, it cannot alter my tragic fate. No matter how hard I strive to grow stronger. I am merely a tool for the main family." As they wrestled, Naruto spoke. "I know, from the moment I was born, I lost my parents. Burdened by the rumors of the demon fox, I was regarded as an enemy by everyone in the village. Even my classmates' parents labeled me a monster. Who could be more unfortunate than I?" Neji's icy heart wavered. His nearly decade-long conviction began to dissolve in the face of Naruto's past. His movement slowed, allowing Naruto to seize the opportunity to grasp Neji's arm joint. Neji winced in pain, using his hands and legs to firmly lock Naruto's limbs in place. From the spectator S platform, Ino exclaimed, "Oh no, Neji has locked Naruto." Sakura, standing nearby, shook her head and replied, "I think it is Naruto who has locked Neji. What technique is this?" The audience gasped as they observed Naruto's movements, momentarily entranced, leaning over the railing. "But I refuse to resign myself to fate. I shall change everyone's perception of me. I will earn the acknowledgement of everyone in the village." Hundreds of Narutos gathered, each conjuring a Rasengan, leaping high to attack Neji. Neji, with a grave expression, thought, to condense such a vast amount of chakra into this technique, heavenly spin. I am destined to become Hokage, and I will undoubtedly transform the entire Hyuga clan. The Rasengan collided from various angles against the heavenly spin. The two spinning chakra techniques clashed violently, producing a piercing crackle that compelled the audience to cover their ears in agony. With a thunderous boom, a massive explosion of chakra erupted, sending exaggerated winds sweeping across the audience. Naruto's shadow clones were flung from the smoke, dispersing upon crashing into the circular walls. What was the outcome? Everyone fixated on the dust-laden arena, eager to discern which was stronger, Neji's heavenly spin or Naruto's Rasengan. As the dust settled, the arena lay pockmarked and scarred. A hand emerged from one of the craters, grasping the ground as Neji struggled to rise, clutching his shoulder, scanning the surroundings for Naruto's figure. In a desperate bid to enhance the defensive capability of heavenly spin, he expended his chakra, leaving him unable to maintain even his Byakugan. All of Naruto's hundreds of shadow clones had vanished, leaving behind a single, tattered figure, curled up in a pit like a defeated vegetable deity. Neji's heart, which had been tightly wound, finally relaxed as he gazed upon the crumpled Naruto, a flicker of pity in his eyes. "You are already strong, Uzumaki Naruto. But Neji will not fail. The heavens do not grant opportunities for those who cling to hope in mutual destruction to continue winning. He incessantly declared his intention to defeat me, to become Hokage and transform the Hyuga clan, yet none can escape fate. Even you are merely a somewhat superior mediocrity. The victor is I," Neji proclaimed triumphantly. Hinata's pupils dilated in disbelief. She could not fathom Naruto's easy defeat. Sakura stood, crying out in anguish, "Naruto." Suddenly, the battered Naruto dissipated into smoke, but the stones beneath him transformed into his likeness, delivering a powerful punch to Neji's chin that sent him flying. Naruto stood before Neji, who was utterly exhausted and unable to move. Neji, struggling to catch his breath, gazed at Naruto's silhouette and remarked, "Is this your signature shadow clone technique? To strike at me with your hidden true self at the pinnacle of my prowess, your tactical execution is indeed commendable. It has been a fiercely balanced battle, hasn't it, Naruto?" Naruto turned around with a smile and said, "Indeed, it was exhilarating. However, I once failed the shadow clone technique and had to take the exam 3 times. You are different from me. You are a genius." Neji remained silent, observing Naruto's still resplendent attire, and with a sense of resignation, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "I see. You still have strength to spare. I misjudged you. Your power is simply astonishing." Shinobi Hoshigaki, with his hands in his pockets, assessed Neji, who was unable to move due to chakra exhaustion, and announced loudly, "The victor is Naruto Uzumaki." He then scrutinized Naruto in silence, pondering, what a formidable little brat. He has never fought with his true self. The strongest genius of the Hyuga clan has been toyed within his hands. And it was intentional that the Rasengan could not overcome the Kaiten. The audience erupted in applause, and Naruto gave Hinata a thumbs up from the stands. I never expected that the little brat of the fox spirit would win so brilliantly. The two guardians of the Leaf Village also expressed their high regard. As Neji was carried away by the medical team, the referee, Hoshigaki, remarked, "A captured bird, if clever enough, will eventually learn to use its beak to open the cage door." Neji gazed skyward at the circling eagle, feeling envious, thinking, how I wish to soar freely one day. Hinata Hayashi closed his eyes in contemplation before rising and walking toward the medical room for the participants. He opened the door, and upon seeing Neji, who struggled to sit up with a bit of regained strength, he asked, "What brings you here?" "I came to reveal the truth about that matter," Hinata Hayashi said, placing a scroll before Neji. Neji did not take the scroll but coldly responded, "At this point, these are merely the fabricated excuses of the main family." Yet, Hinata did not leave, still holding the scroll aloft, insisting, "You should take a look." Neji accepted the scroll, and upon opening it, he discovered it contained the long-buried words written by his father before his demise, in which his father voluntarily offered to take his uncle's place in death. "I harbor an intense hatred for the main family, and I still do, but my actions were not to protect them, they were to protect my family and my brother. For me, it was the first time I had a choice." Recognizing his father's handwriting, Neji finished reading the scroll, tears streaming down his face. "So, choosing death is also a form of freedom. Since I cannot choose my birth, I will choose my reason for dying." Hinata knelt before Neji, bowing his head to the ground, choking back tears. "This is the truth. I am sorry for you all." Neji understood that Hinata had found his answer and smiled, saying, "Please lift your head. As the head of the main family, you are not to blame. I also believe that fellow. Perhaps he truly can." He then raised his head to gaze out the window, reflecting, what people call fate is like floating clouds, merely drifting in a predetermined current, or perhaps one can ride the chosen tide. Even now, he remains uncertain. Regardless, perhaps in the end, all paths lead to the same destination. However, if one chooses the latter, they can strive for the purpose of living, and those who harbor such thoughts are the true strong ones. Through this battle, he finally comprehended this. "I will become stronger and will not lose to anyone, for he said, I am a genius." Chapter 43. Despite losing the match, the third Hokage looked down upon the arena, where the citizens of Konoha gradually began to cheer for Naruto's victory. This was an inspiring tale cloaked in the guise of the underdog defeating the genius. Reflecting on the treatment Naruto had received in the village over the years, the third Hokage couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, thinking, perhaps the villagers will begin to alter their perceptions of this child. Orochimaru feigned indifference, remarking, "Though it was splendid, that is but one reason. However, I believe everyone is eagerly anticipating the next match. Yet, during the opening ceremony, I did not see him. Has he not yet arrived at the venue?" The third Hokage, maintaining a stoic expression, contemplated. The information given by the Wind Shadow was not incorrect. The Wind Shadow indeed has ulterior motives. What kind of agreement has been made with Orochimaru's sound shinobi? He then whispered to his aide, "We have yet to gather any news regarding Sasuke. Should we announce his forfeiture before the unrest escalates?" After 10 minutes of intermission, the match still had not commenced, and the third Hokage faintly heard the murmurs of dissatisfaction from the crowd below. "Isn't the next match that Uchiha kid? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Did he forget the time while battling ninjas from another village?" Shikamaru leaned against the railing, furrowing his brow. "What is Sasuke doing? Does he not want to come?" "A wise man does not stand beneath a collapsing wall. Such is a prudent judgment," Shino commented. Shikamaru was startled, nearly toppling over the railing, and turned in astonishment. "Huh? When did you arrive? By the way, did you make it through the preliminaries?" Shino replied, "You are quite rude. If you must know, I have been standing beside you from the beginning." How frustrating. Shino's presence seems to diminish more and more. Also, there have been Umbu appearing at the arena since earlier. What on earth is happening? Shikamaru mused, clicking his tongue as he leaned back against the railing. On the high platform, the third Hokage commanded, "There is no other option. Announce Sasuke's disqualification." "Yes." Orochimaru leaned closer to the armrest of the sofa. "To declare Uchiha Sasuke disqualified?" The third Hokage sighed, lamenting, "He truly is a promising talent. But I had no choice but to make this decision. Lord Hokage, could you please postpone the announcement of Sasuke's disqualification?" Orochimaru, whose plans did not include Sasuke's immediate disqualification, could only attempt to delay the inevitable. His aide hesitated, aware that the request came from the Wind Shadow, but such a demand was against the rules. He finally replied, "While I understand your request, a ninja who cannot adhere to time, no matter how exceptional, does not qualify for advancement to Chunin. Unless there is a compelling reason that can gain the agreement of the shinobi leaders and lords present, there is no justification for further delay. Orochimaru's mind raced, and he eventually conjured a plausible excuse. Including myself, nearly all the shinobi leaders and lords present came to witness the next match. Regardless, he is a descendant of the Uchiha clan. From the standpoint of the Land of Wind, I hope he can engage with our village's Gaara. Moreover, the renowned Kakashi of Konoha is also a ninja who does not adhere to time. If I recall correctly, his actions led to the upheaval in the Land of Snow. The third Hokage exchanged glances with his aide, then calmly stated, I understand. Therefore, I have decided to specially postpone this match. You go inform the proctor. Remember, inform the proctor. The repeated emphasis on notifying the proctor momentarily caught his aide off guard, but he quickly nodded and swiftly departed from the viewing platform. Under the watchful eyes of the audience in Kaiki City, and made his way to the arena. After some discussion, Hoshigaki glanced in the direction of the contestant seats, his gaze subtly lingering on the J-nin seated there, before nodding and saying, all right, I understand. Then, Hoshigaki declared loudly, dear guests present. Due to the participant of the next match not having arrived yet, the event will be postponed, and we shall proceed with the subsequent match. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru felt a surge of anxiety. Does that mean my match is going to be advanced? Unexpectedly, Kanjiro raised his hand and proclaimed loudly, I forfeit. He deemed his match inconsequential and believed there was no need to reveal the mechanisms hidden within the crows before the impending adversary. However, the audience was not pleased and began to voice their discontent. How ridiculous. This hulking figure appears so formidable, yet he shies away at a critical moment. After waiting for so long, he surrenders right away. I could have done that. The people of this village are truly insufferable. Kanjiro clenched his teeth, seething with indignation. After confirming once more, Shiranui Jinken announced, due to Kanjiro's forfeit, his opponent wins without contest. This meant I would be next, didn't it? The arena was still in disarray. Courtesy of Naruto, and my opponent was this seemingly troublesome woman. Temari unfurled her enormous fan and soared onto the battlefield, planting her fan into the ground. I believe it's my turn to compete, she stated. You seem eager to engage in the match. Splendid, such enthusiasm. Let us commence the next battle. How troublesome. Perhaps I should just forfeit as well. Just as Shikamaru resolved this. A voice that rendered his intellect momentarily paralyzed echoed beside him. You might want to consider competing after all. Before he could respond, Shikamaru was startled and tumbled over the railing, landing in the arena. Observing the situation, Shino turned away with his hands in his pockets, muttering, it seems there is no match for me. Am I really that forgetful? Lying amidst the uneven terrain of the arena, Shikamaru pondered why he had once again overlooked Shino. The atmosphere among the four remaining competitors was tense, and just then, Gaara suddenly rose, casting a glance towards Naruto, who was watching the match. Naruto turned to meet Gaara's gaze for a moment. Gaara then sat back down, his tone frigid as he inquired, what is the nature of your relationship with Uchiha Sasuke? Naruto replied without hesitation, he's actually quite decent. That guy has always been arrogant since childhood, but he's a reliable friend. What about the one below? Also a friend. And extremely intelligent. So you're saying that anyone we meet here is your friend? Gaara's expression darkened, and he fell silent. This made Kankuro, who was sitting nearby, feel increasingly uneasy. In the end, he could only obediently place his hands on his knees, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. Naruto shrugged, finding Gaara somewhat perplexing, and could only say, if you care more about those around you, wouldn't you be able to cultivate numerous friendships? Yet, this notion is merely wishful thinking. For individuals like us, it is unfeasible. Once they uncover your truth, do you truly believe they will continue to treat you as a friend? They will merely regard you as a monster. Although Naruto is not particularly eloquent, he empathizes with someone as withdrawn as Gaara and wishes to encourage him to open his heart. However, his thoughts are abruptly interrupted by the deafening explosions echoing from the arena. Temari has already unfurled her fan to the third star and is locked in combat with Shikamaru. Shikamaru forms hand seals, first launching a left side kick, which is deftly blocked by Temari's fan, followed immediately by a right whip kick, which also meets the same fate. Suddenly, the shadow beneath his feet stirs, lashing out like a sticky tentacle towards Temari's shadow. Having thoroughly studied Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, Temari retreats, evading skillfully until she crosses the line she had previously drawn, her exquisite features revealing a triumphant smirk as she taunts, as expected, your shadow doesn't extend far enough. It can only reach this point. With distance between them now established, Temari opts for long-range attacks, sending a flurry of wind blades spiraling from her fan. Shikamaru is forced to dive into the small grove of trees along the perimeter to evade the strikes. A fierce wind sweeps through, leaving the surrounding trees in tatters. With shadows plentiful in the grove, Temari is hesitant to venture in, resulting in a stalemate. Observing the devastation wrought upon the forest, Shikamaru, who cherishes nature, sits cross-legged on the ground, twirling his fingers in circles above his head before placing them in front of him to form a ring. In the audience, Ino nudges Asuma, who is nestled closely beside her, asking, what kind of hand sign is that? Is it a secret technique of the Nara clan? Asuma, licking his lips with a hint of pride, replies, that's just his habit when he is deep in thought. Whenever he is pondering seriously, he adopts that posture. I once tested his IQ under those circumstances. He is a super genius with an IQ exceeding 200. 200. Ino exclaims, her gaze darting to the lethargic Shikamaru in the arena. Shikamaru opens his eyes and retrieves a roll of wire and a shuriken from his equipment pouch. Prepared. He abandons his earlier evasion strategy in favor of an offensive approach, emerging from the grove and hurling ninja tools towards Temari. Confident that she can simply hide behind her fan to avoid harm, Temari calculates the distance between them, continuing to back away as she declares, it's futile. Even if you change tactics now, your ninjutsu range cannot compare to mine. Kamaitachi. Another barrage of wind blades hurtles towards him. Shikamaru narrowly dodges, landing safely and launching a shuriken at Temari. The shuriken strikes her fan, sparking as it embeds itself in the ground. Humph. Just a futile struggle. I shall eliminate you now. Temari attempts to raise her fan for a decisive strike, only to find herself utterly immobilized. Shikamaru rises from the ground, brushing the dust from his clothes, declaring, shadow imitation technique successful. Temari, her eyes darting frantically, exclaims, what are you talking about? I can't see your shadow at all. Haven't you realized yet? The shuriken I threw in the last moment. Shikamaru replies, raising his hand to reveal a thin wire taut in his grip, binding their shadows together. Now you see? I've made my shadow thinner than this wire, and you didn't even notice. Shikamaru advances step by step towards Temari, who mirrors his movements until they stand face to face. So now, you, who cannot move freely, are at my mercy, aren't you? Shikamaru lifts his hand, and a cold sweat breaks out on Temari's brow as she raises her own hand. I concede. Temari gasps, staring incredulously at Shikamaru. What did you say? No way. The audience erupts in disbelief. I've exhausted my chakra using the shadow imitation technique, so I can't control you for long, at most 10 seconds. Although I devised hundreds of strategies, time is not on my side, and the situation has become quite troublesome. Shikamaru sighs in resignation. The victor is Temari. Nara Shikaku observes with newfound respect for Shikamaru, despite his apparent defeat. Chapter 44. My anger. The third Hokage notices the sand sibling. Gaara's tension as he grips the armrest of the sofa, clearly growing impatient. Lowering the brim of his hat, he tentatively inquires, Gaara. That Uchiha Sasuke has yet to arrive at the venue. We cannot keep the audience waiting any longer, can we? Orochimaru takes a deep breath, lowering his voice. Let us wait another 10 minutes. The audience is eagerly anticipating the next match, and canceling now would likely incite their wrath. Since they're already here, an additional 10 minutes should suffice. The third Hokage turns back, his expression obscured beneath the hat's shadow, stating, I also believe that Lord Gaara's suggestion holds merit. Therefore, let us extend the delay by another 10 minutes. That should not pose an issue. Outside Kaiki Castle, the guards notice two figures, one large and one small, approaching in the distance. I assented at them. Why are they arriving just now? The semifinals are about to begin. The guards murmur among themselves, and one hurriedly approaches them, warmly inviting, you two have arrived just in time. Hurry into the venue. Finally made it. Let us enter like this, Lee. If you fall, just do a lap around Konoha in this position. The azure beast of Konoha, accompanied by his proud pupil, performs a handstand, using 5 fingers to support himself as he shuffles forward amid the guards' astonished gazes. The enthusiastic guard informs them, only Sasuke and Gaara's match remains in the first round. Lee, slightly disheartened, asks, did I miss it again? What about Naruto's match against Neji? The Hyuga clan has been defeated. At that, Lee pauses in shock for a moment. But under Gai's encouraging gaze, he smiles, great job, Naruto, for defeating Neji before I could. Meanwhile, inside Kaiki Castle, the audience is growing restless, voices rising in impatience for the match to commence, making it clear they did not come merely to enjoy the ambience. Everyone is waiting for Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara stands at the railing near Naruto, deliberately positioning himself close yet hoping to remain unnoticed, his expression twisted into a grimace. It feels strange to be near him. Is it merely an illusion? As planned, the ninja Maki, who departed the contestants' area to join the audience, squeezes between two burly men, the veil covering his left face occasionally causing discontent among them. The match hardly matters. If Sasuke doesn't arrive soon, I may have to. Nara Shikaka keeps a close eye on his pocket watch, mere seconds from the 10-minute mark. He slowly raises his hand to announce. As the time limit set by the two Kages has elapsed, Uchiha. He suddenly senses something and looks up at the sky, where a single leaf drifts down. Naruto pouted and murmured softly, so eager to show off. A whirlwind swept through the arena as Kakashi and Sasuke made their entrance back-to-back amidst the gust. Sakura and Ino rose in excitement, cheering loudly. Wow. Sasuke looks so cool. A middle-aged woman, obstructed from view by the two girls, grumbled, you little girls, step aside. You're blocking my sight. However, her husband, blushing, watched the two in front twist and turn, thinking to himself, no, they aren't blocking me. It seems I'm in luck. Lee approached Sakura, prompting her to exclaim in surprise, Lee, you're awake. Yes, thanks to Guy Sensei's secret medicine, I feel much better. Guy, standing behind them, felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that the hard-won prescription nearly caused Lee to perish on the spot. Fortunately, it had only rendered him unconscious for a few days. Lee gazed at Sasuke and Gaara in the arena, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Sasuke was to face the very Gaara who had defeated him, and Naruto had overcome Neji, the rival he aspired to surpass. He felt he should push harder, yet he could no longer train. Guy placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, gently reassuring him. Lee, I will seek out a more skilled doctor to treat you. Don't worry. Guy-sensei, Lee cried, embracing him as they both wept, drawing curious looks from the surrounding crowd. Sasuke, who had been absent for an entire month, had an astonishing amount of hair, and not only had his hairstyle changed, but he had also swapped his blue and white outfit for a sleek black jumpsuit. Asuma casually asked, "What's your name?" Uchiha Sasuke. Everyone who recognized Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. Even Orochimaru, who had nearly burst from tension, relaxed his grip and sat upright, his exposed eyes radiating a fierce intensity. Sasuke, just dance your heart out. Kakashi learned from Asuma that Sasuke was not disqualified and let out a sigh of relief as he made his way to the stands. Your movements are too slow, Sasuke. I thought you wouldn't dare show up. Naruto shouted toward Sasuke. Humph. Sasuke smirked slightly. What about you? Did you win your first round? Of course. Then let us meet in the finals, you super idiot. Their banter echoed across the arena, overheard by Gaara, who felt something within him being stolen, a peculiar irritation rising within. Sasuke Uchiha. Temari said, her expression grave. This is bad. Look at his expression. Kankuro attempted to intervene but was pulled back by Temari, who signaled him to remain silent, whispering, don't talk to him right now. He hasn't slept since returning last night, and if provoked, his emotions may spiral out of control. Gaara's rising fury transformed into a swirling sandstorm, coalescing on the arena floor opposite Sasuke, their gazes clashing like sparks igniting. Sakura noticed the curse mark on Sasuke's neck and began to worry. Naruto had mentioned that Gaara was formidable, possessing a power akin to his own, and she feared Sasuke might lose control and unleash the curse's power. Don't worry about that scar. Kakashi appeared beside them just as Lee was about to pull him into a weeping embrace, only to dodge away. This past month has not been wasted. Sakura felt reassured by his words. Kakashi observed the scattered Umbu around the venue, perplexed. 16 of them? With such a large venue. Isn't it a bit few to have only 4 small teams? What is the Hokage thinking? Since he had been focused on training Sasuke this month, he was unaware of the news that the Moonlight Gale had awakened or how significant the information was. Fortunately, Guy was present. He discerned Kakashi's confusion and whispered, since we don't know the enemy's intentions, dispersing the Umbu throughout the village for vigilance was unavoidable. However, since yesterday, Danzo has not shown himself, not even attending last night's pre-competition meeting, and has vanished completely. The venue's security measures are now at their limit. We must remain vigilant. Kakashi listened to Guy's account, his brow furrowed, gazing at the 2 Kage on the high platform, his mood growing somber. That said, this competition is under intense scrutiny. What kind of training have you provided for Sasuke this month? After all, you are my eternal rival. Guy flashed a mysterious smile, his white teeth gleaming. Kakashi, realizing Guy was still speaking to him, questioned, What did you say? Guy turned away, tears streaming down his face. Kakashi, you're so annoying. Why is it always this way after I share important information? In the arena, Gaara had released the sand from his gourd, clutching the love tattoo on his forehead. His expression fierce as he declared, Mother, come forth. This time, I will provide you with a delectable offering of blood. The Shikaku within the ceiling space peeked through the teapot lid, glancing at the outside world before retreating. Bea, I don't care anymore. Lee exclaimed in astonishment. Sasuke exhibited an astonishing speed, evading the approaching sand hands more swiftly than he had when unburdened. He demonstrated that a genius could catch up to years of hard work in merely a month, albeit only in speed. Sasuke cautiously threw shurikens at Gaara, but they were effortlessly blocked by a sand shield, forcing him to engage in taijutsu. Thankfully, his speed allowed him to evade all of Gaara's attacks. Lightning strike. Sasuke swung his blade, and a bolt of lightning descended from above, shattering a sand hand that was about to strike him. Seeing this, Gaara's anger intensified as he prepared to transform, enveloping himself in a denser layer of sand to create an impenetrable sphere, a defense rivaling Neji's. No, I can't see what is happening inside. Sasuke's Sharingan ceased its rotation. At that moment, an Umbu patrolling somewhere in Konoha suddenly turned around but detected nothing amiss, muttering, Am I just being overly cautious? After saying this, he resumed his patrol, unaware of the numerous sound ninjas lurking behind the rocks obstructing his view. The leader of the group anxiously watched the pocket watch, awaiting the appointed time. From the stands, Maki could not help but remark, It's about to begin. I hope the plan goes smoothly. Sasuke raised his hand, forming a single seal, and a cacophony of birdsong erupted from his palm as electric energy transformed into a spear, piercing the sand sphere with unimpeded force. Chidori Sharp Spear. A cry of pain and fury erupted from within the sphere as Gaara felt the impact, with his attack succeeding. The Chidori Sharp Spear extinguished, Sasuke peered into the hole it had created, spotting a pair of eyes with pupils resembling coins gazing back at him. Tick-tock. Gaara clutched his shoulder, which had been pierced, his eyes wide, half of his face morphing into a raccoon shape, his pupils trembling erratically. He extended his hand out of the hole, and everyone in the arena beheld a massive, sand-colored claw reaching toward Sasuke. Kankuro gasped in shock. Oh no. Gaara's absolute defense has been breached. Sasuke's crimson eyes widened as he swiftly retreated, feeling a flicker of fear in the face of such a monstrous entity. How is this possible? What is that thing? The enormous hand clawed aimlessly, yet it could never see Sasuke. Inside the sphere, Gaara bled profusely. Retracting his arm and reverting to human form, clutching his shoulder. The severe injury left him somewhat bewildered. The sand-formed sphere cracked like a shattered eggshell, ultimately disintegrating into fine grains scattered upon the ground. That was not the gaze he expected, such a look he had only witnessed on Naruto. Could this individual also be a Jinchuriki? Sasuke accurately deduced, contemplating strategies to confront this peculiar adversary. If it were Naruto. Images of the chaos caused by the Ninetales and their village flooded his mind, prompting him to shake his head and dismiss the unrealistic fantasies. My journey shall not conclude until that fellow is vanquished. The brilliance of Chidori once again illuminated Sasuke's hand, yet a feather drifted down before him. A pristine rain of feathers began to fall over Kirigakure, causing all who came into contact with them to succumb to slumber. Illusionary techniques? Have they commenced their actions? This is about the right time. Maki directed his gaze toward Orochimaru on the high platform. Here it comes. Orochimaru and the third Hokage exchanged glances. Her eyes narrowing as she commanded, begin. The Sand Village guards behind her detonated pre-prepared massive smoke bombs, engulfing the entire platform in a thick haze. It was a signal. The operation had commenced. The sound and sand ninjas, who had long been poised around the outskirts of Konohagakure, began to emerge from the grass and crevices of rocks. A particular six-man team even utilized a summoning technique to conjure a three-headed serpent near the walls. In an instant, the venue erupted into the clashing sounds of battle. Some disguised ninjas had already been targeted by the Umbu, among whom a squad led by a figure in a white cloak surged toward the third Hokage's platform. Kakashi and Guy stood back to back, encircled by several sound ninjas hidden within the crowd. Observing the departure of the white-cloaked Umbu, Kakashi relaxed slightly, stating, "The elephant squad is also here, so we need not worry about the Hokage's safety for now." Just then, a figure was abruptly expelled from the smoke, along with two sand ninjas attempting to impede the Umbu's advance. The elephant showed no signs of hesitation, producing two kunai as he coldly declared, "Do not obstruct my path." The two sand guards met their end as he cleaved them into 4 segments. Orochimaru, donned in the garb of the Wind Shadow, had already positioned a kunai against the third Hokage's neck, forcibly taking him onto the rooftop. The elephant halted. While the 4 sound ninjas emerged from the 4 segments of the slain bodies, their bizarre forms exuding an intimidating presence. At last, it is our turn. Caught off guard while in the midst of transformation, the Spider-Man, Kentoki, brandished his 4 arms. The elephant whispered, "Rado, you must protect the Hokage." The 4 Umbu vanished in a flash, racing toward the third Hokage, but the 4 sound ninjas had already secured advantageous positions. Swiftly, they formed hand seals and shouted in unison, for Purple Flame's formation. The sudden emergence of a purple barrier forced the unstoppable elephant to come to an abrupt halt. Unfortunately, the Umbu member designated as Rado was not so fortunate. He collided with the barrier and was consumed by flames. Witnessing the third Hokage held captive within the barrier, anxiety surged within him. He had not anticipated the enemy's preparations for such a barrier, and their small group strength was insufficient to breach it. Even while being taken hostage by Orochimaru, the third Hokage remained remarkably composed, expressing regret. "I never imagined that the sand would betray Konoha." Orochimaru, having awaited this moment for years, spoke with a playful tone. "The so-called equal treaty is merely a deceptive ruse. The game ends here. From this moment forth, Konoha's history shall undergo a transformation. Do you truly wish to incite a war between our villages?" The third Hokage questioned incredulously. In his youth, he might have welcomed such excitement, but now he wished to avoid witnessing the destruction of the village. "Indeed," the third urged. "I believe we should refrain from resorting to violence. There is still time, no?" However, Orochimaru cast aside any pretense, reverting to his original voice. "Humph. Do you expect to indulge in dreams of peace in your old age, Sarutobi-sensei?" Orochimaru. The third Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief. "Where is the true Wind Shadow? No wonder you have been absent since yesterday." He surveyed the chaos engulfing Kirigakure, each corner rife with conflict. It was hard to fathom that Konoha had been so thoroughly infiltrated, and his mood darkened further, not only for his current disciple but also for a once dear friend. In the arena, Maki and Temari were covering for Gaara, who, having sustained injuries, was unable to complete his transformation. "Gaara is the ace of the sand. We must ensure he can act. You two, take him away first. Once he recovers, return to execute the plan." "Understood." Kankuro lifted Gaara. "And what about the teacher?" "I will remain here to swiftly deal with this adversary." Maki's expression turned grave as he faced Shiranui Genma. "Do you think I will allow you to leave so easily?" "I shall permit their departure, watch." Temari exchanged glances with Kankuro, and with a series of great leaps, they fled Kirigakure. At the moment of their escape, Maki and Shiranui Genma clashed in fierce combat. Sasuke had observed the barrier from the highest point and inquired of Shiranui Gunma. What is transpiring? The orchestrator of this grand event is Orochimaru, is it not? These ambitious individuals seem intent on carving up Konoha. Spitting in disdain. Shiranui Gunma disengaged from his struggle with Maki, leaping to Sasuke's side. Sasuke, I apologize, but this Chunin exam has reached its conclusion. As a Konoha ninja, it is our duty to resolve this trouble. Sasuke understood the implication, saying, if we simply defeat that individual, we can proceed with the unfinished tasks, correct? If it delves too deeply, we need not pursue. From now on, this is not a competition, but a mission. Whoosh. Sasuke darted swiftly toward Temari and the others, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down Maki's forehead, anxiety beginning to brew within him. This guy is formidable. He deliberately allowed Uchiha Sasuke, capable of injuring Gaara in his ordinary state, to slip past. I cannot afford to eliminate him quickly and then intercept. Is this a psychological tactic? Moreover, Maki glanced toward the high platform, barely able to see through the barrier to the internal situation. From the very beginning, those four sound ninjas utilizing the barrier were not part of the plan. What could the Wind Shadow possibly be thinking? Chapter 46. My Naruto skin is truly abundant. Upon seeing Sasuke pursue Gaara's retreat, Orochimaru expressed a tinge of regret. I had intended to seize Sasuke while Gaara stirred up trouble. But it appears that plan has been thwarted. I understand now. Your goal is to acquire both Konoha and Sasuke, is it not? Is Konoha truly that significant? Orochimaru chuckled softly. If Gaara fully awakens, you shall witness something far more intriguing. I have received intelligence from the Nara clan. Gaara is indeed the Jinchuriki of the Sand. And you have delivered him right to Konoha. It seems you and the Sand have made ample preparations. Orochimaru interrupted mid-sentence. For no anger, but simply shook his head and said, since you are already aware, there is no need for further elaboration. Your cowardice has plunged Konoha into chaos. This round is won by me. The outcome is only revealed at the final moment, as I should have taught you. At this juncture, Orochimaru shed the guise of her S and unveiled a visage of pale skin. She licked the kunai, a sinister smile gracing her lips as she remarked, I have long warned you to decide on the fifth Hokage promptly, for the third will soon meet his demise here. Taking a deep breath, the third Hokage's demeanor shifted dramatically, an aura of vibrant life surging from within, emanating a palpable sense of danger from his frail, aging form. Deep down, he knew this day would inevitably arrive, yet, taking his head would not be an easy feat. A solitary tear trickled down Orochimaru's cheek at this moment. She found herself reminiscing about the past, feeling an inexplicable reluctance to strike. With a swift motion, the sharp kunai pierced her skin, blood cascading onto the tiles below. She redirected the kunai, meant for the third's throat, into her own palm, the pain snapping her back to reality as chaotic memories faded into the background. Finally, steeling herself, she feigned a yawn and remarked, this is much clearer. I have been quite drowsy since earlier. I anticipated you would say as much. The third, unfazed, understood his proud disciple well. Driven by curiosity, he inquired, I know you are not one to act out of hatred, devoid of purpose or motive. Orochimaru relinquished her hold over the third and strolled leisurely to the opposite side, intrigued by Naruto, who was preparing for battle, and was surprised to find his gaze turned towards her. It matters not what he intends to do now. In truth, there was some purpose behind her actions. If she were to articulate it, she found moving entities fascinating. Remaining stagnant was exceedingly dull, and a wind of destruction in Konoha would set the windmills in motion. Maki, initially embroiled in a fierce contest with Shiranui Gunma, had been contemplating the internal situation until the moment he witnessed Orochimaru shed her disguise, prompting an involuntary expletive. The plan had been initiated by the Sound Ninja, who had deftly subdued the Hokage, yet what of their own Wind Shadow? Maki felt a wave of retreat wash over him, the will to fight evaporating. With their leader lost to unknown circumstances, the Sand Ninja found themselves in an awkward predicament. Should they continue opposing Konoha or advance with the Sound Ninja scheme? As casualties among the Sand Ninja mounted, Maki, the highest-ranking elite shinobi present, knew he must make a decisive choice for both Tsunagakure and the remaining comrades. What on earth is happening? Maki gritted his teeth, casting a resentful glance at Orochimaru. Within the barrier, the third Hokage, despite his advanced age, fought valiantly against Orochimaru. After a brief exchange, she unleashed the impure world reincarnation, summoning 3 coffins from the roof. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Shurikens morphed into a torrent of blades, raining down with the ferocity of a Gatling gun upon the coffin lids. Yet the specially crafted coffins of the impure world reincarnation withstood the assault. The lids creaked open, revealing 2 formidable figures from the Warring States era stepping forth. To think you summoned the first and second Hokages as your allies. Orochimaru grinned wickedly at the third's grave expression, taunting, what will you do now, my dear Hiruzen-sensei? The third coffin also opened, and a brown-haired girl staggered out, standing beside the 2 former Hokages. The girl, her head bowed, obscured her face. But the purple camouflaged markings on her cheeks allowed the third to recognize her instantly. Indeed, she was initially intended to assist Gaara against the Nine Tails. Orochimaru licked her lips with delight. Outside the barrier, the AMBU team felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, anxiety mounting as they worried for the third. Quickly, send me into that barrier. Naruto, shimmering with golden light, appeared in the arena, two colossal hands of chakra emerging from his back, gripping both Reikage and Tsunade as if they were mere toys, leaving only their feet flailing. It's Naruto. It seems you've gathered them both, Shiranui Gunma sighed with relief. Despite the evenly matched battle with Maki, his stamina waning, Maki recognized Naruto from the intel provided by Orochimaru and turned to flee the moment Naruto arrived. He dared not confront the Jinchuriki, especially one who seemed slightly unhinged. Darn it, he got away. Shiranui Gunma grumbled, gnashing his teeth. We're out of time, sensei. Inside the barrier, the battlefield had devolved into a primitive jungle due to the fierce combat among several elite shinobi. The brown-haired girl, now enveloped in dark red chakra, resembled a beast, darting past the third, unleashing an arm towards him. The third, enduring the agony in his left arm, expelled a fireball, sending her tumbling away. Oh dear. With your left hand severed, how will you perform your seals, my dear Hiruzen-sensei? Orochimaru jeered, relishing the third's predicament. Your life now flickers like a candle in the wind. The third retreated beyond a certain range, clutching his weapon. Is it truly acceptable to treat an elderly man in such a manner? The King Kong staff embedded in the ground, the third leaned upon it, forcing himself to stand. As long as the Monkey King remains. What difference does it make whether I have my left hand or not? From the staff emerged the muscular arm of the Monkey King, aiding the third in forming seals to create 3 shadow clones. A relieved smile graced the third's face as he reflected, in my old age, I have sought to resolve many matters peacefully, often yielding to others, yet it has led to much turmoil. You were once puzzled as to why I did not prepare. I seek atonement. Are you certain you wish to employ that technique? The Monkey King, aware of the third's intentions, expressed reluctance. Enough of this, Monkey King. The third inhaled deeply, nodding towards Orochimaru. Since you are so enamored with ninjutsu, allow me to demonstrate a technique you have never witnessed before. It would be wise for you to refrain from using that technique, grandfather. The elite shinobi present narrowed their eyes, turning towards a specific direction. Whoosh. For figures suddenly materialized in the arena, surrounding Naruto, who boldly declared, I refuse to let my grandfather perish like this. The dazzling golden figure momentarily stunned the third. Chapter 47. The collapse of Konoha's plan concludes. Orochimaru flicked her tongue, catching the pheromones in the air, recognizing the newly unveiled Naruto. I see. Let us engage in a little game, shall we? I wish to see who has progressed more rapidly this month, you or Sasuke. The impure Jinchuriki detected Naruto's presence, her golden chakra igniting a fierce rage within her, charging at Naruto without the need for Orochimaru's command. The third cried out in desperation, clutching his severed arm. Get away from here, Naruto. I am no longer the sheltered child hiding behind my elders. Now, it is my grandfather who requires care. Naruto extended golden chakra claws from his back, effortlessly seizing the Jinchuriki in his grasp. No matter how fiercely she struggled, escape remained impossible. Shikaku, lend me your power. Within the sealed space, Kurama's tail marked with the numeral 1 suddenly glowed, startling Kushina, who was in the midst of channeling chakra. Orochimaru frowned, his gaze fixed on the earthen-hued Rasengan forming in Naruto's palm. He murmured, such power. Magnet release, Rasengan. The impure Jinchuriki, struck by the spiraling sphere, found her body rapidly covered in intricate chakra-sealing inscriptions. The writhing symbols immobilized her completely. As the dark crimson chakra dissipated, her true visage was revealed, a frail, exhausted girl. Before the cocoon of earth fully encased her, she managed a faint smile in Naruto's direction. Thank you. Naruto gently placed the cocoon on the ground and turned his gaze towards the remaining 3 individuals, clenching his fists before proclaiming, Oh, next, I shall eliminate you all in one fell swoop. A smile crept across Orochimaru's face as he replied, Let us see if you possess such strength. Bang. With a powerful and forceful punch, Naruto struck her face, distorting it as she was propelled backward, skimming along the tiles before soaring away. Even in such a place of great resistance, she glided for several hundred meters before finally coming to a halt at the edge of the barrier. This rooftop seems quite expansive. Its exact size is uncertain, but it certainly accommodates the first Hokage's surfing skills, which is amusing. What astonishing speed. It nearly rivals that of the 4th Hokage. The onlookers outside the barrier gasped in astonishment. You are increasingly resembling a golden flash, Naruto. Orochimaru managed to rise, her mask having been shattered to reveal her beautiful visage adorned with lipstick. She wiped her face, restoring it to its original appearance. Golden chakra claws swung toward Orochimaru, who leapt high to evade them and remarked, It is precisely because of that old man's cowardice that you have endured torment since childhood. Even so, do you still wish to protect him, even at the cost of your own life? Naruto, having missed his strike, grasped the tree trunk with his outstretched claw and, contracting his chakra, swung himself across like a spider. Each individual harbors their own attachments, and as time flows, these bonds only strengthen. This is not merely an abstract principle. For those who possess such ties will invariably choose to act upon them. The reanimated first Hokage summoned a vine to ensnare Naruto, while the reanimated second Hokage manifested 2 shadow clones to launch a water-slicing technique, amalgamating into a formidable water blade. Truly, the second Hokage demonstrated remarkable proficiency in utilizing my shadow clones. Rasengan, from Naruto, immobilized, emanated numerous chakra claws, with 2 larger ones supporting a colossal Rasengan above his head, while the others surged towards the 2 former Hokages, dragging them towards the spiraling orb, generating a flurry of white paper. In my childhood, though I grew up in solitude, returning home to secretly wipe away tears, I contemplated that if the villagers did not cherish me, I would prefer to live in the remote mountains, where my actions would attract no disdain. Naruto left behind the 2 incapacitated bodies of his predecessors. Magnet release, Rasengan. 2 identical Rasengans manifested upon the chakra claws, pressing down upon the first and second Hokage, who, before being enveloped in earthen cocoons, exchanged apologetic glances, with the first saying, "I'm sorry, little monkey. And to this young friend as well, for causing you such trouble even in death." The second Hokage remarked to Naruto, "That was my shadow clone." Once the 2 earthen cocoons were secured by Naruto, he turned and clapped his hands together, firmly pinning Orochimaru's sword. In those times, Grandpa Third often made time to accompany me, sharing countless stories. He was the first in the village genuinely willing to converse with me, and the only one who dared to drink the mushroom soup I made, nearly meeting his demise. No matter what I did, I was still uniquely myself. Orochimaru attempted to withdraw his sword, yet it seemed he could not achieve his desire. From Naruto's arm emerged a hand, upon which a spiraling shuriken formed, emitting a resonant hum. It appeared that this technique was perilous. Orochimaru squinted, severing the head of the serpent in his mouth and discarding the sword in an attempt to flee. However, escape was futile. This technique could be launched. Would it not be delightful to elevate my spirits a little? Orochimaru quelled his flight instinct, biting his finger and pressing it to the ground. Triple Rashomon. A golden arm propelled the spiraling shuriken, colliding with the Rashomon and enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 resounding impacts, the triple Rashomon was utterly shattered, and the spiraling shuriken was pressed against Orochimaru's chest by the golden palm. The expanding shuriken filled Orochimaru with foreboding, prompting him to open his mouth and expel himself outward, as his original form dissolved amidst the shuriken's rotation. Indeed, this child is rarer than the previous generation of the hidden cloud. He possesses immense research value. Orochimaru extended his tongue to wash his face. Truly, you are not so easily vanquished. Naruto appeared beside Orochimaru, and the 2 engaged in a fierce close-quarters brawl. Naruto's interference disrupted her original plan, and given Naruto's current state, which surpassed her own, she was ultimately compelled to cease her onslaught. It was futile to continue. She had already witnessed a great toad emerging near the eastern gate of Konoha, overpowering the rampaging 3-headed serpent. Prolonging the conflict could lead to unforeseen complications. Vortex Naruto, you are indeed intriguing. The Sound Ninja Quartet sealed the barrier and instantaneously appeared beside Orochimaru, wary of a potential ambush, their gazes fixed on Naruto with suspicion. Next time we meet, it will not be so simple. Orochimaru licked his lips, allowing the 4 to carry her away as they leapt into the distance. Naruto, concerned about the 3rd Hokage's injuries, refrained from pursuing. Furthermore, he could not afford to waste time on Orochimaru, as Sasuke might be in grave danger at the hands of Gaara. A few individuals raced after Orochimaru's fleeing figure, declaring, "Do not even think about escaping." However, upon glancing back, Gaitomaru realized there were pursuers. He opened his mouth and expelled a massive web of spider silk, sending the assailants tumbling back. "Grandfather, leave these 3 to the sealing team. I must continue my pursuit of Sasuke." Naruto hurriedly expressed his thoughts and proceeded in the direction where he had previously sensed Sakura, Shikamaru, and Pakken during their battle. Chapter 48. You will regret this. A fierce explosion resonated through the forest as powerful winds mingled with an abundance of sand and dust, overwhelming the vegetation and burying it beneath a golden layer, leaving it askew. Sasuke. Sakura positioned herself in front of Sasuke, only to be struck by the swirling dust, crashing through dozens of trees before becoming embedded in the trunk of one. Gaara, half covered in sand, transformed into a grotesque figure, part human, part raccoon cat. As he brandished his sharp claws and swiftly approached Sasuke. "Uchiha Sasuke, your hatred pales in comparison to mine, rendering you weaker than I. If it weren't for this woman, you would have been dead long ago. Damn it, I can't move." Sasuke had already exhausted his final trump cards multiple times, struggling to evade. He found himself nearly devoid of chakra and unable to budge. As Gaara's claws loomed, threatening to pierce Sasuke's chest, a dark cloud tattoo emerged from his curse mark, enveloping his body. The sound of birds chirping filled the air as a sword of lightning, composed of thunder chakra, elongated skyward, severing everything in its path with precision. After executing this maneuver, Sasuke was rendered completely immobile, plummeting from several meters high onto the ground. "You are indeed formidable, Uchiha Sasuke." Gaara landed on a nearby tree branch, his claws falling away, only to be instantly replaced by fresh sand, forming new appendages. As long as I have sand, there is nothing I cannot accomplish. While you can endure quite a bit, this is where it ends. Gaara's expression turned menacing as he raised his hand, and the surrounding sand, as if animated, slowly ensnared Sasuke. The tightening grip caused him pain, eliciting a muffled groan. Sakura's vision began to blur. Her chakra had long been depleted in battling this monstrosity. Helpless, she could only hope for the appearance of that dependable figure, calling out with a heart-wrenching cry, "Naruto." Sasuke's face suddenly bore a hint of a smile as he softly murmured, "Too slow, you big idiot." The world seemed to pause, everything transitioning into slow motion. Bang! A radiant figure appeared before Gaara in an almost instantaneous manner, sending Gaara, who had just been struck, flying into a tree. "You cannot harm my friends, Gaara." On the rooftops of Konoha, in the city of Kaiki, the medical team leader shook his head, declaring, "The damage is too severe. We cannot perform limb regeneration surgery." Despite the loss of an arm, the third Hokage appeared rejuvenated, gazing towards the eastern gate where the giant summoned beasts were being repelled by Fukasaku. Once the enemies are dealt with, summon Jiraiya. All present paused momentarily, refraining from voicing their opinions. An Umbu member whispered a few words into the ear of the third Hokage, who knelt before him and quietly responded, "Danzo has arrived." The third Hokage, catching sight of Danzo surrounded by several root members, remarked, "It has indeed been a long time, Danzo. What a coincidence to see you here while the enemies are being dispatched. I do this all for Konoha." Danzo suppressed his fury and inquired, "I heard you intend to summon Jiraiya." "I am the Hokage Danzo." The third Hokage closed his eyes, choosing silence, fully aware of his old companion's true intentions. Danzo glared at the seemingly slumbering third Hokage and let out a heavy snort before turning away, murmuring, "If this continues, Konoha will be ruined. You will regret this, Sarutobi." A cadre of root members encircled the ambitious elder as he departed, his expression chillingly fierce, consumed by rage. What a farce! One of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, is merely a weakling. I must seek new partners. Suddenly, a colossal, earth-toned tail shot skyward, sending the dazzling Naruto flying a considerable distance. The concealed Pakken stealthily assisted Sasuke to his feet, only to be engulfed in a massive shadow as he and his canine companion turned to behold an incomprehensible creature. In the distance, Temari staggered backward in disbelief, her eyes losing focus as she murmured, "It has finally appeared, summoned by the lower ninjas of Konoha." "Naruto, are you going to stop me again?" Gaara, now half buried within the sand that formed the head of the raccoon cat monster, found his hands trapped. Unable to move as the sand's neural connections adhered to his face and the back of his head, allowing him to control the colossal entity. "Let me kill him, and you can become just like me." Gaara bellowed towards the spot where Naruto had been sent flying. Meanwhile, Shikaku beneath him swelled its belly, its claws striking its abdomen with a thud, announcing, "Wind release, air bullet." A torrent of compressed air, generated by an immense chakra, was expelled from Shikaku's mouth in the form of a wind ball. As Naruto passed by a cluster of flourishing trees, two colossal golden arms emerged from behind, grasping the trunks of two trees. With this unexpected support, he halted his momentum, and with a gentle motion, the arms uprooted the trees, hurling them towards the incoming air bullet. The resounding crash echoed as the force of the air bullet was neutralized, striking the trees instead. Instantly, a tempest of splintered wood and debris swirled around them. Under the guidance of Paku, Sasuke had just extricated Sakura from the trees when the fierce gust nearly swept them all away. Naruto had instantaneously returned to the battlefield, and Gaara was already poised for action. Wind release, dust cloud bullet. Wind release, Rasengan. A new round of fierce clashes erupted as the two formidable wind release techniques collided, creating a tempest that seemed to rival the ferocity of a typhoon. A cerulean halo manifested, radiating outward in a circular fashion, causing all the trees within its reach to lean perilously to one side. Sand rain, summoning technique. The agile form of Fukasaku burst forth from the thick mist, delivering a powerful frog kick that struck Shikaku's chin, sending the colossal beast reeling and staggering backward. Within the ceiling space, Shikaku could not help but rub its chin, exclaiming, "Be gentle. After all, this is still my body. Let Gaara use that technique soon." Naruto nodded, responding inwardly, "Understood, yes." Shikaku. It seemed that he could only recall the name when it was needed. "Apologies. My focus tends to make me forget everything beyond combat." Heh. The technique of the collapsing booth. Gamabunta firmly settled himself atop Shikaku, rendering Gaara's efforts to manipulate him futile. He extracted a sturdy wooden staff, his face illuminated with tales untold, remarking, "Who would have thought that 12 years later, my first appearance would again involve a battle with a tailed beast?" Witnessing the two colossal creatures clash, easily overwhelming the forest and mountains, Sasuke gritted his teeth, pondering, what level of battle is this? With Shikaku's head pressed to the ground, Naruto crouched before Gaara. "I have lost many significant people in my life. Thus, I cannot bear to see those I cherish perish before my eyes." Gaara, pulling his hands from the sand to form seals, gritted his teeth, declaring, "Even so, We monsters shall employ the sleep technique. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Gaara succumbed to slumber, his consciousness fading as his head drooped. Chapter 49. Maz and Fu. As Gaara drifted into sleep, the golden light illuminated Shikaku's eyes, its gaze darting about, lungs inflating with the first fresh breath of air, leading to a frenzied inhalation. Finally, I can breathe freely. Shikaku shook its head vigorously, reminiscent of a rattling drum, having been sealed in a confined space for so long that it felt on the verge of developing obsessive behaviors. Thanks, boss. Please send my regards to Gamabunta and the others. Naruto expressed his gratitude to Gamabunta, who remained atop Shikaku. Next time you visit Mount Myaboku, bring more snacks. With that, Gamabunta transformed into a puff of smoke, returning to Mount Myaboku. Seeing this, Temari retreated frantically, shifting her position in disbelief that Naruto would let the summoning beast, which restrained Shikaku, return at such a critical moment. Is this brat an idiot? If Shikaku is no longer restrained, it will be even freer. Why not just escape? Shikaku's provocative words halted Temari in her tracks. After a moment's struggle, she removed the large fan from her back, her legs trembling as she turned back toward Shikaku. Her voice trembling. No, that cannot be. Some heal their entire lives with their childhood, while others must spend their lives healing their childhood. Gaara and Naruto embodied this sentiment, representing all Jinchuriki of this type. Those possessed by Shikaku cannot indulge in a peaceful slumber until dawn. If they fall asleep, their persona risks being consumed by Shikaku, transforming them into a mindless monster. Having executed the sleep technique, Gaara relished the spiritual satisfaction of sleep until an unexpected ticking sound piqued his curiosity, prompting him to open his eyes. A ripple emanated from beneath his feet, expanding his field of vision. Directly opposite him stood a massive red fox, its 9 tails swaying majestically, a sight so grand that even Gaara, having encountered Shikaku, was left in awe. This foul fox was the tailed beast sealed within Naruto. A voice, one Gaara feared to confront, resounded behind him as he slowly turned, uttering, "One tail." Gaara. Naruto appeared before the 9 tails, greeting him. Upon seeing Naruto, Gaara furrowed his brow, seething. Where is this? Have you imprisoned me here with the intent to kill me? Let me tell you, my existence will not vanish. Naruto gradually approached Gaara, speaking with a hint of melancholy. In truth, we are quite alike. Gaara took a step back, feeling a profound unease in this peculiar space. Wait, don't come any closer, he exclaimed. He could not comprehend why the usually restless Shikaku was so eerily quiet at this moment, nor could he discern Naruto's intentions. Naruto, undeterred, remarked. The anguish of solitude must be profoundly tormenting, is it not? I can deeply empathize with your feelings. I have discovered those whom I wish to cherish, and thus, I yearn to protect them. But why? His willingness to sacrifice for others conflicted with Gaara's worldview, leaving him inexplicably vexed, as he feared Naruto might awaken painful memories of his past, for they had rescued him from the abyss of loneliness and acknowledged his existence, forming significant bonds. Hence, I aspire to dedicate myself to the ones I hold dear, guided by a compassionate heart to safeguard them. This is love. Naruto gradually approached Gaara's territory, their respective chakras intertwining, evoking memories of their childhood when they were both scorned and regarded as monsters by others. Naruto came to understand that Gaara had a brown-haired father who had always sought to kill him, along with an uncle who had met a tragic end at his hands. Gaara, in turn, witnessed Naruto's profound solitude, marked by the absence of any family. Fearing yet another betrayal, he had closed off his heart, ceasing to seek answers. As Naruto approached Gaara, he delivered a punch to his cheek and proclaimed, "Then I shall be your friend. Do not act like a fool." In the real world, Temari stood atop a tree, brandishing a large fan, and trembled. "Do not dare to flee, or else Gaara will." Shikaku raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to discern Temari's figure, and inquired with confusion, "What were you just saying?" Temari shut her eyes, unable to bear Shikaku's terrifying visage, yet she boldly retorted, "I said do not run away." Big sister. The chakra of Kankuro, depleted by Shino's parasitic insects, had finally begun to recover. He hastened towards the scene, quickening his pace upon witnessing Temari confronting Shikaku. Excellent. Kankuro. The chances of stopping Shikaku have increased. This creature wishes to break the seal and escape. Standing alongside his brother instilled a slight boost of confidence in Temari. Kankuro. Removing the shattered crow that Shino had destroyed, chuckled wryly. "I never anticipated that we would ultimately have to confront this ourselves." Naruto grasped Gaara's collar and said, "Do you see it now, Gaara? There have always been those who care for you. You simply have not noticed. Even the most formidable enemies are unwavering in their desire to protect you." Gaara murmured softly, "Sister, brother." The external Shikaku, with a hint of reluctance, remarked, "What a pity. These 2 little brats would surely make a delectable meal. Do they still consume humans?" Kankuro was drenched in sweat, his clothing thoroughly soaked. Suddenly, Shikaku ceased its movements, its body cracking and disintegrating into a cascade of sand. Gaara stood upon the grains, and from behind him, a hand of sand reached out towards Naruto. In response, Naruto's chakra claws extended from behind, clashing fiercely with the sandy hand, their fingers entwined in a fierce contest. Gaara raised his hand, still somewhat irate, and declared, "The notion of becoming my friend is merely a flimsy excuse. In the future, you will meet the same fate as Yashimaru, like the sands of time." Countless grains of sand gathered above Naruto, cascading downwards, while the chakra claws converged into one, encasing the falling sand. Naruto exclaimed, "Your mother, Gaara, wishes for you to forge more friendships." Suddenly, the chakra claw lunged towards Gaara, but two arms formed from the sand rose from the ground to thwart Naruto's assault. Gaara was taken aback. It was his first encounter with a different manifestation of the sand shield. "This is the power your mother bestowed upon you. Your father's vision is rather flawed. The sand shield has always been your protector. However, it is not the power of Shikaku, but rather the strength of your mother, Kurama." At those words, Gaara seemed to lose his hearing, the surrounding sounds fading away until only Naruto's voice remained. "Your mother loves you dearly. Does my mother truly love me?" Naruto retracted his chakra claws and nodded, saying, "Your mother was truly remarkable as a parent. Even in death, she continues to trust and protect you." Gaara turned to look, not only at the crossed hands forming a shield of sand to protect himself, but also at the sand puppet resembling his deceased mother, cradling him as if in the palm of her hand. It was she who had aided him on this journey, who had bestowed upon him the gift of life as a premature infant, granting him chakra. Indeed, mothers are extraordinary. Gaara knelt on his knees, tears finally streaming down his face. Chapter 50. Is there such a thing as a 50-year-old princess? Within the refuge of the Leaf Village's shadowy cave, the villagers huddled closely together, seeking solace in their collective warmth. The clamor outside had diminished significantly. A man wearing a chef's hat stood beside a ventilation window. From this angle, only distant white clouds were visible, rendering the outside world a mystery. His expression sharpened as he stroked his chin, pondering aloud. "Did I forget to turn off the stove when I escaped?" Naruto approached Gaara, who was kneeling on the ground, extending his fist. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro spread their arms to shield him. Even though they understood that this individual before them was not their match, an instinct to protect their family surged forth. The arm of the sand shield brushed against Gaara's cheek, wiping away his tears, reminiscent of a mother comforting her sorrowful child, the cold grains of sand somehow imparting warmth. Gaara shook his head, saying, "I do not wish to fight." Noticing Naruto's lack of movement as he still held his fist aloft, Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, remaining silent as they supported Gaara. "Gaara, when we meet again, let us be friends," Naruto declared. "Is this what you've been striving for all this time?" Gaara weakly bumped fists with Naruto. Suddenly, within him, the sealed Shikaku's voice resonated with anticipation. "At last, will you be able to communicate properly, Gaara?" Gaara's body trembled slightly, startling Kankuro. "So it was you all along." TCH. The Sand siblings departed under Naruto's watchful gaze. In a moment of silence, Gaara unexpectedly spoke. "Thank you for your care all this time, brother and sister." "It's no trouble at all," Kankuro replied, slightly taken aback. For it was the first time Gaara had referred to him in such a manner since he was 6. Temari was equally surprised by his words, a smile breaking across her face as she playfully tapped Gaara on the head with her fist, saying, "I've waited many years to hear you say that." Naruto instantaneously appeared beside Sasuke and Sakura, dissipating his golden body mode. Sakura had regained some of her strength and was diligently tending to Sasuke's wounds. Naruto remarked to Pakin, "You have truly accomplished the remarkable task of altering that person's disposition." The dog, recovering from his astonishment, expressed his admiration to Naruto before dispelling the summoning. Naruto, with a hint of concern, inquired of his two teammates, "How are you both?" Chakra had been excessively depleted, yet the battle had yielded significant gains. Sasuke closed his eyes, the dark cloud tattoo retracting into the cursed mark, his heart a tumult of emotions. To defeat such a monster, how powerful have you truly become? As a seeker of vengeance, he had initially reveled in the success of this month's training, only to find himself still unable to keep pace with Naruto, intensifying his yearning for strength. Above, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds. Several days had passed since the collapse of Konoha, and even the heavens seemed to mourn the fallen. Konoha held a memorial service, honoring those lost in the conflict, bestowing them with the title of heroes, their names etched upon a memorial stone for the villagers to remember. In the aftermath of the battle, the village buzzed with activity. The third Hokage, typically burdened with numerous tasks, led 2 elder advisors to the rooftop. There, a white-haired man, peering through a telescope, drooled in anticipation. The third Hokage cleared his throat and remarked, "Engaging in such trivial pursuits again, are we?" Jiraiya, abandoning his usual nonchalance, replied, "What brings you to summon me?" "The girls of Konoha are growing increasingly charming. I presume you are already aware." He continued, "I've heard the negotiations with Sunagakure have concluded favorably. All matters were orchestrated by Orochimaru, using Sunagakure as a shield. Furthermore, when Sunagakure announced its surrender to Konoha, our relationship ceased to hold significance. From Konoha's perspective, I acquiesced to their proposals. However, the third Hokage placed his hand on the rooftop railing, gazing at the progress of the wall's restoration, expressing concern. Konoha's strength has diminished. We must prioritize preparing for potential greater crises. Just days prior, Maki of Sunagakure reported the death of the 4th Kazekage, Rasha, near their village. According to Maki's account, It seemed he was ambushed by Orochimaru upon leaving the village and was slain by her swift blade, his attire remaining pristine. Thus, for the past month, all orders and plans issued by the Kazekage have originated from Orochimaru's machinations. Everyone was tirelessly working towards the village's reconstruction. Jiraiya. This is a time that necessitates a trustworthy and formidable leader. What we need now is the fifth Hokage. Mito Gate Inazuma stated plainly. During yesterday's emergency meeting with the daimyo, he fervently recommended you as the new Hokage, Jiraiya. Jiraiya bent down to peer through the telescope once more, saying, I truly apologize. But I am not suited for this role. This is a predetermined fact. If even you, revered as one of the legendary Sannin, are deemed unfit for Hokage, who else could possibly fulfill that role? Tsunade's attitude towards Jiraiya was somewhat discontented. Surely, there is another among the Sannin? Jiraiya raised his index finger. Shaking it before the three elders, there cannot possibly be a 50-year-old princess. After a brief pause, Mito Gate Inazuma nodded. Indeed, if it were Tsunade. No one currently knows her whereabouts. Then I shall go find her. Jiraiya tilted his head towards the third Hokage, compared to my lethargy. The astute Tsunade would be far more appropriate to succeed as Hokage. After a mutual exchange of glances, the third Hokage retrieved his pipe. Understood, we shall deliberate swiftly. I will dispatch a team of Anbu to assist in searching for her location. Jiraiya shook his head in refusal. You needn't worry about me escaping. No need for surveillance. Besides, I promised Naruto I would take him out for a while. Clink. Two figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds and wearing conical hats appeared, overlooking all of Konoha from the back mountains of Iwagakure. One, a seemingly earnest blue-skinned man, remarked, though we have escaped destruction, the damage remains quite severe. The other, with black hair and eyes, gazed mournfully at the devastation at the eastern gate, clenching his fists at the thought of Orochimaru. The blue-skinned man noticed his companion's tightened grip and interrupted, this is not like you. Even you must hold some attachment to your homeland, no? At the mention, Uchiha Itachi relaxed his hands, lifting his gaze as the bells hanging from his hat jingled softly, revealing his dimming three-tomo Sharingan. No, I harbor no such sentiments. Chapter 51, The Return Days Prior, within a quiet, dark cave in the land of fire. A static crackle filled the air as Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki simultaneously glanced at the rings upon their fingers. After channeling chakra into the seals, several ethereal figures materialized. A man with a hedgehog-like silhouette spoke first. Orochimaru has orchestrated a grand scheme in Konoha. She initiated a war against the village with the Sound and Sand Ninja. But her efforts faltered. The third Hokage nearly perished as a result. Orochimaru has since vanished. We hope. Kisame forcefully clapped his ring, solidifying the man as form. His brown hair and facial features becoming discernible as the conversation grew clearer. Is it working now? I hope someone can investigate. Itachi closed his eyes, contemplating briefly before stating, I will go. We are nearby. Then I entrust this to you. There are still Jinchuriki in Konoha, and rumors suggest this war has been quite active. We must remain vigilant for our organization's future endeavors. Such opulence in a village is truly lamentable. With that, Uchiha Itachi turned and departed from the mountain shadow, his pace inadvertently quickening. Sasuke, are you safe? At Ichiraka Ramen, after finishing his meal, Naruto instinctively reached for an unlimited free coupon, only to remember that the kind-hearted old man had yet to present one to him. I am leaned against the counter with a frown. What are you thinking? Surely, you aren't contemplating dining and dashing? The old man crossed his arms. What about the last one I gave you? I just saw Konohamaru and gave it to him. What a hassle. I suppose I'll have to pay. Naruto pitifully retrieved his bulging wallet to settle the bill, just outside the ramen shop. The door jingled as two men in conical hats entered. Welcome. Apologies. Itachi surveyed the empty seats, exchanged glances with the old man, then lowered the curtain and turned to leave. The old man, feeling slighted, muttered, what a peculiar fellow. Lucky. Thank you, old man. Naruto followed Miss Ayam out of the kitchen, cradling several specially crafted instant noodles from Ichiraku. With a playful wink, Ayam remarked, consider yourself fortunate. These tasting portions are a gift for you. I accidentally left the stove on during the recent evacuation, resulting in this unexpected new product. It seemed they had ample time, so they decided to visit the dango shop for something sweet. Indeed, Mr. Itachi had a fondness for desserts. The two ambled confidently down the streets of Konoha, seemingly oblivious to the curious gazes of passersby. Even the occasional patrol of Nin showed no interest in the oddly dressed duo, even after all this time. The flavors of the shop remained unchanged. Itachi, having not savored the dango of his homeland for many years, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Kisame set down the skewer in his hand, murmuring, though I'm not particularly fond of sweets, I find that what Mr. Itachi enjoys, I too can appreciate. The people of this village are quite perceptive. It's no wonder it's Mr. Itachi's home. In unison, they glanced outside, where a despondent white-haired man had been leaning against the entrance since their arrival, clearly aware of their presence. Kakashi closed the book he was reading and remarked, ah, you two seem to be growing closer, huh? Approaching them were Kurenai and Asuma. Kurenai's cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, fool, I'm here on behalf of Anko to buy dango. Asuma, puffing on a pipe from the land of fire, added, "And what brings you here all alone?" Kakashi, raising his voice to explain, said, "I'm here to procure offerings for Obito and waiting for someone, specifically Sasuke." Upon hearing Sasuke's name, Itachi's movements momentarily stalled. "Have you already arrived, Kakashi? It's quite rare for you to be here first." A familiar voice, one that haunted Itachi's thoughts, echoed from outside. Hastily finishing the dango in his hand, he exchanged a glance with Kisame. The voice had changed slightly, but it was unmistakable. Sasuke, appearing somewhat displeased, questioned, "Did you call me over for a reason?" "Sasuke, you've grown." The presence of Sasuke interrupted the others, but when they turned their attention back to the shop, they found that the two had vanished, likely without even settling the bill. Sasuke noticed the food on the table that the man favored and wrinkled his nose in distaste. "I absolutely detest natto and sweet things." Just then, Kurama and Asuma faded from sight, prompting Kakashi to say to Sasuke, "Next, Naruto will accompany Jiraiya-sama out of the village to search for Tsunade-sama, and he'll also train along the way. Will you join them?" Sasuke took a step back. Visibly irritated, "I have no intention of training with Naruto. The month of special training was far too brief. I still have new techniques to master." Watching Sasuke's retreating figure, Kakashi's expression turned serious as he pondered, "Why would the Hokage send me to interact with this man? Could it be Naruto?" With a hefty backpack slung over his shoulders, lifted his gaze towards the signpost, and exclaimed, "Adolf Street is just 10 kilometers away. We must reach there before the afternoon sun emerges, lest we be scorched to a crisp." Jiraiya, without turning back, strode purposefully towards the street leading to the inn. A mischievous grin appeared on Naruto's face as he hurriedly approached, inquiring, Hey, pervy sage. Could you share with me the tale of Fiziko Village?" "Fiziko Village?" Jiraiya halted in his tracks, covering Naruto's mouth while glancing around in alarm. "Where did you hear about that? You must never mention this to Tsunade." Naruto nudged Jiraiya's chest with his elbow, prying open the latter's hand that was covering his mouth, and said, "I heard from my friend that you almost became part of a family by marriage. Is that true?" Jiraiya scratched his face with his fingers, responding in an unusually bashful tone. "That was something that happened during my youthful adventures in the ninja world." Seeing Naruto's face filled with curiosity, Jiraiya, embarrassed yet furious, delivered a punch to the top of his head, exclaiming in irritation, "Why are you asking such things, you little brat?" Naruto crouched on the ground, clutching the large bump on his head, and lamented, "These are all tales of the perverse sage. I wish to hear these stories directly from his lips." Jiraiya, pondering the thought that this young man seemed to know everything, felt a headache coming on. Resigned, he pulled a notebook from his pocket and tossed it to Naruto. Naruto took the book and began to leaf through its pages. "This is the first novel I've written over the years, drawing from my own experiences. If you find it intriguing, I would be delighted to share the stories within." "What transpired in Konoha? Why did you suddenly collapse after speaking?" Asuma, eyes tightly shut, inquired anxiously. Kakashi, drenched in sweat, replied, "In that realm, 3 days have passed, yet scarcely a moment has elapsed in the real world. To be ensnared by such a genjutsu without succumbing mentally is quite remarkable." The honest-looking Kisame, seeing that Kakashi had not fainted, couldn't help but commend him, but then turned to Itachi with a note of concern. "However, excessive use of that I could place your own life in jeopardy." Kneeling on the water's surface, Kakashi and Itachi locked gazes, tension palpable, as if on the brink of a new confrontation. Yet, a shared thought flickered in their minds. The plan is in motion. Chapter 52. A reunion of brothers under the peculiar gaze of Hong and Asuma. Guy skillfully pried open Kakashi's door and gently laid him on the bed. "It seems they have yet to locate Naruto. We must ascertain what Kakashi intended to convey before losing consciousness." Guy broke the silence, observing Kakashi lying motionless on the bed. Asuma settled at the head of the bed, reflecting that had it not been for Guy's timely intervention during their earlier battle, they might have met their demise within their own village. Isn't it strange? They have already infiltrated the village, making it rather simple to locate Naruto. When not on a mission, that lad is either playing with Hinata from Team Hong or wandering about with Konohamaru. Itachi knows what Naruto looks like, Asuma noted. Just as Guy was about to speak, they heard the sound of a doorknob turning. With a finger to his lips, he signaled for silence. Itachi's return to the village was still confidential and must not be compromised. Why is Kakashi lying down? And with all of us here, what has transpired? Earlier, Kakashi had mentioned he would later guide Sasuke in new techniques, but upon opening the door, Sasuke was met with the sight of an unconscious Kakashi, prompting an irate question directed at Asuma. Seeing Hong and Asuma at a loss for words, the ever-eloquent Guy quickly interjected, "Nothing has happened. So let us not jump to conclusions." As Guy silently congratulated himself on his cleverness, Aoyama rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "I heard that Itachi Uchiha has returned. Is it true? And has he come for Naruto?" With a crash, Sasuke leaped from the window into the street, sprinting towards Ichiraku Ramen with unparalleled speed. "That guy has come to Konoha for Naruto. If he catches him, it will be disastrous." Sasuke flung aside the curtain at Ichiraku Ramen, asking, "Has Naruto been here? Do you know where he went afterward?" The owner, stroking his chin in contemplation, replied uncertainly, "He was here eating ramen earlier, and then Jiraiya came by as well. They mentioned going to the inn near the village." Upon learning that Naruto was not in the village, Sasuke silently exhaled in relief and dashed in the direction indicated by the ramen chef. Wait for me, don't you dare die. In the past, he had always looked up to Itachi, captivated by his long hair, which drew his gaze towards others with similar styles. Even on that fateful night, witnessing Itachi wielding a blade against their parents, he still believed in his brother's underlying sorrow. It was only when Itachi unleashed the full power of the Mangekyou Sharingan, forcing him to relive the massacre of their clan, that he comprehended the chilling reality hidden beneath Itachi's once gentle facade. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, beyond his thirst for vengeance against Itachi, there lay a deeper desire to hear his brother confess that everything was a misunderstanding, that there were reasons behind his actions. How could such a tender brother turn into this? Meanwhile, Naruto found himself in a dire situation. Jiraiya placed the In's key into Naruto's hand, advising, "Return to your room and focus on refining your chakra. Peruse the book I've given you, and when tired, allow yourself to rest." Naruto gripped the key and lamented, "Are you trying to brush me off with talk of entering the adult world? It's only noon. Oh, come now. How about I teach you a remarkable jutsu when I return?" Jiraiya cheerfully wrapped his arm around the lovely young lady and sauntered away. Naruto placed his luggage upon the bed, reminiscing fondly about the thunderous chariots of his past life, pondering whether Raikage had similar thoughts in this present time. A series of firm knocks echoed at the door, and Naruto's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He understood that the two individuals standing outside, who cloaked their innermost emotions, were not the easiest to engage with. As the door swung open, Itachi swiftly positioned himself at the threshold and addressed Naruto. "Naruto, please accompany us." From behind him, Kisame peeked out, visibly relieved upon seeing Naruto. "So, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is merely a young lad fond of red eyeshadow," he remarked. "I had anticipated a fierce battle, didn't I, Mr. Itachi?" Itachi regarded Naruto's bulging eyes with mild astonishment, cautioning, "Do not underestimate him. My Jinjutsu is utterly ineffective against him." The notion of being immune to Mr. Itachi's illusions was indeed astonishing. "Are you serious?" Kisame raised his sword, Samahata, and declared, "Letting him roam freely would be troublesome. It would be more prudent for me to incapacitate his legs first." Noticing Itachi's acquiescence, Kisame advanced slowly towards Naruto, brandishing Samahata. "How have you been in the Akatsuki?" The Sharkman alongside Sasuke's brother. Sharkman. An inexplicable irritation surged within Kisame as he exclaimed, "Just a moment ago in Konoha. And now even this young lad knows of our existence. When did the organization's confidentiality become so compromised?" Suddenly a crash. Kisame barely registered the blur before Naruto had pressed his head against the wall, and his wrist, holding Samahata, felt dislocated. Naruto effortlessly subdued Kisame with a joint lock, displaying a profound demeanor rather than triumph, remarking, "Indeed, it seems the Sharkman holds a deep regard for his comrades." He held a certain admiration for Kisame, who, rather than allowing his comrades' intelligence to fall into the hands of the ninja coalition, chose to sacrifice himself. This revealed to Naruto that within the Akatsuki, there existed individuals who acted with their companions in mind. "Where did you acquire information about the Akatsuki, Naruto? What expectations does Itachi harbor for Sasuke?" Naruto released Kisame, who, rubbing his wrist in irritation, commented, "I expected someone with such an abundance of chakra to utilize ninjutsu, but instead, it's merely exaggerated taijutsu. I find these muscle-bound tactics quite vexing. It's not taijutsu. I did not observe any chakra manipulation. It must be a special energy that significantly enhances physical strength," Itachi noted, shaking his head as he began to unbutton his red cloud-patterned cloak. Just as he was about to remove it, a spear of lightning chakra, accompanied by a piercing cry of a bird, pierced through his chest. "At last, I found you," Sasuke declared, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "Uchiha Itachi." At the corner of the staircase, Sasuke lowered his arm, which held the Chidori spear, as the electric light dissipated, realizing that the previous strike had not truly harmed his opponent. "Ka!" Itachi, pierced through the chest, transformed into several dark crows that scattered. "It's been a long time, Sasuke," Itachi said, appearing before Sasuke, towering over him. "You've grown quite tall and strong. Uchiha Itachi, this time I will surely kill you," Sasuke declared, reaching for the talisman on his wrist, summoning two uniquely shaped weapons into his hands. As a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame recognized the origins of the ninja blades in Sasuke's grasp, the lightning blade and the Sharingan, and he pondered who this individual truly was. "He is my brother. You've even awakened your Sharingan, and it's a 3-tomo. This is splendid." Chapter 53, Brotherhood. Witnessing Sasuke break through the constraints he had previously set and awaken his eyes once more, surpassing his expectations, Itachi was eager to discover just how much his brother had grown. Kisame repositioned his dislocated arm. Watching Sasuke with curiosity, "I had heard the Uchiha clan had been completely annihilated, and that you were responsible. As you said, I despise you. I loathe you. It is solely to kill you that I have survived until now," Sasuke exclaimed, raising his blade to block Itachi's oncoming kunai, the polished edge reflecting the spinning 3-tomo Sharingan. "How much progress have you made? It truly excites me." Under Kakashi's guidance, Sasuke's dual-wielding technique began to show results. Yet Itachi effortlessly countered with his kunai, parrying the relentless barrage of strikes. Even before Sasuke could complete his attack, Itachi used his height advantage to execute a shoulder throw, slamming Sasuke hard onto the ground, with the two ninja blades embedded into the ceiling. Chidori. The moment Sasuke hit the ground, electric energy surged from his hands, crackling through the air. Kisame instinctively took a step back, positioning his Samehada in front of him to shield against the electric current. The lightning surged toward Itachi, who leaped high to evade the impending electric net, only to find himself facing Sasuke, who hung from the ceiling. With a swift thrust, Sasuke's dual blades pierced Itachi's abdomen, driving through his back as Sasuke pressed down with his weight, crashing them both to the ground. Emotionless, Itachi raised his hand before Sasuke, pointing behind him. As Sasuke turned, a kunai lunged toward his right eye. With a swift motion, Itachi transformed into several crows and vanished. However, he spat blood as Sasuke had already embedded a blade into his abdomen. The kunai had struck Sasuke's eye, causing him to collapse like a wooden stake. This isn't over yet. Chidori spear. Sasuke pivoted and unleashed another Chidori blade from his palm. Itachi, pierced through the abdomen, dissolved into an illusionary clone. A testament to Sasuke's growing mastery of the three-tomo Sharingan. "You've become quite formidable." Itachi easily evaded the light blade, while Sasuke summoned a spinning wind shuriken. The kunai intercepted the massive shuriken, and as the electric energy surged again from Sasuke's hand, Itachi transformed into crows once more. The three-tomo in Itachi's eyes converged into a single entity, activating the Manjiki Sharingan. Sasuke momentarily faltered, allowing Itachi to seize the opportunity, thrusting a fist into the wall. Struggling, Sasuke raised his hand. Just as the electric light flared, Itachi closed the distance, grasping Sasuke's arm and redirecting his chakra, forcing the Chidori to collide with the hotel wall. "So that's how it is. Kakashi, my brother." Itachi tightened his grip, wrenching Sasuke's arm in a joint lock, fracturing it and momentarily incapacitating him. The moment from Sasuke's strike to his downfall transpired in an instant. As Naruto observed his friend in a precarious situation, a wave of concern washed over him. "Sasuke, perhaps." Sasuke, gritting his teeth, interrupted, "Don't interfere. Only I can defeat this foe." Itachi held Sasuke's face gently, whispering, "I have no interest in you at this moment. The time is not right, Sasuke." With that, he raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Sasuke's abdomen, sending him flying across the distance. Sasuke, this is truly frustrating. Even Naruto, who understood the circumstances, felt a surge of anger, unable to bear witnessing Sasuke's helplessness. Sasuke, aware of Naruto's sentiments, struggled to rise from the ground, declaring, "Naruto, I told you not to interfere. This is my battle." Indeed, Itachi approached Sasuke, landing a fierce punch to his abdomen that bent him over. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke wrapped his arms around Itachi's waist, attempting to crash him into the wall. Itachi lifted his arm, exposing his elbow, which struck Sasuke's back with tremendous force, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Still, it was not enough. Though Sasuke had proven formidable, he was still far from matching that man. Before he could collide with the wall, Sasuke relinquished his grip and slumped weakly to the ground. "Forgive me, Sasuke, forgive me," he murmured. Kisame, witnessing this, remarked with a complex tone, "How ruthless." Itachi tightened his grip around Sasuke's neck, lifting him to eye level. The kaleidoscope of his Sharingan spinning as he activated Tsukuyomi, transporting Sasuke back to that fateful night. "Hate me for your weakness. For the next 24 hours. You shall wander in that day." Oh, the psychological blow sent Sasuke's sanity plummeting. Kisame found it difficult to comprehend. Using Tsukuyomi on his brother, how perplexing. Suddenly, Jiraiya appeared in the corridor, carrying an unconscious beautiful lady. "It's Lord Jiraiya." Itachi immediately recognized the newcomer and glanced at the woman he was carrying. "It seems we've been discovered." "You seem to know me rather poorly," Jiraiya proclaimed. "A man like me is not easily swayed by a woman's charms. Rather, I ensnare them with sweet words. I want to be distracted by beauty. For a man as handsome as I am, women naturally come to me." Hearing Jiraiya's reckless declaration, Naruto lost his sage mode, chastising him. "You ran away at the mere glance of a beauty, yet you shamelessly flaunt your bravado, you lecherous sage." Indeed, Jiraiya was the legendary Sannin, and Kisame had not anticipated that he could be so easily diverted. "So your target is Naruto?" Jiraiya asked, placing the lady safely against the wall. Itachi, still holding Sasuke, responded deliberately, "Capturing Naruto is the highest order given to us by Akatsuki. Naruto will not be handed over to you," Jiraiya declared, biting his thumb. "That remains to be seen. You've arrived just in time. I shall dispose of both of you here." Jiraiya clapped his hands together, summoning fleshy walls that engulfed the sleeping lady, isolating her from the chaos. While Sasuke too began to be submerged by the encroaching walls. "Why are you weak?" "Because your hatred is insufficient." Itachi cautiously released his grip and began to retreat around the corner. "Kisame, let us go." "Uchiha Itachi, I will protect Sasuke," Naruto shouted after them. Kisame glanced back at Naruto, who had lost his shadowy demeanor, and with a click of his tongue, he unsheathed the sword embedded in the ground, pursuing them. Jiraiya cautioned, "Naruto, it's futile to speak to him. No one has escaped this place thus far. Wait until I capture them, then we can talk." From around the corner of the fleshy wall came the sound of shattering glass. Jiraiya rushed toward the noise, only to find black flames searing the flesh walls. What is this black fire? The insides of the fire-spewing toad had been scorched beyond repair. Naruto trailed behind, peering ahead as he exclaimed, "This is Sasuke's brother's Manjiki Sharingan ability, known as Amaterasu. It can ignite flammable objects and burn until nothing remains. It is a formidable power." Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Jiraiya felt an unsettling discomfort from the flames. He unfurled a scroll and skillfully inscribed a sealing array with a brush, forming hand seals as he declared, "Sealing fire technique." A sphere of azure chakra emerged from the scroll, enveloping the black flames of Amaterasu and successfully sealing them within. Several kilometers away, Kisame questioned, "Why are we retreating?" "Your words, Sasuke, indicate that someone will indeed protect you." "I will be waiting, Sasuke. We need not take Naruto now. And I must find a place to rest my weary body." Itachi closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they appeared even duller. The continuous use of Tsukuyomi, battling my brother, and the exertion of Amaterasu have left me utterly fatigued. Kisame expressed deep concern, Itachi's health. "I am fine. I simply need to rest more." Itachi replied, falling into silence. Since the moment the masked man severed his bonds during the twilight of Uchiha Izumi's life, he had employed and extended Tsukuyomi on his beloved for 70 years. Their existence together on a spiritual plane was blissful. Yet this also accounted for his inability to use the Sharingan for prolonged periods, resulting in a steadily declining condition, an affliction that no amount of rest could remedy. Next time we meet, you will surely be stronger. Chapter 54. Purpose. Everything should be fine now. Jiraiya's wooden sandals clapped against the surface of the intestinal walls, which gradually dissipated, revealing the original state of the corridor. The intestinal walls returned to the colossal toad of Mount Maiboku, causing it to inhale sharply. Sasuke was expelled from the clinging walls, landing on the ground. "Sasuke." Naruto rushed to help him up, noticing his unfocused gaze, clearly still affected by the aftereffects of Tsukuyomi. Suddenly, a kunai hurtled towards Jiraiya, which he caught deftly. Before he could turn around, a furious voice rang out, "Rider kick." A green warrior executed a flying kick, hurtling past Naruto with tremendous force, sending the legendary Sannin Jiraiya crashing into the wall with a thunderous thud. I'm so sorry." Guy scratched his head sheepishly. "I didn't realize it was you. I rushed over to offer support, and without a mirror, I mistook your fierce face for an enemy. Is this your idea of an apology, you fool?" Jiraiya huffed, cotton stuffed in his nostrils, arms crossed in exasperation. "Let's just let this go. Sasuke has multiple fractures in his arm and ribs. Those are manageable, but he has succumbed to an enemy's genjutsu and lost consciousness. Shall I take him to the medical team?" Jiraiya began to nod, but Naruto interjected, "Perverted sage, the person we are seeking is the best medical expert. S&T? That is true, but doesn't T that make us babysitters?" Guy looked at Sasuke with a hint of disappointment. Now even Kakashi has been ensnared by the same genjutsu and has fallen unconscious. Every time I think of Lee's injuries, I can't help but wish our medical expert were still in Konoha. Alas. So now we must find that person and bring him back to the village. The one who has the gamble etched on his back. The slug princess, Tsunade. Jiraiya's cotton became stained with blood. "Then I leave everything in your capable hands, Lord Jiraiya. My dear disciple's ninja career depends on you." Guy's eyes glistened with tears as he clutched Jiraiya tightly. "Let go of me, you idiot." In a world of monochrome, only the crimson full moon remained. "Why are you so weak?" "Because your hatred is insufficient. You do not even possess the qualification to die by my hand." And no. A shadow wielding a long blade pointed it menacingly at the kneeling Fugaku Uchiha, coldly stating, "You still have potential." Before him lay a sea of blood red. And Sasuke erupted in despair, shouting, "Stop! You're awake." Naruto's radiant smile appeared before him, providing a momentary reprieve from the recent nightmare. Yet the warm breath from his companion made him feel quite uncomfortable. "You're too close, you idiot," Sasuke exclaimed, his cheeks flushed as he pushed Naruto away, though the pain in his hand made him grimace. A friendly reminder, your body is not suited for vigorous activity at the moment. Jiraiya leaned against the hospital window, turning his head to speak with a casual tone. "It truly is unfortunate that you had to chase after such a troublesome opponent. You must be Jiraiya. The mentor Naruto has been mentioning incessantly," Sasuke remarked, lifting the covers with a serious expression. "Could you enlighten me as to why that man is pursuing Naruto? As one of the legendary three, you must have some insight." Jiraiya gazed intently at Sasuke, the two maintaining a heavy silence. Naruto understood Jiraiya's reluctance to involve Sasuke, who was still a genin, in matters of such gravity. "Just be honest with Sasuke, perverted sage," Naruto interjected. "Honestly." Jiraiya turned his gaze outside, where a few children were happily engaged in a game of overpowering the weak. His expression grew somber as he mused. "In truth, they are not after Naruto himself, but rather what resides within him. Is it the entity within Naruto?" Sasuke gasped, recalling how Naruto had confided in him and Sakura about the monster inside him. After the second match, he had sought answers from Kakashi and uncovered many secrets. But why would they desire the very creature that had once attacked Konoha? The children playing were soon halted by adults, who guided them to apologize to their bullied companion. In no time, They reconciled and ran off hand in hand. Witnessing this, Jiraiya's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, in the past, people regarded the Nine Tails as a natural disaster, fearing it greatly. I cannot fathom why they would wish to obtain such a terrifying entity. To be honest, even I am unaware of their ultimate goal. Since they know that this power resides within Naruto, perhaps they wish to control that immense strength. Unfortunately, he will always be a target for those individuals. This made sense. The man was relentless in his pursuit of power. Sasuke's rage intensified as Jiraiya spoke of Itachi and his cohorts continuously seeking opportunities to capture Naruto. I will not allow you to take him away again, Itachi. I will kill you myself. Rest assured, I will protect Naruto. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively as he rose to attend to the discharge paperwork at the nurse's station. The Uchiha boy is quite spirited. Let us set off to find Tsunade and have her treat you first. Sasuke, in truth, Itachi. Naruto, upon seeing Sasuke in such a state, felt a deep concern that he might tread the same treacherous path as in his past life. With the intention of revealing the truth about the Uchiha clan, he stepped forward, only to be abruptly interrupted by Sasuke's cold voice. Naruto, I acknowledge your strength in the present, but you lack the authority to lecture me. Once I recover, I will strive to become even stronger and will soon surpass you, ensuring that such a situation will never arise again. However, Sasuke's expression remained devoid of emotion as he ominously declared, from any perspective, I remain a seeker of vengeance. I will personally cleanse the Uchiha name of its disgrace. At this moment, Sasuke was a machine driven by hatred, seeking a truth that could only be unraveled when Itachi spoke it aloud. I understand, he replied. Naruto, undeterred, dismissed the notion of revealing the truth to Sasuke at that moment, smiling as he remarked, while your statements are quite dashing, they pertain to events of yesterday. Enraged, Sasuke retorted, I'll kill you. Within a certain casino, a striking blonde beauty placed an entire chest of money on the gambling table, requesting, could you assist me in exchanging all this cash for chips? Despite being the most lavish gaming den in the city, the dealer broke into a cold sweat upon seeing her arrival. What should I do? This esteemed lady has brought so much money. How much will I win today? The gambling table was occupied by muscular men with intimidating visages, yet the blonde's audacious act of joining their table elicited not their ire, but rather, broad smiles as if they had struck gold. Chapter 55, Slugs and Frogs in a dim and damp laboratory. Scrolls lay scattered upon the floor, books filled with notes, and several large blackboards were crowded with intricate formulas. It became evident that the jutsu, which the third Hokage had mentioned as unknown to her, was indeed within her grasp. Orochimaru tucked a strand of her dark hair behind her ear, her disheveled appearance a testament to the intense calculations she had endured over the past few days. Yet, she had gleaned significant insights from various clandestine sources. Finding so many clues, it appears our collaborator has concealed much from us, Orochimaru-sama. Had it not been for Naruto's sudden appearance, you might have been ensnared, remarked Kabuto. Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at him. You are disappointed, aren't you? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting with sharpness, remaining silent. I have a great deal of trust in you, Kabuto, Orochimaru said with a smile as she closed the book. However, a sudden wave of intense pain surged through her chest, causing her to furrow her brow and gasp for breath, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Kabuto hurriedly fetched medication for her, stating, your body is experiencing a rejection reaction. The medicine I specially formulated should alleviate this issue. Orochimaru waved her hand dismissively. By the way, have you found any trace of that individual? She is located in a place called Shortbook Street. Orochimaru paused, recalling some information gleaned from a certain cursed seal, her lips curling into a slight smirk. Shortbook Street, you say? It seems Sasuke plans to visit that very location as well. Days later, on the bustling streets of Shortbook Street, Naruto stood outside an izakaya with Sasuke on his back, awaiting Jiraiya. Keep your hands to yourself, you idiot. Sasuke blushed in embarrassment, irate, feeling the curious gazes of passers-by upon him. Stop throwing a tantrum. Once we find Granny Tsunade, everything will be fine. She can heal you in an instant. Naruto, there's something I wish to ask you. Where do you acquire all this intelligence? I've never been aware of it. Sasuke inquired, sensing Naruto's body tense slightly, the grip on his arm tightening, which only served to heighten Sasuke's irritation. I won't ask you about this again. Many things are difficult to believe if discussed now. If you wish to know, I can, it matters not. I simply wish to ascertain your stance. Jiraiya lifted the curtain, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the two. I found her. A striking blonde beauty in her 20s frowned. It has been quite some time, Orochimaru. Karen and Kabuto exchanged grave expressions, both wary of the legendary Sannin before them. Orochimaru, brushing her hair back, replied wistfully, I have searched for you with great difficulty. You cannot be here merely for a nostalgic chat, can you? To be honest, I have a request to make. Naruto, with an ice pop clenched between his teeth, summoned a multitude of shadow clones, mumbling indistinctly, let us get this joyous operation underway. The clones, also with ice pops in their mouths, dispersed and chanted. We eat the real ones, while we let them have the fakes. The entire street was engulfed in a frenzy of Naruto, with numerous clones surrounding a solitary passerby, bombarding them with questions. What has gotten into you, Sasuke? You've been wearing that expression since the very start. Jiraiya keenly noticed Sasuke's demeanor, a look he had previously observed on a dear friend. Sasuke shook his head and replied, "It's nothing. I heard that you, like Orochimaru, are one of the legendary three." Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance at Sasuke and remarked, "Surely, you do not intend to engage in something that would sadden Naruto, do you? Orochimaru is exceedingly dangerous. To date, no one has emerged unscathed from their dealings with him. If you seek power, I advise you to abandon that pursuit sooner rather than later. He possesses a forbidden technique that allows him to usurp the bodies of others." Jiraiya chose not to elaborate further, noticing that Naruto's shadow clones began to dissipate, indicating they had received news from Tsunade. "Let us wait until Tsunade has healed you. Power is a gradual accumulation. Acquiring too much power that does not rightfully belong to you all at once is utterly unmanageable and can lead to being consumed by that very power." Sasuke observed Jiraiya's retreating figure as he walked toward Naruto. The master and disciple engaged in playful banter, sometimes pulling each other's hair in jest, at other times sharing hearty laughter akin to that of a father and son. Seeing the smile tugging at the corners of Naruto's mouth, Sasuke was reminded of himself from the past, when Itachi would poke his forehead, eliciting a similar smile. "Itachi Uchiha." Sasuke's gaze hardened, resembling that of a fierce little lion. Naruto hoisted Sasuke onto his back and guided Jiraiya toward an izakaya at the end of the street, exclaiming, "Tsunade Baba is inside." As Jiraiya lifted the curtain, he spotted the tempestuous blonde beauty seated in the corner. The golden-haired woman, sensing a gaze upon her, lifted her head, tipsy and flushed. Her lovely eyes narrowed slightly as she finally recognized her visitor, the alcohol-induced haze beginning to lift. "Jiraiya, what brings you here?" In contrast to Orochimaru's intense reaction upon seeing Jiraiya, Shizun's response was more subdued. Before Tsunade became acquainted with her uncle, Jiraiya had pursued Tsunade, leading to numerous amusing escapades. Tsunade drained her cup and placed it before Jiraiya, remarking, "Speaking of which, today truly is a splendid day to reunite with an old friend." Jiraiya hesitated momentarily while pouring her another drink, then inquired, "Is it Orochimaru? What does she want with you?" "Nothing of significance, merely the usual strife and ambition among ninjas. I heard she even attacked Konoha recently. So what brings you to me?" "Let me be frank," Jiraiya said, his usual playful demeanor replaced with gravity. "Tsunade, Konoha has appointed you as the 5th Hokage effective immediately." Shizun and Taunton gasped in astonishment, while even Sasuke looked surprised. He then glanced at Naruto, who had often spoken of his desire to become Hokage, but seeing Naruto's seemingly indifferent expression, he felt a slight sense of relief. "This is also a command from the 3rd Hokage. Following Orochimaru's attack, he has recognized the dire circumstances. Konoha needs a strong leader like you, Tsunade. What is your response?" Sasuke inquired, gazing at Tsunade's youthful and beautiful visage. "This is the legendary ninja who can heal any wound?" "Indeed. Tsunade Baba made extraordinary contributions during past wars and is also the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage. Not only is she adept in medical ninjutsu, but have you noticed her impressive physique? Her strength surpasses even Sakura's." Upon overhearing their whispers, Tsunade's eyes twitched slightly. "And who might these two be?" "The cool guy is from the Uchiha clan, and the golden-haired one is my new disciple, Uzumaki Naruto." "Uzumaki Naruto? The one with the 9 tails?" Tsunade expressed surprise, her demeanor shifting to seriousness. "Since the 4th's passing, I thought you had lost hope. You even abandoned our promise to travel the world and gamble in every casino." Jiraiya sheepishly scratched his face with his finger. "It's because I see in him a hope more profound than that of Nagato or Minato. He will undoubtedly surpass them." "Prophecies and saviors are merely your wishful thinking," Tsunade replied, setting her cup down. "Though it is the old man's command, I refuse." Jiraiya seemed to have anticipated this outcome, letting out a resigned sigh. "I knew you would say that. It reminds me of how you rejected my confession back then." Tsunade's gaze shifted to Naruto, a sense of nostalgia washing over her. "Jiraiya, this boy is quite different from your previous disciples. He appears not very bright and lacks eloquence." Chapter 56. Stubbornness of each. Jiraiya was intrigued by Naruto's unexpectedly subdued reaction. He swirled his drink, observing the clear liquid within. In comparison to the 4th Hokage, anyone would seem lacking. After all, he was the most talented ninja, endowed with an exceptional mind for ninjutsu and immense prestige, not to mention his striking resemblance to me. Tsunade dismissed him with a scoff. "But the 4th died young. Your so-called best disciple gambled his life for the village. Life and wealth are not the same. Sacrificing one's life so easily is the act of a fool. My grandfather and the 2nd Hokage aspired to end the wars. Yet they both sacrificed their lives for the village before achieving their ambitions." Jiraiya frowned slightly. "You've changed, Tsunade. I never expected you to say such things." Tsunade rested her chin on her hand, a smirk playing on her lips. "At my age, time inevitably alters a person. The old man is no different. He should have stepped down from that position long ago. Hokage is nothing but garbage. Only a fool would aspire to be Hokage." Naruto, with a black kanji symbol manifesting on his forehead, stood up and declared, Even though Grandpa Third is quite advanced in age and still shares the same lecherous tendencies as the perverted sage, he is undeniably a competent Hokage. If Granny Tsunade finds him to be muddled in his old age, then why does she not take on the mantle of Hokage herself? Even a grandmother should not mock my father and Grandpa Third in my presence. The title you disdain is one I have long coveted. There is no need to compare me to that. Tsunade, intrigued, slammed her palm on the table and asserted, "You possess quite the audacity to speak to me in such a manner. Let us take this outside, little brat." Lady Tsunade. Shizen attempted to intervene. Recognizing that as one of the legendary three, it was unbecoming for Tsunade to challenge a mere genin. Jiraiya sighed, "Let them be, Shizen. Besides, Tsunade seems to be quite oblivious to the current situation. Is it truly Lady Tsunade who is oblivious?" Shizen felt that Jiraiya must have indulged a bit too much in his drink. The group ventured outside, but the izakaya's location was not conducive to attracting onlookers. Tsunade extended a single finger and stated, "After all, I am one of the legendary three. Dealing with a genin like you requires but a single finger." Naruto ignited with a golden aura, his massive chakra, nearly in a plasma state, enveloping his entire being. The soft golden light illuminated the night like a burning sun. He clasped his fists and declared, "I must give it my all, Granny Tsunade." In utter astonishment, Shizune, clutching a pink piglet, nearly dropped her jaw to the ground as the piglet gasped for breath. Tsunade, noticing Naruto's extraordinary prowess that surpassed that of an ordinary genin, took the initiative, leaping towards him with her leg raised high. Painful heaven kick. The ground shuddered, causing the residents of the expansive short book street to feel the tremors. Jiraiya, sensing the vibrations beneath him, reflected on the strength of Tsunade, thinking, that woman still possesses remarkable power. It reminds me of the time I was caught peeping on her and was sent flying over 100 meters with just one punch. Ouch. Truly, she is Granny Tsunade. Naruto crossed his arms above his head to block, ensnaring Tsunade's foot with his wrists. The stone slab beneath them cracked inch by inch, the fissures spreading like a spider's web. The force that continued to surge was channeled by Naruto into his feet, and with a thunderous roar, the ground finally gave way, creating a deep pit several meters down. "Oh, dear grandmother, I must commend your politeness, you little rascal." Tsunade swiftly withdrew her foot, and with her right hand, already poised for an intentional strike, she aimed a powerful punch at Naruto's face. From behind him, chakra claws emerged, grasping Tsunade's seemingly delicate hand. With a resounding clap, the previously unstoppable chakra claws were forcefully repelled by Tsunade, who was then confronted by dozens of hands that materialized from behind Naruto, ultimately seizing her fist. Tsunade clicked her tongue, retracting her fist. The fight no longer held any necessity. This was merely a demonstration of her restraint, for in a battle of their caliber, the damages to the entire street would undoubtedly amount to a staggering sum. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, "You have grown so powerful. Why do you still cling so fiercely to the title of Hokage?" As Naruto dispelled his sage mode, his azure eyes sparkled with vitality. He raised his thumb toward his forehead protector and declared, "It's not just because of my father. I am determined to inherit the title of Hokage. For becoming Hokage is my dream." The scene before Tsunade shifted rapidly, transporting her back to that day when those two men uttered similar words to her. "Because becoming Hokage is my dream." Seeing Tsunade in a moment of disarray, Jiraiya remarked lightly, "What do you think? He bears a striking resemblance to those two, not only in appearance but also in manner of speech. Even his dream of becoming Hokage mirrors theirs." Tsunade snapped back to reality, her mind swirling with the memory of Orochimaru's promises, which he had offered as leverage. The intoxicating sensation left her thoughts in disarray, and she turned away in silence. After a brief pause, she glanced back and said, "I will first attend to the treatment of that Uchiha. Let's discuss other matters later." Such decisions indeed require careful consideration. They cannot be made as hastily as when I rejected your confession. Jiraiya beamed with joy. Tsunade dismissed him with a single utterance of fool before departing, while Shizune bowed to Jiraiya and the others before hastily following her. During this exchange, Sasuke remained silent. His brow furrowed as he observed the battlefield where Naruto and Tsunade had just engaged. Has Naruto truly acquired power that rivals the legendary Sannin? Suddenly, a finger poked Sasuke's cheek, startling him from his reverie. "What are you thinking about?" Naruto inquired, retracting his index finger with curiosity. Sasuke, rubbing his cheek in annoyance, retorted, "Mind your own business." Seriously. Jiraiya's pupils constricted in shock at the unfolding scene. Naruto, grumbling, hoisted Sasuke onto his back and followed Jiraiya to the inn. During Tsunade's treatment of Sasuke, it seemed that the few of them would have to take refuge here. In the deep of night, Tsunade sat alone on the rooftop of the inn, gazing at the luminous moonlight, lost in thought. Suddenly, a cold compressed against her cheek. "I knew you would be here." Tsunade's face flushed slightly, unsure whether it was the lingering effects of the alcohol or something else. She accepted the beer from Jiraiya's hand and inquired, "What brings you here at this hour?" "We agreed to discuss that matter only after I finished treating Sasuke." Jiraiya lifted the bag filled with cans. "It's been ages since we shared a drink. We can't just stop here." Tsunade shifted to make space for him. As he settled down, he remarked, "By the way, I see you're still keeping that necklace safe. I thought you might have pawned it, considering it belonged to those two. Will you be meeting Orochimaru again?" Tsunade took a sip of her drink. "Why do you say that?" "I can tell from Shizen's expression. While I don't know what deal that guy is after, don't jump to conclusions. There is something I need to clarify. All Hokage have aimed to protect the Hidden Leaf Village and its inhabitants, striving for peace and prosperity, even risking their lives for this ideal. You want to understand their intentions. If you two are considering betraying the village." Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, who once dreamed of love as a ninja, now wore a fierce expression. "At that point, I will surely kill you." Turning her back, she said, "You needn't lecture me. Why did you bring that kid here?" Jiraiya adopted a different demeanor, smiling. "Aren't they remarkably similar?" Tsunade fell silent once more. It's not just the resemblance, it's his dreams and that arrogant personality. Chapter 57, The Three Ninjas Gathered in the Ceiling Space. "Ugh, Mom. You're holding me too tightly." Kushina embraced Naruto, gently stroking his golden hair, her face filled with tenderness as she murmured, "It's your father and me who owe you an apology. We've caused you so much suffering all this time." Naruto finally managed to free himself from his mother's embrace, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, "I have mentioned it numerous times. Those events belong to the past. For me, they are long gone. Since then, I have made many great friends, earned everyone's recognition, and even ascended to the position of the Seventh Hokage. Boruto and Himawari are gradually becoming capable in their own right. I truly wish to see my adorable grandchildren. It is fortunate that that cold-faced fellow, Kurama, is still alive." Upon hearing about future events, Kushina's face lit up with anticipation as she suggested, "Why not quickly arrange to have a little one with Hinata? Mother can hardly wait to meet them." Kushina rambled on, encouraging Naruto to pursue what seemed to be a fulfillment of a grandparent's wish, yet was, in truth, a rather questionable proposition. "Hinata is only 12, you silly mother." Kushina's crimson hair billowed as she chased Naruto around the enormous form of the Ninetales. "Are you not going to intervene?" Since the seal was released, the Ninetales had been forming seals to gather chakra while leisurely observing the domestic drama of its Jinchuriki. Standing beside it, Minato smiled helplessly before his expression turned serious. "Kurama, could you share your plans with me? It seems you are quite concerned about that clan." "I never thought you would ask." The Ninetales halted its actions and placed its tail, infused with Shikaku's chakra, before Minato, saying, "You must trust this young lad. He certainly possesses the ability to alter the future that is yet to unfold." To Minato's surprise, Kurama proved to be even more responsible than he, prompting a thought of perhaps sharing a drink together someday. The Ninetales turned its head away, expressing its disdain. Perhaps another time." Beside the wall of Shortbook Street, Orochimaru was sheltered behind Kabuto. "What is happening? Why is the response like this, Tsunade? You actually considered taking my life?" Orochimaru's twisted visage bore a cold smile. Placing a hand on Kabuto's shoulder, he praised him. "Kabuto, your unwavering loyalty has not disappointed me, and your keen insight into Tsunade's intent to attack is simply remarkable. Rivaling Kakashi's? Not at all. After all, I also hail from the medical team and can sense her chakra brimming with murderous intent." Orochimaru gazed at his old friend with regret, saying, "Ah, Tsunade, I genuinely intend to resurrect those two. I even promised you that I would not harm Konoha again." "Tsunade, I know your promises are mere fabrications. I long to converse with them once more, to see their smiles again, but alas, I am an irredeemable fool. The bond one share with that little brat reminds me of their dreams for which they wagered their lives, which have always resonated with me. As you once said, tangible things will eventually wither, but dreams such as these can never fade. Has the negotiation failed? There is no other choice. I must compel your assistance." Tsunade wiped the shimmering tears from her face and suddenly charged forward, lifting her leg high to strike at Orochimaru. Orochimaru and Kabuto swiftly evaded, leaping to the side of the wall, fully aware of the formidable strength Tsunade possessed, which must not be underestimated. In an instant, the earth trembled, dust filled the air, and the ground cracked open, creating a chasm that extended towards the magnificent Nagoya Castle in the distance. The historic structure was shaken by the shockwave, its walls shattered, and the entire city plunged into the abyss, obliterated in an instant. Tsunade lifted her outer robe, shouting at the two, "Come on, Orochimaru." Orochimaru readied himself for battle, chuckling. "It seems we have never truly fought before. You have always been my steadfast support, which is rather nostalgic." Kabuto, witnessing such raw power for the first time, murmured, "You really dare to say that? If I were to engage her, I would be struck down in one blow. I am going to eliminate both of you. You two scoundrels." Tsunade relentlessly pursued them. In the meantime, Shizen followed closely behind Naruto, asking, "Naruto, is Lady Tsunade truly in the direction you indicated?" "Oh dear. It's all that perverted sage's fault for having you keep an eye on Granny Tsunade. I never expected her beauty to be so enchanting," Naruto exclaimed, rolling his eyes. "I also didn't anticipate that their agreed-upon time would be today. However, given your current state, traveling at night would indeed be convenient," he continued. Jiraiya remained dazed, the potency of Tsunade's medicine still affecting him, while Shizen's antidote had yet to restore him fully. He was now entangled in the thought of his earlier threats to eliminate Tsunade, realizing how swiftly reality was approaching. Indeed, the battle has commenced. Naruto, in his sage mode, instantly sensed the clash among the three. Weren't they supposed to have some sort of agreement? Naruto smiled and said, because Granny Tsunade is a person who holds the village in the highest regard. She is indeed the fifth Hokage. After a moment of shock, Jiraiya relaxed his demeanor, gazing intently at Naruto's back. This child always manages to utter peculiar sentiments. Does he not realize that one must exercise caution even with those they trust until the outcome is clear? I wonder where this inexplicable sense of trust originates. Meanwhile, Kabuto drew a kunai across his palm, blood spilling onto the ground. Tsunade looked at her bloodstained hands, her face reflecting terror as her body trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the floor. As expected, despite being a medical ninja, you have yet to overcome your hemophobia. Orochimaru's gaze grew increasingly sinister. Rest assured, I will not kill you. Allow me to first sever the muscles in her limbs. This will render her immobile. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto summoned chakra blades that advanced menacingly towards Tsunade. Suddenly, a golden chakra arm emerged, intercepting one of the blades, which struck the shoulder of a golden figure that had appeared before him in an instant. Naruto seized the opportunity to grasp Yakushi Kabuto's hand, preventing him from breaking free, a smile gracing his face. You should have severed my head, he remarked. With a snap of his fingers from his other hand, a chakra arm emerged from his back, forming a Rasengan that struck Kabuto in the abdomen, propelling him several hundred meters until he crashed against a colossal rock. Despite Kabuto's immediate attempt to heal the damage inflicted by the Rasengan with a surge of chakra, he found himself too depleted to continue, collapsing onto the ground. Tsunade-sama. Ino and Jiraiya arrived in succession, as the legendary Sannin converged at this moment. Chapter 58. A mere fatal wound upon awakening. Sasuke searched the entire room, but could not find Naruto. After inquiring at the hotel reception, he learned that Naruto and the others had rushed out in a frenzy. A sense of unease washed over him as the earth trembled, reminding him of Naruto's battle with Tsunade just days prior. Instinctively, he dashed out of the hotel. Could that guy have gotten entangled in another incident? Sasuke ventured toward the source of the continuous rumbling, feeling the changes within his body. He had fully healed from his injuries, and his physical capabilities had notably improved. This transformation must be due to the curse seal, just as Naruto had indicated. If I can harness this power, my wounds have completely mended, and my body has adapted to the strength of the cursed seal. Uchiha Itachi, I shall only grow stronger from here on. In the distance, he spotted a long-necked humanoid creature, its mouth clenching a long katana that pierced through the chest of a golden figure, extinguishing its radiant aura. No. Sasuke felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if his mind were about to fracture from the pain. He could hardly fathom that Naruto would fall so easily. The black cloud-like tattoos of the cursed seal enveloped his body as he hastened toward the battlefield. It will not end this way. I must accelerate even further. With a sudden burst, a pair of grotesque wings sprouted from his back, his skin darkening several shades, and his eyes consumed by the cursed seal turned pitch black. The crimson orbs glimmered with 3 tomo, granting him enhanced dynamic vision to perceive the unfolding chaos on the battlefield. Orochimaru elongated his neck once more, thrusting the katana deeper into Naruto's chest, causing a fountain of blood to erupt, staining his orange jacket. Naruto struggled to expel a mouthful of blood, his spirit waning. Curse it. My body Jiraiya. I wish to act, but my legs are trembling, and while I can see Orochimaru's attack, my body fails to respond. Orochimaru chuckled, weak Jinchuriki, relying solely on the power of the Nine Tails. Even if the tailed beast cloak can withstand physical attacks, my sword is not something you can defend against. Kabuto, sprawled on the ground, shouted anxiously, Orochimaru-sama. Chidori. A cerulean current pierced through Orochimaru's back. He grasped the hand that had impaled his chest, retracting his neck in surprise. It's Sasuke. Have you already unlocked the second state of the cursed seal? You dare lay a hand on Naruto. Sasuke's 3 tomo spun rapidly, forming a dark circle, demonstrating a merging tendency. Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes narrowed as he opened his mouth, allowing a damp new body to emerge. The old shell transformed into a soft form that ensnared Sasuke, while the original body maneuvered behind him, fingers adorned with 5 chakra attributes pressed against Sasuke's back. You possess even more talent than I anticipated. Splendid, Sasuke. Now, come with me, and I shall make you stronger. The foreign chakra invaded Sasuke's body, disrupting the harmony of his chakra and driving him to the brink of madness. His vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, struggling to reach out for Naruto. But his body refused to obey, the distance between them feeling insurmountable. In the final moment before his vision faded, he beheld Naruto lying on the ground, memories of their shared experiences flooding his mind. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and my dream is to become a Hokage more powerful than the Sage of 6 Paths. Sasuke. Over here. You were incredible just now, Sasuke. I believe you can catch up to me. I have always believed in you. Once the mission is over, let's go eat at a Chiraka ramen, and we can invite Sakura too. You dare die like this? Suddenly, from the shadows, a steel-like white hair cleaved through the battlefield, nearly bisecting Orochimaru. She retreated swiftly, taunting, you and your disciple are both fools, blindly trusting in your abilities. A slight change in tactics, and you fell for it, even succumbing to Tsunade's schemes. Jiraiya replied gravely, Tsunade is an expert among medical ninjas. You need not worry. Naruto will be fine. The priority now is our battle. We have no time to concern ourselves with other matters. At that moment, Jiraiya had no need to fear battling Orochimaru. A few soft techniques from his modified form would suffice to toy with his opponent. He wrapped Naruto and Sasuke in his white hair, placing them behind Tsunade. Tsunade, I entrust Naruto to you. Jiraiya could only rely on the abilities of his old friend, even as she remained ensnared by the lingering effects of her hemophobia. Naruto tumbled down, and Tsunade, in a state of utter panic, tore open Naruto's shirt to reveal a wound that was still oozing blood. Fortunately, the blade had not been extracted by Orochimaru. Had it not been for the blade obstructing most of the blood vessels, it would have resulted in a catastrophic hemorrhage. With her palms enveloped in ethereal green chakra, she cautiously attempted to touch the wound. The situation had already induced arrhythmia. The damage to the myocardium was severe. The muscle surrounding the heart had been severed. Please, do not tremble any further. Familiar scenes flashed through her mind as Tsunade fought to maintain the stability of her chakra, overcoming her innate fear of blood. Orochimaru, still engaged in battle with Jiraiya under local anesthesia, remained vigilant, observing Tsunade's every move with a mocking grin. He's beyond saving. That last strike of mine has severed the chakra pathways sustaining his heart. Even at your peak, you would be utterly incapable of saving him. Enough of your prattle. Soon, I shall end your life. Tsunade glared at Orochimaru, tears dampening her long lashes. Do not die, do not die. Wasn't becoming Hokage your dream? Promise me. She unclasped the necklace from around her neck and placed it around Naruto's, whispering, let me take one last gamble. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hands before her chest, the verdant chakra cleansing the impurities from her palms. At the moment she intended to extract the katana. She planned to use her chakra to stitch up the various points of bleeding and the severed blood vessels in his heart. Such a look on Lady Tsunade's face. Ino was stabilizing Sasuke's chaotic chakra and felt a surge of joy at Tsunade's resurgence, signifying that her companion had emerged from the shadows of despair and stood once more in the light. One hand rested on Tsunade's, a pulse emanating from it, growing stronger and more vigorous, causing her beautiful eyes to widen in disbelief. Naruto. He finally regained his senses, exclaiming, that bastard Orochimaru, it hurts like hell. Rising from the ground, Naruto grasped the katana at his chest with renewed vigor. Don't worry, Granny Tsunade, I'll be fine soon. In the astonished gaze of Hinata, Naruto drew the katana from his chest. Oh, is that so? In her surprise at such a scene, Hinata almost dropped Sasuke, who was cradled in her arms. Within the ceiling space, the Ninetales crossed its front paws disdainfully and remarked, such a trivial injury, yet you make such a fuss. Your battle instincts have dulled compared to before. How embarrassing. Naruto, filled with indignation, struck the knee of the Ninetales, exclaiming, you certainly have a way with words. Chapter 59. They have returned. All have returned. As Naruto's chest emitted faint wisps of white smoke, his wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. Tsunade, upon witnessing this, murmured in a daze, you must muster even more spirit than your grandfather, Tsunade. Konoha needs you now. Although Naruto's attire was tattered and torn by Tsunade's hands, his resilient silhouette exuded an aura of unwavering reliability. A smile crept onto Tsunade's lips at these words, as she steadied herself on her knees and rose to her feet. Despite Naruto being drenched in blood, there was no sign of faltering. Standing side by side with Naruto, she proclaimed boldly, from this moment, I too shall stake my life. Orochimaru, having kicked Jiraiya away, narrowed his eyes in confusion and questioned, why would one so fearful of blood fight for Konoha? Vibrant rose-like patterns blossomed from the diamond mark on Tsunade's forehead, transforming into dark tendrils that spread across her face as the Ine seal was released. Why, you ask? Because I am now the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Ine seal, release, creation, rebirth. The surge of formidable life force coursing through her was palpable to Orochimaru, a form of ninjutsu that even she had never witnessed. Her scientific instincts prompted her to exclaim, it appears I am not the sole innovator of new ninjutsu. What kind of technique is this? For years, I have concentrated chakra on my forehead, employing vast amounts of chakra to stimulate various proteins, thereby accelerating cell division to facilitate cellular reconstruction. This grants me regenerative capabilities that surpass mere healing. In this state, I cannot perish. However, it was merely a self-deceptive technique, as the accelerated division of cells ultimately shortened her lifespan. Orochimaru, who possessed significant insight into the immortality technique, discerned the drawbacks of Tsunade's explanation and lost interest in the research of creation and regeneration. You will find out whether it is deceitful soon enough, Naruto. Come to my side, Tsunade declared before biting her finger. In an instant, Orochimaru appeared beside Kabuto, seizing his hand, as they descended slowly into the earth, akin to shadows merging with the ground. Tsunade, even if you refuse to assist me in completing this ninjutsu, I have other means to utilize. It is merely a matter of exchanging bodies. I will personally obliterate Konoha, and I hope we shall meet again, my dear friends. True immortality belongs solely to me. As they sank beneath the surface, Orochimaru's eyes remained exposed, his golden serpent-like gaze greedily fixed on Sasuke. He could not resist taunting Naruto. Naruto, you are indeed formidable now. But Sasuke possesses talents you cannot rival. There will come a day when he seeks power and finds his way to me, for I possess what he yearns for. Do not lose your composure when that time arrives. Expecting Naruto to explode with fury, Orochimaru was taken aback when Naruto merely smiled and replied, I know. But Sasuke will always be Sasuke. He remains my dear friend. Realizing that Orochimaru seemed disinterested in engaging with her summoning beasts, Tsunade ceased her summoning technique to conserve chakra and prevent herself from reverting to her original state. She turned to Naruto and said, "Hey kid, why did you take off my forehead protector, Tsunade Baba? That was a gift from Iruka-sensei." Eh? Tsunade's lips brushed against Naruto's forehead, and then, blushing, she remarked, "You will surely grow into a handsome young man. You will become an extraordinary Hokage." Jiraiya struggled to climb out of the depression in the ground. Witnessing this scene and scoffing, "That kid is truly fortunate." He then collapsed back into the pit, weakly murmuring, "I might need artificial respiration." Tsunade shot a glare at Jiraiya, stating, "You just need to rest a bit. We shall return to the short book street to recuperate, and once Sasuke awakens, we will head back to Konoha. From now on, do not call me Tsunade. Refer to me as the fifth Hokage." Jiraiya relaxed completely, realizing that he had fulfilled the task entrusted to him by the third Hokage. Naruto walked at the forefront, carrying Sasuke on his back. Tsunade gazed at his silhouette, her heart filled with emotion. "Shinju, broken yet resilient. The child who inherits your dreams stands here." Within the confines of the short booklet inn, Naruto gently placed the unconscious Sasuke onto the bed, while Jiraiya turned him over, revealing his back to the onlookers. As he lifted Sasuke's garment, 5 flame-like black markings emerged on his smooth skin. However, Jiraiya and Tsunade's attention was not drawn to those fiery symbols, but rather to the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck. Tsunade furrowed her brow as she examined the heavenly cursed seal, sensing a chilling aura emanating from it, eerily reminiscent of Orochimaru's chakra, as if another Orochimaru were lurking within. Jiraiya, filled with curiosity, inquired of Naruto, "Is this the very thing the old man spoke of? The mark left on Sasuke by Orochimaru during the exam?" Naruto donned a striking ensemble of black and orange attire, his hands tucked into his pockets as he remarked, "Indeed. This is the treasure left for Sasuke by Orochimaru, imbued with immense natural energy." "Natural energy? It appears you possess considerable knowledge," came the response. "Let us set aside the matter of the cursed seal for now and focus on calming the turbulent chakra within Sasuke." A hint of concern crossed Naruto's face as he regarded Sasuke's current state. Rest assured, Orochimaru, having such faith in Sasuke, would not allow him to come to harm. Jiraiya placed a hand on Sasuke's back, gently tracing the fiery mark while attuning himself to the flow of chakra within. The original seal atop the cursed mark was designed to somewhat regulate the quantity of natural energy escaping from it. Yet Orochimaru has disrupted this effect with an odd-numbered sealing technique. Tsunade nodded in agreement with Jiraiya's assessment, adding, "It is indeed this peculiar sealing that has rendered Sasuke unable to control the variables, resulting in the chaotic turmoil of chakra within him. This fellow is truly reckless. Then, we must unravel this seal." Jiraiya raised his palm, 5 fingers igniting with chakra of different attributes, which he applied to the 5 fiery patterns. 5-element seal, release. A piercing scream erupted from the unconscious Sasuke as he awoke, writhing in agony. "How dare you, Naruto?" "Ah!" The dark, cloud-like tattoo surged forth from the cursed mark, rapidly enveloping his entire form, his complexion darkening swiftly. Wings resembling hands burst forth from his back, thrashing wildly. His eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, 3 tomos spinning wildly. "Quickly, restrain him." Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune swiftly subdued Sasuke to prevent his violent outburst. "Let me go? That guy dares to." Naruto immediately threw himself onto Sasuke, pressing close to his ear and shouting urgently, "Calm down, Sasuke." Naruto's voice was like a dewdrop falling into a seething cauldron of molten lava. The volcano on the verge of eruption suddenly calmed, transforming into a crystal-clear lake where the droplets sent ripples cascading across the entire surface. Sasuke's 3 tomo in his eyes gradually receded into the abyss of his pupils before vanishing completely, replaced by a 6-pointed star pattern that divided his irises. "Naruto," Sasuke murmured, embracing him with a dazed expression. Twin trails of crimson tears streamed down his cheeks as his eyes reverted to their original dark hue. Naruto continuously reassured Sasuke, whispering softly, "I'm fine, don't worry. I won't be easily defeated." Sensing the steady rhythm of his dear friend's breath, he gently laid Sasuke down and tucked him in with a blanket before the group quietly exited the room. Jiraiya remained silent. Having already surmised why Orochimaru was so invested in Sasuke, Tsunade leaned against the door, her voice barely above a whisper. "Those eyes. This boy truly possesses remarkable talent, just as Orochimaru stated. Naruto, you must keep a close watch on Sasuke. If he were to venture into Orochimaru's grasp, that man would surely..." Naruto could sense Jiraiya's emotions. Ever since Orochimaru's defection years ago, he had not ceased his pursuit of the rogue, searching tirelessly like his past self, hoping for a change of heart in the future. Rest assured, Sasuke knows his limits. "I am serious." A subtle sadness flickered in Jiraiya's eyes. "I am serious too." At the entrance of Konoha, the 2 gatekeepers sat languidly under the awning, as if sensing something. They rose to gaze down the road. Several indistinct figures approached, silhouetted against the sunlight. Steel waved his hand, signaling the subordinate ninja responsible for relaying messages who appeared behind him. Inform the Hokage immediately. Lord Jiraiya has brought back that esteemed individual, who is spreading rumors that I am short. Step forward. Allow me to refine this. Chapter 60. I appoint you as Jonin in the Hokage's office. Tsunade set down the scroll concerning Shikamaru, her expression grave. To be honest, I am not entirely aware of what transpired during the Chunin selection exam. However, the final test was interrupted for some reason, and the third Hokage highly praised your performance in the match. Following that, you single-handedly dealt with 8 opponents to assist Sakura, which impressed many examiners who intend to recommend you for promotion to Chunin. The attending lords also expressed their approval. I hope you will continue to excel and live up to everyone's expectations. Congratulations, from today onward you are a Chunin. Am I the only one who succeeded in the selection? How troublesome. The inherently lazy Shikamaru accepted Tsunade's appointment scroll, listened to a few perfunctory words of encouragement, and departed the office. My shoulders are starting to stiffen. I wish I could indulge in a few drinks to unwind, Tsunade said wearily, handing the scroll concerning Shikamaru to Shizune. The third Hokage chuckled. This is a Naruto greeted the high-ranking officials present in the office. Upon his arrival, the atmosphere turned solemn. Tsunade stood up with a serious expression and said, Naruto, regarding your remarkable efforts in thwarting Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha, saving the third Hokage, and preventing the Jinchuriki of Tsunagakure from going berserk, although you ultimately allowed their Jinchuriki to escape, your current strength has far surpassed that of an ordinary Jonin. Uzumaki Naruto. By the authority of the fifth Hokage, I hereby appoint you as a Jonin of Konoha. Eh? Naruto felt a sense of deja vu, and an unsettling feeling began to brew within him. As expected, Tsunade immediately donned a cheerful smile and added, I've been eager to announce this directly. Suddenly, with a puff of smoke, Irika appeared in the office, carrying a large pile of books and scrolls on his back. Irika, brimming with energy, exclaimed, These are the essential Jonin problem sets you must study now. The fifth Hokage has entrusted me with the responsibility of urging you to work hard. As long as you master these, you can become a Jonin. A terrifying memory surged forth, more daunting than battling the Otsutsuki clan, causing Naruto to retreat repeatedly. No, I don't want to study. Seeing Naruto attempting to flee, Jiraiya quickly grabbed him, saying, Naruto, don't you aspire to become Hokage? These are mandatory courses for becoming a Jonin. The third Hokage set down the orange he was holding, sighing with resignation. Becoming a Jonin requires a foundation of knowledge to properly guide your subordinates during missions. Although your strength has surpassed that of this old man, it appears your talents do not lie in leading others during missions, but rather in handling paperwork, which necessitates further enhancement of your knowledge in this area. Having struggled under Irika's grueling one-on-one tutoring for 2.5 years in his previous life without successfully achieving the Jonin title, Naruto wriggled in Jiraiya's grasp. Just looking at this stuff will take years. Irika shook his finger and replied, This is merely the table of contents. What you need to learn encompasses the entire knowledge of the Konoha library. Let me go, you lecherous sage. Just then, Konohamaru dashed in with a ball, exclaiming, Oh, everyone's here. Naruto gazed at the ball in Konohamaru's hand, slightly astonished. Konohamaru, have you already? Humph, just watch. In full view of the crowd, Konohamaru performed a series of hand seals, transforming into a tall girl with long black hair. Holding the ball proudly against her chest, she declared, Here it comes. With a burst of energy, she unleashed the ball, causing it to explode, while her chest quivered from the force of her movement. The onlookers were left in awe of Konohamaru's display. Could it be that this little rascal was imparting the fourth Hokage's techniques? Such a potent surge of chakra. It was reminiscent of the technique Naruto had employed to defeat Kabuto. Tsunade and Shizune were taken aback by Konohamaru's talent. After all, the grandson of the third Hokage was not even a Genin yet. Mito gaped and sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Sarutobi, what in the world is this? What is it? The third Hokage's bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief. The black-haired girl proudly lifted her chin. What do you think? Progressing quite quickly. But why must it always be an alluring technique? Naruto had never grasped Konohamaru's insistence on this aspect, regardless of their past lives. The girl, fidgeting in frustration, retorted, Isn't it to follow my brother's teachings and enhance my chakra control? I remember saying that the sensation of chakra circulation can only be learned through personal experience. I also advised you on the perseverance required for this. With a soft, whiny tone, she sprawled on the ground, rolling about. I don't understand at all. Why can't my brother explain things properly? I ended up inexplicably enhancing other techniques and still haven't mastered the Rasengan. Indeed. It seemed too early for Naruto to teach Konohamaru the fourth Hokage's Rasengan. Old man, don't you think so? Tsunade seized her words and approached the sofa. Suddenly, 2 figures, blood spraying, crashed through the window, hurtling outside. Lord Third, Lord Advisor. Someone had thrown the bloodied, smiling elders out of the office building. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. The patrolling Umbu were thrown into disarray. Those 2 old geezers, at their age, Jiraiya, you should discipline Naruto. How could such a dangerous technique be allowed for a child? Boom. A white-haired, robust man burst through the wall, sent flying, in the square before the Hokage office. The crowd was abuzz. Nearly all the villagers had gathered, their eyes intently fixed on the figure clad in green atop the building. The third Hokage, with bandages wrapped around his head, placed a newly crafted Hokage hat on Tsunade's head. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted with fervor as they beheld the dawn of a new era for Konoha. The third stepped back to join the two advisors, reflecting, I can finally lay down this burden completely. From now on, you two must come visit this old man for a chat. Tsunade removed the Hokage hat and shouted to the crowd, from this day forth, I shall lead the village of Konoha as the fifth Hokage. Chapter 61. The Splendor of Naruto and Konohamaru. How beautiful, the colorful chakra. Naruto held Hinata's hand as they exited the cinema, engaged in lively conversation about the plot of the film they had just seen. Today marked the grand ceremony for the inauguration of the fifth Hokage, and the streets were bustling with a vibrant crowd, showcasing a plethora of goods. The couple lingered in the commercial district for quite some time, during which Naruto thoughtfully purchased an array of Hinata's favorite snacks, while Hinata was intently fishing out her treats. Naruto pulled out a handkerchief to gently wipe the red bean paste from the corner of her mouth. Wait, Hinata. Naruto suddenly embraced her, causing a blush to bloom on her cheeks. Naruto-kun, we are in the middle of the street. Naruto gathered the strands of silk he had removed from Hinata's hair into a tight ball. It's just spider silk. I've taken it off for you. Surely, it's because the cinema hasn't been cleaned in ages. Huh, why are you closing your eyes, Hinata? Are you not feeling well? Naruto-kun, you are such a fool. Hinata's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she pouted and turned away. Hey, if you two want to be affectionate, take it somewhere else and don't disturb my business. The middle-aged vendor at the fish stall shooed them away, tears streaming down his face. If it were any other day, I would have drenched you with the hose. This is too much. Breathless, the two raced into his small grove and settled on a bench, exchanging smiles. The moon had risen high above the branches, distancing them from the clamor of the streets. As their laughter faded, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Naruto could hear Hinata's heart racing, while Hinata was acutely aware of Naruto's heavy breaths. Naruto-kun, after a brief silence. Hinata lifted her gaze to the luminous moon above and confessed, I truly like you. As exclamations arose from the crowd on the distant streets, resplendent fireworks erupted overhead, capturing the attention of both. How beautiful! Naruto felt a soft sensation on the back of his hand and turned to grasp Hinata's delicate fingers, their hands intertwined. In Hinata's snow-white eyes, a kaleidoscope of colors blossomed. For a long time, she had yearned to hold Naruto's hand while watching the fireworks. Breathing in the scent of gunpowder and smoke wafting through the air, Naruto found himself momentarily lost in the radiance of Hinata's smiling eyes, murmuring, Indeed, it is truly beautiful. Only now, up close, did he truly perceive Hinata's figure. How foolish I was in the past. Had I been able to share moments like this with Hinata sooner, she wouldn't have had to endure such loneliness. No, she replied, it is precisely because I have always been focused on your relentless efforts, Naruto-kun, that I have been able to strengthen my own convictions. Your unwavering determination continuously inspires me. After a lingering silence with no response from him, Hinata turned her head, only to find herself pressed against the bench by Naruto's body. Naruto-kun, I can't breathe, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet his gaze. Naruto's lips curled into a smile as he mused, Hinata must have been anticipating my presence. Just as their faces drew closer, a commanding voice echoed from behind, causing both to stiffen. Naruto turned in a daze, only to behold Hayashi Hyuga shielding Hanabi's eyes while casting an indignant glare at him. Fortunately, I chanced upon Hinata just in time. That scoundrel nearly led to an inappropriate situation. Hayashi thought, his Byakugan nearly shifting to a crimson hue. Father, Hinata exclaimed, pushing the dazed Naruto aside as she rose to bow deeply. Hinata, return with me, Hayashi declared sternly, taking his daughter's hand and turning to leave. He halted momentarily, glancing back at Naruto with a cold voice. You are to come tomorrow to face the consequences. Hanabi, her cheeks flushed, stared wide-eyed, scrutinizing both Naruto and Hinata. Naruto could never have imagined that while in the grove with Hinata, he would encounter Hayashi Hyuga. The ceiling space had already descended into chaos. Dreaded Hayashi. So close. Kushina tugged at the Ninetales' fur, ripping it incessantly. Minato, attempting to intervene, said, Dear, let it go. After all, Naruto is still young. You were about his age when we were together, weren't you? Dreadful. The more Kushina thought about it, the angrier she became. Once again seizing a tail of the Ninetales and gnawing at it. The Ninetales, with its elongated canine mouth agape, expressed disdain. What a pair of foolish parents. Merely creatures of lowly instincts preoccupied with procreation. I can't believe I have been sealed by you. Minato scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling. Haha, my sincerest apologies. The following day, at the Hyuga clan's estate, the members of the Hyuga clan were, as usual, practicing their gentle fist techniques in the courtyard. Hayashi Hyuga, activating his Byakugan, berated anyone he caught, leaving the other clan members in fearful silence. Hizashi and his companions whispered among themselves, what is wrong with Hayashi-sama? He has been in such a foul mood since morning. Did he lose it go to Lord Kakashi, or perhaps burn the vegetable tempura? I heard that the young lady had a secret meeting with that brat of the Ninetales. What if? What? They've barely graduated from school. If they were to have a child, in a fit of rage, the clan leader's ears twitched, and he struck the two whisperers with a sudden blow. Hizashi, I have warned you countless times. Do not think that just because the fifth Hokage has appointed you as a special jounin, you can become complacent. Your chakra purity is lacking. It would be all too easy for you to fall victim to puppet techniques on the battlefield. My deepest apologies, Hizashi said, rising from the ground with darkened eyes, determined to practice his punches. Neji, who was practicing his, paused as he noticed a familiar figure being brought in by a maid at the entrance. He intended to greet them, but upon seeing Naruto holding Hinata's hand, his eye twitched, and he abandoned the thought. Hayashi, equally perturbed, strode into the hall with a palpable aura of menace. Hey, Neji. Naruto, feeling inexplicably unwelcome, muttered to himself. What is the deal with these guys? The maid gave a wry smile. Perhaps the events of the Chunin selection exam have made them overly anxious. That day, Kaiki City was thrown into disarray, and the Cloud Ninja abducted the young lady. Thankfully, Master Neji stepped up to buy time until the clan leader arrived. Their recent rigorous training has left them quite tense. Naruto stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. So, such events transpired. That rascal AI remains as reckless as ever. I wonder why I never noticed this before. Reflecting on the time following the passing of the third Hokage, when only Danzo remained at the helm of Konoha before Tsunade assumed the position, he realized that all the benefits gained from the Cloud Village incident must have found their way into Danzo's pockets. That certainly explains a lot. Naruto confidently patted his chest and vowed, I will seek justice for you. Rest assured, Hinata. Upon hearing such grandiose declarations from her beloved, Hinata felt an overwhelming surge of admiration for his masculine strength and softly replied, I am fine with it. After this, father has been getting along splendidly with Neji, imparting to him the 8 trigrams empty palm technique that defeated the hidden cloud. Yet, a hint of worry crept into her voice as she inquired of the maid. Sister Xia, do you think Naruto-kun will be all right? Do not fret, Hinata. The clan leader is known for his cold exterior but warm heart, came the reassuring reply. In the main hall, Hayashi Hyuga clenched his fists, producing a crackling sound, as he gazed at the sword rack, contemplating which beloved blade to choose. Chapter 62, Orochimaru's Second Transformation. Naruto and Hinata knelt across from Hayashi Hyuga. Despite having experienced such a scene in a past life and having lived in the Hyuga household for a time, he still felt a tinge of awkwardness. The typically timid Hinata mustered her courage and spoke. Father, Naruto-kun is, indeed, you have grown, Hayashi interrupted. I have already investigated everything about Naruto-kun. So there is no need for you to elaborate on your relationship. Eh? Investigating someone's privacy, isn't that a crime? Naruto's retort was silenced by a glance from Hayashi. This little girl's personality must have caused you quite a bit of trouble. I apologize. Hayashi unexpectedly bowed slightly to Naruto. Not at all, to be honest. I quite admire Hinata's character, Naruto replied. As a father, I understand well that her gentle nature makes it challenging for her to be a ninja. Indeed. Hinata is too kind, Naruto interjected firmly. However, I believe that with Hinata's determination, there is no need for concern. She is a hard-working girl and will surely become a top-tier kunoichi on par with Lady Tsunade. Hinata felt a bit uneasy, but Naruto gently patted her hand. And though her face flushed, she no longer trembled. Hayashi-sama's current demeanor is quite intimidating. The pressure is palpable. Hayashi noticed their small gestures but merely furrowed his brows without intervening. Naruto's earlier statement had already clarified his stance. The two exchanged glances for a while until Hayashi, as the girl's parent, broke the silence, glancing at the package Naruto had placed before him, inquiring, what is this? Oh, this is a special cup noodle made by my uncle. I tasted a bit, and it is indeed an extraordinarily rare delicacy, very pure. How thoughtful, despite my earlier remarks. I truly appreciate your patience in accompanying Hinata and helping her surpass her previous limits. Also, during the competition, you facilitated a resolution for Neji. Both Hinata and Neji are indebted to you. No, it is I who should apologize. I should have visited sooner, Naruto insisted, shaking his head. Hayashi then noticed the necklace around Naruto's neck, stating it is of no consequence. I heard that the fifth Hokage was also sought out by you and Jiraiya-sama. That necklace is a token from the fifth Hokage, correct? It is indeed a token of recognition from Lady Tsunade. She believes I can become Hokage one day, Hayashi-san. Hayashi-san? Hayashi's lips twitched slightly as he replied solemnly, to be honest, I was not optimistic about you before, but when Hinata mentioned that Jiraiya-sama took you as a disciple, my perspective shifted. Having connections with the legendary Sannin signifies that you are acknowledged by ninjas of that caliber, and I wish to see how far you can go. Maintain your current relationship until adulthood, and then we will reassess. Father? Hinata looked up in disbelief. She had imagined this day countless times, but never expected her assertive father to permit her to pursue a romantic relationship at such a young age. Then I entrust my daughter to you. However, if you dare to harm her, can you fathom the consequences? As soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto's acute senses tingled, and he felt a chill run down his spine, as if numerous Byakugan eyes were fixated on him, scrutinizing his chakra points. Yet when he turned, he saw the Hyuga clan members practicing diligently. Was that just my imagination? Naruto scratched the back of his head. Hayashi left the hall, internally grumbling. That being said, this kid resembles his parents. They were the same with their early romances. In a dimly lit underground base, flickering candlelight illuminated the room's furnishings. A glass container filled with formaldehyde held a human hand, a ring inscribed with the character for sky adorning its finger. "It seems you have found it," said Kabuto, approaching the bedside with an oil lamp, holding a mask even more sinister than Orochimaru's. "Thank you for your efforts." Orochimaru, trembling under the covers, extended a hand to receive the mask, stating, "After reviewing extensive materials, I discovered why the Edo Tensei for the fourth Hokage had previously failed. His soul was not in the Pure Land. Even though I have not been at the base recently, I am aware of your recent orders." Kabuto adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Orochimaru-sama, is it truly necessary to send the four sound ninja? All 5 of them? Those children seem quite interested in Sasuke, whom I admire. I wish to gauge the extent of Sasuke's current power. Even in terms of strength, Sasuke would hardly stand a chance against them, considering they all possess Jonin-level abilities." Kabuto pushed a wheelchair, assisting Orochimaru into it. "It is precisely for this reason that he is eager to seek me out. However, like before the collapse of Konoha, he will need time to wallow in nostalgia and reaffirm his resolve. My body can no longer endure until he arrives in my arms. Hence I must utilize the last vestige of this body's value. Is the new vessel prepared? It is ready. I have heard that this person's family has had past encounters with Jiraiya-sama. You will surely appreciate it. Only a vessel to replace Sasuke for the next 3 generations." Kabuto wheeled Orochimaru to a desolate chamber, where Jinjiamaru lay battered yet victorious from a brutal battle, yearning to eliminate Orochimaru and reclaim his freedom. When the door opened, the moment he saw the golden serpent eyes, he felt himself ensnared by a massive snake and instantly lost his will to fight. I will set you free and grant you a wish." Jinjiamaru remained silent for a moment, trembling as he pleaded, "You have captured my kin for your experiments. Please let them go. This is merely a trivial matter. Rest assured, your strong will shall remain in my heart as lingering thoughts, so you will not lose everything. Now, I shall claim your body." Orochimaru donned the mask of the Shinigami, speaking slowly, to perform the jutsu recorded in the scroll. "I first require the Shinigami mask from the Uzumaki clan shrine outside Konoha, allowing the Shinigami sealed within to attach to me. By slicing open the Shinigami's abdomen, the seal can be undone, but I must be the sacrifice." As the masked Orochimaru erupted with chakra, she danced wildly, invoking the ethereal projection of the Shinigami behind her. Orochimaru turned slightly and beheld the Shinigami behind her, exclaiming, "So this is the Shinigami." The Shinigami withdrew a dagger from its mouth and plunged it into its own abdomen, slicing open a gash. Consequently, Orochimaru's abdomen erupted with blood and entrails, spilling at Jinjiamaru's feet, leaving him stunned in fear. Now I can release the fourth Hokage's soul from the Shinigami's belly. A mass resembling chakra emerged from the Shinigami's gash, swirling eerily within the chamber. Not the Edo Tensei. Orochimaru opened her mouth, and a white phosphorescent serpent emerged. Witnessing such a horrifying sight, Jinjiamaru's pupils trembled, losing even the courage to speak as the serpent took the opportunity to slither into his mouth. The Death God's mask fell to the ground, and before the shadow of the Death God disappeared, it cast a fleeting glance at Orochimaru, who was engaged in a reincarnation ritual, then turned its gaze to its own gaping wound in the abdomen, raising a hand to scratch its head. The orb of light subsequently merged with the ground, returning to purity. Within the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails suddenly lifted its head and surveyed its surroundings. Minato and Kushino were watching Naruto meet his parents, and amidst the ether, there seemed to be a subtle resonance, causing them to tilt their heads in mutual confusion. Just moments ago, it had experienced an unexpected shiver, followed by an inexplicable sense of relief, as if something had been liberated. Chapter 63, The Feeble Uchiha. The defenses of this village are indeed lax, allowing us to infiltrate with such ease. Perched atop a rocky outcrop, the 4 sound ninjas surveyed the reconstructed Konoha. Due to the ongoing repairs on the East Gate's walls and the recent transition between the old and new Hokages, the 5 had effortlessly penetrated the barriers during a lapse in the protective formations, raising no alarms. Sasuke lay idly on a hospital bed, gazing out the window. Ever since Naruto had carried him back to Konoha, he had been bedridden for some time. Sakura placed a fresh bouquet of flowers on the windowsill each day. Initially, Sasuke had advised her that a girl's focus should be on training to uplift her family, yet Sakura continued to visit him daily, remaining by his side for hours on end. A raven, as dark as ink, flapped its wings and perched on the branch outside the window, its black eyes locking onto Sasuke's, transforming the scene in an instant. Jiraiya sat on the hospital windowsill, gazing into the distance, his voice low. What they desire is not Naruto, but the power within him. They would go to any lengths to obtain it. Rest assured, I will protect Naruto. With a surge of energy, countless ravens burst forth from Jiraiya, morphing into the likeness of Itachi Uchiha. You don't even have the right to die by my hand, Itachi. Clad in a red cloud-patterned cloak, pointed his sword at the golden figure kneeling before him, coldly stating, "You still have potential." No. Sasuke jolted awake from his bed, beads of sweat cascading down like raindrops. "Oh, you're awake?" The Hokage said the medication would make you sleep for a few more hours. Now that you're up, we can change your bandages. I'll call the nurse, Sakura exclaimed, abandoning the half-peeled apple in her hand as she rushed to the nurse's station. That man is not so simple. Even Jiraiya must have moments of laxity. I cannot remain idle. I must grow stronger and eliminate him before he lays his hands on that colossal fool. Sasuke flung off the covers and leapt out the window. By the time Sakura returned with the nurse, the room was empty, save for the fluttering curtains. Sakura was filled with anxiety upon Sasuke's return to the village. She could sense a significant change within him. Sasuke had donned his regular attire, seeking a place to train when a familiar voice resonated behind him. Sasuke, do not dwell on thoughts of revenge. What? Fine wires ensnared Sasuke as Kakashi leaned against the hospital doorframe. His tone icy. I have encountered many like you in this line of work. Those who incessantly seek vengeance often meet a grim fate. You would only inflict deeper wounds upon yourself, experiencing greater suffering. Even if you succeed in your revenge, killing Itachi Uchiha would leave you with nothing but emptiness. Stop rambling. What do you know? Sasuke roared, struggling against his restraints. Sasuke, calm down. Pausing his struggle, a sinister smile crept across Sasuke's face. How about this? I will go and kill the person most important to you, so you can truly grasp the absurdity of your words. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. If you wish to do so, I have no objections. However, I have no one I consider important anymore. One was killed before my eyes, and I took the life of the other myself. Sasuke retorted, I have lived longer than you, and the world has been far more chaotic. I have intimately felt the pain of loss. Yet, one thing is certain, neither of us is fortunate, but we are not the most unfortunate either. Now, we both have found our most important companions, have we not? Sasuke's words struck a chord within him, as the smiles of Naruto and Sakura surfaced in his mind. Because of past losses, I understand. I taught you Chidori because you have something precious to protect. This power is not meant for vengeance. You should know what it is meant for. Ponder it carefully. Kakashi released the wires and vanished, leaving Sasuke in contemplative silence. He stepped into the hospital courtyard, genuinely reflecting on Kakashi's words. On the hospital rooftop, the four companions had been waiting, concerned that Kakashi had not strayed far. Monitoring Sasuke until the moon rose high in the sky, the reckless Doyu could no longer contain himself, impatiently declaring, You timid bunch. I will take matters into my own hands. Zukin responded with a hint of mockery. Oh? All you need is an opponent of Kakashi's caliber with a Sharingan to tear you apart. Enough of your nonsense, freak. You. Zukin's lips turned green with anger. But he endured for the sake of their mission. Women shouldn't speak like that, Jirubo advised. Shut up, you fat pig. Jirubo found himself at a loss for words as the fiercely combative Doyu lashed out at each of his companions. Who are you all, anyway? Sasuke, sensing the commotion from the rooftop, strode forward, silhouetted against the radiant moonlight, hands in pockets, embodying a cool demeanor, silently appearing behind the four. Did the mouse wander into the cat's den? The feeble Uchiha heir. Zukin's lips curled into a grin as the four turned, eyes glinting with malice at Sasuke. Oh? Who are you calling a mouse? Sasuke slowly raised his head, his crimson eyes glimmering with a six-pointed star. A mouse? The bait is set. Naruto removed the small white strip from the fishhook and tossed it into the bucket behind him. Noticing that Sakura's thoughts were far from fishing, he shouldered the rod and remarked, You've been lost in thought all afternoon, Sakura. Is it because of Sasuke? A look of sorrow crossed Sakura's face as she replied. Due to Orochimaru's curse mark, Sasuke was somewhat exhilarated during the Chunin selection exam, but now that he has returned to the village, can he share with me what transpired in the meantime? Naruto responded, Well, that guy Sasuke encountered the very person he wished to meet, only to be bested in a fight. The pride he once felt from gaining power must have been thoroughly crushed by Itachi Uchiha, leaving him ensnared in the delusion of stagnation. Sakura diligently noted the key phrase, softly murmuring, Itachi Uchiha. Naruto scratched his head and recounted various matters concerning Itachi Uchiha, then extended his thumb with a smile, assuring Sakura, Rest assured, no matter what happens, Sasuke will always be Sasuke, I promise. The four of them lay sprawled on the hospital rooftop, their bodies intact but blood seeping from the corner of the incredulous Kankuro's mouth as he exclaimed. How can it be? How can these eyes be so powerful? Jirobo, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, grasped Sasuke's ankle and declared, Lord Orochimaru has ordered us to bring you back. Sasuke exhaled a heavy breath, his six-pointed star reverting to the familiar three-tomo pattern. With a disdainful glance at the group on the ground, he coldly remarked, Humph, how could that fool Orochimaru send a bunch of worthless fools to find me? Among the five, the one with the highest resistance to genjutsu, Tayuya, shakily rose to her feet, her cursed seal's dark skin returning to its original state. She gasped. Staying in this peaceful village, you will never progress. You can never grow stronger. Lord Orochimaru has the power to make you stronger. Sasuke pondered for a moment, then kicked Jirobo's hand away, his tomo dissipating into his normal black eyes. The oppressive illusion holding the four of them vanished, bringing them an unexpected sense of relief. Wait for me outside the village. I will accompany you. The four exchanged glances before vanishing from the rooftop. Chapter 64. Sasuke's departure. Sakura's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she choked out, This is the pain that Sasuke has once endured, his brother. Her voice trailed off, and she added, We should gather with the third Hokage later for a barbecue. Naruto gently shook the water bucket and murmured, After all, as one of the legendary three ninjas, Orochimaru's prowess is known to Sasuke, so he will undoubtedly consider his invitation. Naruto furrowed his brow and glanced towards the nearby bushes. I blame you, CHG, for the loud crunching of your chips. It's quite troublesome. Emerging from the underbrush, Shikamaru, clad in a CH-9 vest, tugged at CHG's scarf, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. We didn't mean to eavesdrop. It was CHG who insisted on coming out at this moment, mentioning that the legendary battle axe catfish appears in the lake at night. This is somewhat of a village secret, and if it gets out, it could cause quite a stir. Uncle Jik probably has mentioned it to you, has he, Shikamaru? Since they had been overheard, Naruto was eager to hear Shikamaru's perspective. Isn't your team the most familiar with Sasuke? Shikamaru settled on the riverbank and replied, if Sasuke were to follow Orochimaru, who attacked Konoha, he would inevitably be classified as a rogue ninja. As you just mentioned, Orochimaru seeks to consume Sasuke. If he were to succeed, the two of you would certainly not relent, would you? If it led to your demise, Hinata, Ino, CHG, and I would undoubtedly seek vengeance. In that case, the Fifth Hokage would surely order a full-scale war against the hostile Sound Village. Taking a deep breath, Shikamaru continued solemnly, if Sasuke truly intends to leave Konoha, it would be prudent to intercept him before he allies with Orochimaru. This would minimize losses, and the Fifth Hokage would likely arrive at the same conclusion. Just as expected from Shikamaru, Naruto couldn't help but commend him. After listening to Shikamaru's analysis, Sakura found herself in a dilemma. Having delved into Sasuke's past, she understood his obsession with vengeance. She recognized that once Sasuke resolved to follow Orochimaru in pursuit of power, he would not look back. Alone, she could never convince Sasuke to change his mind. However, if she pleaded with Naruto, his optimistic nature might also become ensnared in her despair. Even if Naruto were immensely powerful, he would still face danger in the presence of Orochimaru, ultimately giving rise to the war scenario Shikamaru described, a burden heavier than the weights Lee bore. Despite this, she cautioned herself not to stress too much, as these were merely speculations. Honestly, here I am discussing such matters with you all in the open. How bothersome. Shikamaru rose, still holding onto CHG's scarf. CHG, puzzled, asked, aren't we going to grill fish with Naruto, Shikamaru? We won't disturb them. After all, we are teammates, and many things must be understood on our own. CHG then pulled a bag of chips from his pocket and tossed it to Naruto, saying, Naruto, if you encounter any difficulties, be sure to call on me. Naruto took the bag of chips, waved goodbye to the two, and turned to Sakura, saying, do not worry, I have assured you that no matter what happens, Sasuke will always remain Sasuke. As Naruto departed, Sakura silently hugged her knees, unable to comprehend Sasuke in the same way that he did. Nor could she fathom the anguish of being betrayed by the brother she revered above all. At a certain moment, she rose, her gaze resolute, having made her choice. The prosperous Konoha, in the stillness of the night, was left with nothing but the faint chirping of cicadas. Sasuke stood atop a utility pole, his bag slung over his shoulder, greedily absorbing the sight of his hometown, wishing to etch it firmly in his memory before leaving. This was his final glance at his homeland. Jumping down from the pole, his solitary figure elongated by the streetlight. He paused as he spotted a pink-haired girl seated on a nearby bench. Sakura shifted aside, allowing Sasuke to sit beside her. And there they remained in silence upon the bench. This was the closest Sakura had ever been to Sasuke, yet she felt an insurmountable distance between them, far greater than any physical separation. If you are leaving Konoha, take me with you. I wish to follow you and will act according to your wishes. She lowered her head, covering her face as tears streamed through her fingers. Sasuke's heart trembled at her words, but he replied coldly, do you even know what I desire? Whatever it is, I will comply. Sakura exclaimed, embracing Sasuke, weeping against his shoulder, while concealing a kunai in her palm. Suddenly, a clash of electricity erupted, sending arcs of plasma scattering, and the cacophony of birds filled the street. Kakashi seized the moment, yanking Sakura from Sasuke's grasp and shielding her behind him, offering a smile as he questioned, do you really think you can stop Sasuke all by yourself? Kakashi glanced at the scars on his hands, unwelcome memories flooding back, and he declared sternly, if I'm not mistaken, you intend to use Chidori on your comrade, Sasuke. Chidori is not a power to wield against an ally. Sasuke reached for his wrist, his tone icy. Are you here to stop me, Kakashi? It's late. What are you truly planning to do? Kakashi inquired. I appreciate your guidance in gaining strength, but it is insufficient. I cannot obtain what I seek in this perfunctory place. I must go to the other of the legendary three for power. Sasuke's eyes glimmered with the three tomo, and Kakashi felt a burning sensation emanating from his body as flames ignited, engulfing him entirely. Kakashi-sensei. From Sakura's perspective, the two merely exchanged glances, causing Kakashi to tremble. He waved his hand, shouting, don't come any closer. He then lifted his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan, stating, only after witnessing Itachi's Sharingan did I understand its true power. I never imagined I would wield this power against his brother, Sasuke. The tomo in his eye merged into a shuriken shape, and the flames in his line of sight extinguished, replaced by multiple muscular dogs that ensnared Sasuke. Unfazed by the muscular beasts clinging to him, Sasuke merely regarded Kakashi's Sharingan with curiosity, then smirked. After obtaining that Manjiki, how much has your vision deteriorated? Kakashi, incredulous, responded. Sasuke, could it be that you? Sasuke's eyes displayed a six-pointed star, an eerie sight beneath the moonlight. The moment the star appeared, the restraints on Sasuke were lifted. And Kakashi found himself immobilized, his chakra flow sluggish. Can you feel this power? It far surpasses that imitation of yours. This is the true strength of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke's shoulders shook with laughter. Kakashi, even if you are formidable, you cannot stop me when your body cannot move. Unless you can twist my head off with that ridiculous eye of yours. Sasuke brushed past Kakashi, whose expression was a mix of complexity. You are fortunate. I differ from that man. I disdain the path he has taken. The guards at the village entrance succumbed to Sasuke's genjutsu. Falling into slumber as he halted his steps. A sharp kunai pressed against his back, and in that critical moment, Sakura hesitated, ultimately unable to strike. Sasuke turned to her, raising his hand. Having lost her opportunity, Sakura resigned herself, tightly closing her eyes as she awaited the inevitable, her mind flashing with images of her parents' smiles. The daily antics of Team 7 and Naruto's beaming face. I'm sorry, Naruto, I couldn't stop Sasuke, and now I will perish by his hand. The anticipated pain never came. Instead, she felt a gentle poke on her forehead, and her eyes widened in surprise. Sasuke, with an apologetic expression, softly uttered, "Forgive me, Sakura." The six-pointed star in his eyes flickered as Sakura found herself immobilized, unable to move. In an hour, you will be free to move again. He withdrew his finger and turned to exit the village, his figure melding into the shadows. Chapter 65, Sasuke's return. On the distant horizon, the dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. Within the forest, Sasuke halted, and the four companions revealed themselves. Lord Sasuke, this is far enough. We are already a distance from Konoha. A sense of unease stirred within Sasuke, his expression darkening. What is it? To be honest, Lord Orochimaru has given us an important task. Zekin's eyes gleamed with intensity. We need to ensure you die once. Sasuke placed his hand on the cursed seal on his wrist, gripping two kunai impatiently. Then let us get on with it. Kabamaru waved his hands frantically. That is not what we mean, Lord Sasuke. Zekin, hurry and bring out the awakening pill. Zekin knelt, presenting a glass vial to Sasuke. This pill can forcibly elevate the level of your cursed seal. Your second form of the cursed seal has flaws, but elevating its state will lead to immediate death. This is why we have become your guards. We will use barrier ninjutsu to minimize the side effects, easing the process of death into a state of apparent death. Sasuke poured a pill from the vial, images of Naruto and Itachi flashing through his mind. I cannot afford to die now. I beg you. The pill dissolved upon contact, and the side effects manifested instantly as Sasuke's vitality plummeted. As he consumed the pill, Zekin unfurled a scroll, summoning a wooden coffin. Waljerby quickly placed Sasuke inside. The four companions invoked the four black mist formation, enveloping the forest in dense, dark fog, which shrank into the coffin. Seal of Black. Zekin flung several talismans around the coffin, and their intricate coordination swiftly completed the complex procedure. Not far in the forest, Nara Shikamaru, Inazuka Kiba, Narashikaku, and Yamanaka Ino arrived, weary from their journey. The trio of the Flying Thunder God collapsed in exhaustion, with Kiba gulping down water offered by Ino, exclaiming, I'm dead tired. I never anticipated this mission would take so long. A gentle breeze swept through, and apart from the still inexperienced Kiba, the other four sensed something amiss. Shikamaru whispered, Kiba, follow me. As soon as the words fell, the figures of the two vanished from sight. The quartet of Sound Ninja paused on the forest path, halted by the presence of two special jonin from Konoha. I recall that you are affiliated with Orochimaru. Am I correct? Judging by your trajectory, it seems you are on your way back from Konoha, one of them remarked. Noera Jenkin noticed the barrel coffin behind Jirubo and inquired, what lies within that? A curse mark appeared on the faces of the four, and in that instant, battle erupted. When Shizen and her companion located them, the two were already lying in the underbrush, barely clinging to life. A golden figure darted through the forest, deftly dismantling traps set by the quartet to prevent any unfortunate injuries. Based on their chakra signatures, it was evident that they had recently encountered teacher Yukushi and Scars, and were now severely depleted of energy. In the ceiling space, Minato smiled and remarked, Genkan's strength, akin to Rato's, remains formidable, with the intelligence you provided. Those enemies should be resting somewhere nearby. The Ninetails opened its eyes and cautioned, wait. Another chakra presence is rapidly approaching those individuals. Your movements are too sluggish. The quartet, gathered together to recuperate, lifted their heads as a faint lavender figure materialized atop the treetops. What brings you here? Soken frowned. Has your body already? Kisame discerned the concern in their words and revealed a look of relief, stating, I am no longer reliant on my physical form. My spirit sustains me now. You also glanced back, offering a wry smile. Truly, you are an unyielding soul. Kisame's figure appeared among them, caressing the barrel coffin with a hint of envy. To touch a fragment of Lord Orochimaru's dream is indeed a remarkable sensation. This vessel contains the true form that Lord Orochimaru yearns for. Your pace is rather languid. Mr. Kabuto has informed me that my time is limited, and I may not await your return. He lifted the barrel coffin and declared, you must fulfill your mission of success at all costs. While my purpose is to deliver this to Lord Orochimaru, that is the only thing I can do now. You imply that there are pursuers behind us? Gaeta queried, flicking his fingers. He had left a web of traps along the way, but had detected no nearby pursuers. My time is precious. I wish to catch a glimpse of Lord Orochimaru before my spirit can no longer endure. So farewell, my friends. As they watched Kisame's gaunt figure disappear into the thicket, Jirubo lamented, this should be our final meeting. I never anticipated that our strongest member, Kisame, would depart before us. The expressions of the other three mirrored his melancholy. Found you. Leaves swirled as the golden figure emerged at the center of the group. Gaeta gasped in disbelief. It's that guy. Impossible. My sensory traps. The taut strands of his web snapped, as Naruto in his golden form arrived even faster than the web could convey. Rasengan. For Rasengan materialized behind Naruto, and the claws of chakra propelled them towards their foes, carving deep trenches into the ground. As they were struck at their vital points, the quartet activated their curse mark's second form, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Injured, Zoken interchanged bodies with his counterpart, swiftly recovering from his wounds. Observing that Zoken intended to resist, Naruto intervened. You would do well to submit. I have no desire, Zoken shouted defiantly. We shall not allow you to approach Lord Sasuke so easily. We have been entrusted as his guardians. Everyone, this is our final barrier. Age 10 rebirth. Suddenly, a dark spot appeared somewhere in the forest, expanding rapidly into a semicircular barrier, pushing trees aside and excavating a large pit. Naruto blinked in confusion. The expanse of crimson half-dome enveloping him, leaving him puzzled as to why he had suddenly found himself in this peculiar place. He chuckled softly, pondering that no matter how formidable one may be, if the soul were to linger outside the body for too long, life would inevitably slip away. The four figures stood at a distance, their faces illuminated with triumphant smiles, for even if their souls were vanquished within this barrier, as long as the barrier remained intact, Naruto would succumb to death due to his soul's prolonged absence from his corporeal form. Naruto pointed at a few individuals, indignantly exclaiming, Hey? How despicable of you! Is it not merely a reflection of your Navet? Truly, you are a fool. Meanwhile, Doyo produced a flute, intending to exploit the terrain for a 5-on-1 confrontation. Secretly rejoicing, even if he can thwart Lord Orochimaru's assassination attempt on the Hokage, we currently hold the advantage. Victory is within our grasp. Two figures, a man and a woman, emerged from behind Naruto, each resting a hand on his shoulders. Why are there other souls present here? Right Near was astonished. The barrier he had established enveloped only the 6 of them. Mom, Dad, how could you be here? Naruto's voice resonated with surprise within the confines of the barrier. Naruto discovered the location of the 4, where lifeless bodies lay scattered, their souls seemingly departed, relying solely on their physical instincts to channel chakra for survival. Humph. This little brat is rather careless. It had been a while since he had breathed in fresh air. He let out a sigh. His golden form swayed slightly before he crouched down, tilting his head and scratching his chin with his hind leg. At the moment Naruto's soul departed, the Nine-Tail seized control of Naruto's body, adeptly sensing the malevolent thoughts emanating from the depths of the 4 souls. Instantly, it propelled Naruto's body to the front of the realm of reincarnation. Little son, it's time to rise. Several chains erupted from Kushina's body, and as she pressed her hands against the ground, 3 mighty gates of the afterlife began to rise in an attempt to obstruct the onslaught. Shadow Clone Jutsu with Shuriken. A flash of azure light appeared as the specially crafted Shuriken transformed into a torrential downpour of blades, akin to a Grim Reaper's Gatling gun ignited with blue flames, relentlessly bombarding the gates and creating gaping holes within them. The Shuriken scattered throughout the interior of the barrier, while the chain snaked through the openings, binding the 2 brothers. Next came the long-awaited spiral flashing will dance. Minato detonated a flash bomb, its dazzling golden light weaving through various marked locations. The radiance emitted by the bomb pursued Minato's figure, yet before it could catch up, it was compelled to turn and follow him again, painting the arena with countless exquisite golden shadows, swiftly eliminating the remaining 3 who sought to rescue their comrades. Why? Why is such a powerful soul present here? The proximity of the brothers was palpable, their eyes widened with disbelief. Even in our absence, you are no match for this child. Kushina retracted the chains, extracting the chakra from their bodies entirely, causing them to collapse to the ground. Incredible! Naruto couldn't help but exclaim. Kushina playfully hooked her arm around Naruto's neck, grinning. As parents, we sometimes wish to be admired by our own child, you know? With a cackle, the golden figure wielded the dark-tailed beast ball, piercing through the heavens, causing the 5 fallen to dissipate into specks of light. Go and catch up with Sasuke, make things clear. Good luck, my son. The Minato couple placed their hands once more on Naruto's shoulder, their consciousness merging back into his being, as the Nine-Tails relinquished control, and Naruto continued in pursuit of Kimimaro. Kimimaro set the coffin on the grass, and Naruto appeared behind him. Your speed exceeds my expectations. As his heart raced and blood coursed faster, a bone began to protrude from his shoulder. Grasping the bone spike in his hand, he calmly declared, Sasuke is Lord Orochimaru's dream, and I shall protect that dream. Kimimaro's gaze pierced Naruto's heart, a familiar look, one belonging to a lonely soul who has finally found someone to rely upon. Naruto clutched his chest and spoke slowly. I can sense that your body is no longer fit for battle. Surrender, for you are not my opponent. Do not squander your final moments here. Go meet Orochimaru one last time. Upon hearing this, Kimimaro paused slightly, then revealed a faint, sorrowful smile. There is no need for that. When he sees Sasuke, he will undoubtedly express greater joy than he would upon seeing me. I am content to live on in Lord Orochimaru's memories. Such words pierced Naruto's heart. He coldly replied, Do not live solely for others. You must consider your own circumstances, you fool. Living may not always hold significance. But to survive is to have the potential to discover something meaningful. Lord Orochimaru has found Sasuke, and I have found Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro, much like Haku, was willing to sacrifice his life for those he sought to protect. For those who have experienced solitude fear nothing more than that loneliness. The golden hand reached towards the container coffin, only to be pierced by the hardened bone spikes. Kimimaro shielded the coffin, the crescent-shaped black pattern spreading across his chest. He raised his hand towards Naruto, declaring, Even if I have lost the purpose of becoming a vessel, I shall carry back Lord Orochimaru's dream. The skeletal fingertips were propelled outward, hurtling towards Naruto with the speed of a bullet. However, such an assault was far too simple for Naruto. He merely raised his hand, waved it a few times, and released his grip, casting the 10 bones onto the ground. Cease these futile attacks. They will only shorten your remaining time. Just as the two remained locked in their tense standoff, black smoke erupted from the coffin, and Sasuke, with skin as dark as night, broke free from its confines. His waist-length hair reverted to its original length as he felt the immense power within him, gazing at his hands with a sinister grin. Naruto's eyes brightened. Hey, Sasuke. I have something to tell you. Sasuke glanced back at Naruto for a moment before darting towards the border of the Land of Fire. Jumuru. His body enveloped in cursed seals, sprouted a long tail, his sickly pale skin transforming into a robust, healthy shade akin to that of a sun-kissed individual. With a swift motion, he extracted his own spine, wielding it like a whip aimed at Naruto. Dance of the Iron Wire Flower. The claws of chakra seized the bone whip, and Naruto, with a hint of sorrow, implored, You, like me, live for an important dream. Please, cease this madness. Observing how effortlessly Naruto could withstand his relentless assaults, Jumuru realized he lacked the strength to impede him any further. He crouched down, pressing one hand against the ground. Gritting his teeth as he declared, Dance of the Early Fern. Countless bone spikes erupted from his body, and the earth around him heaved with a multitude of white bones. Sprouting like mushrooms after rain, swiftly transforming the once flat plain into a forest of bones. 2 immense claws of chakra anchored themselves to the ground, lifting Naruto high above, sparing him from the fate of being pierced by the jagged bones. This fellow had gone so far for Orochimaru, shaking his head with a sigh. Were it not for his respect for someone so similar, Naruto would not wish to witness Jumuru's solitary demise. In truth, Naruto could have easily bypassed Jumuru without wasting time on him. As Jumuru's upper body emerged from the bones, he coughed blood, realizing that such extensive attacks could not harm Naruto. Exhausted and on the brink of collapse, he murmured, Even in my dying state, I fight for the dreams of Lord Orochimaru. I do not live for others. I live for those who are important to me, for my own will. Indeed, Orochimaru must surely hold your memories, Naruto responded, extending his thumb in approval. Thank you. Jumuru's entire body stiffened, a smile breaking upon his face in response. In that moment, his heartbeat came to a halt. Naruto landed on the ground, pursuing the direction in which Sasuke had just fled. Fully aware that Sasuke would undoubtedly be found at that very location, a waterfall obstructed Sasuke's path, with 2 towering statues standing majestically on either side, each holding opposing seals. Sasuke halted his steps and spoke in a low voice. Have you come to stop me as well? Would you care to test your strength? I assure you, I will not be defeated by you now. Naruto returned to his normal state, stepping out from the woods behind him, shaking his head and saying, Life is a narrative woven with moments of profound confusion, punctuated by instances of growth. I believe Sasuke has pondered this deeply. Indeed, one can rapidly enhance their strength under Orochimaru's tutelage, but one must exercise caution and be vigilant. Then step aside. Sasuke's eyes revealed 3 Tomo as he leaped from the waterfall, clenching his fists and shouting, I will no longer wallow in misery like a fallen soul, paralyzed not by my legs, but by my mind. Fire style, great fireball technique. A searing fireball surged towards Naruto, skimming the cascading waterfall. Wind style, gale palm. A powerful gust erupted from Naruto's palm, forming a barrier of wind between the two. The great fireball collided with the wind wall, momentarily suspended in midair, as the wind fanned the flames, causing the brilliant plasma to radiate with even greater luminosity. With a resounding explosion, the entire waterfall briefly ceased its flow, unleashing a cloud of vapor that enveloped the surroundings. Naruto leaped down from the statue, only to be met by Sasuke's fierce assault. Clang! The Raikiri clashed with the Shuriken, sending sparks flying. I've longed for this battle, Sasuke declared, dark markings appearing on his face, significantly augmenting his strength, momentarily overpowering Naruto in their struggle. Their gazes locked, and Sasuke's head emerged from Naruto's shoulder, their proximity causing their ears to almost brush against each other. With a hint of exasperation, Naruto remarked, even in battle, your closeness is rather excessive, Sasuke. His eyes transformed into those of a toad, red shadows blooming at their corners, as his chakra settled into tranquility, causing the head on his shoulder to vanish, and suddenly, Sasuke found himself countered. Why is it that you always possess peculiar abilities and inexplicable techniques? Sasuke swept his leg low, but Naruto's foot connected with his, thwarting the momentum of the strike. Seizing the moment, Sasuke withdrew, massive hands erupting from his back, his skin darkening, a black cross appearing between his brows, and his hair lightening. I am thoroughly exhausted from these ninja games we play. You cannot comprehend my desperate need for power. Forgive me, Naruto, forgive me, he whispered. After their prior testing of strength, it was now that Sasuke resolutely cast aside his obsessions, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards Naruto without warning. Naruto sensed the fluctuations of energy and swiftly turned his head to evade the light gun. Simultaneously, he advanced, raising the Rasengan in his hand and pressing it against the light gun as he charged towards Sasuke. The immense palm was torn and sent flying by the Rasengan, causing Sasuke to furrow his brow, acutely aware that Naruto was incessantly disrupting the power of the cursed seal. Naruto raised his fist before Sasuke and said, "Go pursue what you desire. If you falter, let it be my fault. Should you grow weary, simply lean back. I shall always be behind you." Sasuke paused momentarily, his waist-length hair retracting, the dark markings on his ebony skin receding back into the cursed seal, transforming him back to his original form. What a complete fool. Their fists collided with a resounding thud, and Naruto grinned widely. You have 3 years, make sure to grow stronger. After 3 years, I will seek you out. Understood. Sasuke replied impatiently, waving his hand as he turned to depart towards the borders of the Land of Fire, a faint smile gracing his lips. As Naruto watched Sasuke's departing figure, he stretched lazily before turning towards the direction of Konohagakure. Through the messages provided by the four, Sasuke located Orochimaru's base, where Kabuto had long awaited him. With a smile, he greeted, "You have finally arrived. Lord Orochimaru has been expecting you." Sasuke brushed past him, coldly replying, "Spare me the pleasantries. Where's what you promised? It has been prepared for you. Follow me." Kabuto adjusted his glasses and led Sasuke to a laboratory. In the center stood a long table, neatly stacked with 3 scrolls. "Sasuke, these are basic ninjutsu prepared by Lord Orochimaru for individuals like us. Being a descendant of the Uchiha clan, you should be familiar with the first jutsu, the fireball technique, which launches small fireballs. I want to elaborate further on that." Kabuto continued. "This one allows the user to unleash high-pressure water jets to attack enemies, while this utilizes vine-like plants to ensnare foes with wood-release techniques. Choose one to practice." After scrutinizing the options for a moment, Sasuke felt no need to learn any of them. He was already proficient in fire release, had little expertise in water release, and lacked the means to even perform the wood-release technique. With a disdainful snort, he remarked, "Is this a joke? Are you trying to fool me with these trivial techniques?" Raising his right hand, a surge of electricity crackled forth, resembling a grasp of lightning, chaotic and loud like 1,000 birds singing simultaneously. The Chidori illuminated the entire laboratory, dazzling Kabuto. "I already possess something far more powerful." "I see. Sasuke-kun has already mastered Chidori." Kabuto adjusted his glasses amidst the brilliance. Sasuke withdrew his chakra and stated, "I require even greater power." In his mind, a radiant figure grinned, calling out, "Rasengan. Wind release, Rasengan. Super large ball Rasengan barrage." "Understood. Follow me. There are things in the inner chamber that may pique your interest, which will help you become more familiar with the cursed seal." The shadows of the two were elongated by the flickering candlelight until swallowed by the darkness deep within the cave. "In a hospital room in Konohagakure," Tsunade exclaimed. "Do not bring up such unreasonable demands again. I have already made an exception by allowing you to pursue Sasuke alone." Naruto, with his hands clasped in prayer, implored, "Please, Granny Tsunade, grant me 3 years. After that, I will bring Sasuke back. Do not label him a rogue ninja just yet." Tsunade, pressing her forehead with her palm, was visibly frustrated. The third Hokage, pipe in mouth, mused, "Do you truly have such faith that Sasuke will return? Because he is my comrade. We made a promise. Then I, as an old man, have no objections, as this is a matter between you young people." Jiraiya, leaning silently against the door, spoke up. "I have received news from acquaintances released from Orochimaru's base. He has completed his reincarnation. This means that Sasuke will remain safe for the next 3 years, and Orochimaru will patiently guide him in his training. Do not smoke in the hospital." Tsunade pressed her thumb against the third's pipe, extinguishing it with her bare hand. Everyone in the room awaited her verdict. "Honestly, I have no way to deal with you," she sighed, putting away the wanted notice. "I will grant you 3 years. If Sasuke does not return by then, I will label him a rogue ninja and initiate a pursuit to prevent Orochimaru from acquiring the power of the Uchiha." Sakura cheered. "Lady Tsunade, that's wonderful." Kakashi also smiled. A tall and short figure walked along the streets of Konohagakure. The golden-haired boy, with his hands behind his head, smirked. "What? So he was still in the village? You scared me." The dark-haired man felt something was amiss. He halted, gazing at the shadowy rocks pensively. The golden-haired boy, following his gaze, gasped in astonishment. Huh? Where did Dad's shadow clones go? The dark-haired man gritted his teeth and, with a few leaps, landed atop a nearby water tower, followed closely by the confused golden-haired boy. Sasuke-sensei, Sasuke murmured while gazing at the village. Boruto, this is the Konoha of the past. Chapter 66. Welcome to Naruto's new generation beep. The Ninetales was gathering chakra, a sharp voice echoing in its mind. Ever since their chakra had intertwined, they could converse across the limitations of distance in a deeper space. Cough cough, Naruto, someone is looking for you. In the deeper space, Gaara stood beside Shikaku, uneasily asking, Shikaku, do you think Naruto will really come? We were once adversaries. He might ignore me. Please. Isn't he here already? As soon as Shikaku finished speaking, Gaara's eyes brightened as Naruto and the Ninetales appeared before them. Hey Gaara, Shikaku. Naruto greeted them, curiosity evident in his voice. So you two have become friends? Gaara, experiencing friendship for the first time, felt somewhat awkward. After returning last time, we became friends. I never imagined you would go through so much. Isn't that wonderful? I am not the same as before. Now I have you and everyone around me. Seeing Naruto's vibrant spirit eased Gaara's tension. I heard news about Sasuke leaving Konoha, which is why I asked Shikaku to bring me here. If you don't mind, feel free to chat with me anytime. I am always available. Naruto chuckled, rest assured. How could I ever harbor disdain for Gaara? Aren't we the best of friends? It is no wonder you have become such an exceptional Hokage. Sasuke must feel fortunate to have had you as a companion for so long. But have you ever considered that you and Sasuke are fundamentally different? Gaara smoothly redirected the conversation, saying, I was merely speaking offhandedly. Do not take it to heart. He is your friend, and he is also mine. Should I come across him, I will ensure his safety. Then I shall rely on you. I must attend to the lecherous sage's errands. We shall converse again soon. It seemed as though something was amiss outside, prompting Naruto to hastily disconnect. Gaara shook his head, no worries. Once both parties exited the deep space, Gaara wore a sweet smile. At the breakfast table, Kankuro exchanged glances with Temari, whispering, what transpired? Since last night when we received news of Sasuke's departure from Konoha, Gaara appears to be unusually cheerful. Were their past grievances truly that severe? Temari lowered her voice, shoo. Regardless, let him remain happy. Gaara presented a book titled Sweet Tea Conversations before Temari, feeling a tad shy as he said, Sister, I finished the book you lent me last time. Do you have any other recommendations? In a certain bathhouse in Konoha, a thunderous roar erupted. Catch that peeping Tom. Due to Naruto's momentary distraction, the bathhouse owner spotted someone using binoculars to spy. Jiraiya, sensing the danger, swiftly turned to flee, grumbling as he passed Naruto. Wasn't I supposed to have you watch my back? How can you blame me for letting my apprentice handle these matters, you lecherous sage? The two formidable figures rushed out, pursued by a throng of outraged women and righteous men, creating chaos in the streets. Boruto, hands in his pockets, scanned his surroundings with curiosity. Every corner of the bygone era of Konoha was a source of fascination for him. Sasuke finally emerged from a narrow alley, and upon sighting him, Boruto couldn't help but comment, Mr. Sasuke's fashion sense is rather outdated. Sasuke, draped in a trench coat and topped with a matching fisherman's hat, was thoroughly bundled up. As per Rika's counsel, we must always tread carefully. I cannot afford to engage too closely with those I know, nor can I encounter my past self. Indeed, Mr. Sasuke is excessively cautious. Sasuke deliberately evaded Sakura, who was searching for Naruto, but Boruto collided with a figure rushing around the corner. Boruto rubbed his forehead, exclaiming, ouch, that hurt. Can't you watch where you're going? That should be my line. And so, the two strikingly similar individuals met, with Sasuke expressionless as he deduced the situation. Father. Boruto instinctively exclaimed upon recognizing the other, quickly covering his mouth. Boruto. Hearing the familiar voice, Naruto's eyes widened. Sasuke furrowed his brow, cautiously inquiring. How do you know his name? Naruto rose from the ground and cautiously approached Sasuke, gently touching the empty left sleeve concealed beneath his coat. He pondered aloud. Could it be? Just then, Jiraiya's frantic shout interrupted Naruto's thoughts. The trio turned to the corner, where Jiraiya was being pursued by a large group of people. I almost forgot. It's all that perverted sage's fault. Seeing the panic-stricken expressions on Naruto and Jiraiya, Sasuke wore a grave look, surprised at how quickly the situation had escalated. Are you being hunted? Sasuke inquired. Jiraiya, running towards them in a state of alarm, exclaimed, Indeed. It's true. Boruto exchanged a glance with him, stepping forward to shield Naruto, saying, Leave it to us, shall we? Is that all right? Then I entrust it to you. Jiraiya halted, placing a pair of binoculars into Boruto's hands. Boruto stared blankly at the binoculars, watching Jiraiya and Naruto vanish into the distance. While Sasuke felt an ominous premonition. Found you. A pair of peeping toms, one large and one small. The owner of the bathhouse appeared behind them, accusing Boruto and Sasuke of their misdeeds. Sasuke murmured emotionlessly, those foolish master and apprentice. We're saved. Thankfully, my shadow clone managed to fend off that detestable bathhouse owner. Jiraiya, lurking in the shadows, peeked out. Naruto, equally relieved, remarked disdainfully, always peeping, and now he is shifting the blame onto Boruto. Truly, he is the perverted sage. Jiraiya retorted angrily. How many times must I say it? This is research, not peeping. Old man, why are you here? Just then, the third Hokage, pipe in mouth, appeared. He had been using a crystal ball to monitor Jiraiya and Naruto's antics, condemning their actions, only to find Naruto conversing with two suspicious individuals who seemed rather familiar. Have we met before? Is the old man also spying? Naruto quickly identified the flaw in his logic. Jiraiya scoffed. Do I even need to say? The old man is definitely spying on my research. Humph. Would I engage in such trivial pursuits? Suddenly, Tsunade's voice resonated behind them. The trio turned mechanically to face her. Tsunade, old man, I assure you. After enduring a tough reprimand, they knelt before Tsunade, their voices quivering. Lady Tsunade, please forgive us. Bystanders scattered. Avoiding the scene as Tsunade's reputation for being formidable proved true. The third Hokage, despite his age, had been left battered. And the fear of them being caught in her wrath was palpable. You three foolish master and apprentice. Tsunade turned to the wronged Sasuke and Boruto, saying, I am Tsunade, the fifth Hokage of Konoha. You seem unfamiliar. What brings you to the village? Sasuke, having disguised himself in his youth, calmly replied, we are performers, traveling from place to make a living. He then produced a small ball from his pocket and tossed it into the air. They looked up to see Sasuke raise his right hand, clenching it into a fist and shouting, Ka. The ball exploded, releasing several colorful ribbons. Though not on par with a ninja, they managed to perform some minor ninjutsu, relying on such skills for their livelihood. After Sasuke finished narrating their fabricated backstory, Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Naruto and, hands on her hips, declared, You two seem unaware of the recent events in the village. A genin has departed from Konoha, and thus the village is currently under partial alert. I cannot easily trust you both. I will assign someone to monitor your every move. Do you have any objections? Naruto raised his hand and volunteered, Tsunade Baba, allow me to keep watch over them. Understanding his intention, Tsunade nodded. However, Sasuke's attention remained fixated on the third Hokage, who was kneeling on the ground. His brow furrowed momentarily, a fleeting sign of concern. If this is the case, it seems the third has perished in battle. Did some incident occur during my absence? What exactly transpired? This very moment caught Jiraiya's keen eye. Tsunade turned to him, stating, Then I entrust the two of them to you and Naruto. Jiraiya retorted, somewhat indignant, What? Naruto is one thing, as he volunteered. But why must I endure this burden as well? Do you have any idea how busy I am? If it were to keep an eye on charming young ladies, perhaps I would consider it, but such a task is one I shall not undertake. As Naruto contemplated his next move, Boruto, deeply rooted in his family's legacy, stepped forward first and exclaimed, Uncle. A wisp of smoke enveloped the scene, revealing the pure and charming Himawari before him, who sweetly inquired, Is this acceptable? Jiraiya's large nostrils exhaled two plumes of white smoke reminiscent of a train's chimney. It feels different from Naruto. Absolutely splendid. Leave this arduous task to me, the white-haired youth. Jiraiya, kneeling nearby, the third Hokage lowered his head, his nostrils aflame. With his precise control over chakra, he managed to keep the blood from his nose firmly contained. Silently reflecting, I almost lost my composure. This little one is quite a character. Then I entrust this to you. Old man, come back to my office. There are documents that require your attention. Tsunade, preferring to avoid unnecessary sights, waved her hand and departed. Boruto, resting his hands behind his head, sighed in relief, saying, It feels like I've exhausted a lifetime of tension right here. Naruto rested his hands behind his head and remarked with a smirk, It's all due to Boruto's sudden appearance. Ultimately, one must blame the perverted sage for this. Jiraiya, who had just been boasting grandly in front of Boruto, had mysteriously vanished at some point, leaving Naruto to sigh in resignation as he realized the elder had fled once again. Sasuke, with a serious demeanor, inquired, Naruto, how did you come to know Boruto's name? Huh, no wonder I always felt something was amiss. Boruto, albeit belatedly, recognized the oddity. Despite possessing a clarity of thought that surpassed his peers, he had always regarded Naruto as the familiar figure of his father, thus failing to sense any dissonance. I'll gradually explain the specifics later. In any case, a lot has transpired. Let us head to my house, Boruto. Naruto then turned his gaze towards this long-lost dear friend, his eyes sparkling as he addressed Sasuke. Sasuke, the young Sasuke, who had witnessed countless tempests, began to contemplate a certain possibility, murmuring in disbelief, Hey, you can't be. Naruto turned his back and gave a thumbs up, cheerfully exclaiming, This was once the seat of the seventh Hokage. Sasuke sighed and remarked, Indeed. Upon seeing the third Hokage, I began to harbor doubts. When did the underdog arrive? Naruto gazed at Sasuke's intact eyes, resting his finger against his chin, and confidently declared, It is many years later than when you arrived with Boruto, amidst the Otsutsuki. Sasuke silenced Naruto's incessant chatter by covering his mouth, coldly retorting, Enough. There is no need to burden me with superfluous words, you time-wasting laggard. Boruto gasped in astonishment, Dad too? Sasuke replied softly, Your father hails from a different temporal point. His time travel apparatus is likely dissimilar to ours. He possesses the ability to alter the timeline, which implies that he has transported us to an alternate past. Boruto retrieved a slumbering plow from his small pouch and murmured, "Is that true?" The Laboratories magazine just published findings on capturing the reverse operating tau neutrino, suggesting the possibility of parallel worlds. Riding on NASA's coattails, hee. Naruto pried open Sasuke's hand and gasped. It's pretty much like what Shikamaru said before. In any case, this is how it is. I have so many regrets. So let's just head to my house first. Truly, it was the kind of foolishness only a simpleton would commit. Sasuke exhaled a deep breath and followed suit. The trio arrived at Naruto's home, and thanks to Hinata frequently coming over to tidy up, Naruto's living environment was vastly improved compared to his childhood in the past. Is Dad living alone now? Boruto inquired, gazing curiously at the lively abode. As Naruto prepared a change of clothes for his son, he explained, I suppose so. Your grandparents had already passed away by the time I was born. Upon hearing this, Boruto fell silent. Due to his work commitments, Naruto had seldom spoken of his childhood, relying instead on Hinata to recount the fragments of his past. Seeing the hint of melancholy in his expression, Naruto approached Boruto, who was nearly his height, and gently remarked, "But both of them are very happy now, Boruto." Sasuke, momentarily taken aback, replied helplessly, "Forget it. In the ceiling space, little Boruto is utterly adorable. Grandma longs to give him a kiss. How fortunate that fellow, Hisashi, did not perish." Kushina playfully nipped at Minato, who wore a wry smile. Chapter 67. Father and son, please put me down, Dad. This is so embarrassing. Boruto protested softly, his face flushed. At that moment, he was perched upon Naruto's shoulders, paraded through the streets, attracting curious glances from passersby. With a hint of pleading in his voice, Naruto said, "Once you return, I won't be able to see you again. Let us relish this long-awaited father-son time together." Boruto was momentarily taken aback, finding himself at the mercy of Naruto, who was nearly his age. Unable to locate Sasuke, he inquired, "By the way, Dad, where has Mr. Sasuke gone?" It was said that he was covertly following someone to conceal his whereabouts. Naruto stroked his chin, recalling the events of the morning. "We should head to the commercial district to pick up some necessities for the two of you. Would you like to join?" When Sasuke saw the conspicuous interaction between the father and son as he was about to leave, he turned his head away and coldly replied, "I refuse." He obscured his Rinnegan with an eye patch, yet his one-armed and one-eyed appearance still drew attention. Unlike Boruto, Sasuke bore the weight of countless memories from this world. Concealed in the shadows, he observed Naruto and Boruto, who seemed oblivious to the gazes of those around them, and remarked, "Fools." Indeed, the streets felt entirely different, almost like a foreign city. Boruto, feeling the passage of history, couldn't help but marvel. In the future, this place would transform into a renowned commercial hub, even gradually offering scientific ninja tools to the common folk. Lowering his head, Boruto turned to Naruto and said, "Speaking of which, isn't Mr. Sasuke of this era about my age? Why not introduce us? Unfortunately, we can't meet him now. Yesterday, Granny Tsunade mentioned that some Jonin had left Konoha. And that was Sasuke. Oh, isn't that similar to the situation with Mitsuki back then? Why is that?" Naruto reminisced about his bitter past, stating at that time, "Sasuke had no alternative. Our differing ideologies led to a complete rift between us. He believed that severing all ties was the only way to attain greater strength. Ultimately, his arrogant demeanor was corrected, yet it is precisely because of the Sasuke of the past that the present version exists. However, my circumstances bear some differences." The two shared an endless array of topics regarding Sasuke. As they approached an intersection, they inadvertently collided with a figure that appeared out of nowhere, resulting in a chaotic tumble. Ouch, ouch, ouch. "Father, you are far too reckless." Naruto helped Boruto, who was complaining, back to his feet and promptly apologized to the Chunin he had collided with, saying, "My apologies, esteemed elder who bears a striking resemblance to Asuma-sensei." The other party, appearing to be a desk-bound Chunin, stood up, rubbing his chest and replied, No, it's perfectly fine, but you needn't add the prefix." Hearing the exchange, the Chunin's companion rushed over to gather the scattered scrolls, grumbling, "Transporting these heavy scrolls and books from the library to your home requires navigating half of Konoha. Honestly, you owe me a feast of grilled meat later." Observing the arduous labor of his companion, Boruto couldn't help but comment, "If only there were a thunder train. It would be so much easier carrying people and cargo. We could circle the village in no time." Naruto patted him on the shoulder, expressing his empathy. "I once pondered the matter of the lightning vehicle as well. Let us proceed. Who knows where the father of electricity might be?" Unbeknownst to him, the listener took his words to heart. The Chunin, lost in thought, rose to observe their receding figures, murmuring contemplatively, "A transportation tool for both passengers and cargo, electricity." His companion called out, "Ueli, if we don't hurry, we will miss the discount at the barbecue restaurant next door." Brother Naruto. After Naruto and Boruto procured some daily necessities, they were confronted by a little fellow with a long green scarf, standing with his hands on his hips. Boruto, recognizing a hint of familiarity, curiously inquired, "Who is this little one?" With a huff, Konohamaru retorted, "Who are you calling little? I am a rival of Naruto and and one day I shall become Hokage." He then directed his question at Boruto, and who might you be? I don't recall having seen you before. Boruto was taken aback. Hokage? Could you be Konohamaru in II? Upon hearing the term in II, Konohamaru felt a flush of embarrassment and, attempting to maintain an air of maturity, declared, you are surprisingly perceptive. Very well, I, Konohamaru, shall take you under my wing as my little brother. Naruto inquired, what brings you here? With a beaming smile, Konohamaru replied, it is time for my elder brother to witness the fruits of my training. When it came to guiding Konohamaru in mastering the Rasengan, Naruto had initially provided insights on crucial details but subsequently adopted a hands-off approach, only recently learning that Konohamaru had completed his second subject. He expressed his surprise. Has it only been a short while? Have you already progressed to your third subject? Without a moment's hesitation, Konohamaru transformed into a girl with long black hair. Palms facing upwards as she flicked her long sleeves, her expression turning serious. First, focus on rotation and power. Wisps of chakra emerged from her palms, gradually coalescing into a spherical form, already resembling the Rasengan. With a graceful movement, the Rasengan erupted in her palm. Incredible! Can my elder brother really achieve the Rasengan at such a young age? Boruto couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He had only recently completed his own training in the Rasengan, but inwardly questioned, but why must it be combined with the seduction technique? Konohamaru dispelled the Rasengan. Returning to her original form, her head held high with an expression of pride. Being proud of such a small achievement won't do. Naruto noticed that Konohamaru's pride had swelled excessively and decided to present him with a greater challenge. He remarked, the Rasengan is an incompletely developed ninjutsu. To fully master it and enhance its potency, one must incorporate a change in chakra nature. Achieving this step will render it extraordinarily powerful. With that, Naruto extended his arms and traced a large circle in the air to bolster his credibility. Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it truly that formidable? Let me demonstrate. Upon witnessing Naruto transform into the form of Naruto Uzumaki, Boruto felt a jolt of surprise and mused inwardly. Could it be that employing the seduction technique before executing the Rasengan would amplify its power? What a foolish notion. Naruto instinctively raised a hand to shield himself, deftly grasping the fist that was aimed at his cheek. What a surprise, it's you, Sakura. Sakura withdrew her hand, exclaiming, what are you doing out here in broad daylight? Ah, the fierce and powerful girl. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Konohamaru was taken aback, while Sakura's piercing gaze filled with intensity fixed upon him, prompting him to flee in haste. Sakura, please calm down, he implored. Sakura turned to Hinata, lamenting, honestly, it's a mess all day long, and you don't even intervene. Hinata offered a wry smile, attempting to soothe her. Oh, come on, Sakura, it's enough to just say a few words. Naruto grasped the hand of his companion, joyfully exclaiming, Hinata, you've come. Boruto gazed in astonishment at the somewhat bashful Hinata, remarking to himself, Mother's personality seems so different from what it will be in the future. Sakura, standing to the side with a sigh of resignation, wore an enigmatic smile. The scene evoked memories of the night Sasuke departed. Unable to suppress her emotions, she gently touched her forehead, gazing skyward, and murmured, Sasuke, what are you doing now? Concealed in the shadows, Sasuke sneezed, frowning as he mused, did I catch a chill? That small bed Naruto has is indeed too cramped for three. Meanwhile, in Orochimaru's lair, Sasuke, feverishly perusing scrolls in pursuit of knowledge, also sneezed, pondering, am I coming down with something? From the adjacent room came the sound of rummaging, followed by a series of loud knocks. Orochimaru, embodying his alter ego, wheeled himself in, a bottle of medicine resting on his thigh. He placed the vial on Sasuke's desk, and, catching a glimpse of the scroll in Sasuke's hands, inquired with concern, still studying. Are we? Yes, Sasuke replied, twisting open the bottle and swallowing a pill. Orochimaru gently admonished, you've been studying all night for several days now. You must take care of yourself. I know, Sasuke retorted, returning the bottle but never diverting his gaze from the scroll. With a hint of reproach, Orochimaru remarked, you promised me the same yesterday. How many times has it been this month? You spend all your time studying. You should occasionally go out and relieve some tension. If you continue like this, you will exhaust yourself. Irritated, Sasuke shouted, you're so annoying, old man. What's wrong with reading a little longer? Orochimaru paused, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in disappointment as he wheeled himself out of the room. Meanwhile, Kabuto was also preoccupied with research, sighing as the dim hallway lights cast a long shadow of solitude behind him. What are all of you doing here? I've heard that Lady Tsunade has assignments to distribute. Naruto greeted the newcomers with a cheerful, hello, Neji and Tenten. Neji, accompanied by Tenten, approached, and Sakura, observing them, smirked, you two seem to be getting quite close lately. Tenten, feeling a bit flustered, nervously clutched her clothing and replied, it's because the fifth Hokage has a mission. Alive Neji, not just a memorial photo. Boruto remarked while scrutinizing the remarkably lifelike Neji, who was rumored to be a prodigious ninja that perfectly inherited the Hyuga bloodline, though he had perished in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Neji, feeling unsettled by Boruto's gaze, furrowed his brow and inquired, and who might this be? This kid is a performer. My current task is to keep an eye on him. Naruto explained while patting Boruto on the back. This is Neji, and everyone else. The group turned to see the recently recovered Lee, struggling to carry an enormous weight of iron blocks, making labored sounds with each step. Lee glanced at Boruto and said, "And I am here for the performer that Lady Tsunade mentioned. Please take care of me." "Lee, you are out of the hospital," Tintin exclaimed with delight. "Yes, all thanks to Lady Tsunade," Lee said as he gently set the iron blocks down and showcased his brand new form-fitting outfit, declaring, "And Neji generously gave me this green outfit, which makes me feel invigorated with a power called youth." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Neji's forehead as he remarked calmly, "This is a consolation prize from Gai-sensei for my loss to Naruto. Such things are more suited for you." Lee replied, "I am here for a mission. I heard that all the Genin without tasks have been summoned, and Shikamaru is leading a special mission for the first time." The group made their way to the hot springs where Jiraiya and Naruto had previously spied, and there, Kiba and Shino were already waiting for them. Naruto was plagued by an ominous premonition. Indeed, upon the arrival of the Inoshikacho trio, Shikamaru, who was privy to the circumstances, gazed at him with a sense of resignation. Their task this time was to clean the entirety of the bathhouse, as it seemed that a friend of the fifth Hokage had some unresolved issues with the bathhouse owner, making it rather difficult to decline the request. Naruto clutched his forehead, inwardly lamenting, "So this is about cleaning up yesterday's mess. If everyone finds out, I'll definitely get beaten up." As the group dispersed to gather cleaning supplies, Hinata quietly observed Boruto's movements. Normally shy, she now acted uncharacteristically, sensing something both familiar and unfamiliar about him. When Boruto noticed Hinata's gaze, she smiled gently and remarked, "You look a lot like Naruto." Boruto flinched, waving his hands frantically. "In no way, database. Indeed, the resemblance is uncanny." Hinata's comment drew Ino's attention, who scrutinized Boruto with interest. "And your style is quite fashionable too." Sakura, ever perceptive, chimed in, "Even your speech quirks are similar. Could you two be father and son?" "Huh. Just kidding, speech habits aren't hereditary. Now, let's get to work." As the girls headed toward the women's bath, Boruto deflated like a punctured balloon, nearly collapsing on the spot. A sudden jet of water struck his face, soaking his clothes. Furious, Boruto turned to see Naruto grinning mischievously, holding a hose. Behold, the scientific ninja tool, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Feeling refreshed now? Wiping his face, Boruto snatched up a nearby showerhead and retaliated. "You idiot, old man Naruto. That water was scalding. When it comes to scientific tools, you're light years behind me." Their antics soon drenched everyone in the bathhouse, plunging the place into chaos. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson, Konoha basked in the evening glow. Suddenly, the space above the Hokage monument flickered like a dead pixel on a screen, expanding into a dark rift just large enough for an adult to pass through. A fishing rod glowing red tumbled out, followed by a white-haired man who rolled onto the ground. He quickly turned and pressed against the rift's edge, hastening its closure. Just before it sealed completely, a hoarse voice echoed faintly from within. "That guy must be one of Kagaya's allies, Databayo." Dusting himself off, the man picked up the fishing rod and surveyed his surroundings, exhaling in relief. The Uzumaki Naruto who fought Kagaya was far too powerful. If not for the space-time adjustment, I might have been caught too. Hovering midair, he gazed at the sunset with rapt admiration. "Beautiful as this is, it's time to act. This time, I will claim the Nine Tails chakra in its entirety." Chapter 68, The Arrival of Tsutsuki Urashiki Premium Sirloin, Premium Ribs, 13 servings, with seconds. CHG declared grandly, slamming the menu shut. Asuma sighed, eyeing his depleted wallet. "So this is why you all invited me for barbecue." Shikamaru patted his back consolingly. "Relax. We all knew this was coming the moment CHG joined. There's no avoiding it." Boruto popped a piece of grilled meat into his mouth, his face lighting up with delight. "So good. After 2 days of nothing but ramen, this is heaven." Seated beside him, Ino shot Naruto a disapproving look. "How could you subject this poor boy to nothing but noodles? Eat up, handsome. We're treating you right tonight." Naruto, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head and said, "I hadn't thought that far ahead. I originally wanted to take you to enjoy some ramen." Boruto protested, "That is your favorite. I prefer the extreme spiciness of a Ray burger." "Ray burger? What is that?" Denji's ears perked up. He had never heard of such a thing mentioned by Boruto. "Ah, that is," Boruto exclaimed, startled, fearing exposure, and while he pondered an excuse, Denji had already shifted his attention to the grill, where a pair of chopsticks was swiftly devouring the grilled meat. Neji furrowed his brow in admiration, saying, "That gentle fist. Truly, you embody the spirit of Lady Hinata. Even while eating barbecue, you are honing your skills. She truly puts in a great deal of effort." Witnessing Denji and Hinata vying for the grilled meat, Boruto mused internally, has mom always had such a good appetite since childhood? Hinata, feeling somewhat bashful, paused her chopsticks and said, "Thanks to Neji and II, who has been practicing with me recently. But I still have a long way to go." "No, you have indeed grown stronger. Not only has your physique improved, but your mindset as well," Neji replied, shaking his head, then turned to Boruto and asked, "You've been watching me for a while. Is there something on your mind?" Boruto inquired, "I'm quite curious. Aren't Neji and Hinata siblings? Why do you always refer to her as Lady Hinata?" Neji explained, she is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga main family. And as a member of the branch family, I naturally must address her with respect. We grew up together, and I have told her she doesn't need to call me that. But Lady Hinata refuses to agree. Understanding dawned on Boruto, who nodded, finally grasping the bond between his uncle and Hinata. Kiba picked up a piece of grilled meat and placed it in Akamaru's bowl, reflecting, speaking of which. When I first met you, Neji, I thought you were the kind of person who would be difficult to get along with. Nobody can dictate your destiny. Boruto observed as Neji uttered this phrase, and then quietly laid raw meat on the grill. A smile spread across the faces of everyone present, momentarily lost in thought. Neji. You. Neji lifted his chin towards Naruto, and said to Boruto, this is something Naruto taught me. I once cursed my own fate for being born into the branch family, deprived of equal treatment with the main family, and as a result, I lost my father. I accepted this inescapable fate that came with being part of the branch family. However, the one who corrected my negative outlook was he, who also should have been crushed by fate. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's all in the past. To be honest, it makes me a bit shy. Ino raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin and remarked, you can be shy? Wasn't it you during the third preliminaries? Hinata's face flushed crimson as she attempted to silence Ino. So, it turns out that my father and Uncle Neji had their own history. Neji frowned slightly, redirecting the conversation back to Boruto. I can't believe I'm discussing such things with a performer whose name I don't even know. Perhaps it's because you resemble Naruto so much. Sakura and Ino leaned in closely, their faces nearly touching, and asked, you feel that way too, right Neji? Neji nodded, then turned to Boruto. I noticed your skills at the bathhouse earlier. It's a pity you are a performer. You've already reached the standards to become a ninja. Shikamaru concurred, adding, your instincts are sharper than those of the average person. You possess quite a talent for being a ninja and could be a valuable asset. Have you considered it? What's wrong, Shino? Kibo observed that Shino had been staring at Boruto in silence since the beginning. Shino spoke in his usual monotone. Where did you learn your taijutsu? Boruto hesitantly replied, at a place similar to a school, from a teacher. I see, Shino acknowledged. Your movements are quite impressive, but your weight shifts have some unnecessary actions. Has your teacher not corrected you on that? Not really, Boruto admitted. I see, then your teacher seems rather average, Shino said, adjusting his sunglasses with a hint of disdain towards Boruto's instructor. After finishing their barbecue and thanking Asuma, the group dispersed. The next day, Naruto and Sasuke brought Boruto to a certain spot in the forest on the back mountain. Boruto placed his hand on a massive rock and exclaimed, is this where Dad and Mr. Sasuke used to train? This place won't exist in the future. Sasuke approached the rock, observing the uneven marks upon it. And despite his usual stoicism, a smile crept onto his face as he reminisced about the past. Speaking of which, where has the pervy sage gone? He promised to take me out of the village in the next few days. Naruto suddenly remembered Jiraiya's promise. I never expected you all to disrupt my plans. A voice interjected at an inopportune moment. Naruto and Sasuke instantly sensed an overwhelming malice roaring above them like a tempest. They simultaneously glanced upward. Otsutsuki Urashiki hovered in midair, wielding a fishing rod, regarding Sasuke and Boruto from his lofty vantage point. He dismissed Naruto entirely, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, you have indeed arrived first. Truly, you are a consistent nuisance. Allow me to eliminate you troublesome fellows as well. With gritted teeth, Sasuke removed his eye mask, revealing his Rinnegan, ready to engage in battle. Naruto gazed at the fishing rod in his hand, discreetly extending his palm to press against his abdomen while making a rotating motion. At last, I see you, the frail Mr. Uzumaki Naruto. Pirish, with a flick of his wrist, cast the hook towards Naruto and slightly tilted his body to evade the downward slash executed by Sasuke. Oh, it appears your chakra has yet to recover. You truly resemble a mouse at this moment. Damn it. Sasuke landed on the ground, having had the majority of his chakra siphoned by Pirish's fishing rod. Furthermore, the peculiar weapon seemed to possess an ability to suppress chakra recovery. Dad, run! Boruto exclaimed, quickly positioning himself in front of Naruto. A tad too slow. The glowing red hook had inexplicably pierced through Naruto's abdomen. Pirish grinned broadly, exclaiming, I shall take the Nine-Tails chakra. With a triumphant tug, Pirish began to reel in the hook, intending to place the chakra orb into the fish basket on his back. What as Naruto approached Sasuke, helping him to his feet, and turned to Urashiki with a grave expression, inquiring, what transpired? Sasuke, it appears you are drenched in sweat without any provocation from Urashiki. Could it be that he possesses some other extraordinary abilities? My strength has not yet been restored. My movements have become sluggish. Sasuke gritted his teeth, lamenting that the chakra he had painstakingly cultivated over the last few days was nearly depleted after 2 consecutive failed attacks. He glanced toward the nearby cliff, contemplating. The remaining chakra can barely suffice for one Uchiha body slam. It seems I have no choice. Suddenly, a fist appeared before him, interrupting Sasuke's thoughts. Naruto placed his hand on his abdomen and spun around, smiling as he said, it's merely a lack of chakra. Such a thing can be replenished as needed. I thought it was due to your frail condition. One must consider the occasion when jesting, you underachiever. Sasuke raised his fist to meet Naruto's in a gesture of camaraderie, and a long-forgotten surge of chakra coursed through him, filling his being and eliciting a muffled groan of satisfaction. Urashiki furrowed his brow slightly, raising his hands to clasp Sasuke's and Naruto's fists, and directed his gaze at Naruto, asking, "What have you done?" "Humph." Naruto raised his head, his entire being igniting with a golden aura, and declared, "Let us teach him a lesson, Sasuke." "Ah." Sasuke revealed the eternal Manjiki Sharingan in his right eye, the chirping of Chidori resonating in his hand, a smirk gracing his lips as he responded, "I've been eager to do this." Urasa lifted his left leg to kick the smaller Naruto, yet Naruto deftly blocked the strike with his other hand, his fist colliding with Urasu's calf, dissipating the force in his leg before launching a counterattack. Urasu, with no choice but to lean back in evasion, released the grip he had on Naruto. Sasuke, with a reverse grip, pursued with a blade, prompting Urasa to lower his elbow, deflecting Sasuke's blade, which drew a deep gash across his chest, narrowly avoiding fatal harm, before swiftly retreating. As he withdrew, he had already formulated a strategy, shifting his center of gravity towards Naruto. 2 against 1 is unfavorable. I must first deal with the smaller one. He turned and charged at Naruto's face with a punch, only to be met by Naruto's palm strike to his jaw, sending him flying. In midair, Urasa utilized his flight abilities to cushion the impact, taking several steps back before coming to a halt, bewilderedly gazing at Naruto. How did he manage to hit me? Why does this brat possess such formidable combat skills at this age? However, during the previous skirmish, he had discerned Naruto's prowess in close-quarters combat. A fishing rod appeared in his hand, and with a grin, he proclaimed, "Now I shall employ my weapon." Sasuke exchanged a glance with Naruto, positioning themselves in formation, retrieving a scroll from his pocket. With Naruto at the forefront, a massive wind shuriken materialized in Sasuke's hand, hurling it towards Urasu. Urasu swung his fishing rod horizontally, splitting the shuriken in two. Just as he revealed a grin, another shuriken emerged from the shadow of the first. "Humph, mere child's play." Urasu dodged. Yet as the shuriken whizzed past him, it transformed into Naruto's likeness. Having anticipated Naruto's combat style, he denied Naruto the opportunity to close the distance, using his fishing rod to maintain separation. Sasuke, wielding Chidori, surged forward, but Urasu smiled broadly as the long fishing line ensnared him tightly. Whoosh! Sasuke activated his Rinnegan ability, swapping positions with Urasu, leaving the one bound to be Urasu himself. Naruto concentrated a Rasengan in his hand, poised for impact, and struck directly at his opponent's abdomen, sending him crashing into the depths of the earth with a resounding thud, scattering debris in every direction. Boruto exclaimed in awe, "How powerful!" Chapter 69. Otsutsuki Urashiki is defeated. How infuriating. Mere lowly creatures. Within the pit, Urashiki's blue Rinnegan shifted to a crimson 6-tomo Rinnegan. Black pixelated squares materialized beside him as he contemplated the notion of escape, activating the abilities of the yellow spring Hirazaka to flee. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Sasuke extended his palm towards him, the 6-tomo Rinnegan in his left eye radiating a faint purple glow as he bellowed, "Planetary devastation." Urashiki sensed impending doom and swiftly reverted to the power of his blue Rinnegan. His body disintegrated into several origami cranes. But a bizarre gravitational force suddenly emerged in the area, rendering the cranes incapable of escaping, forcing them to revert to human form. The stones and dirt within the cavern pressed upon him like relentless parasites, drawing closer and gradually forming a small, spherical celestial body, hovering above the forest. In a desperate final effort, Urashiki struggled to remove the fish basket from his back, laboriously bringing it to his lips. His throat convulsed as he consumed the chakra contained within. Who exactly is Naruto battling against? Jiraiya appeared beside the group, his gaze immediately drawn to the massive celestial body suspended in midair. Surprised, he also noted the peculiar nature of Sasuke's eyes. This shape, this wave pattern, besides Nagato. Are there others who possess the Rinnegan? And one of them has a Sharingan as well? Sasuke responded, "That guy is Urashiki. He seeks the chakra of the Nine Tails." "I suspected you two were not ordinary performers, but I never anticipated you would mention the Nine Tails," Jiraiya remarked, turning his attention to Naruto. "Can we trust these two?" Naruto's gaze remained fixed on the celestial body formed by the Ten Tails, declaring, "That's fine. The perverted sage can consider them as my family." Jiraiya scoffed. "After just a few days, they've become family? Is that child who resembles you two your offspring?" Sasuke produced a premeditated excuse, stating, "We are ninjas from a small village, tasked with taking the life of Urashiki. We came to Konoha upon learning that his target is Naruto. Although we are unclear about his specific intentions, it is evident he seeks immense power to threaten peace. You must be aware of a criminal organization that fixates on tailed beast chakra, right? Are you suggesting that this Urashiki is also a member of Akatsuki?" Jiraiya straightened, beginning to believe Sasuke and Boruto to some extent. It was precisely because of the Akatsuki's involvement that he decided to keep Naruto close during their journey, as Konoha lacked the strength to ensure Naruto's safety. Boruto interjected, "Our village suspects this individual has ties to the Akatsuki organization. Our primary mission is to protect Naruto from Urashiki's gaze." "I didn't expect your intelligence to surpass that of the antiquated elders in Konoha," Jiraiya remarked, just as he was about to inquire further. The steadily rising celestial body abruptly halted, its surface cracking, before exploding into countless fragments. Damn it. You troublesome pests keep getting in my way. Urashiki, clad in a white robe, glared at Sasuke with fury. Let me show you what it feels like to be attacked by your own techniques. A crackling electric light emanated from his hand, the serpentine arc of electricity surging towards Sasuke with alarming speed. Sasuke countered with an electric current of his own, colliding with Urashiki's attack. It seems the young ones still lack experience, Jiraiya remarked, having appeared behind Urashiki unnoticed, unleashing a Rasengan aimed at his lower back. In a flash, Urashiki vanished, reappearing behind Jiraiya. Old man, just play the babysitter. Fighting like the youth is hardly fitting, he taunted, raising his fishing rod as if to pierce Jiraiya. Urashiki suddenly frowned, his Rinnegan flaring with blue light, swiftly dodging Jiraiya's attack. This white-haired fellow also possesses Rinnegan? When did the legendary sage of 6 paths eyes become so commonplace? Could you all be blood relatives? Jiraiya commented as he landed, intending to speak near Sasuke. Urashiki smirked, apologies for evading your attacks. I regret disappointing you. My eyes can foresee the future. I suggest you surrender. After a brief skirmish, Jiraiya sensed something amiss and slightly tilted his head towards Sasuke, asking, Did you see his movements? His words don't seem to be mere bluster, but in my experience, aside from the great sage Fukasaku, I've never heard of anyone capable of seeing the future. I believe a certain fool could elucidate that for you, Sasuke said, directing his gaze toward Naruto. Please, elaborate on Urashiki's abilities. Though it sounded somewhat alarmist, he had spoken the truth. His powers indeed resembled foresight, and he possessed the ability to rewind time by several seconds. Sasuke nodded. Indeed, this explains the strange sensation surrounding him. Ah, you've discovered my secret. Indeed, time is my ally, Urashiki boasted, flashing through the air in a chaotic display, creating an unsettling sensation akin to frame skipping. Calculating Urashiki's altitude, Jiraiya bit his finger and slammed his hands onto the ground, causing the area to be engulfed by an instantaneously summoned intestinal wall. How disgusting! Boruto exclaimed, lifting his foot to reveal it covered in a viscous substance. What have you done? Urashiki's form descended, curiously surveying his surroundings. Peering through the pinkish flesh, he realized he was within some creature's innards, yet he remained unfazed. Previously caught off guard by Naruto and Sasuke, he now recognized their attacks could not harm him. Besides, he had noticed a large bandage stuck to his back, indicating someone had previously escaped from within, a mere paper-thin barrier to him. Jiraiya addressed the trio behind him. Naruto, you may attack now. You two conserve your energy. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The number of clones summoned at his age far surpassed his own. Hundreds of golden figures emerged within the intestinal wall, and Boruto watched in awe. The clones surged toward Urashiki at an astonishing speed, yet the sheer numbers proved ineffective. He glided effortlessly among the throng of Narutos, making his way leisurely toward Jiraiya. He looked at Jiraiya and said, even with my movement restricted, the outcome remains unchanged. In the blink of an eye, I can select the optimal method to rewind time multiple times. First, I'll deal with you, old man. Just as Urashiki finished his statement, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his power rapidly waning, collapsing within the viscous substance. This can't be happening. You've fallen for it, Jiraiya exclaimed triumphantly. We are inside the great sage's intestinal tract, where the air is filled with acidic toxins, colorless and odorless. No matter how robust your physique, you will begin to experience paralysis within 10 minutes due to poisoning. Your overconfidence in your invincible abilities led you to avoid Naruto's shadow clone attacks, resulting in you accumulating toxins far beyond what we have. As he spoke, the intestinal wall enveloping them vanished, returning them to the great sage's interior, feeling no excess pain. They collectively sighed in relief. You rely on despicable tactics, a bunch of creatures lesser than monkeys, Urashiki retorted as he floated upward, a hint of darkness enveloping him, indicating the poison had spread throughout his body. Jiraiya cautioned, do not let your guard down. He might still have a trick up his sleeve. Urashiki revealed a sinister smile, covering his eyes with his hands, fingers plunging into his eye sockets, shocking everyone as he forcibly extracted his own eyes. Sealing space. The Ninetales exclaimed, wide-eyed, hey, Naruto. Let me take control of your body. Naruto turned to gaze at Kurama, about to speak, when suddenly the Ninetales urgently roared, no questions. Boruto watched with a bead of cold sweat trickling down, murmuring uneasily, he gouged out his own eyes. How are you, Naruto? Sasuke abruptly frowned, glancing at Naruto beside him. Just in that fleeting moment, an unfamiliar aura had emanated from him, as if he had become someone else entirely. Kakik. Urashiki clutched 2 blue Rinnegan in his hands, rivulets of blood streaming from his hollowed-out eye sockets, staining the front of his white robe crimson. His shoulders trembled incessantly, whether from pain or something else. His grin was unervingly eerie. Even Jiraiya, no stranger to the brutality of the shinobi world, grimaced in disgust. What is this bastard planning? Then, Urashiki opened his mouth wide and shoved his own eyeballs inside. His tongue swirled within, yet he felt nothing enter. His eyelids blinked over empty sockets. TCH, got him. A golden chakra claw propelled Naruto's figure beside Urashiki, a gruff voice emanating from his mouth. You bastard. Give me back my eyes. The now blind Urashiki flailed wildly, trying to seize Naruto, but the latter lingered only briefly before retreating to the ground. Mission accomplished. He tossed the two blue Rinnegan to a bewildered Jiraiya. Oi, brat. Use your sealing scroll to secure these eyes. You're Kurama. Jiraiya's eyes widened. He recognized that voice from not long ago. Kurama, wearing Naruto's youthful face, barked sharply. Hurry up, brat. Then, his attention snapped back to Urashiki, who was still flinging jutsu wildly in midair. A sinister grin spread across his face. What an unexpected windfall. Honestly, ordering people around the moment you show up. I was going to offer you a drink, Jiraiya muttered, pulling out a scroll. While I seal these, handle that guy, you two entertainers, and Kurama. TCH fine. Kurama cracked his knuckles eagerly. Urashiki, already paralyzed by Jiraiya's toxins and blinded, swung his fishing rod aimlessly, barely deflecting the chakra claws lunging at him. For every arm he shattered, more emerged, seizing his collar and dragging him down. Kurama burst into maniacal laughter. Is this old man's kin? Haha. Sasuke and Boruto exchanged glances. No clue what Kurama's planning, but Urashiki's out of tricks. Let's go, Boruto. Boruto gulped at Urashiki's pitiful state, muttering under his breath. Dad, wasn't he kidding about Kurama's nasty temper? Dozens of chakra arms encircled Urashiki, one shoving him. Just as he staggered, another arm hurled him in the opposite direction with even greater force. Damn it. Furious and humiliated, Urashiki roared, only fueling Kurama's glee. The arms pinned him firmly as Kurama sauntered forward, casually gripping his collar, then yanked downward. Rip. The white robe tore open. Screech. A bird-esque cry pierced the air as crackling lightning surged through the torn fabric. Kurama glanced back to see Sasuke calmly stating, enough. Finish him. TCH. Within the seal. Kurama crossed his arms, clearly unsatisfied, nudging Naruto with a grunt. Your turn. How? How could I lose to these pathetic monkeys? Urashiki knelt, clutching the gaping hole in his chest, seething with impotent rage. At this moment, Naruto had regained control of his body and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said to Urashiki. That guy Kurama has gone a bit too far. Don't take it to heart. I shall defeat you in a fair manner. Urashiki, struggling, lifted his hand towards Naruto's voice. And several fire dragons emerged, roaring as they surged toward him. Naruto clapped his hands, causing a wall of earth to rise before him, successfully blocking the oncoming fire dragons. Despite this, one had to wonder if Urashiki still possessed the strength to counterattack. Boruto was about to advance with a Rasengan forming in his palm when Naruto halted him, saying, Boruto, given their clan's vitality, an ordinary Rasengan will not have much effect. However, whoosh. Naruto's hands manifested a Rasengan, gradually approaching Boruto's own Rasengan. With a smile, he declared, therefore, I shall assist you, imparting further knowledge before your departure. As Boruto felt the Rasengan in his hand expand, a look of astonishment crossed his face. I haven't altered the chakra output. How could this be? Meanwhile, Jiraiya, focused on inscribing the seal, sensed the powerful airflow generated by the merging Rasengans and remarked. Chakra of similar nature resonates when they draw near, allowing for the creation of the mightiest Rasengan upon fusion. The two Rasengans finally completed their fusion, transforming into an irregular, highly dynamic form. Raising their hands above their heads, they were enveloped by the chaotic flow of chakra, evoking a profound stirring within their hearts. This was the Taijutsu Rasengan. The father and son transcended time and space, recreating the iconic technique first employed by Minato and Naruto. Without uttering a word, they leapt high, propelled by the radiant Rasengan chakra, charging towards Urashiki. Sensing impending danger, Urashiki unleashed a barrage of various ninjutsu towards the direction of the Rasengan, attempting to thwart their assault. However, these techniques were swiftly scattered by the turbulent air before they could even approach. The Taijutsu Rasengan struck Urashiki's abdomen, and he struggled to defend himself, clawing at the two with desperate fury. Curse you, lowly creatures. In the midst of this chaos, a hand appeared, bound with a band around the wrist. Boruto beheld a golden-haired man smiling gently at him. Grandfather? At that moment, when Minato's ethereal form emerged, Urashiki was rendered completely incapable of resistance. The Taijutsu Rasengan engulfed him, soaring into the heavens like a meteor, its brilliant light dimming the skies above Konoha, as the chakra-formed meteor streaked away at an astonishing speed. In Ichiraka Ramen. The afternoon sky abruptly darkened, prompting Iruka and Konohamaru, enjoying their meal, to lift the curtain and gaze upward in curiosity. Konohamaru dashed outside, pointing at the sky in astonishment. Wow, what a gigantic meteor. Why does it seem to be getting smaller? As the light receded into the distance, the sky gradually returned to its former state. Uncle Tucci opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance igniting within them. Extending his hand towards Konohamaru, he remarked, even if there's a meteor, one must settle the bill before heading out. In outer space, Urashiki disintegrated into a myriad of sparkling fireworks. Indeed, Jiraiya chuckled contentedly at the sight, while Minato's specter stood behind Naruto, the fourth Hokage's ceremonial robe fluttering, gradually overlapping with Naruto's golden silhouette. He rubbed his moist eyes and mused. The intense chakra currents colliding with the air must have caused my old eyes to play tricks on me. Minato's apparition turned back, offering a courteous smile. It's been a long time, Jiraiya-sensei. Chapter 70. The return. Jiraiya vigorously rubbed his eyes, but when he opened them again, Minato's apparition had vanished. He stared in disbelief. Was that truly an illusion? After pondering for a moment, he furrowed his brow, concluding, it must have been a real occurrence. Breathless, Boruto inquired, has Urashiki truly been vanquished? Sasuke, utilizing the power of his Rinnegan, confirmed with a nod, the Rasengan just now has completely neutralized him. There is no need for concern. We have finally triumphed over the last of the Otsutsuki. Boruto, smiling, collapsed into Naruto's embrace. Hey, what's wrong, Boruto? Naruto exclaimed, cradling him in alarm. At this moment, Jiraiya completed the sealing ritual, encapsulating the blue Rinnegan within a scroll. Glancing at the unconscious Boruto in Naruto's arms, he gradually rolled up the scroll and tucked it away, stating, the recent attack has exhausted this child. A good sleep upon our return will suffice. Sasuke observed Boruto's slumbering form, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Taking on a foolish disciple is truly exhausting. Indeed, Naruto replied. As matters finally reached a conclusion, he carried Boruto back to Konoha, hurriedly transporting him to the hospital for recuperation. Sasuke, meanwhile, found solace beneath a large tree in the hospital courtyard. Lifting his gaze, he spotted the familiar water tower atop the hospital, a reminder of the time he had realized the chasm between himself and Naruto, leading to their eventual rift. Ah, you're here. The street performer from the small village, Jiraiya, emerged from behind the tree, startling Sasuke, who was lost in reminiscence. Once he composed himself, he asked, do you need something from me? Jiraiya waved his hand, leaning closer to scrutinize Sasuke with unabashed curiosity. Nothing much, just wanted to express my gratitude. Though we haven't known each other long, you've shown him sincere affection. Sasuke took a step back, feeling uncomfortable. No, it's nothing. He just resembles an old acquaintance of mine. Ah, an old acquaintance, you say? It wouldn't he happen to be Naruto, would it? Sasuke sensed Jiraiya's keen perception, having heard of his analytical prowess during his time with Orochimaru. Lowering the brim of his fisherman's hat, he prepared to leave, saying, I have matters to attend to. Excuse me, your eyes remind me of a certain peer of mine, known as the Killing Eye. I've teamed up with him several times, and you share many similarities. Jiraiya remarked with rare seriousness. You must be Uchiha Sasuke, correct? Sasuke froze, halting in his tracks. Jiraiya approached and patted his shoulder, grinning, just trying to lighten the mood. After the recent battle, I can see you genuinely care for Naruto. However, your origins are indeed questionable. How about we strike a deal? I want to pry into your secrets with Boruto if you share some information about the Akatsuki, such as the nature of mutual assistance. Sasuke frowned in contemplation before nodding. I apologize for deceiving you earlier in the guise of a performer. Given our circumstances, revealing our identities was impractical, but my intent to protect Naruto is unwavering. Jiraiya adopted a nonchalant demeanor, grinning widely. Thank you for the information. Now that the enemy has been vanquished, how about we grab a drink? A handsome young man like you should be in high demand. Sasuke coldly refused. No, I don't frequent those places. How cold? Your disposition is just as unpleasant as Fugaku's. It truly saddens me, Jiraiya lamented. Jiraiya waved his hand and turned to walk towards the hospital. However, if he were still alive, he would surely be delighted to see the current you. Sasuke gazed at Jiraiya's departing figure, momentarily lost in thought, before lifting his eyes to the clouds above and murmuring, perhaps, Lady Tsunade is truly relentless. The intensity of this training is exceedingly high. I must strive even harder. Sakura, who had spent a day under Tsunade's rigorous training, emerged from the hospital building and inadvertently collided into Sasuke's embrace. Quick to react, Sasuke steadied her. Sakura immediately distanced herself and apologized, saying, I'm sorry, I was so exhausted that I didn't realize you are the performer accompanying Naruto. Sasuke observed the youthful Sakura suddenly redden, lowering her hat to hide her cheeks, and swiftly fled the scene, leaving behind the words, be careful while walking. A piece of paper slipped from his grasp, fluttering down into the nearby puddle, but in his flustered state, he remained entirely oblivious. Just then, Sakura noticed the fallen note and intended to alert him. But Sasuke was far too swift, vanishing in the blink of an eye. What a peculiar person. Sakura crouched down and retrieved the note from the puddle. The ink blurred and smudged from the water, rendering only a few fragmented words barely legible. Upon reading the content of the letter, Sakura was taken aback, clutching the paper tightly as she rushed back to the hospital. Naruto sat beside the hospital bed, peeling an apple for Boruto, and inquired, How do you feel? Boruto, with a spirited demeanor, thumped his chest and replied, I feel much better after a good sleep. The situation with Urashiki has been perfectly resolved, so you can relax when you return. Found it. Sakura's voice resonated from the doorway. Naruto halted his conversation, rising to greet her. Did you not just say you were going home to rest? He asked. With a serious expression, Sakura raised the paper in her hand and looked at Boruto, saying, This note was left behind by the man who traveled with you. Naruto and his son leaned forward with curiosity. Sakura held a piece of paper and read aloud. Welcome back. It's been tough. I would like to borrow the paradise of affection from Kakashi for Sasuke. Sincerely, Sarada. This is troublesome. This is likely a note from Sarada to Sasuke. Boruto thought to himself, realizing that Sarada had asked Sasuke for a favor to borrow the paradise of affection before they arrived, never expecting that the usually cautious Sasuke would leave the note in Sakura's hands. Sakura pointed to the name Sasuke written clearly on the paper. Pressing on, it distinctly states Sasuke's name here. Do you have any news about him? Moreover, your identities are quite mysterious. We only know you as performers. Yet your names and other details remain entirely unknown. We haven't seen you performing in the village these past few days. Who exactly are you? And what is your purpose here? As Naruto observed Boruto being overwhelmed by Sakura's formidable presence, he anxiously gestured to alleviate the tension, exclaiming, all right, Sakura. Please don't bombard him with so many questions at once. Besides, how could this kid possibly know Sasuke? Don't interrupt. Sakura shot a glare at Naruto. Her tone suddenly shifting to one of melancholy as she expressed her concerns. Sasuke has been gone for quite some time. That Orochimaru we encountered during the Nin exams is clearly a dangerous individual, and in his letter, he even mentioned borrowing Paradise of Affection to visit. It's as if he has learned from the worst. Apologies, I seem to have entered the wrong room. Sasuke stood at the doorway, his expression impassive as he closed the door to the hospital room. I apologize for my past self, he muttered. Sakura rushed forward, seizing the door handle with determination, and confronted Sasuke fiercely. Finally, I found you. Why do you have a note bearing Sasuke's name? What is your relationship with him? Answer me. At this moment, with his prowess nearly rivaling that of the legendary battles during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Sasuke found himself pushed back by this overwhelming force, eventually leaning against the corridor wall of the hospital. It was still afternoon, and the hospital corridors were filled with the relatives of patients, along with individuals who had just undergone surgeries in the proctology department, all of whom turned their attention toward the scene, eagerly awaiting developments. Hold on. Jiraiya approached them, declaring, calm down, these two are my ardent fans. Both Sasuke and Naruto were momentarily frozen in shock. Allow me to address any questions you may have, Jiraiya continued. After all, you are a young lady, and this young man is not particularly comfortable answering. Over the past few days, I have discerned their true identities, despite their seemingly innocent demeanor. They are actually devoted fans of my Paradise of Affection. With a perfect excuse flowing from his mind, Jiraiya's words spilled forth effortlessly. He discreetly gave Sasuke an assuring glance and added, surely you can relate to this feeling of being moved by a book, leading to an interest in its author. These two traveled all the way to Konoha after reading Paradise of Affection, determined to uncover everything related to me. The note with Sasuke's name is just one part of their quest. They believe that tracking my whereabouts is their inherent mission, and out of this sense of purpose, this young man might even know your height, weight, and hobbies in detail. Sakura turned to Sasuke, her voice sharp. Is what Jiraiya-sama said true? Do you even know my hobbies? Sasuke maintained an outward calm, though his back prickled with sweat. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and shouted, indeed, I am a loyal fan of Paradise of Affection. I absolutely adore such works. The corridor, once filled with chatter, fell into a profound silence. Applause erupted in the hallway, echoing in a crescendo of appreciation. Some were so moved that tears streamed down their faces, exclaiming, young man, you are truly remarkable. To pursue your passions even with a disability, what a spirit. Though this place was far removed from Sasuke's original world, the embarrassment he felt was palpable. Seeing Sasuke in such a state, Sakura turned her back, crossing her arms and casting a disdainful look over her shoulder, coldly remarking, how pathetic. Sasuke averted his gaze, expressionless, and calmly told Boruto, you should head back tonight. Understood. Boruto responded with a forced smile and a nod. As night fell and the moon hung high in the sky, four figures stood in the forest behind Konoha. Have you gathered everything? I haven't had the chance to wear the pajamas I bought for you. And did you remember to bring the plush toy for Himawari? Naruto, resembling a doting elder sending a child off, continuously advised Boruto. With a large backpack slung over his shoulder, Boruto embraced Naruto, assuring him, I've got everything. There's no way I would forget. The two, of similar height, shared a warm embrace as a pink turtle peeked out from Boruto's backpack, chirping, I had a lovely nap. Good morning, everyone. Are you preparing to head back? A turtle? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Upon noticing individuals other than Boruto and Sasuke, the turtle retreated into the backpack, expressing its displeasure. Did I not mention that you could only be a passerby? Boruto chuckled awkwardly. Well, a lot has happened. I'll explain everything later. Naruto contemplated something, extending the package in his hands as he said, this is a cherished treasure of mine. The rest has been sent to your grandfather, and it is exceedingly rare. Take it back and enjoy it with him. He will surely be delighted. Do not always consume those ramen burgers. A bit of ramen is much more nourishing. Understood. Boruto replied, accepting the package. He embraced Naruto once more, feeling a twinge of reluctance as he added, you must take care of yourself too. Do not rely solely on instant noodles. Indulge in other foods occasionally. Your childhood preferences are far too rigid. Jiraiya observed their interaction with a smile and remarked to Sasuke, thanks to both of you, I have experienced quite a peculiar journey these past few days, which included some unspeakable events. Sasuke replied softly, Jiraiya, is it not more enticing to leave the conclusion of your tale for the end? Jiraiya erupted into laughter, turning to depart while his booming voice echoed, well, I initially intended to ask you to erase my memories of this time with Naruto, but I have come to realize that this kid seems rather different. So, be cautious on your way back, and take good care of him. Sasuke nodded in agreement. After a reluctant farewell wave to both men, Naruto quickened his pace to match Jiraiya's stride, a silent understanding shared between the master and disciple. Let us embark on our journey tomorrow. There is a splendid destination awaiting us. Wait, I have yet to bid farewell to Hinata. As he felt the two drift further away, a small creature, Rikua, used its head to nudge open the backpack, landing in Sasuke's hands and inquired, "It seems you both have experienced much during this time. Are you returning now? Please take care of them, Riku." The vast lake mirrored the luminous moonlight, shimmering brightly. Suddenly, the previously tranquil surface erupted violently. As if the entire body of water were boiling, a massive shadow surged forth from the depths, accompanied by a towering column of water. Roar. The shadow's roar generated a powerful sound wave that rippled outward, uprooting trees within miles of the lakeshore and sending them flying into the darkness. After this display, the shadow snorted and gradually submerged back into the water. Chapter 71. The journey begins. Orochimaru slowly rose from his wheelchair, staggering forward under the encouraging gaze of Kabuto. Then gradually picked up speed, moving like any ordinary person. Kabuto smiled. "You have made remarkable progress, Lord Orochimaru. It seems you have fully adapted to your new body." Sasuke closed the book, tucking it under his arm as he stood with a huff. "Humph, if that is the case, let us commence training." "Sasuke, Lord Orochimaru's body has only just recovered. You are being rather hasty." Orochimaru gently shook his head at Kabuto, silencing him with a soft voice. "Let us begin with the free application of the cursed seal." "Very well, I shall prepare." Kabuto sighed in resignation, sensing Orochimaru's determination. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the dim, damp corridor as a ponytailed woman rushed in, bursting through the door. "Lord Orochimaru." Sasuke glanced at her, brushing past as he exited. The ponytailed woman furrowed her brow at Sasuke's retreating figure, harboring an ominous premonition. Kabuto passed her by, coldly stating, "You have arrived rather late. However, I managed the base in the remote region, and upon receiving the news, I hurried here after dealing with the detained test subjects," she retorted. "That is irrelevant. Lord Orochimaru has already chosen the Phantom Waimaru." Kabuto intended to redirect her questions back to Orochimaru, not wishing to elaborate further. How could that be? The woman, Honglin, ignored Kabuto and turned her gaze to Orochimaru, her tone laced with frustration. "Did you not say I was the most suitable vessel for you?" "It has been a while, Honglin. It brings me joy to see you." Orochimaru approached her, gently stroking her head. He then turned his gaze towards Sasuke's departing silhouette, his eyes glinting with a predatory hunger. "He shall be my next vessel. It seems you have not yet relinquished your desire to be my vessel. Then why not me? He has only just arrived, while I was here first." Orochimaru reassured her, "Your abilities are indeed captivating. I was quite astonished when I first encountered you." Honglin rubbed Orochimaru's hand against her cheek, blushing as she declared, "That is not the case, Lord Orochimaru. At that time, it was I who was captivated by power. I wish for our strengths to merge." Orochimaru forcefully withdrew his hand, stating, "Since you have come this far, assist me in testing that child's strength. This task is solely for you, and should you succeed, I may reconsider once more." Under Honglin's eager gaze, Orochimaru continued, "Let us discover who is truly the most suitable candidate to be my next vessel." Honglin's heart raced at his words, and she eagerly prepared for battle. Orochimaru chuckled with a hint of mischief as he rubbed his slightly reddened wrist. At that moment, Kabuto returned to the doorway, saying, "The training ground is ready, however. I truly do not understand why you are so invested in this woman." Orochimaru sighed. "I know you harbor disdain for Honglin. Do not be deceived by her appearance. Before encountering Kimimaro, she was my first choice for a vessel. It was merely unfortunate timing, and ultimately, Phantom Waimaru was selected." He walked alongside Kabuto. "Let us see who prevails. It is bound to be exciting." They arrived at a circular dungeon, a place originally designated for imprisoning test subjects. Given that the previous subjects had been eliminated by Phantom Waimaru, Orochimaru had kept his word and released the remaining members of his clan, now repurposed as a training ground for them. Looking down, Orochimaru saw Sasuke and Honglin already positioned on opposite sides. "I have heard you are the last survivor of the Uchiha clan. Your clan was once renowned in the Shinobi world. Yet instead of engaging in playful ninja games at your age, you come to entice Lord Orochimaru. I will make you pay for that." Sasuke paid no mind to Honglin's taunts, coolly responding, "Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, it matters not from which angle you attack. I am in a hurry." "Damn it." Honglin gritted her teeth, releasing a flurry of shimmering red crystal powder from her body, determined to finish Sasuke in one blow. Kabuto frowned. "Honglin, you are taking this far too seriously. Such abilities could lead to disastrous consequences." Orochimaru, however, was intrigued by Sasuke, stating, "If he is defeated this easily, then Sasuke's journey shall end here." Bored to tears, in an instant, the six-pointed star vanished, replaced by 3 tomo floating in Sasuke's crimson eyes. Honglin's environment shifted before her, surrounded by red walls. She glanced toward Orochimaru, who stood atop 4 rock-carved heads. Is this a form of terrain alteration? Transforming the battlefield into a familiar setting. How impressive. No wonder Lord Orochimaru values you so highly, but you are facing me. With a flick of her wrist, crimson crystals erupted from the ground beneath Sasuke, impaling him like a candied hawthorn. How is this possible? Sasuke coughed up a mouthful of blood in horror, fragments of internal organs mixed within the crimson fluid. In an extremely feeble voice, he uttered, "You've defeated me. I'm dying." Witnessing Sasuke's last breath, Girin cast a proud glance toward Orochimaru atop the Hokage rock. Orochimaru, wearing a gentle expression, murmured, "Girin, as expected, you are the strongest. I need you." Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted beyond the scarlet walls. What's happening? Girin whirled around in shock. Smoke billowed from the shattered barrier as an enormous shadow loomed over her, swallowing her whole. A colossal, golden-haired boy with spiky locks braced his hands against the wall, his emerald eyes gleaming as they reflected Girin's stunned figure. "What is this?" Girin whispered in disbelief. Kabuto, his dog ears twitching in terror, shrieked, "Disaster. The colossal titan, over 50 meters tall, has broken free." Lord Orochimaru, with a single kick. The towering spiky-haired giant sent the wall crumbling, the earth trembling beneath the force. Rubble flew as a gaping hole was torn open. From the darkness within, multiple pairs of glowing eyes emerged. Several vacant-faced, golden-haired giants, each standing 7 to 8 meters tall, lumbered forward, their arms swinging wildly. "Abnormal titans," Kabuto wailed, scrambling away on all fours. One of the spiky-haired giants spotted Orochimaru perched on the Hokage rock and snatched him up in its massive grip. Orochimaru writhed in its palm, his voice strained. "Release me. I created you. Release me." Lord Orochimaru. Girin summoned twin crystalline blades, desperation fueling her charge to save him. Yet, under her horrified gaze, the giant, annoyed by Orochimaru's struggles, tightened its grip, crushing him between its palms. The Sannin's head slumped, lifeless. "No." Tears streamed down Girin's face as the golden-haired titan unhinged its jaw and tossed Orochimaru into its gaping maw. "This can't be." She collapsed to her knees, trembling. The titan smacked its lips, as if unsatisfied, before locking its gaze onto her. With grotesque, jerking movements, it lurched forward. To think the outcome would be decided so swiftly. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, mildly astonished. In his eyes, Girin had only just finished her taunts. Now she knelt, broken and weeping. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, suspicion flickering as he studied Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan. An illusion. He murmured under his breath. Sasuke lifted his head, determination burning in his gaze. "Orochimaru, teach me all of your jutsu." "I see. It seems your time away from the village has been quite lengthy," Irika mused, idly stirring his untouched ramen with chopsticks, his mind clearly elsewhere. Naruto drank the ramen broth in one gulp and remarked, "It will be several years before I return to the village." Irika pushed the bowl of ramen towards Naruto and said, "Once you step outside, you must heed Lord Jiraiya's guidance, understand?" "Absolutely no problem," Naruto replied, although that perverted sage can sometimes be hard to change. He buried his head in the ramen Irika had pushed over, knowing that it would be a long time before he could indulge in Irika's ramen again. The handmaid uncle poured a variety of exquisite ingredients from the ladle into the bowl, smiling as he said, "Here, this is a special service." "Ah, thank you." "Stingy handmaid uncle," Naruto exclaimed. "You little rascal." The handmaid uncle crossed his arms and added, "From now on, you must also consider Irika's share. You need to work hard." "Oh, you can rest assured," Naruto said as he lowered his head and savored the meal. Jiraiya lifted the curtain of the door and urged, "It's about time to leave." "Naruto, coming." Naruto hoisted his backpack and bid farewell to Irika, hand raised in a wave to both Irika and Shikamaru. Irika called out to Jiraiya, "Please take good care of Naruto." Jiraiya merely raised a hand without turning back, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "Your teaching skills aren't half bad." Of course, Irika-sensei was the first person in the village to believe in me. The two engaged in light conversation as they approached the gates of Konoha, where a crowd had already gathered. Hinata grasped Naruto's hand, her voice quivering slightly. "Remember not to live on instant noodles. You need to eat proper meals. You're only just about my height now." Having been lectured by his son just the day before, Naruto chuckled awkwardly at Hinata's similar admonishment. "I know, Hinata. Don't you understand me by now? It's precisely because you care that you say such things." Hinata, unusually serious, replied, "Your safety is now in Jiraiya's hands." The third Hokage tapped his pipe thoughtfully. Ever since he had stepped down from his duties, his posture had visibly deteriorated, yet his spirit seemed to flourish daily. Jiraiya observed Naruto, still engrossed in his affectionate exchange with Hinata, and scratched his head, saying, "With his current strength, there's no need for concern. Moreover, I have received credible intelligence regarding the Akatsuki. They will not commence their operations for another 2.5 years. I will continue to gather information about them during my travels. One could easily surmise you aren't planning to use public funds to gather intelligence on those scantily clad ladies. Are you?" Tsunade's aura was formidable as she poked Jiraiya's forehead protector, enunciating each word. Caught red-handed, Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment. "That's preposterous. When the time comes to work, I will do so. Gathering information is not about that." Ultimately, Tsunade grasped Jiraiya's collar and said sternly, "Be careful with everything." "I understand," Jiraiya replied, discreetly stepping back before turning to leave, casting a casual silhouette. "Naruto, it's crowded here." After completing his farewell ritual with Hinata, Naruto waved to the two Hokages and sprinted after Jiraiya. "Wait for me," You lecherous sage. As Naruto walked alongside Jiraiya, he inquired, by the way, where shall we head to first? After such a lengthy journey, I find myself rather weary. A trip to the hot springs sounds delightful. Jiraiya, upon finishing his statement, stretched his neck, feigning exhaustion. What do you mean by a hot spring trip? Haven't we just departed from Konoha? Naruto retorted. Jiraiya halted in his tracks and, with a conspiratorial air, replied to Naruto, I have discovered a mixed bath that is remarkably effective for alleviating fatigue. Moreover, I have received credible information that wild-tailed beasts have been spotted near that hot spring. Naruto was taken aback by the words, murmuring, wild-tailed beasts, could it be? Jiraiya patted his shoulder, stepped forward, and cheerfully remarked, the first time I encountered the Ninetales was truly astonishing. I never anticipated that you had interacted with other tailed beasts. That street performer once told me that the Akatsuki organization aims to capture tailed beasts. So I made it a point to pay attention to any information regarding them. With a grin, Jiraiya called out the names of the 9 tailed beasts, but soon fell silent as the smiles of Nagato and Minato surfaced in his mind. Chapter 72. The monster of the hot springs town as the sun set. A quaint wooden cabin with a sign for a delicious dumpling shop nestled in the woods caught the eye. A silver-haired man was engaged in conversation with a young and beautiful waitress. Miss, the dumplings here are truly exquisite, and with such a lovely beauty serving them. It's no wonder they taste so delightful. The waitress, blushing, covered her face and replied, if you say such things, it makes me feel embarrassed. The glutinous rice dumplings are so delectable. Surely, your taste must be equally delightful. Jiraiya, sensing an opportunity, boldly uttered words that appeared to be compliments but were, in fact, rather intrusive. With a huff, the waitress stormed off, tray in hand. Thus, the cycle began anew. Naruto consumed the last dumpling, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Indeed, the proprietor, an elderly woman, brandishing a broom, stormed out of the establishment, her fury palpable as she expelled 2 ruffians, one large and one small, who had been harassing her granddaughter. Breathless, she lamented, what a decline in moral standards. The youth of today. This prompted her to recall the masked young man who frequented her shop for dumplings each year. Could it be that he had also taken a fancy to her granddaughter? Cursed be the lecherous sage. Just when one savors such delectable dumplings, he must be mistaken for a delinquent. Oh, do not speak such heartless words, Jiraiya exclaimed, placing his hand firmly on Naruto's head and vigorously ruffling his hair. He then halted, declaring, we have arrived. Naruto's gaze fell upon the grand archway above, inscribed with the words welcome to the hot spring town, the hidden home of hot springs. Perverted sage, the wild-tailed beast you mentioned must be in this vicinity. Let us commence our endeavor. With determination, Naruto clasped his hands into fists, ready to embark on a grand undertaking. Jiraiya, on the other hand, strolled directly towards the hot spring establishment, chuckling merrily. What are you talking about? Now that we are here, we should first take a moment to relax. Enjoying oneself is also a form of training. This place is remarkably effective for both weary bodies and minds, and the mixed bathing experience is truly delightful. Naruto believed that only the latter half of Jiraiya's statement held any truth. He hastened to catch up, smirking. What is the actual value of your statement? Would you care to disclose it? Jiraiya, with a sense of indignation, retorted, are you questioning your master? How outrageous. After checking their luggage at the front desk, Jiraiya swiftly tore open his clothing, eagerly racing toward the hot springs, emitting a rather greasy sound. I can hardly wait to begin my interview. Observing this, Naruto sighed helplessly. The perverted sage remains unchanged. You haven't altered a bit. Weren't you once caught peeking at Granny Tsunade while she bathed? And then you framed Orochimaru and nearly faced her wrath? Suddenly, a cry of despair echoed from within the hot springs. Naruto rushed over, relieved to find it was merely a false alarm. Jiraiya lay weeping against the wall that divided the springs, lamenting, there was no wall here before. How infuriating. This is an attempt to separate the genders. Isn't that rather reasonable? Naruto remarked, fully immersed in the hot spring, offering a candid opinion. It is precisely because of perverted sages like you that such measures exist. Jiraiya, incensed and embarrassed, exclaimed, what have you truly learned from me? Do you think I'm merely an ordinary voyeur? In principle, I am gathering material for the Paradise of Affection series, but in reality, I am honing a ninjutsu that eliminates traces without alerting vigilant enemies. Well, I suppose that might pass, Naruto conceded, recognizing it as just another of Jiraiya's flimsy excuses. Yet, he couldn't help but recall Jiraiya's solitary venture into the land of rain. Had he not been lacking in intelligence and unaware of Pain's Rain Tiger freestyle, an expansive sensing ninjutsu that enveloped the entire country, Jiraiya might have succeeded in his covert infiltration. Emerging from the hot spring, Jiraiya placed a towel atop his head, leaning against the wall of the women's bath. Humph. When it comes to lecturing, you certainly resemble a seasoned ninja. By the way, what was that day all about? I indeed saw Minato. Would you care to share? You mean my father? Naruto replied, knowing that the inevitable conversation had arrived. Submerging himself underwater to hold his breath, Jiraiya, noticing Naruto's distraction, swiftly turned to pry at the wall's crevice. After a prolonged silence, Naruto resurfaced, and Jiraiya donned an attentive demeanor. Actually, the perverted sage would have found a way to tell you regardless, he mused. It seems you know more than I anticipated. Naruto, with a contemplative expression, gently touched his abdomen and remarked, "In truth, I am aware of everything. On the night of the Nine Tails, my father sealed the Nine Tails within me, infusing it with both his and my mother's chakra, intending to assist me in the future." "Ah, I see," Jiraiya mused, drawing upon his extensive experience and the imaginative prowess of a renowned author. Leaning against the wall, he smiled and said, "Minato remains as gentle as ever. Who would have thought your family would reunite in such a manner?" Just then, the curtain of the hot spring was lifted, and a throng of Mediterranean gentlemen entered. "Is it truly Lord Jiraiya? You have finally arrived." The bald-headed proprietor, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the legendary Sannin, had gathered all the nearby innkeepers upon learning of Jiraiya's unexpected presence. Wrapping a towel around his waist, Jiraiya warmly shook hands with the proprietor and said, "It has indeed been a long time. What seems to be the matter?" The Mediterranean gentleman crowded into the hot spring, and the innkeeper, displaying a troubled expression, explained, "We must trouble you, Lord Jiraiya. Recently, strange occurrences have plagued the lake upstream, with peculiar giant turtles drifting down the current, frightening many guests away. The once thriving town has now descended into desolation." "Strange turtles?" Naruto's eyes brightened, and he inquired anxiously, "Where are those giant turtles now? We have tried to capture them, but those creatures are particularly ferocious, and we are at a loss. We had to enlist the help of some ninja, but even after managing to slay a few, more would appear, and the ones we confirmed dead would mysteriously vanish." Jiraiya interjected, "Did those ninjas venture upstream to investigate?" The innkeeper's face paled with fear as he replied, "Ever since the turtles appeared, a dreadful fog has enveloped the lake upstream. No one who has entered has returned." The sole survivor emerged raving about monsters, utterly unable to communicate rationally. Exchanging a glance with Naruto, who nodded in agreement, Jiraiya confidently proclaimed, "Leave this matter to me, the white-haired sage of Mount Maibokuzen." "Is that true, Lord Jiraiya?" The Mediterranean gentleman cheered, "The hot spring village is saved." With a serious demeanor, Jiraiya added, "There is one more thing." The gentlemen ceased their cheers and turned their attention to him as he pointed towards the wall of the women's bath and earnestly requested, "Could this place be converted back to a mixed bath? It is just a short journey along this river to reach the location. However, the fog ahead is dense, and I can only escort you this far," the Mediterranean proprietor indicated, halting before the fog-enshrouded area ahead. Naruto waved and said, "Please return, uncle from the Mediterranean Inn. I leave it to you." Jiraiya, holding a lantern, walked ahead and inquired, "What is the origin of this thick fog?" Naruto elucidated, "This is the prowess of that individual, capable of generating a dense fog infused with a substantial amount of chakra, inducing those ensnared within it to experience effects akin to illusionary jutsu that disturb the mind. It obscures vision and prevents disturbances, truly an advantageous ability." Jiraiya, upon hearing this, could not help but commend. Thus, the two followed the river until they encountered a vast lake, shrouded in darkness and enveloped by thick mist, where the bright moonlight barely penetrated, rendering visibility extremely low. Only the faint glow of lanterns illuminated less than a meter ahead. "Wait," Jiraiya halted, gazing at the lake, murmuring, "Something is approaching. I sense a tingling aura of murderous intent emanating from the air. What is transpiring?" Suddenly, a shadow erupted from the lake with a tremendous splash, followed by a resounding roar, sending circular sound waves rippling outward, instantly dispersing the fog. Jiraiya braced himself against the pressure of the sound waves, struggling to discern the figure roaring beneath the moonlight, a terrifying creature with 3 tails, its body adorned with sharp spines, and most notably, an enormous form that instilled fear. The beast appeared to be missing an eye, for it focused its lone eye intently on the positions of Jiraiya and Naruto. Exposed, Jiraiya prepared for battle, whispering, "Naruto, that creature is approaching. Get ready to fight." The monster, poised on the water's surface, lashed its 3 tails, propelling itself swiftly towards them. The splashes of water akin to being sliced by razor blades, soaring to hundreds of meters in height, an impressive display of might. Initially intending to merely gather intelligence on the adversary, Jiraiya found himself on the brink of engaging in combat with the tailed beast, revealing a wry smile as he remarked, "It feels even larger than Bunta. This must be the 3 tails. How can there be such an overwhelming presence?" A figure clad in a black and orange jacket positioned itself before him, calling out to the onrushing monster, "Hey, long time no see, Isabu." Chapter 73, The Troubles of the 3 Tails. The 3 Tails skidded to a halt at the shore, its massive head leaning closer, its solitary eye reflecting the figures of Naruto and Jiraiya. A deep, gruff voice resonated, "Why do you know that name? Answer me, human." Naruto hummed a half-verse of a melody aloud, to the rock that knows all about water. Sanbai was taken aback, stretching its neck to scrutinize Naruto with its single eye, and shyly remarked, "Could it be that you were once a playful child? You humans grow too swiftly. When you mature, your uncle may no longer recognize you." Naruto fixed a skeptical gaze upon the 3 tails, remarking, "How suspicious. You still have that same fondness for children." The 3 tails raised its 3 powerful tails high, striking the water's surface and creating massive splashes. It replied, "I merely appreciate the pure emotional expressions of human children. Do not regard me with the eyes of a criminal." Behind Naruto, Jiraiya waved his hand, inquiring, "Might I ask you something, 3 tails?" The Three Tails cast a brief glance at Jiraiya's white hair before returning its focus to Naruto. Slightly disdainful, "Old man, please refrain from speaking to me." Jiraiya's fists clenched in frustration, powerless against the age discrimination from the Three Tails. He could only say, "Naruto, inquire about what is happening in the village downstream. Since you have found freedom here, why do you send your shadow clones to trouble others?" Naruto pressed. The Three Tails turned its massive body, raising a front paw to point in a certain direction, sorrowfully stating, "Not far from here, there is a small village where a child I hold dear used to visit me nearly every day. However, he has not come to see me for some time now." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya could not help but scold. "What are you saying? Surely the child's guardians discovered his peculiar friendship with a strange beast like you and forbade him from visiting. There's no need to cause trouble for others." "I initially thought the same," the Three Tails continued, until what? Manipulating the water. It conjured a bouquet of red flowers enveloped in bubbles, which floated before the two, until that day when the river overflowed. I came across this and used my chakra to preserve it. As Jiraiya stepped closer, the bubbles burst, and the flowers fell into his palm. He immediately recognized them. Camellias. With a strong scent of blood, these flowers must have been stained red with it. The Three Tails snorted, its voice deep and resonant. That child adored camellias. I sent my clones to his village, only to find it reduced to ruins. So, you dispatched so many clones to search for that child. Yet this action has caused much distress for many. He must have encountered some misfortune. It was a desperate measure." Naruto picked up the red camellia from Jiraiya's palm, stroking his chin in contemplation, when suddenly he exclaimed, "That fellow wouldn't happen to be named G.Y. Kimaru, would he?" The Three Tails trembled slightly, urgently asking, "Do you know him? Have you crossed paths before?" Jiraiya sighed in resignation, replying, "Here we go again. You always seem to be aware of the most peculiar matters. We will assist you in locating G.Y. Kimaru, but in exchange, I trust you will cease your disturbances in the downstream village, correct?" "I would certainly agree to such an arrangement, but as a human, why would you extend your aid to me? Do you seek to gain something from me?" The Three Tails swished its tail, directing the tip towards the two, earnestly probing for the genuine sentiments harbored within Naruto's heart. Naruto's clear eyes shimmered under the moonlight as he earnestly proclaimed, "Because I too wish to be your friend." After a prolonged gaze, the three-tailed beast retracted its tail and slowly swam towards the center of the lake, murmuring, "Then I entrust this to you." Jiraiya scoffed, "Naruto, how could you undertake such a daunting task without my consent?" The moon above was obscured by dark clouds, and without warning, large raindrops began to fall. Naruto extended his hand to catch the raindrops, feeling contemplative as he remarked, "It's because that guy, Yukimaru, is feeling quite lonely now. He has lost his way in search of a place to belong." "Honglian, are you lost?" In the midst of the forest mist, Kabuto frowned at Honglian, who was still searching for direction, with a small boy of about 7 or 8 years perched on his back. "Even if you are a subordinate of Lord Orochimaru, do not speak to me in such a commanding tone." A crystalline ice spike appeared on Kabuto's cheek, slicing open a wound from which blood trickled down. Kabuto hastily wiped the blood away with one hand, the wound healing instantly as he adjusted his glasses, coldly stating, "Were it not for Lord Orochimaru's orders, I would have no desire to carry out this mission with you. Fortunately, I have located this little brat. All that remains is to test his abilities, and I will not have to see you again." Honglian cast a complex glance at the unconscious child on Kabuto's back, a buried memory resurfacing within her. It seems reminiscent of that woman. A bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, casting a hazy glow amidst the fog overhead. With a thunderous roar, torrential rain began to pour, compelling Kabuto and Honglian to seek shelter. As they ran through the forest, they stumbled upon an abandoned hunter's cabin. Exchanging glances, they hurried inside. Honglian leaned against the fireplace, wringing out the water from her skirt, cursing, "I'm drenched. This is infuriating. You've been here before, and this predicament is entirely due to you." Kabuto laid Yukimaru gently on the wooden bed and settled beside Honglian, placing his hands on the fire to warm them. His round glasses reflecting the flickering flames, lost in thought. Honglian absently glanced at Yukimaru on the bed, asking, "Is that little boy all right? Is the medicine you administered too potent for a child? Though he appears somewhat weak, it remains within acceptable limits. Once the rain ceases, I will gather the remaining herbs needed for the potion and proceed with Lord Orochimaru's plan. Is it not possible to wait until he fully recovers before proceeding?" A sardonic smile graced Kabuto's lips as he replied, "Unfortunately, due to your aimless wandering in this foggy forest for several days, the three-tailed beast will inevitably be discovered. We lack the luxury of time for him to rest. Surely, you do not wish to witness Lord Orochimaru's disappointment should we fail this mission? What nonsense! I told you not to speak to me in that tone." A crystalline blade pressed against Kabuto's throat, poised to pierce through at the slightest movement. Yet, Kabuto, emboldened by Orochimaru's orders to Honglian, laughed unabashedly. Provided the test is successful, if Yukimaru indeed possesses the power to suppress the three-tailed beast, then I merely need to refine the potion's formula. Before the Akatsuki moves, I shall capture the three-tailed beast for Lord Orochimaru. Can you imagine the reward he will bestow upon you?" As the rain outside gradually subsided, Kabuto flicked the crystalline blade aside with his fingers, rising to exit the cabin, stating casually, "I leave Yukimaru in your care. Do not disappoint me again." Inside the cabin, only Honglian and the unconscious boy remained. Fatigue washed over her, and she curled up in a corner, drifting into a deep slumber. No, no, don't leave me, mother. Yukimaru's murmurs in his dreams jolted Honglian awake, and she rushed to the bedside to check on him, seeing him helplessly grasping at the air with his hands, as if trying to seize something. What's wrong? Lacking experience in caring for others, Honglian hastily placed her hands in Yukimaru's, allowing him to grip them. The heat radiating from his small hands startled her. So hot. At that moment, she cursed Kabuto under her breath and hurriedly added firewood to the stove, setting a pot of water to boil, before returning to loosen Yukimaru's clothing for better ventilation. So hot. Naruto and Jiraiya were nestled within a cave, the roasted sweet potato being tossed between their hands. Do not be overly anxious. Let us rest for the night before seeking out the child named Yuguwan. Jiraiya, seemingly from nowhere, produced a small wooden table and spread out his manuscript upon it, ready to write. Naruto leaned in with curiosity, exclaiming, "It's quite rare to see the perverse sage writing something else. Aren't you worried about the impending deadline?" Jiraiya shrugged. "Oh, why bring this up so late at night?" In truth, he intended to document the events that transpired during their journey together, and whether or not to transform them into a tale would depend on the excitement of the occurrences. Speaking of which, it seems I have never mentioned your father's story. Would you like to hear it? Yes, Naruto replied eagerly, settling beside Jiraiya with a roasted sweet potato in hand. Your father was far more talented than you when he was your age, but when compared to me, he still lacked a bit. The perverse sage is bragging again. What do you mean again? However, that Minato fellow was indeed remarkable. Did you know that at the age of 9, the Hidden Cloud even sent people to abduct your mother? Their favorite pastime was to engage in covert kidnappings. They almost managed to take her beyond the borders. Naruto raised his hand and exclaimed, "Surely my father is the hero who saves the beauty. Have you perhaps heard about this from Minato?" Do not interrupt me while I narrate. My version is far more dramatic. The crackling of the firewood echoed, casting the shadows of the master and disciple upon the cliff face, their playful banter resonating far and wide until it faded into silence. Speaking of which, why does the Hidden Cloud village have such a penchant for kidnappings? Once, Naruto's mother was taken, and then Hinata twice. One might say they truly embody the spirit of the Raikage. Chuckles, mistakes will be corrected later. Chapter 74. The place to return. On the following morning, the mountains stood majestic. The brilliant sunlight pierced through the rain clouds, illuminating the dense fog that enveloped the forest, finally granting it a clear visibility. Jiraiya poked his head out of the cave to take in the surroundings, scratching his head and muttering, although the mist has dissipated. The area is rife with water bodies and towering vegetation. Searching for a little brat here is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Did the perverted sage not consider employing that technique? That technique? Naruto stood proudly with his hands on his hips, resembling a child eager to showcase his achievements to his parents, exclaiming, "It's sage mode." In this state, one can effortlessly sense the flow of chakra around them. As long as the opponent remains within the range of perception, locating them is a mere matter of an instant. It sounds simple. Jiraiya, placing his fist upon Naruto's head and giving it a playful spin, scolded, "I suspect you are intentionally mocking the imperfections of my sage mode. I lack any true sensory abilities." Naruto winced in pain, clutching his head and evading the topic. "I meant my sage mode." "Your sage mode?" Jiraiya furrowed his brow, using his towering frame to shield the cave entrance. "I never imagined you had already mastered this. I wonder how many secrets you still harbor." Inside a modest cabin, Honglian lay on the bed, weakly watching as a woman bandaged the wounds on her arm. "Why did you save me?" The woman's face radiated warmth, her smile tender. "I'm so relieved you're all right. I had sent my child away for safety, and when I returned for supplies, I found you collapsed in the snow. Thankfully, it was only a minor injury. Even knowing I am your enemy. Why? Because I heard you calling for your mother in your dreams. You are a pitiful child." The woman gazed at Honglian with compassion. Recalling her mission, Honglian covered her arm and sat up, shouting, "Run away. The farther, the better. I'll pretend I didn't see you." Understanding the urgency, the woman grasped her prepared basket, flung open the door, and dashed outside. "It seems you've been wounded. The resistance in this village possesses some strength." Kabuto appeared at the entrance, his pupils narrowing. "Are you contemplating betrayal against Lord Orochimaru, Honglian?" The woman ventured into the deep mountains, using leaves as a makeshift flute to produce a melancholic melody, an agreed-upon signal with her son. Hearing footsteps behind her, she turned joyfully. "Yujido?" But standing behind her was Honglian. Aware of her impending doom, the woman closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, mourning for her child. Crimson blood stained the camellias by the roadside, transforming them into a vivid red. "I'm sorry." Honglian slowly opened her eyes, leaning over the bed to caress the bandages wrapped around her arm, finally breaking free from the haunting memories. She noticed the coat draped over her and hurriedly glanced at the empty wooden bed, realizing Yujito was nowhere to be found. Damn it. Has he escaped? Do you truly believe that Sasuke will honor the commitment you made? Jiraiya sat cross-legged on the ground, back to back with Naruto, both eyes closed. Though he may seem aloof, he values emotions deeply. He will surely return to the village. Jiraiya could not help but open one eye, tilting his head. "What a fool you are." Let me tell you, my relationship with Orochimaru was once akin to that. In the end, he chose a different path. If Sasuke does not return, if being wise means that, I would rather be a fool for life. This is my promise to him. I believe he will uphold it. I always speak my mind. That is my way of the ninja. Oh, I see. Jiraiya closed his eyes again, a smile gracing his lips. I once considered Orochimaru a dear friend, only to be met with impotence and regret. Perhaps it was because I focused all my attention on Tsunade during our youth, failing to notice and correct his twisted ideals sooner. Yet I see in you what I had long given up. I admit, you fool, Sasuke will undoubtedly keep his promise. Heh, the Lecher Sage thinks the same, right? The place where people think of you is precisely where you must return. Jiraiya opened his eyes, using his fingers to wipe away the tear stains on his cheeks, smudging the paint behind his ears, his face and body showing subtle signs of transformation. Naruto also opened his eyes, and a crimson hue appeared at the corners. Jiraiya, observing that Naruto's appearance was enhanced by the sage mode, remarked with a hint of bittersweetness. Is this a special favor bestowed upon you by the heavens? He placed his webbed hand upon Naruto's back, continuously channeling his cultivated natural chakra into him. With your impeccable sage mode, combined with my natural energy, we shall expand your sensory range and locate that elusive child in one breath. Relying solely on human effort to search for a child in such a complex terrain was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. This was the simplest and most direct method that Naruto could conceive. Given that Jiraiya's sage mode lacked sensory abilities, and Naruto's was not enduring, they promptly decided to take action after some deliberation. 2 chakra signatures were in close proximity. One was somewhat unstable yet distinctly unique. There were 4 individuals in total, and the other 2 were approaching them. Naruto turned to Jiraiya and remarked, that is the chakra of Kabuto. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead and replied, we were just discussing Orochimaru. It seems this matter is likely connected to him. But where exactly is Orochimaru? I cannot sense his chakra. Jiraiya retracted his hand and walked towards the cave entrance, taking out a handkerchief to wipe his face. Well, it seems things might become a bit easier. Let us go retrieve that child. Naruto mused, however. The Toad Sage truly has an array of tricks up his sleeve. I never expected Sage Mode to possess operations akin to group ninjutsu. The ability to communicate mind to mind is incredibly impressive. The sage mask on Naruto's face gradually dissipated. Jiraiya's proud voice echoed as he distanced himself. After all, I am one of the legendary 3. Just as Naruto finished packing his bag and prepared to follow, a tender voice suddenly called out from behind. Is there really a way to communicate mind to mind? Naruto was taken aback, turning around to find a faint silhouette of a diminutive figure emerging behind him. The other party seemed quite intrigued and took a step closer, inquiring, what does it mean to be in a state of mutual understanding? Naruto let out a sigh of relief and said, it must be the ghost pill. It's a connection of hearts where one can comprehend the thoughts of the other. Has something happened? Is Kisaragi worried about you? The ghost pill shook his head sorrowfully. Everyone is gone. There is no place left for me to return to. Naruto knelt down, smiling as he placed his hand atop the other's head, and said, isn't the place where someone who misses you exists the very place you should return to? Waikimaru's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he replied, are you saying that if someone actively thinks of me, that place would indeed be where I should go back to? Precisely, that is where you ought to return. You speak with such wisdom. As Waikimaru's figure began to fade, Naruto anxiously called out, Waikimaru, Isaba really misses you. But he vanished. Perhaps it had something to do with the affection of the Three Tails. He always appeared and disappeared like a wisp in shadowy or mist-laden places. Jiraiya shouted from a distance, hurry up and catch up, Naruto. You should still be able to keep pace. Honglian traversed the forest, searching for Waikimaru's presence. Having consumed so many medications from Kabuto, she was certain he hadn't strayed far. The melodious sound of a grass flute echoed through the mountains, and the forest vibrated with vibrant life. What are you doing here? Honglian followed the flute's melody and found Waikimaru seated among the trees. Upon seeing her, Waikimaru's face flushed with joy as he exclaimed, Sister Honglian. With a hint of annoyance, Honglian reproached, is your body already well? If you run off, it would be quite a headache for me. You are something very important entrusted to me by Lord Orochimaru. Hearing the constant mention of Orochimaru, Waikimaru's expression dimmed, and he clutched tightly to his talisman embroidered with camellias. What is this? This is a talisman my mother gave me. She told me to hide well, and then she never returned. That's why I've been wandering around here, until I met Sister Honglian. A pang of inexplicable pain surged within Honglian. She plucked a snow-white camellia from the bushes, enveloped it in crystal using her crystal release, and placed it in Waikimaru's hand. Forcing a gentle smile as she said, you really like camellias, right? This flower will never wither, as long as I am alive. Waikimaru joyfully lifted the crystal to observe the flower under the sun. Suddenly, he recalled Naruto's words, exclaiming, Big Brother was right. The place where someone misses me is indeed where I should return. Kabuto surely hasn't overdone the medication to confuse this child, has he? What are you doing? Honglian inquired. Looking at the talisman presented before her, Waikimaru raised the crystal gifted by Honglian with his other hand, saying, because I now have this. Are you trying to trade with me? All right, no problem. Honglian tucked the talisman into her bosom, and they exchanged a glance, suddenly bursting into laughter. It seems you are quite happy. Is there something joyous you wish to share with me? An untimely voice interrupted as Kabuto emerged from the woods, holding a vial of potion and a large black sack on his back. It's time to begin. We are off for some fun. Waikimaru. Waikimaru. Upon hearing this, took Honglian's hand and ran to Kabuto, bubbling with excitement. Brother Kabuto? Really? Kabuto shook the glass vial, saying, yes, soon you'll take this special potion. And something fun will happen. Really? I can't wait. Shall we head to that lake, Honglian? Noticing Honglian's hesitation, Kabuto quickly interjected, don't forget. This task was specifically entrusted to us by Lord Orochimaru, which I could have executed alone. He adjusted his glasses, adding, if you keep this up, it will become quite troublesome for me. I understand. Honglian held Waikimaru's small hand as they walked towards their destination. The fog had lifted, and she easily recognized the path. Sister Honglian, do you like camellias too? Upon hearing Waikimaru's question, Honglian glanced at the pattern on her dress and forced a smile. Yes, I like them very much. That's wonderful. How surprising. I never expected that in just one night. They would bond so well. Kabuto, who was somewhat oblivious to emotions, noted everything he observed, then shook the bag behind him, quieting it with a swift motion. I am back here again. Waikimaru joyfully ran to the shore, pressing a leaf to his lips as a melodious tune drifted far. Kabuto twisted open the vial, preparing to have Waikimaru take the pill when Honglian could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, Kabuto, I have something to say to you. What is it? Honglian recalled the fates of the experimental subjects in the base and could not bear to say. You know what would happen to him if he takes this new type of drug? Kabuto scoffed. What? So you care for him? Why are you anxious? His fate of life or death shouldn't concern you. Honglian lifted her head, murmuring, no, it absolutely concerns me. Kabuto, surprised, remarked, I thought you were as cold as steel. Given your history of countless killings, I'm quite taken aback to see you genuinely care for Waikimaru. Is it because you killed that child's mother? Honglian bit her lip, casting her gaze aside. Kabuto set the bag down, approached her, and gently played with a strand of hair in front of her chest, smirking. How about I tell Waikimaru the truth? That the gentle sister Honglian is the very one who killed his mother? Absolutely not. Honglian slapped Kabuto's face, almost knocking off his glasses. Then, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, calmly stating, you are willing to follow my orders now. He poured the pills into his palm and approached the shore, saying, Waikimaru, take this medicine. Just as Waikimaru swallowed the pill, a bold voice boomed from the shore, how can you casually give such strange medication to a child? Doing so could lead to 13 years of imprisonment. Kabuto's pupils constricted as the robust figure of an elderly man with white hair appeared, prompting him to retreat beside the black sack. Naruto anxiously embraced the frail body of Waijimaru, exclaiming, Waijimaru, are you all right? It's that guy? Honglian, intending to rush forward to reclaim Waijimaru, found his legs trembling upon witnessing Naruto's demeanor. Waijimaru, upon catching sight of Naruto, beamed with delight, saying, it's you, big brother. I have found a way to go back. Suddenly, a surge of potent chakra erupted from his diminutive form, soaring skyward. The three tails, resting beneath the water, seemed to sense a call, its single eye turning a vivid crimson as it leapt from the depths, racing towards the shore where the others stood. Jiraiya, witnessing the unfolding events, coldly inquired, Kabuto, what have you done? Kabuto erupted into laughter, declaring, too late. Ah ha ha ha. Waijimaru, eliminate these fools who wish to harm Honglian. The three tails leapt from the water, its massive maw poised to devour Naruto and Waijimaru, who stood at the forefront. Just as the creature was about to engulf Waijimaru, Honglian finally subdued the fear that had gripped him regarding Naruto, charging forward to conjure a crystal cage that enveloped the three of them in an instant. Roaring, the three tails swallowed the colossal red crystal and plunged back into the lake. On the shore, only Kabuto and Jiraiya remained. After swallowing hard, Kabuto provocatively asked, Jiraiya-sama, are you not going to save your beloved disciple? Jiraiya cast a steely gaze at Kabuto, asserting, I have faith in Naruto's abilities. My primary opponent is you. Capturing you will surely lead me to Orochimaru's whereabouts. Kabuto, bemused, replied, oh dear, I never expected to face one of the legendary Sannin again. He unfastened a black cloth bag, prompting Jiraiya to furrow his brow, exclaiming, the owner of the Mediterranean Inn. Kabuto continued, but do you think that having a hostage will sway me? If you threaten me with that, I would not dare. I have been conducting experiments, and now is the time to validate my results. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto produced a scroll from his possession, a twisted smile adorning his face as he exclaimed, do you recall how the name of the Sannin was earned? Jiraiya gasped, could it be you? Reanimation. Kabuto intoned. Countless runes surged from the scroll, enveloping the Mediterranean Inn's owner, transforming him from a greasy old man into a white-haired elder adorned with a black breathing mask. Jiraiya instinctively stepped back, his hands clasped together as he gritted his teeth, lamenting, Orochimaru is truly insufferable. What benefit is there in teaching his subordinates such jutsu? It only brings me trouble. The reason I have been absent is that I was secretly excavating this man's burial site in the Land of Rain. Now, let me witness your power. Kabuto rejoiced. Hanzo the Salamander, the elder, donning the black breathing mask, opened his eyes, which shone with intensity, rising slowly from the ground. His white hair swayed as if caught in an unseen breeze. He cracked his neck, surveying the surroundings before sheepishly stating, "No, we merely resemble each other. I am Pei Ji, Hance's right-hand man." In a different scene, Hong Lian gazed across the lush mountains blanketed with camellias in full bloom. A familiar mother and child stood before her, wide Jimaru's face alight with joy as the woman turned to look at Hong Lian. Just as Hong Lian was about to speak, another version of herself appeared beside her, wielding a thin and sharp crystal. Seeing her doppelganger approach the mother and child with an emotionless expression, Hong Lian screamed, "Run." She lunged at her other self, but her body passed through without resistance. No. Hong Lian's pupils constricted in horror. The crystal blade sliced through, and the woman collapsed before Wai Jimaru, a crimson stain seeping from her back, staining the surrounding camellias. A chilling wind swept through, cloaking the mountains in a silvery shroud. Hong Lian, expressionless, was transformed by the icy gust into petals of red camellias, drifting upon the pristine snow, resplendent and striking. The woman, pale from blood loss, cast a pleading glance at Hong Lian, as if attempting to articulate something. Rushing over, Hong Lian grasped the woman's feeble hand, placing it against her chest. Though weak, the woman wore a benevolent expression. With tears welling in her eyes, Hong Lian implored, "Can I earn your forgiveness?" The woman's pupils morphed into golden serpentine slits. Her voice deep and raspy as she replied, "You have already taken a life. How can you utter such selfish words? You wish for her to forgive you?" The woman transformed into a white serpent, articulating, "It is clear that such a thing is impossible." Hong Lian stumbled back, turning to flee, but the serpent pursued her relentlessly. A relentless reminder of her past transgressions. "No. Stay calm." A raspy voice echoed in Hong Lian's ears, and she was jolted awake as the scene around her cracked and splintered. They were currently within the belly of the Three Tails. Fortunately, before being swallowed, Hong Lian had summoned a crystal cage using her crystallization abilities, preventing them from being scattered. Kneeling against the Three Tails' rock-solid stomach wall, Hong Lian gasped for breath. After a prolonged moment, she regained her composure and looked at Naruto with suspicion, asking, "Why did you not kill me when I was trapped in the illusion? What are your intentions?" Naruto gently laid the unconscious Ghost Maru down and knelt before her, saying, "Do not worry. I harbor no intentions akin to those of Orochimaru." Hong Lian shifted back slightly, exclaiming, "Do not deceive me. The enemy lies before you in a state of unconsciousness. As a Konoha ninja, how can you not seize this opportunity?" "I am not so despicable," he replied. "And you are rather naive. If it were I would certainly eliminate you first, and then devise every possible means to abscond with Ghost Maru from this place." Naruto interrupted Hong Lian, saying, "Speaking of which, you came from Orochimaru's side, right? How's Sasuke doing?" Upon hearing Sasuke's name, Hong Lian's eyes glazed over, and she covered her forehead, exclaiming, "Do not utter that name to me. It seems he is faring quite well, then." Naruto rose and returned to Waikimaru's side, remarking, "You've acted quite recklessly." Fortunately, Waikimaru only ingested a small quantity of those pills. Without a medical ninja present, the situation could have been perilous. My expertise in medical ninjutsu is limited. Given these circumstances, a confrontation between us is inevitable. I must defeat you first before taking Waikimaru away from here. Guren formed a massive crystalline spear in her hand, pointing its sharp tip toward Naruto as she declared, "I apologize, young one, but rest assured, I have no intention of delivering a fatal blow." Naruto, in a tone of resignation, remarked, Indeed, yet I implore you to share your thoughts on Ghost Maru before you render me half dead." Upon hearing this, Hong Lian removed the talisman that hung from her waist, clasping it tightly in her palm, her gaze averting from Naruto's as she turned her eyes elsewhere, stating, "The one who murdered this child's mother is none other than Lord Orochimaru. It was he who commanded me and Yukushi Kabuto to assault Ghost Maru's village in order to establish the Sound Ninja village. His mother saved me, an enemy." During her flight, tears, glistening like jewels, cascaded down Hong Lian's flushed cheeks, splattering against the ground. In my fervent desire to gain Lord Orochimaru's approval, I ultimately became the instrument of her demise. It was only during my interactions with Ghost Maru that I comprehended the irrevocable nature of my actions. I am unworthy of being someone significant to him or a place he can return to. Regardless of your past deeds, the person you are now is transformed. Is it not? As long as you cherish the presence of another in your heart, speak openly. If your feelings are genuine and heartfelt, then you are indeed the place to which he can return, are you not? Naruto's words pierced through the heart of Hong Lian like a blade, causing her entire being to tremble. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner, nor had she dared to hope for such sentiments. Having always existed with the sole purpose of becoming Orochimaru's reincarnation vessel, she seemed to have discovered the meaning of her existence. Chirp, chirp, huh? While the two were conversing, the area around the crystalline cage was crowded with a multitude of miniature Three Tails, encircling them in layers. Had it not been for their wariness of the cage emanating a crimson glow, they would have torn apart their prey as they usually did. It appeared that a confrontation with these frenzied mini Three Tails was imminent. Naruto scratched his head and said, "Thus, I advise you against engaging with Yugue-wan on Orochimaru's orders. Be true to your own thoughts. Otherwise, both of you may end up trapped in an irretrievable sorrow. Don't you also wish to obtain the Three Tails, which is why you seek to utilize Yugue-wan? If Konoha acquires the Three Tails, it will possess boundless military might. Hong Lian retorted loudly, her gaze fixed on the forehead protector atop Naruto's head. From the moment Naruto and Jiraiya appeared, she had determined that the two were here for Yugue-wan and the Three Tails. Naruto declared resolutely, "You are mistaken. We did not come with such intentions. Do not deceive yourselves. Konoha already possesses tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. With such power, what right do you have to condemn Lord Orochimaru for his current actions?" The crystal cage opened a gap just wide enough for her to pass through, returning to its original form as she stepped out. In any case, Yukimaru will likely fare better in your hands than in those of Lord Orochimaru. Naruto furrowed his brows and inquired, "What are your intentions?" "Though I lack the courage to confront Yukimaru, I will spare no effort to protect him. You must survive and escape from this place. I entrust Yukimaru to you." She forced a smile and turned her head, saying, "I had intended to strike against you moments ago, but please do not take offense. I shall now sacrifice this life to carve a path for you." Crystal release. Hexagonal shuriken. Hundreds of shimmering crystal shurikens materialized out of thin air, soaring with tremendous force towards the eager many-tailed beasts. Yet, the outcome was disheartening. Upon colliding with their resilient exteriors, the shurikens disintegrated into mere fragments, failing to breach their defenses. Naruto's lips curled into a smile as he declared, "Let me take charge. I understand your intentions. Do not underestimate me." She cast a lingering glance at the unconscious Gyokimaru within the crystalline cage, a flicker of reluctance crossing her features. Yet, in an instant, she transformed that hesitation into unwavering resolve. Clutching her protective talisman, she brandished the crystal spear and charged into the midst of the overwhelming Three Tails, sustaining injuries in mere moments. Just one strike will suffice. She pressed the talisman against her chest, gritting her teeth as she proclaimed, "I shall exchange my life for chakra," sealing fate with a pinpoint strike. As chakra surged within her, the Crimson Lotus unleashed its secret technique, invigorating her heart. A torrent of chakra erupted from her body, her pupils rolling back as her eyes filled entirely with a blinding white. Crystal release. Crystal Wall 8 formation. Suddenly, crimson crystal spikes emerged, proliferating like a virus among the many Three Tails, swiftly encasing them all within their grasp. "It worked," she exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. The chakra drained from her heart would exact a toll on her lifespan, a steep price for such power. Crack, crack. The camellia crystal in Gyokimaru's hand began to fracture, as if some unseen force beckoned him, slowly coaxing him to open his eyes. Naruto sighed, "Are you all right?" "This is all my own doing, cough, cough," Hongyan replied, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Just then, the awakened Yuguwan happened to witness the scene. Leaning against the cage, he looked through the crystal with concern. "Sister Hongyan, what happened to you?" With tears streaming down her face, Hongyan shouted, "Enough. Yuguwan, the one who took away your rightful place. The one who dyed the white camellia with your mother's blood. The one who killed your mother is me. I did all this to gain Lord Orochimaru's favor, to use you to get closer and earn your trust." Yuguwan gazed sorrowfully at the weeping woman, murmuring, "Sister Hongyan." Hongyan bellowed, "You must harbor great hatred in your heart, wanting to kill the deceiver that I am. Go with this big brother from Konoha. I am forever a demon." "Fool. What are you saying?" "Be quiet," Naruto shouted angrily. "Yuguwan, Hongyan deeply regrets her actions. No matter what, she will protect you, and she will miss you dearly." Upon hearing this, Hongyan fell silent for a moment, then spoke, "I know very well that no matter how much I regret or apologize, the sins I have committed cannot be erased. If you wish, I would willingly sacrifice my life to eliminate your hatred and bring you happiness." Yuguwan's gaze remained fixed on Hongyan as he showcased the camellia crystal he held, smiling, "Sister Hongyan, don't you hate me?" Hongyan's pupils trembled as she exclaimed in disbelief, "Sister Hongyan is a good person. Wherever Sister Hongyan is, that is where I should return. It would be wonderful if Sister Hongyan could return to where I am." Suddenly, a greater number of three-tailed creatures surrounded Hongyan, each nearly the height of a person. Their single eye filled with rage, fixated on her. "You'll be safe inside. Just wait for me to return." Hongyan trembled as she stood, placing her hand over her heart. "Konoha kid, promise me you will take care of Yuguwan." Bang! A golden figure shattered the crystal cage, appearing before Hongyan. In her astonished gaze, Naruto turned back and said, "You really are a woman who loves to control everything. I told you to leave it to me." Chapter 76, 3 and 9 Yukushi Kabuto, seizing the moment, ordered Pinji. "In that case, hiding from the rain, Pinji, help me hold him off and create an opportunity for me to escape. It seems I have no choice. I apologize." Young one. Upon seeing his opponent, the elder with an invincible face quickly turned to Yukushi Kabuto and shook his head. "If I am not mistaken, this is Jiraiya, bestowed with the title of Sannin by Lord Hanzo. I cannot handle him. He is too strong." Yukushi Kabuto's forehead darkened with anger. "Are you an idiot? A mere fish." "As a fish, I truly apologize. Moreover, isn't this too much to ask? The opponent is a Sannin." Jiraiya, releasing his clasped hands, ignored their quarrel and asked solemnly, "Did you just say that the old man Hanzo, who secretly excavated the coffin of the salamander in the land of rain, is dead? Why hasn't this dreadful news been made public, nor any military activity reported? Who is the current ruler?" As Hanzo's right-hand man, Pinji exclaimed in shock. What? Lord Hanzo is dead too. The current ruler. Yakushi Kabuto seized the opportunity to forcefully manipulate Pinji to attack Jiraiya, causing him to vanish in an instant. Jiraiya restrained Pinji's wrists, twisting his arms behind his back, pressing his foot against him to control him, lamenting, did he manage to escape? The subdued Pinji spoke in Yakushi Kabuto's voice. You are nothing like Lord Orochimaru. You are truly soft-hearted. To repay you for not acting against me immediately, I will share some information. Hanzo was killed by the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain. Their headquarters is in the Land of Rain. And this is information Lord Orochimaru brought back after leaving the organization. It is absolutely true. After delivering the information, the rain-soaked Pinji transformed into gray paper, drifting away with the wind. Jiraiya gazed at the gray paper, frowning. Those guys are truly troublesome, even Lord Hanzo. This is when Honglian stared blankly at Naruto as several chakra claws emerged behind him, precisely pinning down all the three tails, rendering them unable to escape despite their struggles. Kyubi. Oh. The realm of deep space unfolded from the Nine Tails, and the enraged Three Tails, upon noticing Naruto's sudden appearance, roared, let me kill that woman, how dare she? Even before Yuga-wan had awakened, the Three Tails had already regained consciousness, but upon learning the events, it realized that all the recent suffering of its beloved Yuga-wan stemmed from Honglian, prompting it to continue attacking her. The Nine Tails placed its tail on the back of the Three Tails, sliding from its head to its back, and grinned, tch. Still the same as ever. You become furious whenever it concerns children. Calmed slightly by the Nine Tails, the Three Tails responded, it's you, Kyubi, long time no see. Finally, we can communicate properly. Truly, you all are a handful. Naruto spoke, Isabu, you are aware of the feelings of GY Kai, and ultimately, the decision must rest with this individual. The three-tailed beast gazed into Naruto's clear eyes for a prolonged moment, and slowly remarked, no wonder you know my name. Both your mind and GY Kai's may be somewhat deranged. After offering this candid assessment, it raised a paw to its head and directed its attention to Kurama, saying, Kurama, your current Jinchuriki seems rather foolish, does he not? Kurama recalled the moment when Naruto forgave Uchiha Obito and nodded in agreement. This lad is indeed quite different from the average person. Hey, that is just too much, Kurama. Naruto tugged at the fur on the Nine Tails' leg and extended his fist toward the Three Tails, saying, let us engage in a fist bump, Isabu. The Three Tails, taken aback, replied, a fist bump? Humph, you have the right to know many things. As the Nine Tails spoke, it meticulously groomed the disheveled fur on its leg. Is that so? The Three Tails said, extending its claw to gently touch Naruto's fist, their chakra intertwining at that point. In the blink of an eye, it absorbed over 1,000 episodes worth of stories, the overwhelming influx of information causing it to stand upright in shock, its entire body leaning backward. In disbelief, the Three Tails stared at the Nine Tails, exclaiming, is there such a thing? The Nine Tails, gracefully waving its tail, approached the toppled Three Tails and extended its fist, saying, Isabu, share your chakra with me. I understand, replied the Three Tails. The Crimson Fox claw met the Three Tails turtle claw in unison, and on one of the Nine Tails' tails. The number 3 illuminated brightly. Satisfied, the Nine Tails nodded and declared, you must also depart from this dwelling soon and seek a new place to reside. Naruto suddenly exclaimed, I've thought of a splendid place. The Three Tails flicked its tail, repositioning its body, and gravely addressed Naruto and the Nine Tails, then I shall entrust the matter to you both. Naruto, Kurama. The events unfolding in the depths of space transpired in mere moments. Naruto released the small Three Tails, waving goodbye as they obediently parted to create a passage. What a jest. A child no older than Uchiha Sasuke, yet possessing such formidable power, left Honglian feeling utterly disheartened. In comparing his own strength to that of Naruto and Sasuke, he could not help but reflect. No wonder Orochimaru's attitude toward me has shifted from exuberant delight to a mere indifferent tolerance over the years. The youth of today. Naruto extended a golden arm, placing White Guemar on his back, and addressed Honglian. You heard his words, did you not? Even after uncovering the truth, he still chose to forgive you. Willing to be the place you return to. This untainted innocence, devoid of any resentment, are you truly willing to cast it aside? Honglian looked at Naruto in astonishment as he swept her off her feet, and upon regaining her composure, she playfully struck his head, blushing as she exclaimed, what are you doing? Let go of me. White Guemar leaned forward, gazing at Honglian with a smile, saying, that's wonderful, Sister Honglian. Big brother will surely take us out. Honglian deliberately turned her gaze away, unable to meet White Guemar's innocent smile. The resemblance of this face to her mother's made her feel profoundly embarrassed. White Guemar softly murmured, Sister Honglian. Naruto swiftly followed the direction indicated by the small Three Tails gate, and soon discovered a location reminiscent of a waterfall. The immense sculpture of the Three Tails, with its mouth agape, allowed crystal-clear lake water to flow forth from it. Naruto leaped into the water with the other two, enveloped by a shimmering, multicolored bubble that transported them from the alternate dimension beneath the lake. They swiftly surfaced. Pervy Sage. The bubble gently deposited the trio onto the shore before dissipating. Naruto carefully set down the unconscious Karen and waved cheerfully at Jiraiya. I thought you'd turn into the Three Tails or something, Jiraiya quipped as he approached. only for the massive head of the Three Tails itself to emerge from the water, its single eye glaring intently at him. With utmost sincerity, Jiraiya bowed deeply. My apologies, I spoke too loudly just now. Naruto leaped onto the back of the Three Tails and addressed Yujito. We are heading to another place now. You should stay here and live well with Honglian. Yujito responded joyfully. Thank you, big brother. Jiraiya did not inquire further. He simply jumped onto the towering back of the Three Tails, content to accompany Naruto, even if it meant disrupting his meticulously planned itinerary. However, Honglian did not follow. Instead, she spoke earnestly. You should take Yujito with you. Honglian's sister? Even Jiraiya was perplexed and asked, why? Honglian turned away, unable to meet Yujito's gaze, and lamented. I believe this is the best course of action for both myself and this child. You are truly an incorrigible fool. Naruto shook his head, pointing at Yujito. This is clearly a matter concerning two lives. How can you unilaterally decide such things without even considering Yujito's feelings? If you leave like this, it will only inflict more pain by leaving memories of your time together. Humans are prone to regret and self-reproach. Do you truly believe this is acceptable? Jiraiya remarked coolly. You were once a subordinate of Orochimaru, weren't you? After your failure, you have become of no use to him. He will not care for a discarded pawn. In contrast, this child needs you far more. Naruto cast a reassuring glance at Wakaru, who nodded and stepped forward to say, Sister Honglian appears to be unapproachable, but deep down, she must possess a gentle heart, right? However, Honglian retorted coldly, do not utter such words to me any longer. You are just like that foolish woman. Fully aware that I am your adversary and cognizant of the consequences of your actions, she continued. My mother once told me that happiness and cherished memories do not necessarily equate to redemption. The more beautiful the memory, the more it can lead to pain, whether for the one who departs or the one left behind. Yet, those devoid of such memories are even more pitiable. Both she and I can discern the kindness residing within Sister Honglian. Then wouldn't he being with me only inflict greater suffering upon you? Why are you so insistent? Wakaru replied, Indeed, hearing Sister Honglian say that you were the one who made my mother leave me caused me immense pain. So agonizing that I felt as though my chest would burst. His expression darkened as he cradled a camellia crystal in his hands, his eyes regaining a soft luster. He leaped down from the back of the Three Tails, and Honglian quickly turned to catch him. Curling up in her embrace, Wakaru inhaled deeply and declared, Yet, despite this, I wish to be the place Sister Honglian should return to. If you do not depart, then neither shall I, for I cherish you. You foolish child. I am so sorry. Honglian exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she hugged Wakaru tightly, repeatedly apologizing. In that case, I shall lend my support to you. A deep voice resonated, as the Three Tails wrapped its massive tail around the two, gently tossing them onto its back. Take good care of this child. He has endured suffering that he should not have had to bear because of you. Do not harm him again. Jiraiya sat cross-legged, having already been informed by Naruto about the situation concerning Honglian and Wakaru. His tone carried a hint of complexity as he remarked, This child is truly remarkable. Can love truly dissolve hatred? Moreover, it seems that tailed beasts can experience emotions akin to those of humans. That is a long-held prejudice of your kind. The Three Tails snorted dismissively as it sped towards the island mentioned by Naruto. Feeling the sea breeze, Jiraiya patted the back of the Three Tails and apologized. I had thought you to be one of those detached monsters with unsavory habits. Allow me to buy you a drink to make amends. The Three Tails coldly declined, saying, I merely appreciate the purity of human children, not the vices of wicked individuals. Furthermore, I do not drink with old men. How cold you are when you disdain my age. At the delicious dumpling shop, an elderly woman greeted, Young man, you are here again. She placed a plate of 3 colored dumplings before the masked figure in a black cloak. She had long kept her granddaughter locked away to prevent this young man, who frequented the shop every year, from being a lecherous individual with ulterior motives. Ah, these dumplings are absolutely delightful. By the way, grandmother, has anyone visited that lake recently? The masked man joyfully accepted the plate, turning away to savor the food. The elderly woman paused to think and replied uncertainly. It seems there was a lecherous old man who brought a child here before, claiming to seek something unknown. What of it? Nothing, just a casual inquiry. Your dumplings are indeed the best. The masked man waved his hand, his voice lowering. I have something of great importance there that I wish to retrieve later. But it seems it has been taken away. Just as the Three Tails was approaching its destination, a small boat docked at the shore. 2 figures walked along the street. A man with slick back hair gazed at the bustling crowd and exclaimed joyfully, the previous intel was erroneous. This place is not as desolate as we thought, and the population is rather substantial. It would be splendid if they all converted. Cease your trivial thoughts. If you scare off the target, I will have to eliminate you. The other replied softly. He then turned to the grand bridge by the seaside and remarked, It is this bridge that ensures that even the most barren places prosper as long as money circulates. What a brilliant concept. He pulled out a thick tome from his pocket. Flipping to a page and pointing at a photograph, the last mission location for this man was here. His head is worth 10 million. As the narrative continues, I shall refrain from revealing the identities of these 2 mysterious men who have just landed, laughs. In Chapter 77, The Crisis of Zabuza, Why Kamaru cautiously dipped his fingers into the sea, tasting the salty water, his eyes lighting up. How salty. The bitter flavor is truly just as described in the books. As the three tails neared the island, it summoned a thick fog around itself to avoid being seen, declaring, I can only take you this far. Naruto and his companions leaped down from its back, landing gracefully upon the waves. Thank you for your hard work. Now rest in the sea. And let us keep in touch. Naruto waved farewell to the three tails. With the conclusion of the event, the three tails reverted to its silent, turtle-like form. Turning towards the ocean and glancing back with its singular eye at Gyuki. Gyuki, cradled in the embrace of the still-smiling Girin, called out loudly, Thank you, Isafu. The three tails snorted, its towering figure vanishing beneath the water. The group traversed the frothy surf, drawing ever closer to the magnificent cross-sea bridge. Even Jiraiya, accustomed to various wonders of the world, felt a surge of excitement at humanity's innate reverence for colossal beings. He remarked with mild astonishment, I never imagined that the people here could achieve such a feat when I visited here over a decade ago. They were like scattered grains of sand, entirely unaware of how to unite. It seems you have accomplished something remarkable during your time here, Naruto. Naruto scratched his head and remarked, in truth, this is the result of everyone's hearts uniting and striving towards a common goal. No matter how arduous the journey may be, we can overcome it. Naruto vividly recounted the events that transpired in the Land of Waves, to which Jiraiya remarked with admiration, You truly are remarkable. To have alleviated the fears harbored in the hearts of the people in such dire circumstances, restoring their courage, this is a feat I have only witnessed in your father. Naruto stroked his chin thoughtfully and gazed at Honglian, remarking, That fellow must be thriving here now. Allow me to introduce you to him, your interests seem quite aligned. And who knows, you might just become good friends. Naruto's words left Honglian somewhat perplexed. Similar hobbies? In the bustling town of the Land of Waves, the atmosphere had transformed dramatically in just 6 months, with merchants and tourists flowing in and out like a relentless tide. After directing the workers to unload the cargo, a striking blonde woman leaned against the cart, stretching lazily while a tear escaped the corner of her eye, which she gently wiped away. So from now on, we will entrust the cargo transportation between our hidden cloud village and the Land of Waves to you, she said languidly. The imposing man clad in luxurious furs showed no interest in the lady before him. Instead, he was entirely focused on the invoice in his hands, nodding in agreement once he confirmed its accuracy. Thank you for your efforts. I will arrange for these goods to be placed for sale as soon as possible. The woman yawned, her peripheral vision fixated on the massive sword strapped to the man's back. Sensing her gaze, he was about to speak when she preempted him, saying, Rest assured, we will adhere to the regulations of the Merchant Association here, refraining from informing the Mist about our lucrative business collaboration, as per the Raikage Directive, Mr. Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza's eyes narrowed as he drew a shuriken from his sleeve, aiming it at the lady. However, the blonde woman remained unfazed. The shuriken grazed her hair and soared behind her, where a spiky-haired boy deftly caught it between 2 fingers. The cloud ninja beside her exclaimed, What are you doing? Yet she shrugged nonchalantly and replied, Is he your enemy? If you wish for us to intervene, it will cost extra. If I require assistance in the future, I will reach out, but not at this moment. Zabuza shook his head and called out to her back, It's been a while, you little brat from Konoha. Honglian, holding on to Wai Kigamaru, glanced at Naruto and remarked, What a unique way to be welcomed. I thought you two were on good terms. Naruto cast aside the 1,000 books, helplessly remarking, There seems to be a hint of personal grudges involved, doesn't it, Zabuza? Zabuza, with a grin that revealed his sharp canines, addressed the group of Cloud Ninja. I have arranged for you the finest accommodations here. Please take a few days to rest well. After speaking, he gestured for Haku to assist the Cloud Ninja in settling in. As Haku passed by the lady, he raised a hand to cover his mouth and whispered, Mr. Zabuza has prepared 2 tons of local catnip as an apology. Upon hearing this, the lady's throat quivered, as if ants were crawling over her body. She lowered her voice and replied, Thank you. If your product is sufficiently pure, I could personally facilitate a channel for you to the ninja cats. With an old friend visiting, Zabuza felt the pressure of not being a gracious host. He sighed in relief as he watched Haku escort the Cloud Ninjas away. He had received news that during the Nin selection exam in Konoha, the Cloud had taken advantage of the chaos to attempt another kidnapping of the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter. And the newly appointed 5th Hokage was applying pressure on the Cloud's side, causing tensions to rise between the 2 factions. To mitigate the situation, he had to resort to this strategy of minimizing contact. Noticing Naruto's gaze lingering on the Cloud Lady, Zabuza cleared his throat and said, You little brat. Hasn't Kakashi and the Uchiha child accompanied you? He continued, It's a long story. A lot has transpired. By the way, let me introduce you to my master. Naruto was astonished to find that Jiraiya had mysteriously vanished, so he awkwardly proceeded with the introduction. These 2 are my new friends, Kurenai and Wai Gamaru. I would like to ask for your assistance in arranging new identities for them here. After listening to Naruto's brief introduction, Zabuza patted his chest and declared, I see, leave it to me. Any matter that can be resolved with money is not a problem. Speaking of which, we owe you a lot from before. Why, Gamaru exclaimed joyfully. That's wonderful, Sister Kurenai? Zabuza quickly summoned a servant to escort Kurenai and Wai Gamaru away. Naruto waved them goodbye, observing the two engaged in cheerful conversation, filled with aspirations for the future, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Zabuza commented, "Your friend is quite peculiar. Despite being of this age, they seem to have a fondness for young boys. Such things are not permitted in the mist." Naruto chuckled lightly, skillfully diverting the conversation. Speaking of which, how have Inari and Uncle Dasna been lately? Dasna, that old man, remains unchanged. As for Inari, Zabuza extended his left hand, revealing an exquisite watch, glancing at the time. It seems they are about to arrive. Naruto, big brother. At the sound of the familiar voice, Naruto turned to see a child in a fisherman's hat running towards him, colliding into his embrace. Naruto pressed his head and rubbed it vigorously, exclaiming, "It has been such a long time, Inari. You've grown taller and stronger. I am now a disciple of Zabuza and Brother Haku." Zabuza coldly retorted, "Umph. Merely teaching some rudimentary skills to deal with the potential bandits one might encounter at sea." After a brief reminiscence, Zabuza led Naruto and Inari to their training grounds. Along the way, he provided a succinct explanation of the current customs and culture of the Land of Waves, frequently expressing the intention to establish trade routes with Konoha for mutual economic benefit. Naruto placed great importance on this, and they engaged in profound discussions, during which Naruto repeatedly emphasized the need to strengthen coordination and collaboration between their two regions to play a constructive role in ensuring long-term security. As the trio passed through the woods, an eerie silence enveloped their surroundings. Naruto halted his steps, furrowing his brow as he glanced back, where two figures cloaked in black with crimson clouds loomed at the end of the path. The silver-haired man with slicked-back hair hoisted an exaggeratedly crimson scythe onto his shoulder and remarked, "So this is where you are. I've searched high and low for you." Kakuzu retrieved a booklet, flipping to the page adorned with a photograph of Zabuza, and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is this man." He then found a stone to sit upon and urged, "Let us conclude this swiftly. Although there is no bounty to collect, we must eliminate these two brats to avoid further complications." Haiden twisted his neck with a crack, expressing his displeasure. "What a faithless, godless individual. You simply command others to do your dirty work." Kakuzu replied coolly, "The only thing worthy of trust is money." Clang. The heavy blade of the decapitation sword clashed against the scythe, igniting sparks. Haiden raised his scythe to counter Zabuza's assault, feeling the strength emanating from his opponent. Haiden exclaimed with excitement, "You're quite skilled. Just the outlet I need to vent my frustrations from being threatened by Kakuzu all this way." Years of evasion had led Zabuza to instantly recognize both individuals as dangerous adversaries, and he gravely instructed Naruto, "Take Inari and leave. I will handle these two." Chapter 78. The crisis of Zabuza averted. Zabuza swept his leg towards Haiden, who, with a grunt, was kicked several meters away while maintaining his side's position. Haiden was elated. Turning to Kakuzu, "This guy is incredibly strong. That kick rivals that of Itachi's companion." Kakuzu replied dispassionately. After all, they were both part of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Their taijutsu skills are nearly on par. However, he furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on Naruto, sensing an inexplicable pressure emanating from the boy. Inari, shielded behind Naruto, clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Teacher, you're amazing." Zabuza stepped forward, slightly annoyed, and said to Naruto, "Your style now is just like when I fought alongside Haku. Hurry and take this troublesome kid away." Secret technique. Ice mirror. Dozens of ice mirrors abruptly materialized around Haiden, enclosing him within. A live youth appeared in the mirrors, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I cannot allow you to kill Mr. Zabuza." Zabuza's smile widened. "It seems you have arranged quite the welcoming party. My apologies for arriving late, Mr. Zabuza." "No, your timing is impeccable." Haiden, bewildered by this sudden turn of events, exclaimed, "What is this?" "Kakuzu, how long are you going to watch? Do you need my assistance?" Kakuzu, while expressing willingness to help, remained seated on the stone, showing no intention of joining the fray. "Are they at odds?" Zabuza pondered. Raising his hand high as dense fog surged from his feet, sweeping towards Haiden and Kakuzu. "Regardless, the initiative has now shifted to us." With that, Zabuza vanished into the mist. Hey, I can't see anything now." Haiden swung his red scythe at the ice mirrors, expecting to shatter both the boy and the ice, but the figure before him vanished just before the mirrors shattered. "Apologies, but such a level of physical attack clearly cannot reach me." Haiden turned at the sound, and the figure of Haku appeared in every mirror, each wielding 1,000 needles poised for attack, while shards of ice reformed into a new mirror beside him. The 1,000 needles rained down from various angles, and Haiden swung his scythe to block, but several needles struck him, one piercing his neck and causing him to half-kneel, the scythe slipping from his grasp. Kakuzu could only vaguely see Haiden being attacked through the fog and remarked, "This kid's abilities are quite intriguing. The one you should worry about is yourself." Zabuza's cold voice emerged from behind Kakuzu as the decapitation blade sliced through the air toward his head. Clang. "What? Zabuza's pupils dilated as he realized the opponent had blocked his blade with just a hand. That sensation? Is it rock? You seem adept at using earth release. Observing Kakuzu's arm darkening, Zabuza withdrew, realizing that while he had not landed a fatal blow, he had gleaned crucial information about his adversary. To disrupt Kakuzu's focus, he smirked. But your ally isn't so fortunate. My men have already dealt with him. Kakuzu replied calmly. The one failing to see the situation is you, Zabuza Momochi. What did you say? Zabuza's heart raced as he quickly glanced toward Haku. I apologize, bounty hunter, but for Mr. Zabuza's sake, I must deal with you severely. I advise you not to move, lest I accidentally sever an artery. The ice release technique dissipated, and Haku's figure appeared beside the increasingly weak Haiden, offering apologies. Haiden suddenly grasped Haku's pale wrist, yanking out the needle embedded in his neck, his face contorting in pain. Ha, that stings, little boy. Are you Zabuza's lackey? Due to the wound, he had to shout to be heard. Haku was taken aback by Haiden's vitality, incredulously asking, how can this be? Aren't you afraid of injuring a vital area? Nevertheless, he drew another needle to stab at Haiden, who produced a kunai to block Haku's strike, demonstrating greater strength. Forcing Haku to struggle. Splat. Blood splattered as the decapitation blade slashed diagonally across Haiden's shoulder, even dislodging the forehead protector tied around his neck. Zabuza barked fiercely. Do not lay a hand on Haku. Haiden winced in pain, gripping the massive blade to prevent being cleaved in two. Stop growing. That hurts. I'm getting angry. The decapitation blade, lodged in Haiden's shoulder, continued to draw blood, becoming increasingly heavy. Kakuzu, seasoned in combat, quickly discerned the decapitation blade's ability. Not much blood is flowing. Judging by Haiden's condition, that blade must possess the power to absorb blood. Zabuza was astonished to see Haiden still animated. Realizing that a normal person would have succumbed long ago. Could it be that you're immortal? Curious? You'll find out soon enough. Haiden lightly tugged the iron chain hanging from his scythe, flinging it towards Zabuza. Predicting the move, Zabuza raised his blade to block, but Haiden, now free of his scythe, yanked the chain back and shouted to Kakuzu, stay out of this. I intend to use them for a ritual. As for the 10 million bounty, you can keep it all. Upon hearing Haiden's declaration, Kakuzu chose to respect his ally's wishes, nodding, that is certainly agreeable. You have convinced me. 10 million bounty? In the distance, Naruto's ears perked up, and he slammed his fist into his palm, realization dawning upon him. I see now. I was puzzled as to how they found me so quickly, and it turns out it wasn't Itachi and Kasame from Konoha. Naruto? Big brother? Inari exclaimed. Startled by his sudden outburst, Kakuzu returned to his previous stone seat, pondering before cautioning, but do not let your guard down. Otherwise, it may cost you your life. That sort of warning shouldn't be directed at me, hehe. If possible, I wish they could just kill me. Haiden stood in his own blood, drawing a circle with his foot and inscribing a perfect triangle within it. Observing Haiden's lively demeanor, Zabuza could no longer maintain his previous composure. Despite being uninjured, the existence of an immortal being in this world is simply too exaggerated. He squinted, formulating a battle strategy in his mind. One adversary possessed an unclear ability yet excelled in earth-style ninjutsu, while the other was immortal. The peculiar formation beneath his feet also raised suspicions. Zabuza-sensei, Haku, brandishing his 1,000 needles, leaned forward and implored, allow me to test the enemy's capabilities. Enraged, Zabuza swung his decapitating blade, sending Haku flying behind him, retorting. What foolishness are you speaking? Haku, unfazed and with a flushed face, smiled brightly. Yet, Zabuza understood well that this opponent would not be as easily dealt with as before. He called out to Naruto in the distance, Naruto, take Haku and Inari away. But Zabuza-sensei, this man is immortal, yet our lives and chakra are finite. If we continue to exhaust ourselves, this battle will only grow more unfavorable. I need you to be nearby to fully unleash my silent killing technique. Obey me. Is the flirtation over? Haiden grumbled, rubbing his shoulder in displeasure. How dare you use such strange weapons against me? It seems you've drawn quite a bit of my blood. It hurts terribly. Those who fail to empathize with another's pain will face divine retribution. The scythe, accompanied by chains, hurtled towards Zabuza, who vanished into the mist. Haiden could only rely on instinct to wildly swing the chains, the scythe thrashing through the fog. The air was filled with the sound of metal clashing. As the scythe narrowly grazed Zabuza's hiding spot, forcing him to block with his blade. Each time a block was made, Haiden would retract the chains, checking for blood, before launching the scythe again with the same fervor. When his cheek was accidentally grazed by the scythe, Zabuza gritted his teeth, muttering, what a brutally crude fighting style. Haiden pulled back the scythe, noticing a trace of blood upon it, and exclaimed with excitement, jackpot. Upon hearing Haiden's exclamation, Kakuzu closed his eyes, murmuring, it seems the end is near. What was that fool so jubilant about? It was merely a trickle of blood. Zabuza suspected Haiden had smeared some poison on the scythe. Wiping the blood from his face to inspect it, the bright red liquid revealed no suspicious substances, yet Haiden's actions intensified Zabuza's wariness. You are now cursed by me. The ritual is about to commence. Haiden licked the blood from the tip of the scythe, his skin gradually darkening to a deep hue. Zabuza, perplexed, pondered. What is this man up to? Just then, Naruto's voice rang in his ear. Zabuza-sensei, I know. Zabuza's tone was laced with urgency, Naruto? Why are you still here? I told you to take Haku and Inari away. Hey, we can talk about that later. You're in a dire situation right now. Naruto called out towards Kaku, saying, hey, Kakuzu, would you consider letting us go if I told you that Zabuza would offer you 50 million? Kakuzu's figure slowly rose, responding, your approach violates the rules. Those of us in this line of work adhere to certain principles. Naruto continued to exclaim, let me share a secret with you. Zabuza is currently one of the wealthiest individuals in the ninja world. If you kill him, you will only receive 10 million. So, do you still intend to continue with Haiden? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Haiden sensed impending doom and raised his scythe, attempting to plunge it into his own chest. In the thick fog, a pair of green eyes illuminated, and countless gray tendrils emerged, ensnaring Haiden firmly, rendering him immobile. In a fit of rage, he shouted, hey, what are you doing? Don't interrupt my ritual. Kakuzu's figure appeared beside Haiden, his beady eyes narrowed with a smile as he remarked, we need to negotiate a higher price. Chapter 79. The thoughts of the adults. What is going on? Zabuza waved his hand, causing the enveloping mist to dissipate swiftly. At this moment, Kakuzu was scrutinizing Zabuza, who was clad in luxurious fur. Only Haiden in attendance understood the impact of Naruto's statement regarding Kakuzu being one of the wealthiest in the ninja world. Naruto whispered to Zabuza, we can discuss other matters later. First, give the money to that tentacled fellow. Zabuza inwardly scowled, thinking, indeed, those Konoha brats are insufferable. He retrieved a slender passbook from his fur coat and tossed it towards Kakuzu. With a rustling sound, Kakuzu deftly caught the passbook and cautiously opened it. A mere glance revealed a page that shone with a dazzling golden light, akin to a searchlight. Haiden exclaimed, I've never seen such a face. How much did you actually give? Silence. Kakuzu quickly snapped the passbook shut and tucked it into his sleeve, while the gray threads dragged Haiden out of the ritual formation. His strange, dark skin gradually returning to normal. Naruto proclaimed loudly, it seems the deal has been struck. We shall depart from the land of waves at once. Kakuzu. Dragging the bound Haiden, carved shallow furrows into the ground with Haiden's struggling form. Upon hearing this, Naruto let out a sigh of relief and remarked, perhaps we may have opportunities for transactions in the future. Oh? Kakuzu halted his steps. Meanwhile, Haiden, donned in a brand new red cloud black robe, followed behind Kakuzu, grumbling, not only did you spare me from conducting rituals for our enemies, but you also allowed yourself to be bribed. Is this truly your moral threshold? This has left my robe in tatters. What a nuisance. He lamented the unsightly stitched wounds and added, allow me to cover this up. Kakuzu paused, rummaged through his sleeves, and tossed the previously retrieved forehead protector to Haiden. Haiden, upon receiving the forehead protector, exclaimed in mild surprise, isn't this my forehead protector? You went out of your way to retrieve it for me. He then leaned against Kakuzu's shoulder with a mischievous grin, saying, Kakuzu, you possess a surprisingly good side. Kakuzu shrugged his shoulders, turning his face away from Haiden, who had leaned in closer, and strode forward with purpose, coldly retorting, silence yourself and move quickly. Hey, wait for me. Haiden hastily donned the forehead protector around his neck to conceal the stitched area and hurried after him. You actually have a fondness for me, don't you? Haiden teased. Kakuzu, irate, warned, if you utter another repulsive remark, I shall end you. Don't be so shy, Kakuzu. Remove your filthy hands from my shoulder. As the sun set, Haiden disregarded Kakuzu's struggles, forcibly wrapping his arms around the latter's shoulders as they continued to walk further away. Naruto, Zabuza, and the others followed closely behind the two figures. Inari, still trembling with fear, whispered, they seem incredibly powerful, Naruto. Do you always fight people like this? Zabuza interjected. Monsters of this caliber are rarely encountered in ordinary times. But remember this, Inari, no matter how formidable the enemy, they all have weaknesses. Gathering intelligence during battle is crucial. Take this fight, for instance. Had Naruto not known about these two beforehand, we might have. He trailed off, leaving the grim implication unspoken. Now that they understood Haiden's abilities, Zabuza was confident he could defeat him with Haku's cooperation and his silent assassination techniques. But in a situation where they knew nothing, even the Kage of the 5 great villages could easily fall victim, let alone that greedy bastard accompanying him. Still, the thought of handing over this month's earnings to that miser left a bitter taste in his mouth. Naruto rested his hands behind his head, pondering, currently, their organization is merely in the phase of financial preparation. They would not choose to confront the Jinchuriki head-on, thereby drawing the attention of various villages and disrupting the upcoming plan to capture the tailed beasts. I still have time. Ahead, Haiden muttered through gritted teeth. I recall that Uzumaki Naruto is indeed the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from Konoha, right? What are Itachi and Kisame up to, allowing him to sneak here without a sound? What are they surveilling in the Land of Fire? Kisame replied softly, though the reward offered by the leader for capturing a Jinchuriki is quite substantial. The responsibility for Konoha does not fall upon us. According to him, that legendary Sannin from Konoha is also present here. And the leader prefers that we do not draw excessive attention from foreign nations. A mask peeked out from his collar, 2 eyes stealthily observing Naruto's demeanor, inwardly contemplating it. He appears quite naive and easily deceived. That Jiraiya is also a wealthy man. I shall seize his fortune first. Naruto mused to himself, indeed. Kakuzu only values money at this time. He appears rather gullible and easily deceived. I must devise a plan to transport him and his companion to another location. Ideally somewhere they won't return for 7 or 8 years. Within the most opulent inn in the land of waves, a golden-haired woman lay languorously on the bed, her hands cradling a bundle of catnip, which she inhaled deeply. An expression of rapture spread across her face as she stretched her neck and kicked her long legs against her chin. When she finally regained her senses, the bed was in disarray. A gentle female voice echoed in her mind, somewhat displeased, "Do not use my body for such indecorous actions without permission." The golden-haired woman displayed a hint of distress. Her waist-length hair had lost its luster, and her demeanor transformed into one of icy resolve. "We had agreed that ordinary tasks would allow you some respite, but as a punishment, I shall handle matters myself for the next few days." In the sealed space of the wooden man, two tails ablaze with blue flames brushed against the ground, ears pinned back against its head, lamenting. Zabuza has fully mastered the ways of a merchant. After just a few encounters this past half-year, he has discerned my nature. You. The wooden man shook his head in resignation. "Next, we must seek out that obstinate elder. I long to deliver a few stern lashes to these inflexible individuals." The blue-flamed creature licked its fiery appendages, directing them in a particular manner as a thought crossed its mind, expressing confusion. "When I unloaded the cargo, that boy from Konoha felt oddly familiar. He may very well be an acquaintance." Curiously tidying the bedding, the wooden man inquired, "An acquaintance? Don't just to amuse me. That boy appears to be merely in his teens. When did you come to know him?" Her eyes widened in realization as she murmured, "A Jinchuriki? Humph. Jinchuriki tend to attract one another." The creature extended its front paws, elongating its mouth, ears perked up as it imitated the nine tails, declaring, "A cat's sense of smell coupled with its sixth sense cannot be mistaken. He indeed carries the scent of that individual." The wooden man, incredulous, replied, "Such a young Jinchuriki likely cannot even harness the power emanating from the tailed beast. Is Konoha truly so foolish as to allow him to venture out of the village without a competent ninja to accompany him?" "Achoo." Jiraiya, holding a cup, sneezed. "Ah. Esteemed ninja, do take care of your health." Jiraiya rubbed his itchy nose, leaning closer to the charming girl. "It could be that the sea breeze has been too brisk these past few days. Only Sweetheart Chan's warmth can remedy me. How annoying." Bang. The door swung open, and two figures clad in red clouds and black cloaks appeared in the doorway. Kakuzu, with his mung bean-like eyes, frowned slightly upon seeing Jiraiya embracing the girl. Jiraiya's expression turned serious as he set down his cup and addressed the girl beside him. "Sweetheart Chan, please step outside. It's time for the men to talk." Watching the bunny girl leave, Haydn scoffed, "What a man with no aspirations, wasting so much time on women." Kakuzu nodded, observing the decor. "It is evident that this place does not come cheap." Jiraiya scrutinized the actions of the two, noting that they showed no intention of attacking, and inquired, "May I ask what brings you, esteemed members of Akatsuki, to seek my company? Surely, it is not to correct my personal preferences?" The situation before Jiraiya was undeniably precarious. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, each member of the Akatsuki possessed formidable strength and unique abilities. Engaging in battle in such a location would only result in untold disaster for the innocent civilians nearby. "It seems Lord Jiraiya is well informed about us. We are here to negotiate terms." Kakuzu assessed the man before him, recognizing not only his awareness of their existence but also his unflinching demeanor in the face of danger. Reflecting his ninja acumen and confidence in his own might. "Terms? At the request of my companion, over the next few years, we shall journey to distant lands to document the local customs and cultures. In return, you shall provide us with half of the profits from the paradise of affection." "Half?" Even Jiraiya was taken aback by such an audacious demand, exclaiming, "What sort of collaboration is this? And who, pray tell, is this companion you speak of?" Naruto squeezed between Kakuzu and Haydn, flashing a grin at Jiraiya. "This is the agreement I've reached with them, pervy sage," he declared, linking arms with the two in a display of camaraderie. "As long as we continually provide them with compensation, they will remain away from the 5 great nations for several years." As the small vessel departed from the harbor, Kakuzu stood at the bow, brimming with vitality. Throughout the long years, those around him had perished one after another. Only money could offer him perpetual companionship, and its allure knew no bounds. In this opulent haze, he had discovered his purpose, and Naruto's entrusted mission allowed him to cast aside all other concerns. Haydn, rowing the boat, scoffed disdainfully. "This journey is going to take at least 3 or 4 years, right? What about the tasks assigned by the leader afterward? Isn't this tantamount to absenteeism? Isn't the salary the organization provides you quite generous?" In the game storyline supervised by Kishimoto, the brothers, after defeating Kakuzu, promised him a substantial salary upon joining the Akatsuki, to which he consented. "Making money is not something to shiver at," Kakuzu replied, opening the bankbook given by Zabuza. He quickly shut it again, blinded by the glimmering gold. "This voyage to the land of waves is certainly fortuitous. If we hasten, perhaps we can return before the leader's plans commence." Suddenly, he remarked, "Haydn, I appreciate your willingness to accompany me. Can't stand you, you know." Haydn retorted, feigning exasperation as he rowed with renewed vigor. As the boat picked up speed, Kakuzu mused inwardly, "What a simpleton. Perhaps I should be a bit kinder to him in the future." On the dock, watching the small vessel vanish beyond the horizon, Jiraiya inquired, "Is this sufficient?" Zabuza, feeling a sense of unreality, reflected on how he had anticipated a fierce battle with such a troublesome foe, only to find the conflict so effortlessly averted. With a complex tone, he addressed Jiraiya. You must be the master Naruto spoke of. Naruto introduced. Do not be deceived by the lecherous sage's demeanor. He is quite a handsome fellow. Zabuza, recalling the earlier scene where the sage embraced a girl and requested her warmth to alleviate his cold, nodded blankly. Indeed. Jiraiya erupted into hearty laughter. Familiarly draping an arm over Zabuza's shoulder, it is a pleasure to meet you. Let us share a drink. The girls here are truly delightful, and I shall treat you. Zabuza, feeling somewhat tempted, replied, Oh, that may not be appropriate. After all, Jiraiya is a renowned figure. Fostering a good relationship could greatly benefit the future of the Land of Waves. Where are you headed, Mr. Zabuza? A voice called from behind him. Turning mechanically, Zabuza found Haku standing there. My apologies, Mr. Jiraiya. Mr. Zabuza becomes quite inebriated at the mere mention of alcohol. I shall take him home. By the way, Naruto, Uncle Tazuna has invited you to his house. Forgive us for taking our leave. With a charming smile, Haku bowed and dragged the unconscious Zabuza away. Jiraiya scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Naruto, your friends are indeed quite warm-hearted. As the moon rose high, Naruto and Jiraiya sat in Tazuna's home, the sound of Tazuna's jubilant voice echoing from afar. It has been ages since we last met, Naruto. I never expected to see the little hero of the Land of Waves again. Tsunami, with a smile, poured more wine for Jiraiya. He raised his glass and remarked, Miss Tsunami, with such beauty, you must be surrounded by many heroes. Tsunami's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly responded, The ninja lord certainly knows how to jest. However, your words remind me of my former teacher, Kakashi. Did you learn that from him? Jiraiya's expression turned awkward as thoughts of Kakashi, reading by candlelight with his Sharingan activated, surfaced in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, Damn it, even my lines have been pilfered by that guy. Naruto chuckled as he affectionately rubbed Inari's dog, remarking, Aunt Tsunami has become increasingly beautiful, although it seems that the seemingly inept and fond of drink old man has aged significantly. Mind your own business. Dasna bellowed, then sighed. After your departure, all remnants of the Kato faction were dealt with by Zabuza. However, we are truly grateful for your assistance. I feel rather embarrassed about concealing the details of the mission. It was unexpected to discover that Mr. Dasna, a master builder, had engaged in such endeavors. Jiraiya clinked glasses with Dasna, indulging in a hearty drink. But honestly, it is evident that Naruto appears exceedingly reliable when he is by your side. No need to flatter him. This kid will become conceited, Jiraiya replied politely, but soon returned to his musings, whispering, The implication of his reliability by my side is that I take this very seriously. Dasna set down his glass and remarked, Naruto is now a hero of the Land of Waves. Ever since the land route opened, we frequently ask caravans to gather news about him. It seems that this lad is becoming increasingly active. Many children here are emulating him. Inari, however, refuses to learn the craft from me, spending all his time following that eccentric to become a ninja. Just then, Inari quickly interjected, glancing at Naruto's expression, and cautiously said, Brother Naruto, regarding Brother Sasuke. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. It's all right, Inari. Sasuke merely left the village for his studies. He'll return once his education is complete. Just as the conversation grew somber, a knock echoed at the door of the Dasna household, prompting Tsunami to rise and greet their visitor. Mr. Dasna, I apologize for your late visit. Upon entering, Yui was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Naruto and Jiraiya, yet she quickly donned a smile and took a seat. Ah, it's you again, Dasna remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her, his tone slightly unfriendly. Wait, aren't you Yui? Naruto began, only to be met with a sharp glare from her large, expressive eyes. It's Yui, isn't it? The news in Konoha travels fast. Yui harbored no doubts about Naruto's source of information, given the conspicuous nature of the Cloud Village. The existence of a Jinchuriki was hardly a secret. She shifted her gaze to Jiraiya, appearing somewhat flustered. I didn't realize Lord Jiraiya was here. My apologies. Due to the legacy of the Fourth Hokage, many lower-ranked ninjas across the villages were aware that Jiraiya had proclaimed a savior who would usher peace into the ninja world. Although he believed that the savior, the Fourth Hokage, had tragically passed too soon, the brief peace he had fostered was irreplaceable, granting nations years of respite. Jiraiya, somewhat resigned, replied, There's no need for such formality. I'm merely an old man taking a trip with a child. Please, drop the pretense. What brings you here, young lady? Yui hesitated, while Dasna sighed. I've made it quite clear in our previous discussions, haven't I? Lord Raikage wishes to enlist your assistance in constructing a new Raikage conference hall. And I assure you, the compensation will be satisfactory. A hint of pleading tinged Yui's voice. Dasna motioned subtly towards Naruto. The reason the builders from the Land of Waves are reluctant to assist in the Cloud Village is due to this lad. Me? Naruto was initially taken aback, then enlightened. Is it because the Cloud Ninja kidnapped Hinata during the Chunin exams? Dasna nodded. Many children here aspire to marry into the prestigious clans of Konoha, especially upon learning of your impending union with one of Konoha's most illustrious families. Inari, displeased, interjected, Grandpa. Clearing his throat, Dasna continued, at that time. Your people kidnapped Naruto's girlfriend. He is our benefactor. Although Lord Raikage offers generous rewards, this young man has taught us the true meaning of courage. Perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere. The fifth Hokage of Konoha has forgiven Lord Raikage for his actions against the Hyuga clan. Dasna lifted his cup, taking a sip. Inside, I do not grasp the complexities of ninja affairs. However, after understanding the context of their conversation, Jiraiya's perception of Yui shifted. Her demeanor bore resemblance to Tsunade's haughty nature, yet these builders were mere commoners. It was indeed rare for the typically assertive Cloud Village to forego employing their ninja status to coerce them into compliance. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Dasna and Miss Tsunami. I must entrust Naruto to your care tonight. He stood and made his way towards the door, clearly indicating he did not intend to stay. Wait. You lecherous sage, are you planning to? He halted mid-sentence, recalling the presence of others. Naruto spared Jiraiya some dignity. You're going to gather intelligence, right? Jiraiya merely nodded in acknowledgement, but as he opened the door, he cheerfully remarked, now that the main character is present, don't you intend to communicate with him? After all, human beings rely on and support one another. With a resounding thud, the door was shut. Yui's eyes brightened as she turned to Naruto, kneeling before him. I wish to seek your forgiveness for Lord Raikage's decisions made in the past. Naruto was taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward to assist, exclaiming, Hey, what are you doing? Sister Yumu? Yumu replied, Xiaolu, allow me to try once more. I wish to soothe this child's inner hatred. Have you not yet abandoned this foolish notion? Yumu bowed her head in shame. I understand this is excessive, for Lord Raikage, in a moment of greed, made an absurd decision. However, I am left with no alternative. The new council chamber requires a fade that reflects the village's essence, and only the most skilled architects can create such edifices. I also wish to prevent this matter from placing Konoha and Yunin in a state of animosity. Lord Raikage has already paid a considerable price for this. I implore you. As Naruto observed that Yuki remained unyielding, he sighed deeply and, with a grave tone, confessed, When I learned of Hinata's abduction by Uncle AI, I too felt a surge of anger. I disapprove of his methods. Yuki's body trembled slightly, her heart heavy with sorrow. It was the insatiable desires of the various villages that had deepened the rifts between them. At the time when the Raikage issued his reckless orders, she and her companion were absent from the village, and so there was no opposition to such a foolish decree that deliberately provoked massive discord during wartime. An orphan forged by the fires of conflict, she had witnessed the brutalities of war in her youth and, after becoming the host of the Two Tails, sought to utilize this power to effect change, to soothe the hatred within others, hoping to exchange it for genuine peace. Yet, without exception, she encountered insurmountable obstacles. Even the Two Tails residing within her harbored no faith in her aspirations, deeming them mere fantasies. Give it up, Yuki, a voice echoed from within the ceiling space. Although the entity within him is undeniably striking, it bears a resentment the likes of which you have never encountered. It is a calamity born of hatred. The voice continued. As his Jinchuriki, this lad is certainly not as simple as he appears. He may well possess an intensely egocentric and a social personality, perhaps by night. He cries out for blood or lies on the ground, wailing for his mother while yearning to commit acts of violence. Yuki lifted her head, her vision blurred by tears, and cried out, Even so, if only once, I implore you to forgive the Raikage's actions, to pardon the village hidden in the clouds. Within the ceiling space, Kurama and Minato exchanged peculiar glances at the sight of the kneeling woman outside. Kushina, squinting and stroking her chin, mused, This scene feels oddly familiar. Shouldn't such a thing befall Naruto instead? Yet her eloquence pales in comparison to that of Killer Bee. Hey, Naruto, you've never interacted with her before, right? Is it possible that the Jinchuriki of the other party has some issues? They both discerned Naruto's reflection within one another. Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled in response to the baffled gaze of Yomiuri. I haven't finished speaking yet, Sister Yomiuri, but ultimately, Hinata is safe. And the matter was resolved by Granny Tsunade and Uncle AI, wasn't it? He crouched down, his azure eyes reflecting Yomiuri's cheeks, and continued, I have discerned your aspirations. This has always been my pursuit as well, Sister Yomiuri. Outside the house, Jiraiya leaned against the doorframe, a faint smile gracing his lips as he rose and strode purposefully toward the village. In Yomiuri's astonished gaze, the environment around them warped and shifted. Within the dark, reservoir-like space, a colossal creature with 9 tails materialized before her, its imposing presence akin to a towering mountain pressing down upon her, grand and formidable. Well, long time no see, again. The creature, Kurama, arched its back, blue flames erupting with crackling sounds, opening its mouth to emit a menacing hiss, helping Yomiuri withstand the pressure from its opponent. It has indeed been a while, meow. Kurama, you still look quite dashing. Have you lost some weight? Observant as ever. She scrutinized the 9-tailed beast physique. Kurama hesitated to respond. You've noticed, huh? I'm not quite whole at the moment. Nonetheless, the incomplete Kurama remains quite handsome, meow. What brings you to me? Over here, over here. Naruto waved his hands beneath Kurama, drawing attention, and raised his fist, declaring, let us spar. I decline. Kurama turned its head away, lifting a paw to groom itself as its gaze shifted to Yomiuri. First, you must answer me. What is it that you have been doing with Yumirin? Well, by sparring, wouldn't everything be revealed? Not quite. I wish for Yumirin to hear your methods, meow? Naruto gazed at the wooden figure, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. When I was born, my parents sealed the nine tails within me, which has led me to live in a constant state of hostility and fear from others. I once contemplated countering this hatred with my own, such as when I impulsively vandalized the shop of a man who had bullied me late at night. While it was initially gratifying, the sight of his anger and pain the following day made me realize that this was not the resolution I sought. On the day Irika-sensei accepted me, I felt an incredible transformation as his inner hatred mysteriously dissipated. He raised his thumb to his chest and said, "True eradication of hatred begins here. Only when everyone acknowledges you can their perceptions of you truly change." Having endured numerous tragedies and regrets, I have come to a profound conclusion. Only by opening our hearts and sitting down for an honest conversation can we unravel all misunderstandings. The strength of an individual is limited, and even if misunderstandings remain unresolved, collective effort can lead us to the most exquisite solutions. The wooden figure was utterly stunned by his words, realizing that his level of understanding surpassed her own. With tear-filled eyes and slumped shoulders, she choked out, "Teacher, I wish to learn about ideals." Naruto raised the hand on his chest and called out to the two tails, "Let's fist bump, Matatabi." Amidst Naruto's soft humming, the enormous cat paw engulfed in azure flames gently met his fist. A torrent of memories flowed between them as their chakras intertwined. Countless fragments of information surged from Naruto's fist into Matatabi's consciousness, leaving the feline-tailed beast momentarily stunned. Its mismatched eyes glazed over in contemplation. The nine tails remarked with approval, "Your composure surpasses those other two. Perhaps it's because I possess better manners, meow." Matatabi replied bashfully, retracting its paw. Behind the nine tails, the tails marked one and three twitched involuntarily, as if protesting the remark. "Never expected you, kid, to." Matatabi lowered its massive frame, rolling onto its back before Naruto in a gesture of acknowledgement. Yujito, perplexed, asked, "What just happened? What did you see, Matatabi?" The two tails smiled affectionately at her. "I'll explain in time, but I believe Kurama here could use this now." It extended its paw toward the nine tails. Kurama met it with a fist. "Seems you understand me well. Because Kurama is truly dashing, I'll lend you my strength." As their paws touched, blue flames ignited along one of the nine tails' tails. When the fire subsided, the numeral 2 emerged. Once the ritual concluded, Matatabi settled onto the water's surface. Its tone solemn. "Now, the rest is up to you, Naruto." "Kurama." The nine tails flexed with renewed vigor, shaking out its fur. "TCH. Didn't need your reminder. I was already planning to act." "Kurama really is magnificent, meow." Naruto's thoughts, alongside those of the wooden figure, resurfaced from the depths of the cosmos, returning to the realm of reality. At this moment, the two maintained the same posture as before. "Let's give it our all, sister wooden figure," Naruto exclaimed. Extending his hand to his sister, he turned to Dasna with a smile and said, "Dear Grandpa Dasna, please grant her request." The wooden figure wore a hopeful expression. She had visited countless times over the past 6 months, each time met with unwavering rejection, regardless of the sincerity she brought. Dasna, with an air of resignation, replied, "Since our little hero has spoken, how can this seemingly useless old man, who enjoys his drink, possibly refuse?" Naruto beamed with gratitude, expressing his heartfelt thanks. The kindness shown by the Dasna family dispelled the sorrow from the face of Yurin, whose heart was filled with warmth and hope, akin to the sun breaking through after a rainstorm. "Little traveler, in him, I see the very essence of what I have been pursuing all along." The ceiling space reflected the innermost thoughts of Yurin, as the two tails nestled within a ball of chakra, momentarily blinded by the sun's sudden appearance. Covering its eyes to communicate with Yurin. "Yurin, I had been abrupt earlier. He is nothing short of a pristine lotus." The following day, under Dasna's initiative, a gathering of craftsmen arrived at the inn where the Cloud Ninjas were staying, formalizing their collaboration and negotiating subsequent rewards. As friends of Naruto, the Land of Waves extended every possible assistance to Yurin. Zabuza, with a grand gesture, cleared all the goods brought by the Cloud Ninjas, leading to an early conclusion of their mission. "Aren't you coming with us to the hidden cloud, Teacher Naruto?" Yurin bid farewell with a hint of reluctance at the bridge's entrance. "Yurin, you needn't call me teacher," Naruto replied bashfully. "I must first locate the perverted sage who has wandered off before I can continue on my journey, and I will surely head to the hidden cloud as well. Then we shall meet again. The hidden cloud will warmly welcome both Lord Jiraiya and you, Teacher Naruto." Yurin's anticipation grew upon hearing this. Seeing the gravity with which she spoke, Naruto felt slightly overwhelmed, repeatedly waving his hands. "There's no need for such fanfare. We are merely passing through on our travels. Please send my regards to Bai." As he watched the group gradually fade into the distance, Zabuza remarked in confusion, "Is this woman's personality really so drastically different? During our previous encounters, she was incessantly meowing, resembling a cat in every aspect. I thought her to be an inherently peculiar person. Isn't your personality also quite different at times, Zabuza?" Naruto glanced back at him, causing Haku, standing beside Zabuza, to blush furiously. Naruto shook the satchel in his hand, feeling somewhat vexed as he remarked, "Since last night, I haven't seen that lecherous sage. He always disappears like this. I wonder where he is indulging himself now." Speaking ill of others behind their backs is hardly commendable. Are you searching for me? Everyone turned their gaze upward to behold a white-haired man adorned with a mask standing atop the arch of the bridge, with a flourish of his folding fan. The mask vanished mysteriously, revealing Jiraiya's familiar visage. He spread his arms wide, grinning broadly as he proclaimed, "Jiraiya has arrived." Ignoring the eager Jiraiya, Naruto declared, "Ah, I will set off alone. So, farewell to Uncle Zabuza, Haku, Inari, and Aunt Tsunami." He then turned and ascended the Naruto bridge. "Hey, you foolish apprentice. How could you leave your master here all alone?" Jiraiya promptly leaped down from the archway. "And what is this attire you are wearing?" "I intended to gather materials last night," Naruto replied, "but I encountered a group of foreign travelers being bullied by ruffians. In gratitude, they taught me these little tricks." "Pretty cool, right? Where shall we head next?" Jiraiya mused, resting his chin on his folding fan. "Let us first return to the borders of the Land of Fire. I received some intelligence from Sweetheart-chan. She mentioned that the relationship between the Rock Village and Konoha has been rather strained lately, and I am somewhat concerned." Naruto fell silent for a moment upon hearing the words, directing his gaze towards Jiraiya, seeking to discern some insight. Jiraiya, however, feigned indifference and remarked, "I suspect it may be due to Orochimaru's involvement. The plan to destabilize Konoha has just concluded, and Tsunade has only recently assumed her position. That Tsuchikage is not like the old man. He will certainly be eager to seize the opportunity to probe us." The mention of the Tsuchikage conjured images of that rigid, traditional elder in Naruto's mind, and he nodded in understanding. "Then let us set forth towards the northern border. In the northern territory of the Land of Fire." It appeared that swift-footed ninjas were closing in. Along the rugged mountain path, the elderly ninja, Gukei, paused, breathless, as three ninjas adorned with blank forehead protectors confronted him. The trio simultaneously hurled shurikens at him, demonstrating that for ninjas, no sacrifice was too great for the mission, even when faced with an elderly opponent. With a resounding clang, Gukei unsheathed the black pot from his back and held it aloft, channeling chakra to create a miniature whirlwind that spiraled towards the three assailants, scattering their shurikens in its wake. As he passed overhead, he ceased the rotation and launched three kunai towards their necks before they could react. With a swift sound, two of the ninjas collapsed, but one managed to evade with a slight movement, easily catching the kunai aimed at him. "You are quite formidable. It is no wonder your comrades chose to protect you, but I shall not allow you to escape so easily." The situation was not as he envisioned. Gukei, occupying the high ground, felt confident in facing the superior-ranked ninjas. He drew a short blade from behind and waved it before him like a willow leaf swaying in the breeze. Konoha-style willow. In an instant, the dancing leaves engulfed the mountain path, and a gentle breeze swept through. The last ninja, letting out a cry of alarm, fell to the ground with a gaping wound in his chest. Gukei furrowed his brow, sensing more pursuers approaching from behind. He leapt off the cliff, and dozens of pursuers, seeing their fallen comrade, leapt after him, unwilling to let Konoha discover their incursion. Plummeting into the water, Gukei, under the astonished gaze of the descending enemies, formed two hand seals and shouted, "Water style, water barrier." A towering wall of water erupted from the river, crashing into the descending ninjas, sending them tumbling. He quickly resurfaced, only to hear a new sound above him. Rock avalanche formation. More than a dozen ninjas formed a barrier as they fell from the heights, obstructing his path. He threw a shuriken towards the wall of ninjas and swiftly formed hand seals, shuriken shadow clone technique. The single shuriken transformed into a barrage, decimating the wall before him. After executing this maneuver, Gukei suddenly frowned. The ground beneath him had inexplicably become soft. A ninja skilled in earth style emerged from the ground, piercing his foot with a kunai, pinning him down. The soft earth beneath continued to shift, indicating that more enemies lurked below. Resolutely, he lifted his thigh, abandoning the prosthetic leg gifted by the fourth Hokage, rolling to the side and detonating the explosive tag concealed within it. "You appear quite fatigued, old man." A clear female voice resonated through the thicket as a kunoichi, donning the Awagakure forehead protector, approached him step by step, carrying a sleeping boy on her back. She expressed her displeasure. "Honestly, you have caused me such a great inconvenience." Gukei glanced at the corpses strewn about and retorted angrily, "Inconvenience? You dare to call this merely an inconvenience? To use so many lower-ranking ninjas as mere stepping stones to drain my chakra, this is your way of life." The female IWA ninja scoffed, "As long as it's in order, one must venture through fire and water. Is this not the very essence of a lower ninja's existence? You, too, have used your subordinates as stepping stones to facilitate your escape." Gukei suddenly laughed, the wrinkles on his aged face deepening. "The two who obstructed your path were jonin, sacrificing themselves to allow this lower ninja to flee. Konoha has never discarded its subordinates as mere pawns. What nonsense! A mere lower ninja has forced us into such a predicament." The female ninja's face twisted in rage, crying out, "Unforgivable! Unforgivable! A lowly Konoha ninja has caused me to lose so many subordinates." She drew her long sword, staggering towards Gukei. "Do not think you can escape death so easily. I shall reduce your frail body to mere fragments." Suddenly, two arms encircled her neck, tightening around her. "Grandpa, run!" A boy with Jonin-level strength gripped the girl's neck from behind, pulling her to him. realizing she had been toyed with by a lower ninja for so long. Her emotions spiraled out of control, and she malevolently declared, I had intended to deliver you to another village for a reward, but if you continue to be a nuisance, I shall kill you both together. Gokii, overhearing her words, was struck with horror. The boy was none other than the grandson of the Tsukage, Inoki. If he were to perish within the land of fire, coupled with the incident of the invading ninjas, the situation could escalate into a conflict between the two villages. The female ninja approached him, raising her long sword with a sinister grin. Rest assured, you two can die together. Exhausted of chakra and strength, Gokii gritted his teeth in fury, helplessly watching as the boy's breath grew faint, while the long blade of the kunoichi neared his throat. In that final moment, he recalled the kindness of past Hokages towards him and the deep affection he held for his village, murmuring, Second Hokage, Third Hokage, Fourth Hokage. Do I also possess the will of fire? Of course, Grandpa possesses the will of fire. A figure clad in a black and orange coat stepped in front of him, catching the female ninja's long sword in his hand with ease. Gokii's eyes widened in astonishment. You are. Naruto turned around and smiled, declaring, I am destined to become the Hokage, and I shall never allow my comrades in the village to fall before me. His golden hair shone brilliantly in the sunlight, and his visage inevitably reminded Kai of the fourth Hokage. The female ninja, infuriated, exclaimed, another bothersome little brat. A throng of lower ninjas sporting their headbands. I see. How can a girl treat a mature man in such a manner? Seizing the opportunity, a pink tongue ensnared the unconscious boy in her grasp and, with a gentle tug, pulled him to the side, placing him in the hands of a white-haired man standing atop a giant frog. The man, adorned with a mask, gazed at Kai and said, it's been a while, Kai. Recognizing the voice, Kai joyfully responded, is it truly you, Lord Jiraiya? The white-haired man flicked open a folding fan, revealing his face as the mask vanished. Indeed, I am the white-haired sage of Mount My Bokuzen. The legendary female ninja took a step back, her expression betraying fear. Kai's cooking is simply delectable, Jiraiya exclaimed, seated by the campfire and relishing the meal, showering praises upon it. It is thanks to Lord Jiraiya, Kai remarked, casting a serious glance at the female ninja bound tightly with ropes, who lay in a state of unconsciousness. What was initially just an ordinary C-rank border patrol mission unexpectedly evolved into a collective invasion event. Had it not been for your timely arrival, the consequences could have been dire. It was merely a stroke of luck. I happened to be traveling with this lad. Jiraiya chuckled, ruffling Naruto's hair while discreetly glancing at the other unconscious boy. Given the current tense situation, the presence of this young boy could very well alter the existing dynamics. The bandaged figure, Keisuke, chuckled awkwardly. Honestly, I thought this mission would quietly meet its end here. By the way, Kai, what you mentioned about having followed the previous Hokage and renowned ninjas was indeed true. Naruto disdainfully swatted away Jiraiya's large hand, exclaiming, if I hadn't been urging you along the way, the perverted sage would have wasted time gathering material. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya chuckled briefly before his expression turned serious. He addressed Naruto, have you considered how to deal with Inoki's grandson? Will you exchange him for rewards with Iwagakure or threaten Inoki to achieve peace? All eyes shifted to Naruto, as this was a dialogue between master and apprentice. A test of Naruto's judgment by Jiraiya. Chapter 82. The trial indeed. Following the two suggestions provided by the perverted sage could bring immense benefits to Konohagakure. Jiraiya refrained from interjecting, patiently awaiting Naruto's thoughts. I intend to return this child directly to Iwagakure without making any deals. What nonsense is this? This is the grandson of the third Tsukage. If we sign a treaty with Iwagakure using him, wouldn't he that ensure peace for the northern territories and even the entire land of fire? Shiju, a jonin of Konoha, shouted loudly, disregarding his injuries. Kogai chuckled good-naturedly. Calm down, Shijukuin, let Naruto finish speaking. Naruto took a deep breath, gazing up at the star-studded sky, and slowly spoke. However, I wish to preserve a semblance of dignity for Konoha, for the comrades in our village, and for the children. What I desire is to secure the most vital legacy for the future, a village that the children of tomorrow can believe in and take pride in. I must make a different choice, exchanging the life of this child for a fleeting peace. Is this truly a decision made for the future of Konoha? Even if it quells the disputes between the two villages, will everyone genuinely find happiness? As the captain of the patrol team, Bayun Yeshan fell silent. As a ninja, he was only accustomed to obeying the decisions of the village's higher-ups. His tasks solely focused on the village's interests. Aspirations for the future had always seemed an unattainable luxury, or perhaps too distant. Such an approach would only fill the future with suffering. This is not the Konoha I cherish. My beloved village would never resort to using a child as a bargaining chip. For the sake of the children born within our village, I will strive to forge a truly peaceful future, one devoid of conflict. The flickering campfire cast a rosy glow upon Naruto's face, while Jiraiya, with intense eyes, suddenly chuckled. You truly are my disciple. Let us proceed as you wish. With that, he interrupted Bayun Yeshan's contemplation, adding, my apologies for our foolishness, but let us forego this splendid opportunity. If Tsunade reproaches us, tell her it was my suggestion. Shoujo hurriedly called out, Captain, Yet Bayun Yeshan shook his head and replied, "No, it is my decision. Tomorrow morning, we will set off back to the village. As for this child." He turned his gaze to Naruto and smiled. "Jiraiya-sama has taught him well." Jiraiya patted Shoujo on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Isn't that right? Haha, as a ninja. He may not yet be fully qualified, but this determination is precisely what I wish to pass on to him." Feeling disheartened, Shoujo lamented, "Even the captain thinks so. Is my resolve truly lacking?" This perhaps explains why, despite being a jounin like Bayun Yeshan, he remains the captain. Some matters cannot be clarified merely through the lens of profit and loss. The amiable Gujia consoled him, casually handing over a roll of bandages. "Your wound has reopened." The plump Shoujo finally registered the situation. In his earlier fervor, he had completely overlooked his injury. Now, the tearing sensation surged through him, causing him to wince, as crimson blood seeped through the bandages, eliciting a pained cry that echoed far and wide. In a Wagakure, within the Tsuchikage conference room, a slender woman with black hair and long legs expressed her confusion. "I have dispatched several teams to infiltrate the borders of the Land of Fire in search of little Tsuchi. While this approach is perilous, why not send a message to the Hokage and seek their assistance? Did we not sign a pact over a decade ago?" Around the table, several advisors whispered among themselves. An elder rose, sighing, "This is a forced decision. Recently, Tsuchikage-sama has been lenient with the border patrol ninjas, resulting in friction. The fifth Hokage has grown weary of it. Should they discover that little Tsuchi has been taken to their territory, they might demand a hefty ransom from us." The long-legged woman stamped her foot, advancing to grasp the elder's collar, gritting her teeth. "Are we to simply watch as little Tsuchi comes to harm?" "Calm down, Kuratsuchi." The tall Akatsuchi quickly pulled her back. The elder, having escaped her grasp, gasped for breath and pointed angrily at Kuratsuchi. "Did everyone see that? She was the one who grabbed me. My brother has been kidnapped, and you're still thinking about extorting money from me, you old fool." "Enough, Kuratsuchi." The short elder at the head of the table lifted his head. "I will enlist the help of that organization to locate little Tsuchi." This statement only fueled Kuratsuchi's imminent explosion. "Foolish old man, why must we rely on that organization? They are far too dangerous." Anoki replied calmly, "Compared to them, the ninjas of Konoha are even less trustworthy. The so-called alliance is merely a scrap of paper in their eyes." At that moment, Anoki rose from his chair and, for the first time, revealed a deeply buried secret in front of everyone. "In my youth, I accompanied my master, who would later become the second Tsuchikage, to Konoha to forge an alliance, believing we could extend the peace established by the first Hokage. Little did I expect." His murky old eyes gazed out the window, the scenery framed by its small panes, yet memories transcended the boundaries of distance, lingering at a shrine in Konoha. There were no alliances, only submission to Konoha. The infamous Uchiha Madara stood before them, his tone indifferent yet impossible to refuse. The three-tomo Sharingan in Madara's eyes melded into one, and as the kaleidoscopic Sharingan emerged, a towering spectral figure enveloped him, effortlessly defeating the duo. With the will of stone inherited from the first Tsuchikage, Anoki, despite his grievous injuries, gradually rose. He refused to be vanquished in this place while striving for an alliance. Madara's lips curled upward as he softly remarked, "It seems you wish to dance again, but you are far too inexperienced." The kaleidoscopic Sharingan merely swept across Anoki's gaze, effortlessly shattering the courage he had painstakingly mustered. The will of stone he believed in crumbled beneath the overwhelming strength of dimensional disparity. Following the demise of Madara and Hashirama, the friction between Wagakure and Konoha officially ignited the third Great Ninja War, with Wagakure and Konoha as the primary warring nations. Konoha is merely a band of hypocrites. Anoki roared, a crack echoing from his back. "My back! Grandfather! Sister!" A small boy burst through the conference room door, colliding into Anoki's embrace, eliciting another pained cry from him. "My back!" Kuratsuchi stared in disbelief at her unscathed brother, astonished. "Little Tsuchi, weren't you taken out of the country by those rogue ninjas?" "It was the ninjas of Konoha who saved me. Brother Naruto and Grandpa Frog are incredibly strong." "Ninjas of Konoha?" Jiraiya leaned casually against the doorway, exclaiming in exasperation, "What a shame. After all our efforts to retrieve your grandson, the first words we hear are not of gratitude but instead a slanderous remark." "Nice to meet you." Naruto stretched his neck and waved into the conference room. "What on earth happened, little Tsuchi?" "I aspire to become the Tsuchikage. No matter the obstacles. I shall never flee. I must confront every challenge head-on. This unwavering resolve is essential. Grandfather always tells me this. So when I overheard those villains plotting to steal information from the village to sell it, I couldn't stop them." Little Tsuchi explained the reason for his disappearance to the Wagakure higher-ups with a hint of sadness. "It was because of my words about not escaping that." Anoki, filled with trepidation, cradled his grandson. "I thought the village was peaceful and let my guard down. My naive expectations almost led to an irretrievable situation. I am sorry." Little Tsuchi. Little Tsuchi took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the tears from Anoki's face. Smiling, "Grandfather often tells me that the peace we enjoy in the village is earned through the lives of excellent ninjas. I wish to be such a ninja. One with unwavering will and indomitable spirit." You are doing wonderfully, little Tsuchi. Anoki praised his grandson generously, then turned his gaze toward Naruto and Jiraiya. His voice turning cold. I remember you are Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. What is it that you desire? He underwent a complete transformation. The gentle and benevolent grandfather was now the third Hokage, embodying the will of the Rock Village. I never intended to seek any reward in exchange for my assistance. Old man Anoki. Naruto scratched his head and remarked, just as you taught me, I aspire to alter the status quo and achieve peace in my own way. Anoki was entirely skeptical of Naruto's response, scoffing disdainfully. Humph, considering you saved my granddaughter, I shall refrain from disputing this matter with you, since you do not seek recompense. I bid you farewell, Kuratsuchi. The old man at least aided us in retrieving her. Just as Kuratsuchi was about to express further thoughts, Naruto suddenly clapped his hands together. I have realized what I want. Anoki smirked, revealing a look of contempt. Just moments ago, you claimed to harbor no ambition. Yet now your true desires are laid bare. Little ninja from Konoha. Jiraiya, bewildered, turned back and queried. You didn't consult me about this, did you? I wish to meet Han. Naruto approached Anoki, his hands clasped in earnest supplication. Please. Han? Kuratsuchi scrutinized Naruto, acknowledging that while it was somewhat impolite to treat the savior of her cousin in such a manner, she was nonetheless curious about this young ninja from Konoha, who was willing to return the Tsuchikige's granddaughter for an audience with the stubborn elder. She felt compelled to caution him. You're Naruto from Konoha, right? Let me inform you that Han is not particularly chatty when he sees us, and he, Kuratsuchi, since our benefactor has made a request, we ought to oblige him. Anoki grinned, then feigned difficulty as he addressed Naruto. Unfortunately, Han is not here at the moment. Your timing is rather unfortunate. Where has he gone? In a certain area of the Rock Village, there lay a vast expanse of stone pillars forming a forest. The towering pillars were adorned with talismans, which glowed upon sensing an approach. Anoki led Naruto and Jiraiya to this location, explaining, this is the Sanzu Plain, where 4 formidable barriers have been established. Once inside, exiting is no simple feat. Han is undergoing trials within. Then I shall enter and seek him out, just as Naruto was about to plunge in. Kuratsuchi tugged at his sleeve. How can you not heed the words of others? Entering is easy, but escaping is far from simple, even within the village. Few ninjas can truly emerge using their own strength. Anoki frowned at his granddaughter's intervention, casting her a disapproving glare. Then spoke, this is a training ground for our rock ninjas. To leave, one must find their own heartstone, which has been lost within. It seemed he intended to provoke Naruto into entering the Sanzu Plain, raising an eyebrow. So, do you still wish to go in and seek Han? Some truths can only be discovered through action. Let me be clear, if you cannot exit once you enter, do not expect my assistance, ninja from Konoha. Thus, I merely need to locate that heartstone. Naruto began to stride toward the forest of pillars, the talismans affixed to each glowing progressively brighter, enveloping him entirely. As Naruto was on the brink of entering the Sanzu Plain, Anoki, seemingly unable to suppress his concern any longer, finally relented. Within, you cannot utilize ninjutsu. Only those who confront their true selves without relying on others can glimpse the radiant heartstone. It will be exceedingly challenging for someone like you, who lacks the resolve to cultivate their spirit, to find it. A flash of white light engulfed him, and as Naruto opened his eyes, he found himself in an isolated, folded space, still surrounded by the stone pillars, but the ground was strewn with small stones. The pressing matter was to locate Han. Suddenly, a large hand grasped his ankle, startling him. I am Han, a robust man wearing a red hat, clutching Naruto's ankle as if it were a lifeline, weakly imploring, just provide me with water. And once I locate the heartstone and escape, I shall promote you to Jonin. Naruto hurriedly retrieved a water jug and placed it before Han, contemplating for a moment before presenting a few biscuits as well. After days of deprivation, Han indulged heartily. Above the rugged mountains encircling the hidden rock village, the crimson clouds billowed ominously in the wind, while the red bell adorning his straw hat swayed gently. 2 figures, one tall and one short, gazed down at the fortified village below. Is this your former village? The golden-haired man inquired. It appears unchanged, the air thick with decay, rigidity, and a sense of antiquity. The man shrouded in a black veil cautioned, the leader has dispatched us to uncover the true reasons behind Kakuzu and Haiden's departure from the 5 great nations. We cannot linger here for long. You must hasten, as I harbor a dislike for waiting. Are you concerned for my well-being? Naruto replied with a reassuring smile. Fear not. I merely wish to revisit my old village. That is precisely why you must quicken your pace. Do not keep me waiting. Thank you, young brother. Once we exit, I shall promote you to Jonin. Wait, aren't you a ninja from the Hidden Rock? Having replenished some strength through sustenance, Han. The tall man clad in a dark red hat rose to his feet. His robust figure cast a shadow over Naruto, resembling a formidable figure capable of devouring 5 bowls of rice in one sitting. Naruto was aware that his forehead protector had caused a misunderstanding, especially during such a sensitive period, as a ninja from Konoha appearing in the heart of a Wagakure could evoke much speculation. He quickly reassured, no need to be tense. I specifically came here to meet you. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of Konoha. The steam-clad Han emitted wisps of white vapor and a low rumbling sound, Furrowing his brow as he inquired, Konoha has dispatched a Jinchuriki to a Wagakure. What are your intentions? Jiraiya, witnessing Naruto's sudden disappearance in a flash of white light, furrowed his brow and asked, Elder Tsuchikage, if I may be so bold, what kind of person is Han from a Wagakure? This individual, who had rendered countless services to the village, possessed an unwavering resolve akin to the very essence of stone, replied Noki with a hint of pride. The name Han might be somewhat unfamiliar to you from Konoha. Outsiders refer to him as the Steam Ninja. The Steam Ninja? Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment, then quietly inquired. Is he formidable? Are you a fool? Noki retorted, feeling as though his punch had struck nothing but fluff, and he turned away in irritation. Making his way toward the Tsuchikage's office, Jiraiya called out, Hey, aren't you going to wait for Naruto to come out? Even if the relations are not amicable, it's rather excessive to treat a benefactor in such a manner. Noki did not pause, merely waving his hand dismissively behind him. Jiraiya crossed his arms, muttering, honestly, he is even more antiquated than the old man. The kind-hearted Kuratsuchi felt a twinge of sympathy and said to Jiraiya, I do not know the reasons you have to meet Han, but the Sando is a Wagakure's most sacred trial. It is exceedingly difficult to emerge from it. And the village's youth have intentionally forgotten this place due to their lack of confidence. Han, as a hero of a Wagakure, has been ordered by the elder to undergo training here, hoping he can advance further. Your disciple will likely have to wait until Han completes his training before he can be brought out. Han, astonished by Naruto's presence, expressed his apologies. Thank you for your assistance regarding the young lord. If anything were to happen to him, Lord Tsuchikage could be manipulated by ill-intentioned individuals, leading to irreparable mistakes. It's no trouble at all. Besides, we managed to clarify the misunderstanding quite easily, did we not? Your situation can be easily elucidated. Yet that fellow bestowed upon me unparalleled strength. Similarly, he transformed my residual emotions into such power. Given everyone's fervent expectations, I found it difficult to refuse, and thus, I was unwittingly sent here amid such twists of fate. Han sat down cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand, appearing somewhat awkward. So, you two were compelled to come here against your will, Naruto remarked, patting Han's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Even seated, the towering figure of Han, at 2 meters and 80 centimeters, loomed above Naruto. Han clenched his fist and sighed. Since childhood, I have been reticent, leading the Tsuchikage and the villagers to believe I am an extraordinarily capable ninja. Only I am aware that this reputation stems from the influence of the beast within me. When I was a child, everyone feared me, and even as I began to control this power, my heroic status and my silence made others hesitant to approach me. Naruto reminisced about the future, recalling how even during the invasion of the Otsutsuki, the Five Tails had been unwilling to participate in the pre-battle meeting due to its discomfort in communicating with others. He smiled wistfully and said, Let us find the Stone of Heart here and explain the situation to Lord Inoki, so that you can integrate with everyone under the guise of an ordinary ninja. Han shook his head in resignation, replying, That may prove impossible. I possess a significant character flaw, making it exceedingly difficult for me to escape this place. It is likely that we will remain trapped here for a considerable time until those outside notice something amiss and suspend the barrier's operation. But given the unwavering trust they have in me, they will assume I am merely engaged in profound training. It is a vicious cycle. He gestured toward the ground where a few dried-up insects lay and continued, Here, the only sustenance consists of insects and the occasional bamboo shoots. But I have been unable to catch even the insects lately. The pond over there has dried up completely. Upon reflection, it seems I have been imprisoned here for nearly 2 years. Tears glimmered in his eyes as he choked out, Their inexplicable faith in me is truly burdensome. It appears that being overly trusted can also bring about troubles. Naruto felt a twinge of envy towards Han, as he had not enjoyed such favorable treatment in his childhood. Curiously, he inquired, But you seem quite talkative. You don't come across as taciturn. If you were confined in one place for 2 years and finally encounter someone capable of conversation, you would likely become just like me, Han replied, his expression shifting to one of distress. Recently, the beast within me has also grown increasingly peculiar. Whenever I close my eyes, I see that creature appear before me. Its dolphin-like head emitting a chilling laugh. I am somewhat fearful of that being. The more I utilize its power, the more I dread it. I can only choose to ignore that head. At first, it was manageable, provided I was cautious while sleeping. But then Han removed his hat and began to scratch his scalp in anguish. No matter what I do, that monster intrudes upon my thoughts, urging me to think of it, to call upon it, and often pulling my consciousness toward it. Even tempting me with the promise of freely wielding its power if I merely approach it. Its voice echoes in my ears like a whisper of a demon. And I am on the brink of collapse. The towering figure of Han was tormented by the spirit of the Five Tails, causing Naruto to feel ashamed. He placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, I understand, but it seems this is not as you perceive it. Not as I perceive it? Han turned back, gripping Naruto's shoulders and shaking him forcefully. Surely, you two are a Jinchuriki. You must frequently be tempted by these tailed beasts, correct? How do you manage it? If you assist me in resolving this trouble, once we escape, I shall promote you to elite Jonin. I appreciate your kind offer, but I am a ninja of Konoha. Naruto politely declined, then called out into the ceiling space, Kurama. The domain of deep space unfolded beneath their feet. and Han felt the darkness envelop him before he found himself in this strange place. Fortunately, Naruto remained by his side, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Is this your ability? It is truly remarkable. I thought I had been dragged back to that creature. A large, snow-white dolphin with four massive horns appeared above him and softly remarked, "You are not referring to me as that creature, are you?" Sweat poured down Han's brow as he trembled and raised his head, the immense beast's form looming behind him. "It is rare to see you wish to engage with others, given your reclusive nature." A coarse voice resonated, causing Han to panic and glance behind Naruto, where a pair of beastly eyes glowed with an eerie red light in the dark space, revealing the terrifying creature with 9 tails in full view. "It is you. I thought I would never see you again." The 5 tails cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, saying, "Is this little one your Jinchuriki? Allowing his spirit to linger so comfortably by your side, it seems your temperament has improved considerably since we last met." Kurama added, "There is something of great importance I wish to convey to you. Our reminiscence must come to an end." With a long canine snout, he gestured towards Naruto, who extended his fist in response. "Come, let us share a moment, the ever-speeding King Mu. Even my name has been altered by this little one." Mu extended his hoof to meet Naruto's fist, lightly tapping it before retracting. Steam billowed from 5 antennae atop its head, indicating its mind was racing. Processing vast amounts of data. It murmured, "I see. So, will you be seeking out other companions next?" Han felt a sense of unease, sensing he had become an outsider. "What is happening, Naruto? What is this creature?" "Do not refer to me as a creature, Han. That is quite hurtful." The 5 tails lowered its head, gazing at the human it wished to acknowledge. Kurama flicked his tail before Mu, asking, "Do you recall the old man's prophecy?" The 5 tails paused, disbelief washing over its features. "Could it be that you?" With a fiery fist extended, Kurama urged, "Share your chakra with me." Under normal circumstances, the 5 tails would never show such favor towards Kurama. But given its newfound understanding, it had no choice but to place all its hopes on this golden-haired, blue-eyed human. As the fox claw met hoof, the middle tail erupted in a burst of steam, and as the vapor cleared, a 5 appeared. "Then, I entrust the next steps to you, Naruto and Kurama." "Rest assured," Kurama replied, brushing the tip of his tail against Naruto's head, his tone complex. "Though this individual's brain may not function like that of an ordinary person, he possesses extraordinary power. Perhaps he truly can change everything. You and your Jinchuriki will surely be able to gallop freely across the land." While the 2-tailed beasts conversed, Naruto finally had the opportunity to explain everything to the bewildered Han. "This is the source of your recent torment, though it is not as you imagine. The free-spirited one surprisingly admires you." "Is that so?" Han pondered, recalling the mental anguish he'd recently endured, stroking his chin in contemplation. Could this be its way of expressing admiration? Noticing Han's hesitation, Naruto gestured to the 5 tails. "Why not convey your thoughts to him directly? It is better than letting him wallow in confusion and deepen misunderstandings, which would only complicate matters further. Wouldn't that be too direct?" The 5 tails' massive form squirmed, its snow-white dolphin head turning crimson, steam billowing from its colossal horns and enveloping the deep space above in a layer of clouds. I truly admire you. If you ever need anything, I would gladly risk my life to protect you." The 5 tails bellowed its heartfelt declaration. After uttering those words, all consciousnesses began to surface from the deep space, indicating that the 5 tails had severed the connection. Han's eyes widened in shock. "That creature said it liked me?" Beside him, Naruto rejoiced. "That's wonderful, Han. King Mu genuinely cares for you. It acknowledges you and wishes to become your companion to protect you. You need not worry about its intentions any longer." "That creature's name is King Mu?" Han muttered as steam armor billowed from his body, pondering. "So, it wishes to become my companion? Have I misunderstood all along?" Naruto patted his back and cast his gaze upon the scattered pebbles on the ground. Feeling a sense of reassurance in his quest for the Heartstone, Han shook his head, stating, "As I mentioned earlier, to depart from this place, one must locate a Heartstone that is uniquely theirs. Only those who possess a resolute will toward the stone can accomplish this. My thoughts are solely fixated on leaving. And over the past 2 years, I have not gleaned much wisdom here." He adjusted his conical hat back onto his head and added, "I did not arrive here by my own volition. It was merely the result of everyone's earnest hospitality." This sentiment echoed the words often spoken by the elder Noki. Naruto casually picked up 3 stones from the ground and placed them before Han, proclaiming, "We possess the most resilient objects in the world." Han gazed at the 3 stones of varying sizes, puzzled, and was about to inquire further when Naruto grinned and challenged. "Come, select the hardest stone in the world. Is one of these it?" Having engaged with countless stones over the past 2 years, Han had gradually become an expert in their properties. He scrutinized the 3 stones carefully, noting that they appeared quite similar. However, one stood out for its texture and luster, and he concluded, "This one is the hardest among them." He lifted it to the sunlight, examining it thoroughly, and confirmed his judgment. "It is indeed this one. Are you certain this is the one you wish to choose?" Naruto inquired. Han nodded, his voice resolute. "Its hardness surpasses that of quartz significantly, with a Mohs hardness rating of at least 7. Naruto shook his head and remarked, "Unfortunately, you have made the wrong choice." "What? This is impossible," Han exclaimed, and upon picking up another stone, he quickly dismissed it, insisting, "No way. Even if you are eloquent, it cannot be one of the other two. I am an expert in this matter." Naruto raised his finger and pressed it against Han's chest, declaring, "What I refer to is the indomitable spirit within you. No matter the circumstances, one must never yield. That unwavering resolve is the true essence of the hardest stone in the world. Regardless of the challenges and sorrows that may lie ahead, you must never forsake your will." In Japanese, the words for stone and will are homophones. Han closed his eyes and softly murmured, "I cannot abandon my will." A gentle breeze swept by, and Naruto's words pierced his heart like a ray of dawn, conjuring the expectations and respect of his comrades from the village within his mind. He had long evaded the feelings others had for him, fearing he would betray their trust. Yet, what he truly desired was to protect them. Opening his eyes, he beheld the stone he had chosen radiating a blinding golden light. Jiraiya, intently watching the exit of Sant Jin, suddenly spotted a figure moving. A small blond boy was perched atop a burly man, waving at him. He let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Honestly, those Rock Village folks are quite unreliable. They claim it's not easy to come out, yet they cause so much worry." Chapter 84. Art is an explosion, that boy. Black Soil, witnessing Naruto seated on Han's shoulder, felt somewhat dazed. "I've never seen Han interact so well with anyone, even Deidara has come out. Truly, this is the sacred trial ground of the Rock Village." Naruto leapt down from Han's shoulder, genuinely praising. Konoha lacks such venues for tempering one's spirit. Only someone as rigid as the Tsuchikage would establish such trials. Jiraiya took out his notebook and inquired about Naruto's experiences within. With a whoosh, several buck-toothed ninjas appeared beside them. As Jiraiya frowned, one of the messengers, resembling a placenta, stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and respectfully announced that Tsuchikage has summoned the esteemed guest from Konoha for an urgent discussion. Upon finishing, the buck-toothed ninjas surrounded the master and apprentice. Jiraiya, feeling resigned, remarked, "This hardly seems like a proper invitation, but since we are here, we might as well see what it is about." Watching the Tsuchikage's guards escort the two away, Black Soil and Han exchanged glances, both understanding the intentions of that stubborn elder in the village. Han reverted to his cold demeanor and, under the admiring gazes of the villagers, followed Naruto, whispering that Tsuchikage is a bit old-fashioned. He may have learned about you being the Jinchuriki of Konoha from somewhere. Black Soil, and I will do our utmost to prevent him from causing any trouble. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Don't worry. Perhaps the old man merely wishes to reminisce." Kuratsuchi clicked her tongue, clenching her teeth, and following behind. At the corner of the Tsuchikage building, there lay a small circular pond, its waters crystal clear, revealing smooth pebbles that had been polished over time. In the center of the pond stood a stone pillar, atop which Inoki was meticulously wiping a stone with a handkerchief. Jiraiya was the first to speak. "The old man seems quite spirited. Is there some difficulty that prompted us to be summoned at this hour?" Kuratsuchi, her fists clenched, could no longer restrain her anger and blurted out, "What do you intend to do to the person who saved your grandson, you old man?" Inoki cast a glance at the group, ultimately fixing his gaze on Naruto, and said coolly, "This stone is precious, and it symbolizes a Wagakure. In my youth, I greatly admired Konoha's Hokage rock. I believed such a symbol was truly magnificent. Unlike these commonplace stones." Just as Kuratsuchi was about to retort, Akatsuchi, standing beside Inoki, subtly shook his head, prompting her to swallow her words. "In those days, I held Konoha in high regard. However, during the signing of the alliance, I was obstructed by Uchiha Madara. That was when a Wagakure and Konoha officially became adversaries." He polished the stone until it gleamed and gently placed it atop the pillar, pacing around it, adjusting the stone's position, and nonchalantly continued. "I began to harbor resentment towards Konoha. This was the formal reason for a Wagakure's primary conflict with Konoha during the Third Great Ninja War." Jiraiya felt discomfort from these words and coldly retorted, "Is it truly the responsibility of a Tsuchikage to let so many families suffer because of your personal grudges?" Inoki paused momentarily before casually responding, "Your savior disciple has rewritten the entire history of the ninja world. During that time, my advisory council and I were engaged day and night, deliberating on how to respond to Konoha's exorbitant reparations. I never anticipated that Sarutobi Hiruzen would present a peace treaty to me. In fact, I once suspected you were playing tricks. Without Uchiha Madara, Konoha is nothing but a display of benevolence. Tsunade is indeed a competent leader. Within 6 months of her assuming the role of the 5th Hokage, she dispatched a Jinchuriki and one of the legendary 3 to a Wagakure." Upon finishing, Inoki burst into a maniacal laugh, his expression twisted. "I knew it. I have waited too long for this moment of Konoha's retribution. Jiraiya, your scheme with Tsunade has been unveiled." Jiraiya's mouth gaped open, wanting to argue but failing to produce a sound. He was almost swayed by Inoki's words, his mind racing. "We merely brought my foolish apprentice to return the Tsuchikage's grandson to the village. How did it escalate to this level? How stubborn can this old man be? Is he truly suspicious enough to think our return of little Tsuchi was a ruse?" As Jiraiya contemplated how to dispel Inoki's doubts, Naruto suddenly appeared beside him, startling everyone present. So swift. Kuratsuchi gasped, quickly covering her delicate arms with rock, shouting, "Old man, get out of the way." Akatsuchi expelled a torrent of rocks from his mouth, which swiftly coalesced into a towering giant, shielding Inoki behind him. Inoki showed no sign of fear. Instead, his smile broadened as he spread his hands before him, and a white cube materialized between his palms, directing it towards Naruto. At last, the truth is revealed. Jinchuriki of Konoha. Really now, what is the old man rambling about? Naruto ignored Inoki's threat, focusing instead on the stone that Inoki had been polishing earlier. He picked it up, weighing it thoughtfully in his palm. It truly is a fine stone. To the astonishment of everyone, Naruto hurled the stone into the pond, mingling it with the pebbles. Jiraiya, perplexed, queried, "What are you doing?" "Naruto? Isn't that a symbol of a Wagakure?" Nevertheless, he assumed a defensive stance, concerned that Naruto's actions might exacerbate misunderstandings. Dreading the thought of having to resolve the situation and compensate later, especially after losing half his anticipated gains to that money-obsessed Kaku. To his surprise, the Awagakure members displayed no signs of displeasure. After all, it was merely an ordinary stone. Replacing it would go unnoticed, and the essence of intent remained paramount. Naruto rolled up his sleeves, bent down, and fished out another stone from the pond, placing it atop the pillar. It's commendable that the old man has his own thoughts. But in a world where trust is lacking, there is no future. We came solely to return little Tsuchi to your side. As for concealing my identity, it was merely to avoid the current predicament. Inoki brandished the white cube, exclaiming, "Do not jest. I have consumed more salt than you have rice." A mere 13 or 14-year-old child dares to speak so audaciously before me. "Old man, too much salt can lead to osteoporosis, you know?" Naruto paused slightly, then raised his voice, asking, "When did you abandon your true self?" Whether it was due to Naruto's imposing presence or some other reason, Inoki instinctively took a step back, the dust manipulation in his hands dissipating. Naruto's inquiry echoed in his mind. It was here that the first Hokage had helped him define his ambitions. Yet, when had he begun to stray from the ideals of that time? Naruto's pupils contracted sharply, swiftly transforming into the vertical slits of the demon fox. Suddenly, a pristine white spider descended from the ceiling, landing upon the bewildered shoulders of Inoki. Art is an explosion. With that exclamation, the earth trembled violently, the Tsuchikige's tower crumbled, and billowing clouds of dust rose from the ruins. The residents and shinobi of Awagakure gazed in disbelief at the white bird soaring through the smoke above. On the surrounding mountains, Scorpion observed the smoke rising from within the village walls, murmuring, "Hurry up, Deidara. You know I detest waiting." Perched upon the back of the bird was a golden-haired youth, appearing around 15 or 16, whose smile gradually faded. The electronic eye he wore alerted him to the situation below, causing him to click his tongue. Scorpion seems to be growing impatient. Amidst the rubble, a rock was pushed aside by a golden arm, which then released Jiraiya. With a grin, Jiraiya addressed Inoki, saying, "Are you all right, old man? If you were to perish here, it would cause unnecessary trouble for the two of us. Let go of me, you insufferable leaf brat." Inoki, having regained his composure, retorted angrily, "Check on Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi." Red chakra bubbles enveloped Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi, both feeling the overwhelming power coursing through them, momentarily dazed. No, we're fine." A mournful whistle echoed as Han emerged from the debris, gazing at the bird circling above with a furrowed brow. "Deidara?" "What?" Inoki exclaimed. But a sudden cracking sound from his back immobilized him. "My back." Naruto extended his chakra-infused arm and lightly tapped him twice, inquiring, "How does it feel, old Tsuchikage? Considering my acupressure technique can only achieve this much?" Inoki attempted to move his arms, exclaiming, "It has been ages since I felt this light. It feels as though wings have sprouted from my waist." However, Kuratsuchi retorted dismissively, "Do not get too complacent. Just moments ago, I was still suspicious of ulterior motives. Be cautious not to injure your waist again, especially since we are about to apprehend that individual." Inoki exchanged glances with Kuratsuchi and the third companion, gently patting their backs before turning to Naruto and Jiraiya, finally revealing a friendly gaze as he said, "I must take my leave for a while. There are some personal matters I need to attend to." Naruto gazed at the few individuals levitating before him and suddenly exclaimed, "Old man, bestow upon me the technique of light and heavy rock." In Chapter 85, The Bonds of Akatsuki, the unique manner in which you greet me took me by surprise, Deidara. The diminutive Inoki appeared before Deidara seemingly out of thin air. Deidara nonchalantly removed his ocular device and tucked it away, remarking, "Given your appearance, little Tsuchi must be safe and sound, right?" "Indeed." Inoki grinned. "Thank you for your concern. Little Tsuchi is currently in good health. However, the destruction of the Tsuchikage building shall not be overlooked. You haven't forgotten my terrifying presence, have you?" "Oh no," the old man is furious. Deidara instinctively maneuvered his flying bird to retreat a short distance, but it was too late. A black-haired girl and a burly man blocked his escape route. Akatsuchi was smiling at him. "Deidara, are you worried about little Tsuchi's safety?" Akatsuchi joyfully added, "Haha, are you not planning to work over there anymore? Everyone misses you." The muscular man coolly remarked, "I feel the same." Deidara scoffed, "Silence. The next to perish will be you lot. You who look down upon my art. With that, he placed his hands on the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Naruto reminded everyone, let's not just indulge in nostalgia. It's truly troublesome to return to the village as a rogue ninja and cause others distress, nearly hurting those who care for you. Who is this little brat? Upon encountering the unfamiliar Naruto, Deidara seemed to have found an opportunity, his heart filled with delight. As long as I have news of little Tsu's safety, I can use this brat as a stepping stone before regrouping with Master Sasori. He produced a handful of clay birds from his pouch and flung them towards Naruto with a grin. Little brat, these are a gift for you. The birds swelled in the wind to the size of basketballs, darting towards Naruto like sharp blades. Having suffered setbacks in his previous life, Naruto was not one to fall for such tricks. He unleashed his chakra-infused arm, shattering all the explosive birds. Quite skilled, aren't you? Dissolution, lime release. The closest Karatsuchi pouted and spat out several mouthfuls of gray goo at Deidara. Don't get in the way. Deidara maneuvered the flying birds within the cramped encirclement, dodging the golden chakra arms that continuously reached for him. Fortunately, he was adept at aerial combat, skillfully evading the grasping arms. Yet he remained apprehensive. What on earth is this brat? With no other choice, Deidara ascended into the high skies, his mind racing as he contemplated strategies. These golden arms are peculiar. My clay bombs lost contact upon being hit and cannot be detonated. I'll use C3 to blow you all away. On the mountaintop, Sasori gazed up at the aerial battle, his voice trembling slightly. Up to now, that Tsuchikage has yet to make a move, and Deidara is in a predicament. As long as he doesn't resort to that technique, how frustrating. Knowing I dislike waiting. Yet he is still crafting C3. Deidara felt an ominous sense of foreboding as he glanced down, only to see Inoki's palm open. A conical beam of white light forming in his hand, aimed directly at him, causing cold sweat to trickle down his brow. This is becoming dire. Inoki's eyes gleamed with amusement. This range won't accidentally harm the village. I'll first take away your wings. The white beam erupted from the cone, a laser sweeping across hundreds of meters. Deidara felt a heavy sinking sensation beneath him. The wings of the birds he rode were torn apart by the laser, sending both him and the birds into a free fall. As Deidara plummeted rapidly past Inoki, their eyes met in an instant. Surprisingly, despite being shot down, a smile lingered on Deidara's face. Inoki's heart sank as he shouted, "Get out of the way." With that moment, Deidara had completed the crafting of C3 and tossed it near Naruto and the others. This is bad. Seeing the tumbling explosive toy beside him, Han's armored body erupted with steam as he executed an uppercut. Boiling release. Mighty strength unmatched. The toy was struck by an indescribable force, pausing for a moment before shooting upwards, creating a conical sonic boom as it neared the speed of sound, piercing through the atmosphere. After a thunderous roar, a hollow ring of clouds formed above Iwagakure. Inoki jumped in frustration. Do you intend to betray your master, you fool? He searched the air for Deidara's position. Isn't that guy still in seclusion? Why is he sticking so close to the old man? How bothersome. Just as he thought that, Deidara, just before hitting the ground, threw out several clay butterflies, using the gentlest method to cushion his fall, hoping to sneak away. You won't succeed, you sly fellow. A hoarse voice called from behind. Deidara, knowing without turning that it was the golden-haired brat, replied, what a perceptive guy. From the very beginning, you were never worried my bombs would harm them, were you? You're quite bothersome too. He looked up, noticing that those irritating individuals had also taken notice and were descending toward him. Because I believe in Han and the Tsuchikage. Naruto quietly extended his chakra arm into the ground. The first to reach Deidara was Karatsuchi, nostalgia flooding her mind as she approached, saying with a hint of hope, Deidara, you can't escape. Come back to the village and accept your punishment. Afterward, I'll explain everything to the higher-ups with you. You know nothing. You have never valued my art. Have you? Deidara frowned, attempting to reach for his clay pouch, but realized a chakra arm had emerged from the ground beneath him, stealthily snatching away one of his two ninja tool pouches. He quickly protected the remaining one, retreating a short distance in anger. What a despicable leaf ninja. Well done, Naruto. Meanwhile, the airborne Inoki and his two companions arranged themselves in a triangular formation, surrounding the space above Deidara. With so many skilled fighters gathered, let me showcase my ultimate art. Deidara emptied the clay from his entire pouch into his mouth, swallowing it whole. Deidara, Inoki exclaimed in shock, utterly unprepared for the rogue's reckless move, watching helplessly as Deidara's form swelled irregularly. Could it be, Deidara? In an instant, Deidara's body erupted into a torrent of flames, surging towards everyone. Dust release, original world separation technique. A white cube enveloped the flames, causing all matter within to vanish in an instant, even the plasma-like fire. Deidara. Karatsuchi sat on the ground, heartbroken, realizing that she had ultimately failed to change his mind. Inoki inhaled deeply and said, dying in self-detonation could be considered a fitting end for him. As the Iwagakure members mourned, Naruto dispelled his golden form, contemplating the pouch filled with clay in his hand, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Then, he closed his eyes, and in an instant, crimson shadows appeared, a faint smile gracing his lips. This fellow is truly cunning. In a certain stony forest, the bird that had its wings severed by Inoki earlier began to stir, and a golden-haired man broke free from its belly, gasping for air. Sasori approached slowly, wrapping his massive tail around Deidara's body, pulling him out, and said displeased, "You've kept me waiting too long. I told you to be prepared." The third Hokage strength should not be underestimated. That's because of Han and that brat named Naruto. Deidara gritted his teeth at first, but then calmly replied, "Yet art is indeed a momentary brilliance. As an artist, I constantly seek stronger stimulation. My sensitivity to things becomes heightened. In that fleeting moment, those guys should have been obliterated by my art. Yes. What did you say? It seems you still do not comprehend true art." Sasori's body emitted a series of cracking sounds, as if laughing. "Your ephemeral fireworks have lost. I saw that Hokage used dust release to turn your art into duds." "Indeed. Only eternal beauty is true art." Sasori placed Deidara on the ground, his tone icy. "Can you still move?" With chakra nearly depleted, Deidara took a few steps, grumbling. "That old man is still so strong. He gives no chances." Sasori stepped forward, blocking Deidara's path. "Since your chakra is spent, the next battle will be mine." "Did you come here alone?" A slender, snow-white arm extended from beneath Sasori, holding a scroll. "Red secret technique, 100 machine manipulation." The scroll unfurled, revealing an army of countless puppets, as Sasori pointed the tip of his tail at a massive boulder, declaring, "My 100 machine manipulation is an exceedingly wicked battalion. Care to try?" Naruto emerged from behind the colossal rock, raising a solitary finger, upon which a miniature spiral shuriken whirred ominously like a spinning top. What an extraordinary technique. Should one be struck by it, the consequences would surely be no trivial matter. The sound of high-density chakra swirling and slicing through the air caused the true form of Scorpion, concealed within the crimson stream, to tremble slightly. Deidara, filled with dread, muttered, "This insufferable brat just won't let up." The miniature spiral shuriken was hurled straight by Naruto. Such a method of attack, albeit rather simplistic, just as Scorpion prepared to evade. He was horrified to realize that Naruto's target was the weakened Deidara. In a moment of peril, Scorpion forcefully shoved Deidara aside. The shuriken hovered before him, rapidly expanding and emanating a tremendous gravitational pull that violently drew him in. Thousands of chakra threads attacked per second, incessantly weaving through his body, even affecting his true form. The puppet emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds as fragments of its shell cascaded down, revealing the figure of a red-haired youth through the gaps. Deidara, consumed by rage and despair, cried out, "Scorpion, don't touch me. Otherwise, you'll be dragged in too. I told you not to keep me waiting too long, Deidara. You will always be a hindrance to me." With his hands bound behind his back, Deidara struggled fiercely, repeatedly lamenting, "Being stuck in this place is unbearable. This is hardly art. Ugh. Quiet down, Deidara." Black Earth interjected, closing the iron door of the cell. "Just reflect on your actions here for now. Do you think this can contain me? I shall show you what true art is. Let me out." Deidara shouted, but when he saw no one paid him heed. He stealthily retrieved a small amount of clay hidden behind his ring, using his mouth to craft a bomb. "Eternal art, you call this a disgrace?" A flesh-like rod inscribed with the character Scorpion was restrained by several specially designed chains, tugging in all directions as it dangled in mid-air, vibrating wildly at the mention of its name, causing the chains to clank noisily. Deidara quickly turned away, showcasing the clay bomb he was about to complete to the Scorpion figure, whispering, "Scorpion, this will be our artistic escape." At that moment, the Scorpion figure ceased its tremors, bending its form to focus intently on the puppet's formation. With a flourish, Deidara's bangs lifted, and a lightning character shimmered on his forehead as a plume of white smoke erupted from the nearly completed puppet, causing it to deflate. The Scorpion figure, witnessing this, began to tremble once more, leading to the failure of Deidara's escape plan. "Are these two also members of that organization? You truly are remarkable," mused Jiraiya, leaning against the iron door etched with sealing characters, arms crossed. Having heard rumors during his travels in the ninja world about Orochimaru joining this mysterious organization, he had conducted a thorough investigation into Akatsuki. Over the years, despite the accumulation of various bits of information, he had not encountered anything as significant as the news surrounding Naruto in this past year. Placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder, Jiraiya chuckled, "My dear disciple, what do you intend to do? Is this part of the Akatsuki capture plan?" Naruto suddenly recalled the arduous battles that lay ahead, a sense of urgency welling up within him, causing the stagnant water in the ceiling space to bubble. He retrieved 4 scrolls from his pocket and remarked, "The old man Noki must have spoken to the perverted sage about the previous skirmishes. The scrolls that emerged from the Scorpion of the Red Sand are truly remarkable. Yet he chose to endure this fate rather than abandon his defenseless comrades." Jiraiya furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "However, we must inevitably stand on opposing sides." Naruto gently shook his head, saying, "Perhaps this time is different. Maybe we can stand on common ground. I wish to give it a try." The battles ahead would undoubtedly become more arduous, and he would require more allies. Kuratsuchi, in a state of frustration, scratched his head and exclaimed, "But Deidara has been orchestrating terror attacks within that organization. In such a state, it's impossible to absorb anything." The tall man sensed Naruto's inner urgency and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Rest assured." Naruto was initially taken aback. But upon seeing Han give him a thumbs up, he nodded with newfound confidence, exclaiming, "Indeed. Han is right. There will always be a way." Jiraiya, observing the determined expression on Naruto's face, shrugged and remarked, "While that's a commendable notion, an inflexible elder might not concur." With that, he gestured toward the entrance of the cell. "You are up to mischief again, Deidara." Inoki's voice echoed from afar as he brandished a glowing orb in his hand, angrily pushing open the cell door. "It seems necessary to provide you with a thorough re-education." Akatsuchi interposed, restraining Inoki's arms. "Lord Tsuchikage, Deidara needs time for reflection." Inoki, struggling against the imposing Akatsuchi, shouted furiously, "The first thing he does upon returning after defecting is to launch a terror attack in his own village. And yet he remains unrepentant. Let me go, Akatsuchi." He kicked his legs in the air, his anger palpable. "You have seen what this rogue has done to the Tsuchikage building. This is a disgrace to a Wagakure. If we were to repair it," Naruto entered with a smile and exclaimed, "I happen to know a master architect of remarkable skill. He is currently engaged in constructing a new council hall for the Hidden Cloud Village. I plan to visit there soon, and if old man Inoki does not mind, I could take on this task." Upon hearing this, Inoki expressed his surprise. "Is this architect from the Land of Waves? Have you heard his tale?" Seeing that Inoki was not as volatile as before, Akatsuchi gently placed him back on the ground. The old man, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Then I shall entrust this matter to you. The Tsuchikage building is merely my office. It holds little significance for me. However, as for the compensation," Naruto interjected, "I have already contemplated the matter of compensation." He gestured towards the prison cells where Deidara and Sasori were held, stating, "Although it may be rather audacious, I wish for you to release those two." Jiraiya, who had followed Naruto in, sighed and rubbed his forehead, realizing the audacity of the request. As expected, Inoki erupted in fury. "What nonsense are you speaking?" Even Deidara and Sasori, who had been engaged in a scuffle inside the cell, halted their movements and stared at Naruto in disbelief. Deidara murmured, "After putting us in this predicament, he asked the old man to release us? What on earth is this kid thinking?" Naruto approached him, offering clarification. "The reason for your punishment lies in the multitude of wrongdoings you have committed. While you ought to remain imprisoned, the current circumstances are exceptional. The sins you've laid down shall be gradually atoned for in due time." He then gazed upon the scorpion puppet, pinned beneath Deidara, and remarked, "I have heard much about your past. Your strength surpasses that of ordinary puppets due to the existence of your soul. Your attempts to erase it have proven futile. Within the puppets you create resides an eternal, indomitable spirit. Your craftsmanship ensures that your techniques and creations endure through time, contingent upon having a successor who can wield your soul. Is this not the true essence of the artistic form you aspire to achieve?" The scorpion puppet, upon hearing these words, remained in stunned silence for a considerable time before it suddenly trembled, producing a flickering afterimage. Naruto, sensing the opportunity, continued, "There is a junior from Sunagakure who has adeptly inherited your original will. If you have the chance, you might want to guide him, as his current disposition tends to be rather arrogant." Deidara exclaimed, "Scorpion, how can you be swayed by this brat's mere words? After all, it is this very brat who has transformed us into our present state." "Deidara, and you too." Naruto fixed his gaze upon him, stating, "In the near future, I shall require your strength. Unleash your artistry at will." "You little brat from Konoha, I haven't consented yet." Inoki interjected, regaining his composure. "Do not presume to speak as if you have the authority. While it was indeed you who captured those two, releasing these dangerous individuals is absolutely out of the question." Naruto clasped his hands together and implored, "Please, Lord Inoki. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Then I shall forcibly take them away." He assumed a battle stance, determined to confront Inoki. Jiraiya, feeling the weight of the situation, positioned himself in front of Akatsuchi and observed Karatsuchi and Han lingering at the door, helplessly stating, "We are in a Wagakure. Even I cannot hold out for long." "Oh? You wish to battle me over these two dangerous individuals?" Inoki's expression shifted to one of incredulity. "You and Jiraiya could easily gain the goodwill of all of Wagakure by rescuing Kodo and apprehending the assailants targeting the Tsuchikage. Why go to such lengths for them?" "Though it may sound somewhat arrogant," Naruto retorted, "I do this for the sake of the entire ninja world." What audacity! The current facade of peace in the ninja world is but a thin veil constantly strained. Everyone believes friction among the villages is inevitable. Yet the true threat does not stem from these petty disputes but from far more formidable enemies. Inoki's frustration flared. Have I truly grown senile? Listening to a child who has never known more? Are the matters between villages mere trifles? You have no idea how many ancestors fought tirelessly to forge today's peace. He pointed at Naruto's golden hair, exclaiming, including the contributions of the fourth Hokage, who bears a striking resemblance to you. For reasons I cannot elaborate on. The entire ninja world is indeed in peril, and even the alliance of the 5 villages would find it difficult to prevail against someone like Uchiha Madara. What? Naruto's revelation stunned Jiraiya, who muttered, "Was this in the script? You didn't inform me beforehand." Having personally experienced the dread instilled by Madara, Inoki instinctively took a step back. "Impossible. That man has been dead for ages." "Nothing is impossible. You know this well. Being a ninja is an extraordinary profession." "Is it not?" Naruto replied with a mysterious smile. Thinking Madara was long gone, Inoki, upon witnessing Naruto's demeanor, realized the possibility of truth in his words. Finally calming down and stating, "You truly are a peculiar one. Thus, I require the strength of these two artists. In the battles to come, their contributions will be paramount. Besides, they were mercenaries. As long as we compensate them afterward, isn't that right? You've collaborated with them before, haven't you?" The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the open prison door, enveloping Naruto in a radiant glow. "Because they require my art." As Naruto eloquently spoke amidst the golden light, Deidara felt a stirring within, startled as he wiped his left eye, attempting to discern the reality of the scene before him. Yet, it was evident that this spectacle existed in truth. Inoki closed his eyes, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions stirred by the thought of Uchiha Madara, shaking his head. "No, Deidara must learn a lesson. What a stubborn old man," Naruto declared, forming hand seals. "Then let us have a battle." Inoki levitated, declaring, "I shall not hold back." Naruto. Dust release. Color illusion technique 3D Max. As the arena filled with swirling smoke, once it cleared, everyone beheld the graceful figure of Naruto, bathed in golden light. Deidara, with his extraordinary vision, finally perceived true art, murmuring, "This surpasses even Itachi." "What?" Inoki stood frozen in disbelief. "Surprised, are we?" Naruto placed his hands on his hips, smiling sweetly, a slight tremor in his stance. Jiraiya, having been inadvertently struck, coughed up blood, succumbing to weakness and collapsing to the ground, his bloodied fingers spelling out amazing. On the earth. "What are you doing, old man?" Kurotsuchi exclaimed as she pressed her hands to the ground, summoning towering stone pillars to erupt beneath the petrified Inoki, launching him skyward as if in a game of billiards. "Since that's the case, let us depart." Honestly, Kurotsuchi unlocked the cage, releasing Deidara and Sasori, advising, "Deidara, you should refrain from those terrorist acts in the future. Come back to the village and visit me occasionally." Inoki landed atop a mountain above the prison, choosing not to return immediately but instead watching a flock of migrating geese fly in formation overhead. Even the wild geese understood the importance of maintaining order. If the lead goose faltered, the entire formation would lose its balance. The image of Naruto tossing stones lingered in his mind, and a smile crept onto his lips as he slowly sat up, wiping away the blood from his nose. He gazed at the scene below, where Naruto fled with Jiraiya and Deidara. If the ninja world seeks enduring peace, it must be led by the young and capable. This is an undeniable truth. Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed fascinating. Naruto turned his gaze back to meet Deidara's eyes. Upon being noticed, Deidara hastily averted his gaze, pouting as if to feign whistling. "Rest assured, I am well aware of Deidara's character." Kurotsuchi bowed and said, "I can only accompany you this far. I must entrust the matters of the Tsuchikage building to you." Lord Jiraiya and Naruto. Han's eyes, visible from outside, brimmed with encouragement. After confirming Han's gaze, Naruto confidently patted his chest and declared to Kurotsuchi, "Han is right. I've got this little matter covered." Jiraiya, who had regained his senses, scratched his head and inquired, "Could you perhaps shed some light on how you communicated?" "Friends." With those words, Han turned and returned to